Hey guys, I changed the voice pitch. Tell me, is it better than the previous voice or not? And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the fanfiction audiobook channel for the next part. Chapter 1. Grand Line, New World, Kingdom of Romangh. The whole kingdom is decorated with lanterns and festoons, covered in red and green, and full of flowers. All the royal families and nobles in the kingdom put out the best things just to entertain the celestial dragons who are on vacation in the kingdom of Romangh. Many neighboring countries envy the kingdom of Romangh and are honored to serve the celestial dragons. Because the celestial dragons are nobles in the world, as long as they have a relationship with them, even just a little bit, they can bring unimaginable benefits to the country. At first, the royal family and nobles of the Romangh kingdom thought so too. He thought that the Romangh kingdom could become richer and stronger with the power of celestial dragons. However, this behavior not only did not bring benefits, but brought the Romangh kingdom to the brink of destruction. In the palace hall, an arrogant voice echoed everywhere. Have you figured it out? King of Flanders, this is the great celestial dragons, the Order of St. Charles Ross. St. Charles Ross said that he was very dissatisfied with the hospitality of your Romangh kingdom, so this year's heavenly gold will be increased by 3 times, and must be collected within 3 days. Otherwise, your kingdom of Romangh will just wait to be destroyed. Yeah ha 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 ha. A man laughed unscrupulously at the king of the Romangh kingdom and many officials. His despicableness was clearly revealed on his face, which made people feel sick at a glance. This person's name is Spandine, a high-ranking official of the world government and the chief guard responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. Spandine looked at King Flanders sitting on the throne, and secretly hated him. In fact, Celestial Dragons is very satisfied with the hospitality of the Romangh kingdom, but the king did not send money to bribe him, the accompanying chief, which made Spandine very dissatisfied. When Spandine traveled with the celestial dragons, which country's king didn't offer him like an ancestor? Ask money for money, ask women for women. However, King Flanders of the Kingdom of Romangh did not give money. How could the narrow-minded Spandine bear it? So he said a few bad things in the ears of celestial dragons, which led to the current result. King Flanders looked gloomy, as did the 2 ministers on the left and right. As for the other officials, they were either trembling, or pale, or watching jokes with malicious intentions, or gloating. Seeing the gloomy expression of the King of Flanders, Spandine felt extremely happy, and laughed even more wildly. He just likes the feeling of crushing everything and controlling the lives and deaths of all people. This made him deeply fascinated and unable to extricate himself. It's just the king of a mere country. If he wants to solve him, he just needs to say a word. This is the fate of offending me, Lord Spandine. Power, this is the greatness of power. Even a king will prostrate at my feet. Yeah ha ha ha. King Flender looked at the unscrupulous Spandine, his heart erupted with anger, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. But when he thought that he was a high-ranking official of the world government, with the celestial dragons standing behind him, Flender had to loosen his clenched fist. Celestial dragons, these 3 words carry too much weight. Even if he is the king, he must not be offended. A minister next to him rolled his eyes and suddenly walked out of the queue. He first smiled ingratiatingly at Spandine, then looked at Flender on the throne and said, Your Majesty, at this point, we have to obey the orders of St. Charles Ross. To appease the wrath of the celestial dragons, I think it's worth 3x the celestial gold. Yes, yes, us is right. Another minister quickly echoed, St. Charles Ross is still very kind, as long as 3 times the gold in the sky is enough. Compared to destroying the country, 3 times the gold in the sky is already very insignificant. This is also thanks to Lord Spandine's intercession. Thanks to Lord Spandine. Worthy of being the celebrity in front of celestial dragons, it's really great. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible, without any further delay. If St. Charles Ross is angered again, the kingdom of Romangh will really be destroyed. A group of ministers begged and flattered Spandane, like a group of stray dogs wooing their master. The groveling and low-spirited appearance was really disgusting, and King Flanders was very angry when he saw it. You. King Flander pointed at the many ministers below, and was so angry that he could hardly speak. Don't you know what it means to triple the gold in the sky? If you pay this money, my kingdom of Romangh will go bankrupt. What will the people do then? It's all worth it if the celestial dragons are appeased, said a minister. That's right, we are all doing this for the good of the kingdom of Romangh. Another minister said righteously. If the money is gone, you can make it again. Does His Majesty the King want to watch the kingdom be destroyed? Are you still a king? You have to think about the million inhabitants of the kingdom. Celestial dragons cannot be offended. Except for the two ministers standing beside the King of Flanders, the other ministers united together and began to persecute King Flanders. Seeing this, Spanda laughed wildly, becoming even more unscrupulous. They are right, Flander, the celestial dragons cannot be offended. And I am an official following the celestial dragons, so I cannot be offended. If you offend me, just wait for the Romangh kingdom to be destroyed. Yeah ha 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 ha. Flander looked at Spandine, who was laughing wildly, and many officials standing with Spandine. How could he not know that they had already colluded together? I came here today to force the palace. Spandine, don't bully me too much. Flander clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shone coldly. Yeah ha ha ha, so what if you bully people too much? What can you do to me? Spanda laughed wildly indifferently. Could it be that you want to hit me? Do you dare? I dare. Suddenly an indifferent voice sounded, interrupting Spandine's wild laughter. Chapter 2. I dare. Suddenly an indifferent voice sounded, interrupting Spandine's wild laughter. Spandine's face changed, and the faces of many ministers also changed wildly. Everyone looked at the entrance of the palace hall in unison, only to see a handsome young man standing there. The young man is only about 20 years old and looks very handsome. But at this moment, there was no expression on this handsome face, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent, causing the temperature of the entire palace to drop sharply. Carl, you're back. King Flanders was overjoyed when he saw the young man. After seeing this young man, many ministers who had persecuted Flanders before were sweating profusely from fear, and the legs of several officials even began to tremble uncontrollably. King, His Royal Highness. You are back. Okay. Long time no see. Seeing the young man walking slowly, all the ministers lowered their heads, and all the previous arrogance disappeared. The young man's name is Karl, and his full name is Karl Schuster. He is the only son of King Flanders and the sole heir of the kingdom of Romangh. Father, I'm back. Karl came to Flander, covered his chest and saluted. Well, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Flander nodded repeatedly, looking at his most excellent son, full of relief. Hey, who are you, kid? Seeing that he was being ignored, Spanda couldn't bear it even more because of his narrow mind, and immediately asked questions. Karl glanced at Spandine. Didn't you hear what these bastards said? I am the Prince of Romangh Kingdom. Called trash by Karl, all the ministers bowed their heads, and no one dared to speak out. Spanda sneered with disdain. Prince? So what about the prince? Your father is still the king, and Lao Zi can still scold him as much as he wants. By the way, you just said you dare to hit me, right? You idiot, do you know who Lao Zi is? Lao Zi is a high-ranking official of the world government and the captain of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. If you dare to hurt a single hair of mine, your entire Romangh kingdom will be destroyed. As the price of insulting me, 3 times the gold in the sky is not enough now, it has to be increased to 10 times, no, it is 20 times. Also, you, the prince, will kowtow to me and admit your mistake, and you will be my slave from now on. All of these have been done, Lao Zi may show mercy and consider letting you live. Yeah ha 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 ha. With the celestial dragons as his backing, Spandane is fearless and still arrogant. Karl looked at Spandine expressionlessly, his eyes were cold and lifeless, as if looking at a dead person. Have you finished talking nonsense? After that, you should be on your way. My lord, be careful. Before Spandane could react, the two guards behind him took a step forward at the same time, blocking Spandane behind him. Little devil, don't be impulsive. What you are going to do, you can't bear the consequences. Both of them are agents of the CP organization, and they are very familiar with Karl's eyes. That is the look that really wants to kill. They were absolutely sure that Karl had murderous intentions. There are no consequences I can't afford. Karl was still expressionless, and as soon as the words fell, Karl had disappeared in place. The two CP agents shot at the same time, but in the next second, their heads were already in Karl's hands. Karl grabbed the heads of the two CP agents with his left and right hands, and slammed them in the middle. With a bang, the two heads exploded immediately, and blood scattered all over the ground. After throwing the two headless corpses away, Karl looked at Spandine, still expressionless. It seemed that what he just killed were not two CP agents, but two ants. It's your turn next. You, don't come here. Shpanda was completely terrified at this moment, and sat down on the ground in fright, his whole body limp and turned into a puddle of mud. Do you know who I am? I'm an official of the world government, and behind me are the celestial dragons. Do you dare to kill me without fear of the wrath of the celestial dragons? At that time, Marine Admiral will come here, and Buster Call will completely destroy the entire Romangh kingdom. Aren't you afraid of death? You will die, and everyone in this country will die. Let me go, please let me go. Well, I don't want the gold in the sky, I'm going to intercede with the celestial dragons. Okay, okay. Is that okay? Spandane screamed heart-piercingly, with tears and snot flowing wildly. First, he moved out of the backer with a stern attitude, and then begged for mercy because he was greedy for life and afraid of death. This is an extremely despicable villain who is afraid of death, a complete scum, and all the bad roots in the world are perfectly reflected in him. Facing Spandane's miserable begging for mercy, Karl didn't say a word, but just slapped him on the head. With a bang, Spandane's head exploded directly, and the shattered flesh splashed the faces of many officials behind. With a plop, Spandane's headless body fell to the ground. Although Spandane is the chief guard of the celestial dragons, his own strength is really very weak, even inferior to the weakest marine soldier. Karl killed him more easily than an ant. Ding! It was detected that the host beheaded government official Spandane, and the rebellion system was officially activated. Chapter 3. The novice gift package has been issued and will be automatically stored in the system space. Suddenly, a system electronic sound sounded in Karl's mind. System, are you here at this time? Karl was slightly taken aback, but immediately suppressed his excitement. It has been 20 years since he traveled to the world of One Piece, and he has not turned on the system for 20 years, so he is not in a hurry now. The most urgent task is to dispose of all the waste in front of us. Seeing that Karl beheaded Spandane, many ministers in the hall were stunned, their eyes glazed over, and their minds went blank. Killed? Really killed? What can we do now? Spandine is a high-ranking official of the world government, and has the protection of the celestial dragons. Kill him, and we'll all die. Run, run! This country can't stay anymore, we must escape from this country as soon as possible. Many ministers stared blankly at Spandine's body, with infinite fear in their hearts. After regaining consciousness, their first reaction was to run away. As Spandane said, if he was killed, the kingdom of Romangh would surely face a terrifying revenge. The world government will not let it go. What? Do you want to leave? Karl's cold gaze swept across the panicked ministers, and he said with a cold snort. Your Highness, your Royal Highness, you have caused great trouble. Kill Spandine, and the world government will definitely send troops. If you don't run now, why don't you stay and wait to die? With that said, all the ministers fled in despair. Seeing this, Karl just smiled indifferently, and then yelled. Come on! As soon as the words fell, countless soldiers rushed into the palace hall from outside and intercepted all the ministers. Looking at the sharp spears and the hideous muzzles, all the ministers were forced back to the hall. Prince Karl, what exactly do you want? Yeah, are you going to kill us all? Several ministers trembled and said. Karl looked at many ministers, and said coldly, as a subject of the Romanov kingdom, colluding with outsiders to persecute the king, damn it! When the country is in peril, instead of thinking about saving the country and the people, instead of coveting life and fearing death, trying to abandon the country and abscond, it is even more damning. Whether it is coercion or treason, you have committed an unforgivable capital crime. Badgers, do it, leave no one behind. Vihahaha, obey, your highness. A muscular man at the head of the soldiers laughed, rushed to the ministers and punched a minister's head off. At the same time, many soldiers also rushed forward, and carried out a merciless massacre against this group of ministers who were greedy for life and afraid of death. For a while, there were screams and wailing one after another, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a few minutes, all the ministers were killed, leaving no one alive. Badgers, you lead people to guard the palace, and no one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. Obey, your highness. With a big wave of his hand, Badgers led people to surround the palace. Not even a fly can get through. Karl traveled through the world of One Piece for 20 years, not only forging a powerful body, but also forging an army loyal to him. Badgers was met by Karl by chance 3 years ago. As a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, Badgers is very powerful in terms of strength and potential. Of course Karl would not let such a talent go, so he beat Badgers violently and subdued him with powerful force. Today, Badgers is the commander of Karl's army. As the commander of Romanov's strongest army, Badgers is also somewhat famous in the New World. After asking Badgers to seal off the palace, Karl discussed the follow-up matters with his father, Flender. Karl, I know you are very powerful, but if you kill Spandane rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. Flender said with a heavy voice. Yes, Prince Karl. Spandane is a high-ranking official of the world government, and has a good relationship with celestial dragons. Once news of his death spreads, the celestial dragons will not let it go. When the government of the world knows about this, they will definitely send troops to attack. While there is still a chance, Prince Karl should take someone away first. Beside King Flender, the 2 old ministers on the left and right also gave advice. There are more than 30 ministers in the kingdom of Romanov, but at a critical moment, all the ministers are greedy for life and afraid of death, and colluded with Spandane. Only these 2 old ministers stood by Flender's side and supported him all the time. Karl looked at his father, Flender, and shook his head slightly. Father, I will not run away. Spandane is too much of a bully, he deserves to die. With his narrow mind and despicable behavior, even if we pay the heavenly money today, he will still instigate the celestial dragons to deal with the kingdom of Romanov. We have no choice but to kill him. Yeah, this despicable villain, damn it. Flender slammed his fist heavily on the armrest, feeling a lot of resentment. As the head of a country, Flender also has a temper. When being persecuted by Spandane, he had murderous intentions in his heart several times, but he suppressed them forcibly. When he saw Karl beheading Spandane, he was also very happy. That's it, Karl, and it's all up to you. Flender looked at Karl and said, just let it go, no matter what the consequences are, the king will bear them with you. The worst outcome is death. Karl is Flender's only son and the most excellent heir in his mind. The throne will pass to Karl sooner or later. He's old, and the future of the Romanov kingdom still depends on Karl. Chapter 4. Don't worry, Father, I will not let the Romanov kingdom be destroyed, I will lead it to glory. Okay, I believe you. Flender patted Karl on the shoulder and returned to the harem with the support of 2 ministers. Although Friend is only 50 years old this year, his body is already failing. Flender's body has always been weak due to the onset of the hidden injuries left in his early years, coupled with serious illnesses. So since 3 years ago, Flender let Karl supervise the country. Fortunately, Karl did not disappoint him. He was tough and powerful, and he trained a powerful army. Internally, it can stabilize the hearts of the people and protect the people. Externally, it can deter neighboring countries and drive out the threat of pirates. The kingdom of Romanov became stronger and stronger under the leadership of Karl. Flender originally had the idea of abdicating, but after this incident, his determination to abdicate was further strengthened. An old and weak king can no longer lead the kingdom of Romanov, but a young and powerful king definitely can. Watching his father Flender leave, Karl sat on the throne and turned on the system in his mind. System, what function do you have? Returning to host, this system is a rebellion system, and all functions are to help host rebel and build an empire belonging to host. As long as the host completes the tasks issued by the system, he can get rewards. There are many kinds of rewards, including but not limited to various abilities, talents, technology, materials, and money. Only the host can't think of it, and no system can't do it. So, host, hurry up and rebel. Overthrow the rule of the world government and establish a new empire. The seductive electronic sound of the system echoed in Karl's mind, making Karl want to move. To be honest, Karl never thought of going against the world government before. Although he did not have a system when he traveled to the world of One Piece, the identity he obtained after crossing was very good. He is the prince of the kingdom of Romanov, and the only prince. He was favored by King Flender since he was a child. He works hard himself and has been exercising since he was a kid. Relying on his powerful talent, guidance from famous teachers, and the resources provided by the royal family, Karl has developed a strong body. Not only the physical skills are amazing, but also the cultivation level of armed color and observation haki is extremely high. Even in the new world where there are so many strong people, his strength can still be ranked at the top. Otherwise, he would not be able to lead the army to deter the New World pirates. You know, the pirates in New World are very ferocious, and some powerful pirate groups can easily destroy a country. But since Karl began to supervise the country 3 years ago, none of the pirates who attempted to plunder the kingdom of Romanov could leave alive. With such conditions, Karl certainly would not want to be a pirate. He is the only heir to the kingdom of Romanov, and he will surely inherit the throne in the future. Wouldn't it be happier to have 3 wives and 4 concubines and live a happy life? Who knows, when people sit at home, disasters come from heaven. He wants to be safe, but some garbage just doesn't want him to be happy. Shpanda was so deceitful that he dared to blackmail the entire Romanov kingdom just to satisfy his own selfish desires. 3 times the gold in the sky is basically driving the kingdom of Romanov to a dead end. As a member of the world's government, the kingdom of Romanov has to pay a huge amount of money from the sky every year. This amount of money is a very big burden on the kingdom of Romanov. If it is only doubled, the kingdom of Romanov can barely afford it. But 3 times, the kingdom of Romanov couldn't afford it at all. Even if it emptied all the royal family's treasury, it couldn't afford the money. The only way is to search from the common people of the kingdom. But that would empty the property of all civilians in the kingdom, and plunge the entire Romanov kingdom into a state of extreme poverty. Even 10 years may not be able to recover. And in another year, Romanov is bound to hand in a new round of heavenly money. At that time, the only way left for the kingdom of Romanov is to go bankrupt. In the end, the kingdom of Romanov will perish. The kingdom of Romanov will belong to Karl in the future, and Karl certainly won't just watch this happen. Rather than sit and wait for a slow death, turn the tables. So Carl made a move and killed Spandane, a greedy and despicable scum. If you don't want me to live, then you die first. The big deal is not to be a member of the world's government. As for the consequences, Carl had thought about it beforehand. Spandane is exaggerating, saying that killing him Marine will activate Buster Call. But that's impossible. Buster Call is Marine's most special military operation, and it is impossible for him to launch it for a mere official. Although Spandane has a good relationship with celestial dragons, he is only a common human after all, not celestial dragons. At most, the government of the world will issue a reward order to Carl to make him a criminal, and even Marine Admiral will not be dispatched. Carl can afford the consequences like that. To Carl's surprise, he killed Spandane, allowing him to turn on the system. And it's a rebel system. It's no wonder that Carl hasn't turned on the system for 20 years, because in the past 20 years, he has never killed any relevant personnel in the government. Look at the novice gift package first. With a thought in Carl's mind, an extra devil fruit appeared in his hand out of thin air. Devil fruit is red all over and has a weird shape. Unlike any fruit Carl knows, its surface is covered with spiral patterns. Traveling through the world of One Piece for 20 years, Carl got the devil fruit through his own hands from Duan Yat. It's just that he was unlucky, and the fruits he got didn't have any powerful abilities, so Carl never ate devil fruit. Chapter 5. Wanting to be the top devil fruit requires not only manpower, material and financial resources, but sometimes more depends on luck. If you are lucky, if you go for a walk, you can pick up the top devil fruit. If you are unlucky, even if you are a prince, you will not be able to find a good ability after spending 20 years. What kind of fruit is this? Although the system must give good things, Carl still wants to ask clearly first. Return to host, this is the radiation fruit. The system explained, the radiation fruit of Paramecia is the top-notch ability, developed to the limit and possessing the power to destroy the world. Radiant fruit. Hearing this name, Carl immediately thought of nuclear radiation. The power of the nuclear bomb was known to everyone in the previous life. A certain angry little boy destroyed a small island in a rage, killing tens of thousands of people in an instant. The nuclear radiation left over from the explosion caused hundreds of thousands of painful deaths. Host's thinking is correct. If the radiation fruit is developed to the limit, its power can be comparable to or even surpass that of a nuclear bomb, but it depends on the talent of the host. Moreover, the ability to radiate fruit is far more than that. Carl thought for a while, and instantly understood the meaning of the system. The essence of radiation refers to the phenomenon that part of the electromagnetic energy emitted by the field source breaks away from the field source and propagates far away, and then no longer returns to the field source. The energy spreads outward in the form of electromagnetic waves or particles. You don't have to read it if you don't understand it, as long as it's awesome. All objects in nature, as long as the temperature is above the absolute temperature of 0, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, will continuously transmit heat outward in the form of electromagnetic waves and particles, which is the so-called thermal radiation. In addition to thermal radiation, there are electrical radiation, magnetic radiation, light radiation, and even solar storms are also a kind of radiation. As long as you eat the radiation fruit, these powerful abilities can be developed. In just a split second, Carl already thought of the future development direction of the radiation fruit. It really is a good thing, you are really good at the system. Carl smiled slightly, opened his mouth and ate the radiation fruit. Bite down, the juice splashes, the mouth and teeth are fragrant, the taste is extremely sweet, it is not as unpalatable as it is said in the original book. The system seemed to know what Carl was thinking, and explained, the side effects of the radiation fruit have been eliminated. Not only is it not bad to eat, but it is delicious, and it will not be weakened by sea water and sea stone. In this regard, Carl can only say one thing, awesome. Hey? Here we come. About 3 minutes after eating the fruit, Carl felt a surge of power in his body. This power seems to be innate, and he can use it naturally. This is the power of radiation fruit. Carl raised his palm, and a flame appeared out of nowhere in his palm, and then the flame turned into lightning, which then produced magnetic force out of nowhere. The instant the magnetic force erupted, all the metal in the palace hall was attracted, suspended in the air, and allowed to be manipulated by Carl. This is magnetic radiation, and its effect is similar to Kid's ability to freely manipulate all metal objects. The magnetic radiation is powerful, and it still feels easy to control so many metals. Carl manipulated all the metals in the palace hall to suspend in the air without feeling any difficulty, just like picking up a teacup with his hands. It should be related to my own strength. Even without the ability of devil fruit, Carl's own strength is among the top in the world, and his physical strength is extremely huge. The use of devil fruit consumes stamina, and Carl itself has huge stamina. On this basis, the ability to develop devil fruit is naturally more effective. Try another ability. Carl left the palace hall and came to the palace training ground. This is where Carl usually trains. All training equipment and targets are made of steel, which is very hard and durable. Carl raised his palm, and a hot ray shot out from his palm, hitting a steel target on the training ground. With a loud bang, the steel target exploded directly, and together with the ground around the target, a large hole with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters was blasted out. This time Carl used thermal radiation. The powerful and hot radiation forms laser rays, which can easily melt steel and is several times more powerful than the explosion of a cannonball. And this time Carl didn't use his full strength at all. If he used the thermal radiation with all his strength, he could easily destroy a warship with one blow. Try the electric radiation again. Carl mobilized the power of the radiant fruit, and many electric lights burst out of the palm of his hand. With a lift of the palm, the electric light turned into lightning and shot out, and another steel target exploded in front of it. And depending on the situation, the power of electrical radiation is stronger than thermal radiation. Finally, try light radiation. Carl raised his hand and pointed, and the fingertips began to glow and heat up. With a bang, a laser bomb was fired. The laser bomb was extremely fast, and instantly hit a steel target in front of it. The steel target exploded, directly forming a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The powerful shock wave generated by the explosive charge formed an invisible air wave, blowing many equipment on the training ground upside down. Even the steel walls around the training ground were cracked by the shock wave. Excellent, this is just another sparkling fruit. Carl's light radiation is stronger than heat and electricity, similar to Admiral Kizura's sparkling fruit. After all, light is also a kind of radiation. With the radiation fruit, my strength has increased several times, even if it is Marine Admiral, I am not afraid. Carl was very satisfied. Moreover, the thermal radiation, magnetic radiation, electric radiation, and optical radiation developed so far are not the limit of Carl's ability. With the development of the radiation fruit, more powerful abilities will gradually be revealed. Chapter 6. System, what is my current task? Carl turned on the system and asked. Ding, please start the rebellion immediately, host. Task 1. To fight against the outside world, we must first secure the inside. It is detected that the 6 major families of the Romangh kingdom have disobedience to the host, and the host is requested to send troops to destroy it immediately, and completely control the entire kingdom. Mission reward, armament Haki is released. Task 2, Rebellion Declaration. It is detected that there are celestial dragons in the kingdom of Romangh. Celestial dragons are world nobles and the ultimate target of host's rebellion. Ask the host to slay at least 1 celestial dragons to take the first step in rebellion. Quest reward, Primary Conqueror's Haki. This reward is really rich enough. After years of practice, Carl has already mastered the armed color and observation Haki, and the level is not low. Armament haki can even cover and harden the whole body, and its density is far beyond that of ordinary people. But armament haki's external release and internal destruction can't do it yet. It's not that Karl's haki can't meet the requirements, but that he can't find a good teacher to teach him. Both of these are higher level usage methods of armament haki, which can fully release the power of armament haki. There are not many people in the world who can master these two skills. Marine 3 Admiral and 4 Emperors all possess this kind of power, so they can be called the world's highest combat power. After learning armament haki, Karl has the capital to compete with these monsters. As for Conqueror's haki, it is the only haki that Karl has not awakened. Conqueror's haki is a person's innate power, and only one person in a million will awaken it. It is also called the qualification of a king, and it cannot be acquired through acquisition. Karl was born without it, so he couldn't learn it the day after tomorrow. Now through the system, Karl has a chance to get Conqueror's haki. It's just that this task is very dangerous. If one is not careful, the entire Romangh kingdom may be destroyed. Killing Spandine is not the same as killing celestial dragons. Karl will be rewarded by Marine for killing Spandine at most, and he can bear the consequences. But killing celestial dragons is different. Kill the celestial dragons and the world government will be furious. When the time comes, Marine Admiral will personally lead the buster call to destroy the entire Romangh kingdom. If you are not careful, the entire kingdom will be wiped out and completely disappeared from this world. As expected of a rebel system, the system really lives up to its name. Karl sneered, and then his eyes focused, and a sternness flashed in his eyes. If people are not ruthless, they will not stand firm, and if they rebel, they will rebel. After thinking for a moment, Karl has made up his mind. Now that the system has been turned on, of course Karl can't let it go. A more powerful force is right in front of you, how can you be timid? Celestial dragons, it's not impossible to kill. But before killing the celestial dragons, we need to get rid of those scum first. Karl looked up to the outside of the palace hall, his eyes flickered with a murderous look. A super-large warship is docked at the port of Romangh Kingdom. This is the highest specification warship in Marine, larger than many tall buildings, and can accommodate up to 1,000 Marine soldiers. This warship is the car of Celestial Dragons Charles Ross, and the deck is full of CP agents and Marine soldiers as guards. CP agents and Marine soldiers watched all directions, listened to all directions, and paid attention to every move around them. Any troubles, they will be noticed in advance. Celestial Dragons Charles Ross was sitting on a luxurious sofa, hugging several stunning beauties on the left and right, and a dog lay on the expensive carpet under his feet. The dog, like him, also wears a bubble helmet. Suddenly, the dog ran to the foot of a soldier next to him and urinating all over the soldier. But the soldier didn't dare to move, letting the dog pee on him. Celestial dragons have too much power, and in their eyes, a pet dog has a much higher status than a human being. Marine soldiers are worse than dogs in the eyes of celestial dragons. Once the Marine soldier dares to dodge, he will anger Celestial Dragons Charles Ross, and he will be killed in the next second. Seeing his pet dog PS on the Marine soldier, Charles Ross thought it was funny, and he clapped his hands and laughed. Of course, many Marine soldiers blushed with anger, but they dared not speak out. As for the CP agents, they were expressionless, like a group of robots without emotion. Hey, where's Spandine? Where's Spandine? I'm a little bored. Find something new for me. Charles Ross yelled while hugging the beautiful woman in his arms. Go back to St. Char Ross, Lord Spandine is going to find a new beauty for St. Char Ross. If you are really bored, how about watching a duel? A CP agent bowed and said. Oh? A duel? What duel? Charles Ross Saint was slightly interested. The CP agent said, didn't Charles Ross buy a Murloc slave last time? We can lock him with the shark and watch them duel in the water. Oh? It sounds interesting, so hurry up and get ready. Also, leave these women behind as well. I want to watch them duel with murlocs and sharks. It will definitely be more interesting. As he spoke, Charles Ross pushed the two blonde beauties out of his arms. Hearing that they were going to be thrown into the water to fight the shark, the two women were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they knelt down and begged for mercy. St. Charles Ross, please have mercy on us for once. Yes, we can still serve St. Charles Ross. We will make you happy. Chapter 7. Two women stepped forward, trying to grab Charles Ross. But in the next second, they were dragged away by the ruthless CP agent. No matter how much they yelled for mercy, Charles Ross never looked at them again. In the eyes of Charles Ross, these two women are two playthings. You can throw it away when you have played enough. It was their honor to be able to provide him with a little more fun at the end. ACP agent opened the deck of the warship to reveal a large swimming pool with a dozen sharks swimming in it. Then, two CP agents came up with a murloc with a bomb tied around his neck. He uncuffed the murloc's handcuffs and ankles, and pushed the murloc into the swimming pool. At the same time, another CP agent also pushed the two women into the swimming pool. A dozen sharks had been hungry for several days. Seeing the murloc and the woman fall into the water, they rushed up and began to bite. Murlocs have the power to fight sharks, but not women. I could only run away and scream. But soon, the two women were caught up by the shark. Accompanied by a desperate and heart-piercing scream, a large amount of blood floated on the surface of the swimming pool, and the two women were swallowed by the shark. Celestial Dragons Char Ross saw this scene and applauded happily. Interesting, it's really interesting. I must play this game several times. Hey, you guys, when you go back to Sabayati Archipelago, you must remind me to buy more murloc slaves. When I get back to the Holy Land, I will play this game with my father. Ha 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 ha. Charles Ross's piercing laughter echoed around, and the two women in his arms were so frightened that their faces were pale and bloodless, and their delicate bodies were trembling. The Marine soldiers around couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene, and turned their heads away, daring not to look at it again. They have already seen the cruelty of celestial dragons. But it was the first time they had seen something as bloody and brutal as today. Treating human life as a game for fun, even the cruelest pirate may not be able to do it. Even if he could do it, he couldn't laugh like Charles Ross, as if he saw a fun toy. It can only be said that the cruelty of celestial dragons far exceeds the imagination of these Marine soldiers. On the other side, Carl walked out of the palace hall, and Badgers, who was guarding outside the palace, walked up immediately. Your Highness, what are your orders? Carl ordered with a solemn expression, send troops to bloodbath the 6 major families, leaving no one behind. Obey. After receiving Carl's order, Badgers smiled ferociously and left with a group of people. Carl, on the other hand, took the other half of the army in the other direction. The so-called 6 major families are the 6 aristocratic families ranked below the royal family of the Romanov king. Excluding the royal family, the kingdom of Romanov is the most powerful among the 6 nobles. The more than 30 ministers that Carl beheaded before all came from the 6 major families. They are either house owners or elders. Since Carl killed the heads and elders of the 6 major families, he naturally wanted to clean up the rest. Cutting the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Carl's consistent style of doing things is to leave no trouble behind. On the way, Carl took out his phone bug and contacted several people separately. The same order was issued, the weeding operation begins. When Carl's order was issued, a rebellion broke out within the 6 major families at the same time. The peripheral members of the 6 major families, at the same time leading their dead soldiers, began to massacre the members of the 6 major families. The 6 major families usually recruit some powerful and potential foreigners to work for the family, and over time, these people form a huge peripheral member. Although these peripheral members can also sit in high-level positions, they will never be able to become the core. After all, they are not members of the noble family. And Karl had already planted spies inside the 6 major families in this way, in order to get rid of the 6 major families one day. As a time traveler, Karl was deeply influenced by history, so he could naturally see that the 6 major families were blood-sucking moths lying on the Romangh kingdom. As the future king, it is natural to prepare early. Years of planning finally came into play today. The patriarchs and elders of the 6 major families were almost killed by Karl. At this time, a rebellion broke out, and the 6 major families had no leader, and soon fell into chaos. A large number of members of the noble family were massacred, and people died every minute. When Karl came to the Oliphant family, he only saw dead bodies everywhere. "Prince, it is His Royal Highness, Prince Karl has come to rescue us. It's His Royal Highness. Your Highness, kill them, they are rebels." An elder of the Oliphant clan saw Karl coming, thinking he was coming to rescue him, and was ecstatic. However, in the next second, his head flew into the sky, and the happy smile remained on his face. Why? His Royal Highness Prince. Why did you kill him? Another member of the Oliphant family watched Karl kill their elder with a look of disbelief and couldn't help muttering to himself. Then the next second, his heart was pierced by a sharp sword. He was killed by a deadpan man in a black suit who looked like a mafia. He nodded to Karl, and began slaughtering the Oliphants themselves. If you look carefully, you will find that there are many people like him, and all of these people have a red dragon mark on their bodies. Chapter 8. These red dragon marks are either tattooed on the clothes, or on the pants, or directly on the arms, and so on. But as long as there is a red dragon mark, they are all Karl's people. When these spies launched the rebellion, they did not expect that there were so many spy companions in the Oliphant family. They rebelled at the same time, and the Oliphant family had little power to fight back. "Kill, anyone who does not have the red dragon mark on their body will be killed without mercy, and no one will be left behind," Karl ordered in a deep voice. "Obey." The soldiers behind obeyed the order, rushed directly into the castle of the Oliphant family, and started the massacre. The people of the Oliphant family were already on the verge of collapse, but now that they have joined the army, they are even more collapsed. In just half an hour, the members of the Oliphant family were slaughtered. Later, Karl took the army to other families. The situation of these families is almost the same. In this way, in just half a day, Karl bloodbathed the 6 major families. Many residents of the Romangh kingdom's capital hadn't even realized what happened, and the massacre was over. When it was evening, Karl stood on the ruins of the Romangh family, surrounded by corpses. Armies and spies are sweeping the field, looting the treasures that the Romangh family has amassed over the years. Ding! It's detected that the host bloodbathed the 6 major families, completed the task of removing the outside world first, and getting inside the house first, and got the reward. Armament Haki is released outside. The electronic sound fell, and a powerful energy poured into Karl's body, and instantly traveled all over his body. In just a split second, Karl learned to play Armament Haki. There is no sense of disobedience when using it, and it can exert its greatest power, as if it has been practiced for many years. Armament Haki is released, which is to gather the armed colors on the hands or weapons and release them, which can directly evolve into substantial attack or defense power. It can send out a powerful shock wave to fly away the enemy, and can also form a protective wall, which can even defend against invisible attacks. In Summit War, Marine Admiral used Armament Haki to condense an invisible wall to block Whitebeard's shock wave. With this strength, Karl is more confident about what to do next. At this moment, Badgers hurried over with a group of soldiers, and Karl heard his trademark laughter before they arrived. "Vhahaha, Your Highness Karl, everyone has been resolved. Well done, order to go down and transport all the treasures of the 6 major families to the palace." "Understood, I have already given the order, and no one dares to reach out to hide corruption halfway." Badger said with a smile. Carl nodded slightly. I don't worry about your work. After the matter is over, you lead people to guard the palace. No matter what noise you hear tonight, don't step out of the palace. After speaking, Carl looked towards the port, where a warship was clearly visible. The 6 major families have been wiped out, and there is no power in the kingdom of Romangh to hinder him. It is time to start the cause of rebellion. Your Highness Carl, do you want me to help you? I can help you. Badger seemed to have guessed what Carl was about to do, and put away the smile on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, his arm muscles tensed, and his veins bulged. Armament haki surged up to cover his fists, and then slowly dissipated. Under Carl's teaching, Badgers naturally also learned the color of knowledge and armament haki, and the level is not low. Although it is not yet possible to harden the whole body armament haki, the power of partial hardening is not trivial. The General Marine Rear Admiral is not his opponent at all, only the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral can match him. Carl shook his head and said, no need, the goal is bigger if there are more people, and I'm enough alone. Celestial Dragons Carl, the guard next to Ross, has long understood. Perhaps Char Ross thought that no one would dare to attack Celestial Dragons, so the guards around him were not very strong. There are only more than 30 CP agents and more than 200 Marine soldiers. Those 200 or so Marine soldiers are trash, with very low combat effectiveness. The combat power of more than 30 CP agents is not bad. But in Carl's eyes, it is no different from miscellaneous fish. At night, the capital is still brightly lit. Looking down from a high altitude, the capital of the kingdom is like a starry sky, with countless stars shining brightly. The warships docked in the port are also brightly lit, and Celestial Dragon's Char Ross is still having fun. During the day, he watched the bloody duel between Murlocs, sharks, and common humans. In that duel, the Murlocs won the final victory. But the victory brought him no reward, and the Murloc was soon killed in the next duel. Charles Ross has become obsessed with this bloody duel game, and now he is watching the bloody fight between 2 pirates. Kill him quickly. Right, that is it. Ha 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 ha, interesting, so interesting. By the way, hasn't Spandane come back yet? How did he do it? Charles Ross watched the pirates fighting in front of him with great interest, while asking the CP agent behind him. Even if Spandane had done a good job before, he was very satisfied. But this omission made Charles Ross feel a little angry. Chapter 9. As Celestial Dragons, when angry someone has to die. Charles Ross had previously executed 2 of Spandane's CP agents, and the bodies had been thrown into the sea to be fed to the sharks. If Spandane hadn't found the fun that satisfied him this time, Char Ross would have executed Spandane without hesitation. Spandane has always thought that he is a celebrity around Charles Ross, has privileges, and is different from those humble humans. But in fact, in the eyes of Charles Ross, he is no different from the common people. Can entertain him, he can keep Spandane. If it didn't work, Char Ross would kill him like a dog. The CP agent responded respectfully, Lord Spandane has gone to the Romangh Palace, maybe he is preparing some surprise for St. Charles Ross, and he will definitely be back soon. Please be patient, Charles Ross. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll give him some more time. If there are no surprises, let Spandane fight the pirates. There is also the king and subjects of the Romangh kingdom. It will be more fun to fight them together. Thinking of the scene of millions of subjects fighting together in the whole country, Charles Ross is eager to try. The CP agent behind him was a little speechless. Celestial dragons are the only people in the world who can come up with such outrageous ideas. Of course, this CP agent didn't dare to speak out his true thoughts, he was courting death. But to Spandane, his resentment was not small. That idiot Spandane won't be dazzled by the money and women in the palace, will he? If I get punished because of you, Lao Zi will definitely kill you. This CP agent is the deputy captain of the guard this time. Of course he knows that Spandane went to the palace to blackmail the king. In fact, these Secret Service subordinates were not convinced by the idiot chief like Spandane. After all, Spandane's strength is very weak. A waste who is so weak that he is not even as good as the bottom marine soldier, unexpectedly became their immediate boss. Then what are these powerful agents who have cultivated since childhood? Unconvinced is certain. It's just because of the orders of the world government that they had to obey Spandane's orders. If they could, they would have wanted to beat Spandane up. The brutal killing game on the warship continued, and none of the CP agents and marine soldiers on guard noticed that Carl had quietly appeared on the sea outside the warship. The great cause of rebellion starts here. Carl stepped on a long sword, borrowed the magnetic force to levitate the sword and flew into the sky. When he came to the sky above the warship, Carl crossed his hands, and the palms radiated dazzling light. Radiation of light 8-foot Kyanguyu. Countless dazzling flash bombs shot out from Carl's palm, hitting the warship below like a torrential rain. The CP agent behind Charles Ross immediately spotted the flash bomb in the sky above his head, hissed in horror and roared, "Enemy attack, enemy!" The moment the sound sounded, they were overwhelmed by countless laser bombs. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded in the night sky, and the entire warship instantly turned into a huge fireball. Celestial Dragons Charles Ross, CP agents, and more than 200 marine soldiers on the warship were instantly wiped out, leaving no bones left. Countless residents of the port of the Romangh kingdom, small towns, and the capital in the distance heard the loud explosion from afar, and they all went to the windows or walked out of their homes to watch. They all saw a huge fireball appearing in the direction of the port, like the sun in the dark night. The strong shock wave rolled up the violent wind and waves, sweeping all directions, and the aftermath lingered for a long time. Hey, isn't that the port? What exploded? It's not a marine, is it? No. Impossible, that is the warship of Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons is on board. The Celestial Dragons have been attacked. How is it possible? How could anyone in the world dare to take a shot at Celestial Dragons? It's not good, the kingdom of Romangh is in danger. The Celestial Dragons are attacked here, Marine will definitely not let it go, and we may also be implicated. No, it's none of our business. Who cares about you? Let's run, this country can't stay anymore. Countless residents packed up their things and fled to sea overnight, and the kingdom of Romangh was instantly enveloped in panic. In the dark corners of the kingdom, there are still some people who are not civilians. They looked at the flaming warship in the distance, and their eyes were either gloating, relieved their hatred, laughed heartily, remained silent, or trembled with excitement. They are pirates, outlaws of the dark world, spies of the Revolutionary Army, and newspaper staff. They are all people who happen to be staying in the kingdom of Romangh. No one expected that they would witness the killing of Celestial Dragons tonight. It's interesting, no matter who is the one who makes the shot, he will definitely shake the whole world tonight. In a dark corner, a man covered in a black cloak turned and left. There are also pirates, the people of the dark forces spread what they see. At this moment, the kingdom of Romangh became the center of the world's information explosion, shaking the whole world. In the sky, Carl stood guarding his sword, and a crisp electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding! It's detected that host kills Celestial Dragons Char Ross, completes the mission of the Rebellion Declaration, and gets the reward, Primary Conqueror's Haki. The electronic sound fell, and a powerful force appeared in Carl's body out of thin air. Chapter 10. This power seems to have been lurking deep in Carl's body, and it was finally discovered at this moment. The moment it appeared, Carl knew how to use it automatically and had perfect control. Primary Conqueror's Haki is not very powerful. It can only be said that Carl can freely manipulate it with his own ideas. Can stun weaklings with Conqueror's Haki, but Carl can't guarantee against fratricide. As long as it is within the range of the Conqueror's haki impact, it will be impacted. Okay, kill a celestial dragon's trash, get primary Conqueror's haki, I've made a fortune. Carl was quite satisfied. Killing a celestial dragons who are not even as strong as a dog can get the primary Conqueror's haki, which is a good deal no matter what. It's just that what Carl will have to face in the future will be the wrath of the world government and Marine. Very serious consequences. Yu Jian flew back to the palace. Carl looked at the raging fire in the port. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, but calm as water. Next, it's up to Marine's actions. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Here is the Naval Headquarters base, together with Nice Lobby and Impel Down. It is called the world's 3 major fortresses, and it can be called unbreakable. Marine Ford in the dark night is located in the sea, and under the outline of the night, it looks like a giant beast in the abyss, as if it can swallow everything. A series of flashing lights shot back and forth in the headquarters. Even in the dark night, the intruders could be detected at the first time, and then destroyed in an instant. For pirates, this is the most dangerous place in the world, a forbidden area of death that cannot be taken a step closer. In a room in the Naval Headquarters building, Marshal Sengoku has just laid down to rest after a long day at work. However, the phone bug suddenly rang out a rapid scream, which was the highest emergency signal. Only the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, can send this signal. Sengoku didn't dare to neglect, and quickly picked up the phone to connect. Before Sengoku could speak, the 5 elders roared angrily. Sengoku, how did you become a Marine Marshal? Are you Marines a bunch of idiots? The government of the world allocates so much military expenditure to Marine every year, does it raise a group of idiots? Just now, Celestial Dragon's Char Ross was killed in the kingdom of Romangh in New World. How many years? Since the end of the Valley of the Gods War over 30 years ago, how many years have there been no deaths of celestial dragons? This is a provocation to the government of the world and a declaration of war. As Marines, it is your duty to protect the celestial dragons. Now that the celestial dragons are killed, you Marines are guilty of dereliction of duty. Sengoku, if you can't give us a satisfactory answer on this matter, don't be a Marine Marshal, go to Impel Down to see the gate. After finishing speaking angrily, 5 elders on the opposite side directly hung up the phone bug. From the beginning to the end, Sengoku didn't have a chance to speak. Sengoku's head was buzzing, his mind went blank, and the roar of the 5 elders echoed in his ears. He doesn't care about being scolded for no reason now, he only knows that things are serious. The celestial dragons were actually killed. As 5 elders said, since the end of the Valley of the Gods War, there has never been an attack on the celestial dragons in the past 30 years. Not to mention death, even if there was no injury. Which BD did the good thing? Come on, come on! Sengoku got up from the bed cursing and shouted to his adjutant. Is it easy for him as an old man? I can finally sleep after a hard day. Who knew that within a few minutes of going to bed, he was woken up by 5 elders and scolded. Celestial dragons like to go out and roam, what's the matter with him? There are so many celestial dragons running around the world, how could he, a Marine Marshal, pay attention to all of them? Isn't he the babysitter of the celestial dragons? If you look for him every time something happens, he, the Marine Marshal, might as well go to Impel Down to watch the gate. Sengoku's adjutant pushed the door in, and was interrupted by Sengoku just as he was about to ask. Hurry up and notify Kizaru and Aokiji, as well as Crane Vice Admiral and Garp, in short, all the Vice Admirals that can be notified, let them all gather in the conference room. Obey. Seeing Sengoku's serious demeanor, the adjutant knew that something terrible had happened, and he didn't dare to delay for a moment, so he hurried down to deliver the order. The peaceful naval headquarters was broken by the noise. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Marine Vice Admiral were pulled out of bed by their adjutants. They are doomed to sleepless tonight. Ah la la la, what happened? It's really troublesome to have a meeting in the middle of the night. Admiral Aokiji walked down the corridor sleepily, yawning as he walked. His eyes were still almost closed, leaving only an invisible gap. It makes people suspect that he will fall asleep in the next second. On the other side, the same goes for Admiral Kizaru. Yawning as he walked, half of his consciousness was still silent in a dream. Seeing that Kizaru was walking slowly, his adjutant couldn't help urging, "Kizaru Admiral, please hurry up, Your Excellency the Marshal is calling urgently this time, something serious must have happened." Kizaru yawned, and said sleepily, "It's really calling people at night." Chapter 11. It's time for off-duty now. Mr. Sengoku should pay overtime if I call my husband now. The old man doesn't need overtime pay, as long as he gives me a few days off. The adjutant couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency Admiral, what are you talking about?" "Well, don't be so strict, the old man knows." While talking, Kizaru walked to a corner, and a tall figure came in front of him. It was the marine hero Garp. It's just that Garp is even more exaggerated than Kizaru. Kizaru was yawning at best, already waking up. But Garp didn't. Although he was walking, his eyes were closed tightly, and he raised his head to the ceiling. A snot bubble rose and fell with his snoring. He still hasn't woken up. Neither Admiral Kizaru nor his lieutenants were accustomed to seeing Garp walking while asleep. What is it to be able to walk while asleep? They have seen Garp eating and fighting while asleep. Now this is nothing more than seeing the big picture. But in just half an hour, the Marine meeting room was full of people. All the senior officials guarding Naval Headquarters are here. One by one, the Marine Vice Admirals whispered to each other, discussing in low voices what happened tonight. Actually, let Sengoku summon all Marine executives late at night. Could it be that the four Emperor's pirates rioted? A Marine Vice Admiral spoke his mind. For Sengoku to summon all Marine executives late at night, something big must have happened that would shake the entire world. Their first guess was that the four Emperor's pirates had rioted. Is the four Emperor's pirate group going to war with the headquarters? Humph, let's start the war, Marine won't be afraid of those scumbags. Just solve it together, and completely wipe out the evil in the sea. The Hawks, Marine Vice Admiral, were all fighting high, with murderous looks in their eyes. As the radicals within Marine, they are never afraid of war and are always ready to fight pirates to the death. Listening to the discussion around him, Kizaru raised his lips and looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Hey, Ms. Tsuru, do you know what happened? It's a bit scary to call all of us together at night and say we're going to go to war." "I want to know too, Ms. He." Admiral Aokiji also looked at Vice Admiral Crane. Crane is a member of the Marine staff and has a good relationship with Sengoku. Any major actions within Marine are usually discussed and formulated by Sengoku and Tsuru. To say that the information is well informed, apart from Marshal Sengoku in Marine, it belongs to Tsuru Vice Admiral. Facing the eyes of Kizaru and Aokiji, Tsuru Vice Admiral shook his head calmly, and said lightly, "I don't know what happened, I will know everything when Sengoku comes." As soon as the voice fell, Marshal Sengoku entered the conference room. Seeing Sengoku coming, all the talking Marines stopped discussing at the same time and sat upright. There was no sound in the meeting room, only the snoring of Vice Admiral Garp echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at Garp, who was still soundly asleep, Sengoku's face darkened, and he roared immediately. "Wake up, Garp, what's the occasion here? Is it a place for you to sleep?" With a pop, the snot bubble burst, and Garp awoke from his sleep. He blinked his eyes and realized later, "Ah, it's not good, I accidentally fell asleep." Looking at the angry Sengoku, Garp laughed heartlessly. Sorry, Sengoku, you keep talking, the old man won't sleep anymore." As he said that, he took out a bag of donuts out of nowhere and started eating snacks. "Eat when you wake up, sleep after eating." It's hard to imagine that such a person is actually a Marine hero, a terrifying figure whose strength surpasses that of Marine Admiral. Regarding Garp's behavior, Sengoku shook his head helplessly, sighed, walked to the high platform and sat down. Everyone, I have urgently summoned you tonight because a major event has happened in New World. According to the information I just received, an hour ago, Celestial Dragon St. Charles Ross was confirmed killed in the Romangh Kingdom in New World. Boom! Just as Sengoku finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. Celestial dragons killed? How many years has this happened? Crane Vice Admiral was the first to ask, is it an accident? Or? No, it wasn't an accident, it was murder. Sengoku said with a serious expression, the warship of St. Charles Ross is docked at the port of the Romangh Kingdom. It is impossible to encounter natural accidents, so the only possibility is murder. Before the death of St. Charles Ross, no distress message was sent back to the world government. St. Charles Ross, along with the CP agents who protected him, and more than 200 Marine soldiers lost contact at the same time. It is certain that they were all killed at the same time. From this point, we can judge that the murderer is very strong. Who the hell dare to kill celestial dragons? This is undoubtedly a declaration of war on the world government. Many Marine Vice Admirals looked dignified. They thought the incident was caused by the Four Emperors pirates, but they didn't expect the celestial dragons to be involved. This is worse than the Four Emperors pirates riot. How dare you kill the celestial dragons? Admiral Kizaru leaned back on the chair and said something lewd. Although he said it was scary, the expression on Kizaru's face calmed down instead. Involves celestial dragons being killed, though that could shake the world. But in the eyes of his salty fish admiral, it's really nothing. He's just a Marine Admiral on a 9-to-5 salary, and it's not his turn to worry about that kind of stuff. At most, they were sent to catch the murderer after finding out the murderer. Compared to fighting the Four Emperors pirate group, such a task is undoubtedly easier. Chapter 12. Admiral Aokiji was also very comfortable. After making sure that it was nothing important, he leaned back on the chair and wanted to take off the blindfold and continue to sleep. Sengoku gave him a hard look before giving up on his little trick. Compared with Kizaru Aokiji, Garp's behavior is much more blatant. After hearing that the celestial dragons were killed, he just picked his nose and snorted coldly, "It's best for such rubbish to die." "Shut up, Garp, don't say that again." Sengoku quickly stopped talking. The other Marine Vice Admirals lowered their heads as if they didn't hear what Garp said just now. Talking about celestial dragons behind their backs is an unforgivable capital crime. Switching to other Vice Admirals, just based on the sentence just now, is enough to be dismissed from office and put in impel down. But Garp is different. He is a Marine hero with great achievements in battle, and his prestige in Marine is too high. Even the government of the world will not do anything to Garp because of this crime. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said, "It has been an hour since the incident happened, because no useful information has been sent back, so we still don't know anything about the identity of the murderer. We wouldn't even know he was dead if the world authorities hadn't discovered that Char Ross' life card had been burned to ashes. The order of the world government is for us to find out the ins and outs of this incident and bring the murderer to justice. Without any information, how do you search without thinking? Isn't this looking for a needle in a haystack? Yeah, there are no useful clues." Several Marine Vice Admirals shook their heads again and again, with helpless expressions on their faces. Didn't it say that St. Charles Ross was killed in the Kingdom of Romangh? They should know something. Crane Vice Admiral spoke. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many Marine Vice Admirals brightened. That's right. The Kingdom of Romangh is the country responsible for hosting celestial dragons this time. Celestial dragons were killed this time. They must take responsibility. Maybe the murderer is someone from Romangh Kingdom. Even if they don't, they must know something. The failure to protect the celestial dragons led to the killing of the celestial dragons. The crime of the Romangh kingdom is also not small. Your Excellency, Marshal, don't you need to send troops to attack the kingdom of Romangh? A Hawk, Marine Vice Admiral, looked at Sengoku with a cold look in his eyes and a murderous look. Sengoku was silent for a moment, and said, "The suspicion of the Romangh kingdom is indeed not small. The Marine Intelligence Department has found out that during the stay of the celestial dragons in the Romangh kingdom, the government official Spandane had many times with Romangh. The royal family clashed." Spandane. Hearing this name, many Marine Vice Admirals frowned slightly, showing a look of disgust. Even Admiral Aokiji is the same. Apparently, they'd all heard of Spandane. But all they heard was notoriety. Relying on the backing of celestial dragons, Spanda has repeatedly asked for bribes from various world official government countries. The kings of various countries have reported to the world government, but in the end they all disappeared. Coupled with Spanda's greed for life and fear of death, as well as his despicable and shameless character, all Marines despise him. I knew a long time ago that scumbag would cause big trouble sooner or later. But wouldn't it be too far-fetched to kill celestial dragons just because of a Spandane? Killing Spandanes is most wanted by Marines, but killing celestial dragons is different. This is simply courting death. In the eyes of many Marine executives, the Romangh royal family should not be so irrational. No matter what, suspicion is enough. Sengoku said coldly, "The world government has issued an order requiring us to arrest all the royal families and nobles of the Romangh kingdom and bring them back for interrogation. I've sent Akynu there." Sakazuki Admiral. Everyone was shocked. Do you need to send Admiral to capture the royal family of a kingdom? The Hawk's Marine Vice Admiral feel a bit overkill. Don't underestimate the kingdom of Romangh. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said, "Since Prince Karl Schuster began to oversee the kingdom, the Romangh kingdom has grown in strength day by day." While Sengoku was speaking, his personal adjutant projected photos and information of the royal family members of the Romangh kingdom on the screen. Sengoku pointed to Karl's photo and said, "He is Karl Hurst, the prince of the Romangh kingdom. After Marine's investigation, this prince is very powerful, Grandmaster Two-Color Haki, who once personally killed a pirate with a bounty of more than 800 million. Under the protection of him and the Red Dragon Legion formed by him, none of the pirates who attempted to loot the kingdom of Romangh could leave alive. If the killing of celestial dragons was really done by the kingdom of Romangh, his suspicion is undoubtedly the biggest. Karl Schuster, it turned out to be him. I've heard his name. No wonder." Seeing Karl's photo and name, many Marine Vice Admirals remembered the rumors about Karl. They have all heard of Karl's name more or less. Vice Admiral Garp looked at Karl's photo, and his eyes flickered. It suddenly occurred to him that he had thought about inviting Karl to join the Marine a few years ago. After all, Marine is also very short of such good seedlings with clean fortune and unlimited potential. If it's him, the ordinary Marine Vice Admiral is really no match for him. Too young, he is only 20 years old this year. He has such strength at such a young age. His potential has not been fully developed, and his strength should still be growing rapidly. Harmful elements like this must be eliminated as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Harmful elements like this must be eliminated as soon as possible. Many Hawks Marine Vice Admiral stared at Karl's photo, with a cold murderous intent flashing in their eyes. It is their usual practice to cut the grass and root out the harmful elements before they have fully grown up. Only in this way can we ensure that there will be no major enemies in the future. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Although the Romangh kingdom is the most suspected, other forces cannot completely rule out the suspicion. A person who can kill more than 30 senior agents and more than 200 elite Marine soldiers in an instant must be very powerful. It is impossible for such a person to be an unknown person, and it is more likely to be from the Four Emperors' pirates. If it is the Four Emperors' forces, it is not surprising that they are so daring to attack the celestial dragons. All the powerful pirates who recently appeared in the waters surrounding the kingdom of Romangh, as well as the movements of members of the Four Emperors pirate group, must be thoroughly investigated, and any clues must not be let go. You are in charge of the intelligence department, and you are in charge of this matter. Yes, I understand. Crane Vice Admiral nodded slightly. That's right, A&D. Sengoku wanted to continue, when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. An intelligence agent broke in a panic and delivered a copy of the information to Sengoku. Your Excellency Marshal, the intelligence department has just received some photos, which may be related to the killing of celestial dragons. What? Surprised, Sengoku quickly took the intelligence document bag and took out the photos inside. He only glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly widened. There was a dead silence in the meeting room, and there was no sound. The eyes of all Marine executives are all focused on the photos in Sengoku's hands, wanting to know what key pictures were captured. Call. There were dozens of photos in total. After reading all of them, Sengoku let out a long breath and threw the photos to Tsuru Vice Admiral, Admiral Aokiji, and Admiral Kizaru. You guys should take a look too. The three of them were confused and picked up the photo at the same time. In the next second, the expressions of the three of them also froze instantly, exactly the same as the previous Sengoku. Hey, can't you? A drop of sweat dripped from Aokiji's forehead. Kizaru looked at the photo with an extremely exaggerated expression, his lips curled up, as obscene as he could be. This is really terrible? Is the old man dazzled? Crane Vice Admiral said calmly, you don't have eyesight, and I see the same thing. The conversation between the three made the curiosity of many Marine Vice Admirals peak. Sengoku looked at the intelligence officer and asked, where did these photos come from? Who sent them? The intelligence officer swallowed and said, these photos were all sent through the Marine Public Signal Channel, and we don't know who the other party is. Our people contacted the other party at the first time, but the other party did not accept the call application and has lost contact now. Marine Public Signal Channel is a channel open to the whole world by Naval Headquarters. Through this channel, anyone can send information they think is useful to Naval Headquarters. Once Naval Headquarters confirms that the information is useful, it will issue rewards to those who send the information. It is through this channel that Marine can see all directions, hear all directions, and know every move around the world. After all, anyone who is greedy for rewards can become a potential spy for Marine. Don't want to reveal your identity. A dark cloud appeared on Sengoku's face. These photos related to the killing of celestial dragons are key evidence and very useful. Naval Headquarters will issue a large reward for this. The amount is at least more than 10 million Baileys, which is enough for a common to live a lifetime of drinking and drinking. But judging by the attitude of the other party, it is obviously not for money. In this way, the purpose of the person who sent the photo is very doubtful. After thinking about it, Sengoku couldn't figure out the other party's purpose, so he could only temporarily suppress the doubt in his heart. Sengoku then projects all the photos onto the screen via a projection phone bug. When seeing the photo of the flash bombs all over the sky, all Marines exclaimed unconsciously. Hey, am I right? Isn't this Kizaru Admiral's special skill? A Marine Vice Admiral whispered to a nearby colleague. How would I know? The colleague rolled his eyes and said. Admiral Aokiji looked at the close-up photo of the flashbang, then looked at Kizaru, and couldn't help sighing, if I didn't know that you have been staying in Naval Headquarters, even I would suspect that the murderer was you. Oh, what a terrible suspicion. Kizaru opened his mouth wide and said, however, the old man can't carry such a big scapegoat. Looking at the flash bombs all over the sky, even Kizaru thought he saw himself, let alone others. After all, there is only one sparkling fruit in the world, and there has never been a similar ability to sparkling fruit so far. It can be said that the moves in the photo are exclusive to Kizaru, and only he can do them in the whole world. If he hadn't been Admiral of Headquarters and had been staying in Naval Headquarters, he might be under house arrest by now. This incident involves celestial dragons, and any suspects need to be investigated and resolved. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. In order to maintain the nobility of the celestial dragons and the face of the world government, even if it is wrong to kill millions of people, the world government will do it without hesitation. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said, "Of course Kizaru can't be the murderer, that is to say, the murderer also got the ability similar to sparkling fruit. In this way, the scope of investigation is greatly reduced. Pass my order, everyone in Naval Headquarters, all departments must be dispatched, we must find out the murderer in the shortest possible time, and bring him to justice." Chapter 14. Pass my order, everyone in Naval Headquarters, all departments must be dispatched, we must find out the murderer in the shortest possible time, and bring him to justice. Yes, obey. All the Marine Vice Admirals in the conference room stood up and responded with one voice. Rumble. Just at this time, a thunder sounded in the sky. The light of lightning flashed across the window and passed through the eyes of all the Marine executives. Afterwards, heavy rain poured down, and billowing dark clouds enveloped the sky for thousands of miles. It's really troublesome. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help sighing as he watched the pouring rain outside the window. The holy land of Marie Joyce, the city of Pangu, among the powers. The 5 elders, the highest authority of the world's government, gather here. 3 were sitting on the sofa, 1 was standing next to the sofa, and 1 was standing by the window looking out. As the most powerful person in the world's government, below I'm, there are very few things that can make the 5 elders angry. Even the destruction of a country can't move their hearts in the slightest. But this time, the 5 elders were really furious. As descendants of gods, celestial dragons are symbols of power in the world's government. Killing the celestial dragons represents a challenge to the rule of the world government, which is absolutely intolerable to them. Curly-haired 5 elders slammed his cane on the ground and couldn't help but curse, "Marines are useless bastards, I don't know what they spend so much military money on every year, they can't even protect a single celestial dragon's good. Now that something like this has happened, how should it end?" The curly-haired 5 elders even used armament haki unconsciously because they were so angry. The cane covered and hardened by armament haki hit the ground, poking a large hole in the floor tiles. No matter what, the status of the celestial dragons cannot be challenged, and the rule of the world government cannot be shaken. The world must know what the consequences of provoking us are. The forces of all parties are ready to move, and they must be completely extinguished the moment the lights appear. Let's dispatch Buster Call, and use the destruction of the Romangh kingdom to tell the world that the authority of the world government cannot be challenged. The sword-wielding 5 elders at the side pulled out the samurai sword in his hand, and a cold light radiated from the blade, passing over his eyes full of murderous intent. There is no warmth in these eyes, and the eyes alone seem to be able to freeze the blood in a person's whole body. Okay, let's do it. The bearded 5 elders next to him said calmly, "The destruction of a country should make those rats in the gutter know how to be afraid. As long as we exist, they will always be mice in the gutter, and they will never see the day of sunshine." Seconded. I agree. Give the order. 5 elders decided the fate of the kingdom of Romangh in a few words. From the beginning to the end, they never cared whether the murderer came from the kingdom of Romangh. Even if not, the kingdom of Romangh must be destroyed. This is the price of provoking the authority of the world government. New World, Kingdom of Romangh. After a night of fermentation, the panic that shrouded the kingdom of Romangh not only did not subside in the slightest, but intensified instead. The entire country fell into panic, and countless residents fled overseas. For this situation, Karl did not come forward to stop it. Fear is human nature, facing the threat of death, it is only natural for these common civilians to want to flee. Even if he is a prince, he cannot force it. Carl stood in the palace, looking down at the entire kingdom through the window, his eyes still as calm as water. Just then, Badgers pushed the door open. "See your Royal Highness." Badgers bowed. Carl didn't look back, and said calmly, "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Tell me, how is the situation?" "Yes." Badgers said slowly, "The area around the capital has been blocked by the army, and the order of the kingdom has barely been maintained. Those scumbags who took the opportunity to cause chaos have been dealt with. None of the 50,000 soldiers of the Red Dragon Legion is cowardly and fearful of fighting, and all of them are willing to fight to the death for His Highness." "Well, well done." Carl nodded slightly. He has never doubted the loyalty of the Red Dragon Army. After all, this legion was formed by him alone, and they can all be regarded as his dead soldiers. In this world, they are loyal only to Carl. Even their father, King Flender, might not obey orders. "Your Highness, will Marine really use Buster Call?" asked Badgers. He didn't know what Buster Call was before, but he only knew what Buster Call was after Carl's explanation. As the highest level military operation of Naval Headquarters, the power of Buster Call can be said to be devastating. It is also easy to destroy a country. "Who knows?" Carl said calmly, "Soldiers are coming to block, water is coming to cover up, now all we can do is wait." The horror of Buster Call also varies from person to person. Until the end, the outcome is still unknown. These days, Carl doesn't care much about Buster Call's threat. Suddenly, Carl's portable phone buzzed with a rapid alarm. Immediately after connecting, there was a panicked voice from the opposite side. "His Royal Highness, this is the third observation point. We found traces of warships overseas. It is about half an hour away from the Kingdom port. How many people does Marine have?" "I only saw one warship so far, but the person leading the team is Admiral Akynu. They've already..." Boom. 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 Before he could finish speaking, there was an earth-shattering bombing sound on the opposite side of the phone bug, and then the call was cut off. Carl knew that the soldiers at the observation point had been wiped out. Chapter 15. Is Akynu the only one here? Carl put down the phone bug, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I thought that Marine would send Buster Call directly, but I didn't expect that only Akynu and a warship came." What Carl doesn't know is that Akynu has been guarding the New World Marine G1 branch. He received an order from Sengoku last night and immediately set off for the Kingdom of Romangh, that's why he came so quickly. As for the Buster Call Grand Fleet, the order from the Five Elders was one step behind. In addition, there are not so strong troops around the Kingdom of Romangh, so it is still on the way. Ding! Host triggers the task of protecting the country. An attack by the Marine Admiral Akynu is detected, attempting to destroy the Kingdom of Romangh. The Kingdom of Romangh is the rear base camp of the host's rebellion, and there is no room for loss. Please host to repel or kill Admiral Akynu to protect Romangh Kingdom from destruction. Mission Reward, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, the Demon of the Earth. It's a mission. Listening to the electronic sound of the system, Carl's eyes flickered slightly, and a cold light flashed across. Whether it is for the country or for mission rewards, a decisive battle is imperative. Admiral Akynu is the most iron-blooded and cruelest of the three admirals. It is rumored that his strength ranks first among the three admirals. He is cold-blooded and ruthless. In order to eliminate pirates, he can kill civilians without hesitation. As the head of the Hawks within Marine, Akynu's reputation has made countless pirates frightened. It's up to me to see who is stronger or weaker between me and Admiral now. Facing Akynu, Carl not only did not feel fear in his heart, but instead had a high fighting spirit. Badgers, you lead the Red Dragon Army to guard the rear. If a Marine lands, you are responsible for leading people to intercept it, and Akynu will hand it over to me. Obey. The urgent sound of the siren sounded and spread to every corner of Romangh Kingdom. This is a first-level battle alert, and all civilians in the Romangh Kingdom know that the battle will start immediately when an enemy is coming. All the civilians turned into birds and beasts and fled, and the port of the Romangh Kingdom instantly became a deserted place. Karl came to the port with the army and saw a warship approaching rapidly. Admiral Akynu stood at the bow of the ship with his arms folded, his whole body covered with a violent murderous aura, making it hard to look directly at it. Report Sakazuki Admiral, the Romangh Kingdom army has been found ahead, and the number 1 suspect, Karl Schuster, has been confirmed. A soldier came up behind Admiral Akynu and reported respectfully. Are you ready to fight? It seems that they are the murderers. I would rather kill the wrong than let it go, Akynu had no intention of asking. As long as everyone is caught or killed, the mission is naturally completed. Karl was ready to fight, but it saved Akynu's strength, and he didn't need to waste time with time-consuming and laborious interrogation. Immediately, Akynu took a step forward, and his arms instantly turned into scorching hot magma, aiming at the sky. Meteor volcano. Countless huge fists of lava shot into the sky, flew thousands of meters away, and fell towards Karl and others at the port. These huge lava fists are like falling meteors, and each one contains the terrifying power of magma explosion, which can easily destroy a warship of the highest specification. If it hits the port, the area within several kilometers of Fangyuan will instantly turn into a sea of flames. Karl took a step forward, and extremely dazzling electric lights erupted all over his body, and the scorching electric heat distorted the surrounding space. Electric radiation thunder dragon roars. Roar. 9 huge lightning dragons flew out of Karl, roared angrily at high altitude, and flew towards the falling magma rainstorm with their teeth and claws open. The thunder dragon collided head-on with the magma fist, causing a series of big explosions. Boom! 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 Hundreds of violent explosions exploded in the sky, and the sky suddenly turned into a scorching sea of flames. Endless flames erupted in all directions, and powerful shock waves roared out, rolling up violent wind and waves. Thunder Dragon, go! Karl raised his hand and pointed, and a giant lightning dragon with a body length of more than 30 meters jumped out of the sea of flames in the sky. It turned out that after destroying Akynu's ultimate move just now, Karl's Brontosaurus did not die, but fused together. Under Karl's control, the Brontosaurus roared angrily, roared out, and bit the warship on the sea. The power of the Thunder Dragon has just been demonstrated, and the 1,000 marine soldiers on the warship were so frightened that they all showed fear when they saw the Thunder Dragon rushing towards them. They have no doubt that this Thunder Dragon can destroy an entire warship in an instant. Humph, arrogant brat! Akynu snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes became more serious. With a kick of his legs, his lower body directly turned into lava. The lava erupted, taking him soaring into the sky like a rocket propeller, and bumped into the roaring Brontosaurus. Great eruption! Akynu's right arm turned into a huge fist of lava, and he punched the Brontosaurus head. With a bang, the powerful shock wave distorted the space invisible. Thunder Dragon's huge body exploded, turning into countless tiny lightning bolts that dissipated with the wind. After crushing the Thunder Dragon with one punch, Akynu's body continued to fly forward. Like a streamer, it fell in front of Karl on the shore of the port. With a bang, a huge pothole was smashed into the ground on the shore, and a hot wave of high temperature rushed towards the face. Karl Schuster, I am ordering you to be arrested by the world government. The moment Akynu roared, he was already shooting towards Karl like a volcanic magma bomb, and his huge magma fist hit Karl's face directly. Karl didn't retreat but advanced, and the explosive lightning covered his whole body, forming a set of lightning armor, covering armament haki at the same time, and punched out with his right fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and the powerful shock wave shook all directions. Chapter 16. Karl and Akynu clashed their fists, and the thunder and magma were at a stalemate and entangled with each other. A powerful aura erupted from the two of them at the same time, sweeping the surroundings. At this moment, the island seems to have become two worlds. Half of Akynu's magma, half of Karl's lightning. A huge shock wave roared out, shaking the sea outside the island into turbulent waves. The flames at the center of the explosion were so dazzling that the eyes of the Red Dragon Legion and the soldiers on the warship watching the battle in the distance were so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. After the continuous hurricane raged, the entire port was devastated, cracks were everywhere on the ground, and a gap was directly punched in the coastline. With a bang, Karl and Akynu both stepped back, separated by more than 10 meters. "Little devil, your strength is not bad. It seems that the real culprit who killed the celestial dragons is you, there is no mistake." Akynu stared at Karl and growled in a low voice. Karl smiled coldly, "Do you believe me when I say it's not me?" "Of course not. So, what's the point of worrying about who is the murderer?" "That's right, it doesn't make sense." Akynu snapped, "From the moment the celestial dragons died in the kingdom of Romangh, this country is doomed to fail. Karl Schuster, you and your country are doomed." "Death? That's not necessarily the case." Karl sneered, raised his hand and clenched his fist, an armament haki surged out, covering his entire arm. "Until the end, it's not certain who will live and who will die." "Humph, self-confidence is a good thing, but too much self-confidence is arrogance." Akynu's face darkened and he roared, "I admit, your strength is very good. At your age, the old man may not be as good as you back then. But after all, you are too young to see the vastness of the world clearly. Die, dog gnaws red lotus." Akynu's right arm turned into magma, and the magma surged into a huge dog's head. The hyena's fangs were ferocious and sharp, and they bit Karl's chest. Karl's observation haki clearly sensed that Akynu's attack was covered with high-density armament haki. "Well done, Thunder Dragon roaring." Karl followed suit, creating a huge thunderbolt that condensed on his right arm, turning into a huge dragon head, and confronted Akynu's dog head head-on. Boom! The dragon's head and the dog's head bit each other, and lightning and magma scattered in all directions, destroying everything around. It's not just thunder and magma, Karl and Akynu are competing against armament haki. A pitiful lackey, after all, can't compare with a giant dragon in the sky. Karl roared, the thunder and lightning all over his body rioted, armament haki surged out, and the power of his moves suddenly increased. Press down with one punch and gain the upper hand. Akynu's face changed, and he also exerted all his strength, and the ground under his feet was scorched by high temperature and turned into magma. "Just an evil brat, don't be too arrogant, you are still far behind." Boom! During the confrontation between the two extreme moves, the thunderbolt and the magma exploded at the same time, and the powerful shock wave hit the bodies of the two, and both Karl and Akynu shot backwards. However, the aftermath has not dissipated, and Karl and Akynu have fought together again. Boom! 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 Fist to the flesh, wide open and close, strong confrontation. The speed of the two was as fast as ultimate, leaving after images in the center of the battlefield. Invisible to the naked eye, only observation haki can capture the figures of the two. Every collision between Karl and Akynu will trigger a powerful shock wave and thunder and magma explosion. Endless thunder and lightning raged wildly, and hot magma bombarded Fang Yuan. The place where Karl and Akynu fought has turned into a death zone, and every aftermath of the battle can instantly kill the pirates with a reward of over 100 million. With the outbreak of the aftermath of the battle, the entire coast began to shake violently. The sea set off a huge wave and roared towards the sea. On the warship, 1,000 marine soldiers were dumbfounded, and they were all stunned. How is it possible? Sakazuki Admiral was actually blocked. A Marine Rear Admiral had a dull face, muttering to himself, his pupils filled with disbelief. This is the first time I've seen Sakazuki Admiral's move blocked. Is that Carl really that strong? I heard that he is only 20 years old, but he is so powerful. It's really scary. At this moment, 1,000 Marine soldiers could not help but feel a trace of fear. Admiral will definitely win. Suddenly, a Marine soldier said firmly. His voice exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderbolt, bringing everyone back to their senses in an instant. That's right, Admiral will win, good will triumph over evil. How can a mere criminal be the opponent of His Excellency Admiral? Justice will prevail. 1,000 Marine soldiers thought of Admiral Akynu's strength, and they were all full of confidence, and the fear in their hearts dissipated invisible in an instant. Herland Rear Admiral, are we going to take this opportunity to land and capture other royal families of the Romangh Kingdom? A Marine soldier came behind Rear Admiral and asked. No, wait any longer, there is no chance now. The Marine Rear Admiral named Holland stared at Carl and Akynu who were fighting fiercely on the coast, and shook his head slightly. He has already seen Carl's ability. If he lands rashly, once Carl notices it, he will definitely suffer a devastating blow. Without Akynu, his Marine Rear Admiral alone would not be able to stop Carl's killing move. If they go up now, not only will they not be able to help, but they will even add to the chaos. They are not qualified to intervene in this level of fighting. We'll just wait here until Sakazuki Admiral wins. As long as Carl Hurst is defeated, the rest of the Romangh Kingdom will not worry at all. Pass my military order, everyone waits in place, ready to land and fight at any time. Obey. Chapter 17. On the island, the battle between Carl and Akynu has become more and more intense, and has completely entered a fever pitch. Great eruption. Akynu threw a massive lava fist at Carl, straight in Carl's face. If this punch hits, Carl's head will be instantly burned to ashes. Carl dodges the blow with his head dodged, and at the same time kicks Akynu back in the chest. With a bang, a large expanse of magma burst open, triggering a series of explosions around it. The power of lava fruit is too terrifying, even if it leaks a little bit, the power of the explosion is equivalent to a volcanic bomb. What a hard body! What a strong haki! Carl frowned, feeling that what he kicked was not a human body, but a mountain. That is Akynu's armament haki, whose defense power is amazing after being hardened. Don't try to escape. Akynu punched Carl's head from top to bottom, and a hot air wave hit his face. Without armament haki, Akynu's punches alone would have ripped Carl's skin. Carl tipped his toes and did several backflips to distance himself from Akynu. At the same time, he jumped into the air. Akynu hit the ground with a punch, the shock wave erupted, and the ground was cracked inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the earth was covered with cobweb-like cracks. Several shattered broken swords flew out of Carl's clothes, and combined under Carl's feet to form a flying sword, carrying Carl into the air. Let you see something interesting, light radiation 8-foot Kyanguyu. Locking on Akynu below, Carl released a dazzling light with both hands. In the next second, countless flash bombs were shot from Carl's hands, pouring down on Akynu like a torrential rain. It really is you. Seeing Carl's move, Akynu instantly remembered the photo of the murderer that the headquarters sent him. The trick used by the murderer is the trick used by Carl today. Numerous flash bombs hit Akynu, punching dense holes in his body. Then the flash bomb exploded in series, forming a huge fireball that devoured Akynu. Boom! 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 The serial bombing lasted for a full 3 minutes, and the monstrous flames shot up into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud on the coast. The entire coast was bombed from head to toe by Carl, leaving hardly an inch of land intact. Successful! Seeing this scene, Badgers, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately clenched his fists and roared excitedly. The soldiers of the Red Dragon Army behind them also showed joy. Such a terrible firepower attack, even Marine Admiral can't escape completely, right? Ordinary bombs are useless against Logia, but Karl's attacks all contain armament haki, enough to damage Akynu's entity. His Royal Highness Karl is the strongest. So what about Marine Admiral? She's still no match for His Royal Highness Karl. His Royal Highness is sure to win. The Red Dragon Legion are all loyal to Karl, and they have great confidence in Karl. In their minds, Karl could never fail. Karl Eugen was suspended in mid-air, his eyes fixed on the sea of flames below, and the observation haki was fully open without any slack. He was not as optimistic as his soldiers. If Marine Admiral could be defeated so easily, it would be impossible for him to become the world's top government. Sure enough, in the next second, the sea of flames was torn apart, and a mass of magma shot up into the sky like a rocket, attacking Karl at high speed. Akynu looked a bit embarrassed, disheveled, with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But his breath didn't weaken in the slightest. Karl did wound him, but it was too small to affect his strength. Go to hell, great eruption! The huge lava fist crashed down, and Karl instantly covered his arms with armament haki, and crossed in front of him. In the next second, extremely terrifying power poured on Karl's arms, and Karl flew upside down uncontrollably, flying thousands of meters away. Admiral's attack is really exciting. Karl grinned ferociously, took off the remaining strength in his arm, and regained his footing. The power of Akynu's attack was within Karl's expectations. Although it was terrifying, Karl could still bear it. Catching a move of great eruption only made Karl's arms a little numb. Damn brat! Seeing that Karl was unharmed, Akynu's anger grew stronger. Before coming here, Akynu only thought it was a common task. No matter what crime Karl committed, it seemed to Akynu the same, and that was a capital crime. All he has to do is kill Karl. He had also heard of Karl's name, but in Akynu's opinion, it was nothing more than that. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a brat with his own hands? But after a real fight, Akynu discovered that Karl's strength was beyond his imagination. He wanted to kill Karl, not as easily as he thought. Karl's armed color and observation haki have been cultivated to a very high level, and the strength of his body is also extremely high, which can be called a monster level. Plus there is a powerful devil fruit ability. Especially Karl's devil fruit ability is no less powerful than his lava fruit. Not only can it control powerful lightning, but it can also use flash power, just like the rumored combination of thunder fruit and sparkling fruit. All these things created Karl as a powerful enemy. This brat must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become a great enemy in the future. At this moment, Akynu's killing intent towards Karl reached an unprecedented peak. No matter what happens today, whatever the cost, he will kill Karl. A young man with such terrifying strength and unlimited potential at such a young age, who knows how far he will grow in the future. Only by eradicating him thoroughly can future troubles be eliminated forever. Chapter 18. Dark Hound. Akynu's right arm turned into magma, and at the same time stretched rapidly, hitting Karl's head with lightning speed. This move not only has a very fast attack speed, but also has extraordinary power. Even if it is a big mountain, it will be destroyed in an instant. Karl's body was covered with lightning, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared instantly and appeared more than 20 meters away. While dodging the attack, he waved his hand, releasing an invisible wave covering Fang Yuan for several kilometers. An invisible magnetic field space has been constructed. Magnetic radiation and gravitational waves. Hand of the Titans. Under Karl's control, countless sharp swords and steel objects flew around. All the iron objects are attached to Karl's right arm, forming an oversized arm comparable to the ancient Titan ounce. It's not over yet, the armed color has hardened. Karl let out a roar, and the raging armament haki surged out of his body, covering the steel arm. In the blink of an eye, the steel arm was fully covered and hardened by armament haki. Under the sunlight, the Super Titan arm exudes a metallic luster. Just looking at it can make people involuntarily feel fear. Then, what is that? When the Marine soldiers on the warship saw this scene, their eyes widened. Even Akynu's face changed slightly. What kind of fruit did this kid eat? What is his ability? Since the beginning of the battle, Carl has used the ability of lightning and flash one after another, and now he has used the ability to control metal. Whether it's lightning, flash or magnetism, any one of them is the top ability. Every ability makes a strong man. But now, these three abilities are all gathered in Carl, which really shocked Akynu. Take it, Akynu! Carl roared and swung his huge steel arm at Akynu. It stands to reason that a human being who controls an arm that is 100 times larger than the body must move very slowly. But Carl's movements were fast, faster than lightning. Akynu had just realized that Carl's Titan fist had already hit him. This is because Carl not only uses the power of magnetic radiation, but also uses electrical radiation, allowing his body to gain lightning-like speed. The combination of powerful strength and speed finally created an extremely terrifying monster, which is now Carl. Boom! The Titan's fist hit Akynu accurately, and Akynu felt a mountain hit him in the face. The incomparably terrifying power poured on him, causing Akynu's brain to go blank for an instant, and his head was buzzing. Severe pain came from all over the body, and Akynu felt that all the bones in his body were creaking, as if they would fall apart in the next second. Pooh! Akynu spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and his whole body was thrown backwards like a cannonball. The strong shock wave entrained by the body's surface tore the ground apart, leaving a huge gully thousands of meters long. Rumble! Eventually, Akynu crashed into a lighthouse in the harbor, smashing the entire lighthouse to pieces. Akynu is completely buried by the wreckage of the lighthouse. Sakazuki Admiral. Seeing Akynu being sent flying, the Marine soldiers on the warship screamed and roared. How is it possible? What kind of ability is this? His Excellency Admiral was blown away. Damn, that BD, unforgivable. Fire, fire me, kill that nasty BD. Marine Rear Admiral Holland was dazzled by anger, forgetting that he should hide himself at this moment, and gave the order to fire. The Marine gunner was shocked by Carl's attack, and looked at the battlefield in front of him with a dull face, dumbfounded, his eyes were blank, and he didn't hear Rear Admiral Holland's order. Seeing this, Holland stepped forward and kicked the gunner away, and fired the cannon with his own hands. Boom! 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 The gun barrel spewed flames, and the three guns fired in a burst, sending three huge shells flying towards Carl. The moment the cannon rang, Holland Rear Admiral was startled, and immediately felt remorse. It finally occurred to him that the shells were of no use to Carl. And his action of firing the gun undoubtedly exposed the existence of the warships and made Carl notice them. Sure enough, Carl's observation hacky caught the incoming shell for the first time. With a thought, 3 metal pieces shot out like bullets, intercepting the 3 shells in the air. Afterwards, Carl's eyes locked on the warships in the distant sea. Seeing Carl's gaze, Holland Rear Admiral was so frightened that he yelled, "Quick retreat!" However, it was too late. As lightning erupted from Carl, a roaring lightning dragon roared out. Under the horrified eyes of 1,000 Marine soldiers, the lightning dragon descended from the sky and hit the warship. With a loud bang, the warship instantly turned into a huge fireball. Holland, Rear Admiral, and more than 1,000 Marine soldiers were instantly wiped out, leaving no bones left. Akynu, bleeding from his mouth and nose, rushed out of the rubble just in time to see the warship being destroyed by Carl. Endless anger surged from the bottom of his heart, and Akynu wished to burn the entire Romangh kingdom to ashes. Carl Schuster, today you will surely die. Meteor volcano. Numerous lava volcanic bombs fell from the sky, covering several kilometers of Carl Fang Yuan, blocking all of Carl's escape routes, leaving him nowhere to escape. This wave of attacks not only enveloped Karl. Even the port town behind Karl was within Akynu's attack range. Although the residents of the town had been evacuated in advance, Karl's 3,000 Red Dragon Army soldiers were still stationed there. If this wave of volcanic bombs were allowed to fall on the town, these 3,000 soldiers would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 19. Akynu obviously discovered the existence of the Red Dragon Army, so he did this on purpose. The purpose is to avenge the more than 1,000 Marine soldiers who just died at the hands of Karl. Karl Eugen flew high into the sky, grabbed it with his big hand, and endless thunder and lightning roared out, forming a huge power grid to intercept all volcanic bombs. "Give me back!" With a roar, Karl grabbed the thunderbolt net and swung it vigorously. All the volcanic bombs went back the same way and shot at Akynu. "Taste the volcanic bomb yourself!" Boom! 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 The volcanic bombs exploded continuously, and another corner of the coastline of the Romangh kingdom was blown away. Akynu was also engulfed in flames. It's just that Akynu quickly rushed out of the sea of flames, and his size became several times larger. Endless magma spewed out of him, as if to burn everything. Streams of magma flowed down his face, bright red like blood. Karl couldn't tell whether Akynu was bleeding from blood or lava. At this moment, Akynu is naked like a terrifying monster. "Go to hell, great eruption!" The huge lava arm hit Karl, and the fist wind set off a scorching air wave, distorting the space. Although the moves are the same, both the size and power of the fist are much stronger than before. The fist that Akynu is throwing now is almost the size of Karl's titan arm. "Well done!" Karl looked ferocious, roared, and waved his titan arm to meet Akynu's giant lava fist. Rumble! The two fists collided, and a powerful shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded around the two of them. The ground was overturned inch by inch, and the houses in the port town were as fragile as tofu under the impact of the shock wave, and all shattered into powder. A huge wave with a height of 100 meters was set off overseas, spreading outward like a mountain. "Retreat quickly, everyone retreat quickly, retreat to the capital." Badgers, who led the Red Dragon Army to watch the battle, saw the shock wave and quickly ordered the Red Dragon Army to retreat. Although they are still far from the center of the battle, they are still not safe. As soon as the Red Dragon Army retreated, a powerful shock wave arrived. With a deafening bang, the earth screamed, and all the houses and buildings in the town collapsed in an instant. When the smoke dissipated, the town had disappeared, leaving only a piece of ruins. This time, the aftermath of the collision actually destroyed the entire town. On the shore of the port, Karl and Akynu stood opposite each other, both wiping a trace of blood from the corners of their mouths. Behind the two of them, a huge pothole with a depth of more than 20 meters was sunken in the ground, which was also hit by the shock wave of the battle. The sea water poured in, and it could not be filled in a short time. "Little ghost, I admit that I underestimated you. Next, the old man will do his best and use all means until he completely kills you. A harmful element like you cannot survive in this world." When the words fell to the ground, Akynu's murderous aura surged. The fiery murderous aura formed a storm and enveloped Karl. This is not Conqueror's haki, but it is also extremely intimidating to people. Once Akynu's murderous aura erupts, those who are not strong enough will instantly lose the courage to fight. Surrounded by Akynu's murderous aura, Karl was not affected at all, and just smiled coldly. "Akynu, as I said earlier, it's not certain who will live and who will die until the end. Bring it on." Karl stared, his pupils instantly turning red. A terrifying momentum erupted from Karl, forming an invisible tsunami of air waves and impacting on Akynu. The magma on Akynu's body was scattered by the impact of this momentum. Conqueror's haki. Akynu's face darkened. Although he had expected it, seeing Karl's burst of power with his own eyes still made Akynu secretly startled. Conqueror's Haki is the qualification of the king, and only one person in a million can awaken this power. Karl's previous display of combat power was already terrifying, coupled with Conqueror's Haki, it made Akynu feel like he was facing a four emperors big pirate. No, this Conqueror's Haki is still very immature, has it just been awakened? The seasoned Akynu quickly judged that Karl's Conqueror's Haki was not very strong. This level of Conquerors is not up to the standard of winding attacks. To implement the Conqueror's Haki attack, you need to be at least medium level. Sure enough, such harmful elements must be eliminated. Karl shows Conquerors, giving Akynu another reason to kill Karl. Go to hell! Akynu attacked Karl with a tsunami of magma, destroying everything he went. The huge lava fist smashed down, directly opening a gap in the coastline. Karl Eugen flew away from Akynu, and at the same time spread the magnetic field space again. Countless swords, guns, and metal objects flew from everywhere and fused on Karl. The metals are prepared in advance, just for this moment. Under Karl's magnetic manipulation, the metal was split and reorganized, gradually forming arms, feet, bodies, and heads. All over the body, it is also equipped with various swords and guns. Magnetic Radiation Steel Titan. In a blink of an eye, Karl turned into a huge steel titan with a height of more than 100 meters. Do you think this little trick can deal with me? How naive! Akynu let out a roar, and the magma on his body rioted, shooting out several huge and ferocious hyenas at the same time. The hyena hissed and roared, snapping at Karl. Get out! Karl knocked out all the magma hyenas with one punch, and at the same time mobilized all the armament Haki in his body. In the previous battle, Karl did not use the whole body armament Haki, just to keep Haki to use at this time. Chapter 20. Endless armament Haki poured out from Karl's body, covering every corner of the Steel Titan. In a blink of an eye, the Steel Titan with a height of more than 100 meters was covered by armament Haki, as if wearing a black armor. Armament Haki also formed a weird dragon-shaped pattern on the Titan's chest, where the cockpit is located. Armed Steel Titan just waved his fist casually, and a fist wind that was powerful enough to tear steel broke out. Come on, Akynu! Karl roared, and the 100-meter-tall armed Steel Titan punched Akynu. Before the fist hit, the powerful fist wind had already distorted the space, blowing away the magma on Akynu's body surface. I'm afraid you will fail, Great Eruption. Akynu also fought back with a magma fist. There was a loud bang, and the fists collided. This time there was no stalemate, and Karl's Titan fist directly shattered Akynu's magma fist. After smashing the magma fist, the fist of Titan continued to fall, hitting Akynu's chest heavily. With a bang, an invisible shock wave shot out through his body, and Akynu's chest was directly exploded, leaving a big hole. It's just that there are no bones and internal organs in the cave, and Akynu has been elementalized and immune to part of the damage in advance. However, this punch still hurt Akynu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood again. Akynu mobilized magma to form chains, binding the armed Steel Titan. Slam your fist into the chest of an armed Steel Titan without restoring your body. There was a loud bang, and the armed Steel Titan was crumbling. The armament Haki armor on the chest was shaken out of dense cracks, but it recovered again in the next second. Karl was sitting in the cockpit, protected by an armed Steel Titan, but was only affected by the shock and was not injured. As long as the armed Steel Titan is not knocked down, Karl can never be hurt. Laser cannon. The armed Steel Titan and Akynu fought hand to hand, and Karl controlled the Titan to punch Akynu in the chest. Then the machinery on Titan's wrist deformed, exposing several huge cannon ports. The muzzle emits dazzling golden light, and in the next second, more than a dozen laser rays are fired at the same instant. Because it was a hand-to-hand fight, Akynu couldn't dodge, so he could only resist with magma. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The laser beam flickered away, and the magma incarnated by Akynu was immediately punched out of more than a dozen large holes. Although Akynu elementalized early to avoid the excitation ray, a ray still hit his entity. "You're being careless, Akynu." Looking at Akynu, who was spitting out blood, Karl grinned grimly, and raised the right hand of Titan, and the palm mechanism deformed again. The Sword of Judgment. A large amount of golden light condensed in the palm of the Titan, forming a golden sword with a length of more than 30 meters. A sword slashed down, and the long sword tore Akynu's shoulder, then broke through his chest, and finally pierced through his waist. This sword directly split the magma of Akynu's incarnation into two halves. "Go away!" Titan punched with his left hand, knocking Akynu's two halves into the air. Large expanses of magma burst open, triggering a series of big explosions. Karl kept killing moves, and a huge muzzle appeared in the mechanical deformation of the armored Titan's chest. The muzzle machinery rotated rapidly, and the muzzle radiated blue light, with a bang. A blue laser shot out and hit Akynu in front of him. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky from the coast, and the shock wave of the explosion swept Fang Yuan for tens of thousands of meters. With the explosion as the center, the tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan were completely destroyed. The scorching high temperature melted the rocks to form glass crystals, and the sea water was also engulfed by the shock wave to form a 100-meter wave. On this day, the two neighboring countries of the Kingdom of Romangh were hit by the tsunami and suffered heavy losses. In the Titan cockpit, Karl was out of breath, and beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Using such powerful moves one after another consumes a lot of Karl's energy. There's also the Armament Titan, which also consumes a lot of Karl's armament haki. If he didn't have a monstrously powerful constitution, just using these powerful moves would be enough to drain him dry. "Akynu, you're not dead yet. As a Marine Admiral, you can't be killed so easily." Karl controlled the armed steel Titan and walked forward, laughing sounded around him. Suddenly, a channel of flames split from the sea of flames, and Akynu, covered in blood, slowly walked out of the sea of flames. Karl saw that there was a huge gash on Akynu's chest, which stretched from his shoulder to his lower abdomen, almost dismembering him. There is also a hideous blood hole in his right abdomen. Blood and magma spurted out of the blood hole together, which is particularly hideous. This time, Akynu was seriously injured. Karl's observation haki clearly sensed that Akynu's breath had begun to weaken. As Akynu walked, the wound on his chest was filled with magma, and he changed back into the red suit again. Karl didn't know if this was the basic ability of a Logia ability user. Anyway, no matter how badly injured he was, he could use his own elements to plug the wound, and then create clothes to cover the wound. Although it doesn't do much to heal the injury, at least it doesn't look so embarrassing on the surface. Karl smiled coldly. "What are you doing hiding? The scar I left you should be eternal, right? It can't be eliminated in this life. Damn brat! It's too early for you to get complacent." Akynu stared ferociously at the armored steel Titan, as if seeing Karl in the cockpit through the steel body, his eyes were almost devouring. Akynu has never been so embarrassed since becoming Marine Admiral. He hadn't been so seriously injured in more than 10 years. Chapter 21. He hadn't been so seriously injured in more than 10 years. What caused all this is only a 20-year-old young man like Karl. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness suddenly appeared in Akynu's heart. Although he hates to admit it, he has to admit that he alone may not be able to kill Karl. If the fight continues, at most it will be a result of mutual losses. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of artillery bombardments sounded from the sea in the distance. Karl turned his head and found 10 marine warships of the highest specification had appeared in the distant sea at some time. Karl's observation haki spread out, capturing a large amount of life on the warship. There are at least 1,000 people on each warship, and 10 warships are 10,000 people. Each group of 2 warships is led by a Marine Vice Admiral. As the 10 warships advanced, they separated in groups of 2 and formed a siege to the entire Romangh kingdom. Humph, is it finally here? Akynu sneered when he saw the warship approaching. Carl Schuster, this is Marine's Buster Call. Next, they will carry out a devastating blow to the kingdom of Romangh. The flames of Buster Call will consume every inch of this kingdom, and no one will leave this kingdom alive. Even if you survive in the end, the kingdom of Romangh will perish in this world and cease to exist. Boom! After the words fell, Akynu charged towards Carl again. The huge magma fist hit the armored steel titan, broke through the armored armor, and burned a large hole in the steel chest. Carl also took advantage of the momentum and punched Akynu. With a bang, Akynu's whole body was blown up, turning into balls of magma scattered in all directions. But then, large swathes of magma flowed together again, turning back into Akynu. Carl and Akynu fought fiercely again, and the Buster Call fleet was getting closer and closer to the kingdom of Romangh. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Carl's mind. Ding! Host triggers the second ring of the mission of protecting the country. An incoming Marine Buster Call is detected, attempting to destroy the entire Romangh kingdom. Please host to repel the Marine Buster Call and preserve the territory of the Romangh kingdom. Mission reward, aka, General of the Phantom Corps. Triggered the mission again. Carl didn't pay close attention to the new task of the system, just let it go through in his head. The battle with Admiral cannot be distracted for a moment, otherwise Carl will be in a desperate situation if he shows his flaws and Akynu seizes the opportunity. While Carl and Akynu were fighting, 10 warships had gotten close enough to bombard the main island of the Romangh kingdom. Marine's highest standard warship, the turret on the bow is several times larger than a person, and the barrel can fit an adult. In other words, the shells used in this barrel are larger than an adult, with a diameter of more than 2 meters. One such shell is enough to blow up a building. 10 warships fired artillery shells at the same time, and the town behind Carl's right was the first to bear the brunt, instantly turning into a sea of flames. On the bow of a warship, Vice Admiral Doberman directs the bombing of Buster Call while watching the battle between Carl and Akynu ahead. A hint of shock appeared in the gloomy and indifferent pupils. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to believe that His Excellency Sakazuki would have been blocked by Carl Huster, and the 2 of them were still fighting inextricably. The world government's decision to release the Buster Call is indeed correct. Such harmful elements must be eliminated as soon as possible. As the Hawk Marine Vice Admiral, Akynu's strength is clear to them, the Hawk Marine, and can be regarded as the strongest of the 3 admirals. But now the strongest Admiral Akynu was blocked by the young man Carl. How can such a Carl Schuster not scare them? Fire and destroy every inch of Romangh kingdom. The remaining 4 Vice Admirals also issued orders at the same time. Under the bombardment of 10 warships, a small town completely disappeared in just a few minutes. When Buster Call bombed the kingdom of Romangh, a hot air balloon appeared in the sky. Morgans, one of the kings of the Dark World, was sitting on the hot air balloon, holding a camera and shooting wildly. Big news, this is really big news. As expected, I guessed correctly, the aftermath of the death of celestial dragons will definitely shake the world. Marine really made an attack on the kingdom of Romangh, and even used Buster Call. And Carl Schuster, who blocked Admiral Akynu by himself, and the 2 fought inextricably. Who would have thought that there would be such a strong man in the kingdom of Romangh? Morgans was excited, and he took the camera to point at the fighting Carl and Akynu and frantically clicked the shutter, for fear of missing any shot. He also took many pictures of Buster Call. The power of Buster Call also shocked Morgans, lamenting that his reputation is well deserved. A huge town that couldn't last even 5 minutes disappeared in smoke. Back at the center of the battlefield, Carl punched half of Akynu's body and kicked him flying at the same time. The back of the huge armed steel titan bulged, and a huge gun barrel appeared, aiming at an overseas warship and firing a thick laser beam. Just when the light was about to hit the warship, several flying slashes shot out from the warship, splitting the laser light into pieces. A dark-skinned Marine Vice Admiral with a ferocious expression who used the 8-sword style stepped on the moonwalk and slowly landed on the bow of the warship. He is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, and like Vice Admiral Doberman, he is a Hawk subordinate of Akynu and is loyal to him. Chapter 22. It's useless, Carl Schuster, your tricks won't work on them. They are all Naval Headquarters elite Vice Admiral. Although their strength is not as good as yours, it is impossible for you to attack a warship here. They will block all your attacks, and you can only watch the Romangh kingdom be destroyed under the fire of Buster Call. Akynu roared loudly, threw out both fists, and fired countless volcanic bombs to bombard Carl. The armed steel titan was instantly engulfed in flames. The next moment, Carl tore through the sea of flames and rushed out, cutting Akynu in half with a sword in his hand, and fired several laser beams at the same time to blast Akynu into magma. Akynu, do you think you can stop me? You said I couldn't kill them, but I wanted to show you. Carl roared, endless thunder and lightning erupted from Carl's body, covering the armored steel titan's body. With a flash of lightning, the armed steel titan teleported directly 100 meters away. With a sound of mechanical friction, the armed steel titan's arms were deformed and reassembled together. In the blink of an eye, a giant barrel was formed. The diameter of the gun barrel is more than 5 meters, the body length is more than 30 meters, and the surface is covered with strange mechanical lines. As Carl gathered energy, all the mechanical lines on the surface of the gun barrel lit up instantly. Carl Schuster, what are you trying to do? Stop! Akynu, who had transformed from magma back to reality, saw Carl's movement, and felt uneasy, and immediately flew forward, trying to stop Carl's attack. But it was too late, as the mechanical lines of the gun barrel were all lit up, the gun barrel rotated rapidly, and the muzzle had already emitted an extremely dazzling blue light. Super electromagnetic gun. Carl let out a roar, and a blue energy beam shot out. The energy beam is extremely fast, and the moment it appears, it has already passed thousands of meters away. The two overseas warships were the first to bear the brunt. Before the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider could react, the people and the warship were engulfed by the energy beam. Boom! The energy beam swept across the sea, and finally exploded 10,000 meters away, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Looking down from the sky, the sea seems to be cut out of a 10,000 meter long gully. The scorching high temperature of the energy beam lingered for a long time, and all the seawater that poured down was evaporated. The two warships that were originally docked at sea have completely disappeared, leaving no trace of wreckage. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and 2,000 Marine soldiers were vaporized into gas the moment they were hit by the energy cannon, and completely disappeared from this world. What is this? Morgan's in the hot air balloon was already sluggish. His whole body was icy cold, and he felt a bone-piercing cold covering his whole body, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to excessive fear. He looked down from the sky, and the energy cannon he saw was more direct, so it was the most shocking. The torn sea and the mushroom cloud up to 1,000 meters high all told the horror of Carl's moves just now. When he regained his senses, Morgans realized that at some point, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, the 4 Marine Vice Admirals and 8,000 Marine soldiers on the other 8 warships also fell into a state of sluggishness. The devastating Buster Call bombardment also stalled. Ghost Spider! Vice Admiral Doberman hissed and shouted the Ghost Spider's name. But no one can answer him anymore. The Ghost Spider is dead so that there is not even a trace of dregs left. Watching where the Ghost Spider disappeared, Vice Admiral Doberman felt a surge of sadness, followed by extreme anger. He turned his head and fixedly stared at Carl on the island, with anger rising in his eyes, bursting out with infinite killing intent. Both he and Ghost Spider are Marine Vice Admirals of Hawks, and they have fought side by side since they were young, and they have formed a deep friendship with each other. It can be said that they are not relatives, but they are better than relatives. But now, the ghost spider is dead. For a brief moment, Doberman almost rushed out, trying to kill Carl to avenge the ghost spider. But his last trace of reason stopped his body from moving. He cannot. Carl's strength is too terrifying, and the attack just now made him feel scared, and he is looking for death when he goes up now. Except for putting yourself in, it doesn't do anything. The Marine soldiers behind were stunned, all in disbelief, their faces were pale, and there was endless fear in the depths of their pupils. How is it possible? What kind of power was that just now? What kind of fruit ability is Carl Schuster? Why can you release such a terrible attack? Retreat, everyone retreat! Stop the shelling, everyone stop the shelling! Send my order, all warships retreat immediately! Doberman and other 4 vice admirals immediately issued an order to retreat. Carl's attack just now made them tremble with fear, and they were all chilled as if falling into an ice cellar. I'm afraid that Carl's next wave of attacks will hit them. The 4 vice admirals felt palpitations and powerlessness. They thought that Carl was dragged by Akynu, and they could resist the unleashed attack. But it turns out they think too highly of themselves and too little of Carl. In just one attack, 2 warships were destroyed, a vice admiral and 2,000 soldiers were killed. If it comes a few more times, Buster Call will also be wiped out. Compared with Carl's electromagnetic gun, the Buster Call, which claims to be able to destroy the world, is nothing more than that. Car, A.L. Who, Ste. Seeing Carl kill the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and 2,000 Marine soldiers under his nose. Akynu was so angry that he was going crazy, he gritted his teeth, and squeezed out Carl's name word by word. While being furious, Akynu also had a long-lost fear in his heart. That is the instinctive fear of life for powerful things, and Akynu himself cannot control it. Chapter 23. Facing the enraged Akynu, Carl ignored it and turned the cannon to point in another direction. That's where Vice Admiral Doberman is located. Don't think about it. Akynu's figure flickered, turned into an afterimage and teleported behind the steel titan, and punched the titan's back. With a loud bang, the steel titan was directly sent flying, revealing a huge hole in its back. Carl, who was hidden in the cockpit, also revealed his true body. Go to hell! The dog bites the red lotus. The magma fist turned into a hyena and rushed to Carl's head. At the very moment, a bolt of lightning erupted from Carl, smashing the rushing magma hyena to pieces. Afterwards, the steel titan's body mechanically deformed, refilling the hole, and at the same time armament haki covered and hardened again. Boom! Carl controlled the titan to kick Akynu away, and at the same time turned the muzzle to aim at Akynu, who was kicked into the air. Let you also taste the power of the super electromagnetic gun. After the energy was stored, a Jean blue laser ray shot out towards Akynu. Akynu's eyes were about to burst, and it was too late to dodge, so he had to face it head-on. He has seen the power of the electromagnetic gun just now. Even without the fusion of armament haki, the super high temperature can instantly vaporize the magma and hurt his entity. What's more, Carl has also integrated armament haki, which makes the super electromagnetic gun more powerful. In a 10,000th of a second, Akynu had no time to think about countermeasures, and his body had already reacted instinctively. I saw endless magma erupting from the surface of Akynu's body. The magma covered the whole body, and his body rapidly expanded and became larger, instantly turning into a magma titan with a size of more than 100 meters. The magma titan shell is also covered with high-density armament haki, forming an absolute defense. Akynu let out a roar, and shot out a huge magma fist with a diameter of more than 30 meters to meet the laser beam head-on. I thought it could block the electromagnetic gun, but Akynu underestimated the power of the electromagnetic gun. The moment of the collision, the magma fist was evaporated, leaving no trace left. The energy ray continues forward and hits the magma titan transformed by Akynu. Rumble. The deafening explosion sounded for tens of miles across Fang Yuan, and a small sun appeared in the center of the explosion. At this moment, the thousands of Marines who were looking directly at the battlefield screamed at the same time, and blood flowed from their eyes. Their retinas have been burned by the extremely bright light. Boom! The invisible shock wave became visible to the naked eye, rushing in all directions, destroying everything wherever it went. The port and the towns around it had long since been destroyed by the fighting between Karl and Akynu, but this shockwave spread farther afield. 5 towns in the distance were also destroyed by the shock wave, turning into a pile of ruins in an instant. In this attack, Bo hit 1/5 of the land of Romangh Kingdom. The coastline under Karl's feet collapsed, completely wiped out. Rumble. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and endless flames erupted like a tsunami, devouring everything in all directions. Even Karl and Akynu were no exception, engulfed in endless flames. Sakazuki Admiral. Seeing Akynu engulfed by the sea of flames, the 4 Marine Vice Admirals all exclaimed in shock and anger. Such a terrifying attack was the only one they had ever seen in their lives. The 4 Marine Vice Admirals subconsciously put themselves into it, and they are all sure that if they encounter such a terrible attack, they will be vaporized in an instant, leaving no bones left. Sakazuki Admiral will be fine, there is no way he will fail. That's right, Admiral is invincible. We have to trust him. Justice will prevail. No, retreat quickly, a tsunami is coming. Suddenly, Vice Admiral Dobman let out a roar. Everyone saw that the huge tsunami caused by the explosion had rushed towards them. The height of the tsunami was more than 300 meters, and it hit them like a mountain. Marine's highest specification warship is very large, almost like a building. But in front of this huge wave, he still looks like an ant. The 8 Marine warships rushed to the limit and fled crazily. 4 Marine Vice Admirals and 8 Rear Admirals fought against the tsunami with all their strength to buy time for the warships to evacuate. Morgan's on the hot air balloon in the sky also fled crazily. The hot air balloon he was riding was instantly evaporated in the scorching heat waves. Fortunately, he was strong enough to protect himself with armament haki, so he was not killed. But he was also seriously injured and vomited blood. The bird feathers all over the body were scorched and turned into a bald bird. It's scary, it's really scary. Is this a battle between Admiral's forces? I shouldn't have come here, and even if I came here, I shouldn't have gotten so close. Morgans flapped his bare wings and flew while spitting blood and tears. After flying 3 steps, he was about to fall down once, crumbling. Feeling the pain coming from everywhere in his body, Morgans regretted it too late. As the most dedicated journalist in the world, Morgans has repeatedly gone to the most dangerous battlefields to shoot first-hand news materials regardless of his own safety. With his own strength and ability to fly, Morgans retreated unscathed every time. But this time, Morgans really experienced the feeling of death. The moment the mushroom cloud erupted, Morgans really walked on the verge of death. Shinigami's scythe was only half an inch from his neck. He looked back at the sea of flames that was spreading, and felt a sense of rebirth after a catastrophe. I don't know what happened to those 2 people. The final result of the battle has not yet appeared, but Morgans did not dare to stay any longer. At this moment, Morgans swore secretly that from now on, he would never go to any battlefield to take pictures again. News that can shake the world is indeed very tempting, but compared with his own life, he still chose the latter. Chapter 24. Boom! The flames in the center of the sea of flames churned, and a huge mechanical arm stretched out from the sea of flames. The mechanical arm has become tattered, and more than half of the armament haki covering it has dissipated. With the movement of the arm, pieces of broken copper and iron fell from the arm. Immediately afterwards, a second mechanical arm rose from the flames, followed by the entire mechanical titan. Enduring such a terrifying blast wave from the front, the mechanical titan's surface defenses were almost completely destroyed, turning into tatters. One leg of the mechanical titan has disappeared, and now it is standing on one foot, and the golden rooster is independent. There is a big hole in Titan's chest, revealing Carl's real body. Carl's mouth and nose were bleeding, and he had multiple burns all over his body, but he didn't care at all. Such an injury looked serious, but it was only a superficial injury, and Carl didn't take it seriously. Carl's cold eyes swept across the sea of fire in front of him. Observation Hacky opened his eyes wide, looking for Akynu's trace. He didn't die, and Akynu didn't die that easily. Suddenly, Carl's eyes sharpened, and he manipulated the Titan's arm to smash into a sea of flames in front of him. With a bang, an explosion occurred in the depths of the sea of flames, and a black shadow was blown away by Carl. It was Akynu. Akynu's injuries were much more serious than Carl's. He was covered in blood, with multiple burns all over his body, bloody and bloody. He was slapped by Carl, causing Akynu to be injured even more, and spit out a mouthful of blood again. Damn BD! Akynu wanted to fight back, but there was severe pain in his chest, and his right hand didn't work, and he couldn't lift it up anymore. Akynu suffered the full power of the railgun head-on. His right arm, sternum, and ribs were all shattered, and his internal organs were also seriously injured. Even taking a breath at this moment made Akynu feel a heart-piercing pain. Now Akynu has turned into a half-dead dog. Die, Akynu! Carl noticed the strangeness of Akynu, and controlled the mechanical titan to burst out of the flames, and the mechanical arms were combined again to form a super-large barrel, aiming at Akynu. Seeing this, Akynu gritted his teeth fiercely, glanced at Carl unwillingly, and his lower body exploded into a rocket and shot overseas. He ran away directly. The shot just now cost Akynu half his life. If there was another shot, Akynu was not fully sure that he would be able to save his life, so he retreated directly. Seeing Akynu fleeing, Carl didn't pursue him and didn't fire the railgun again. This battle finally ended with Admiral Akynu's serious injury and escape. This battle wiped out 1/5 of the territory of Romangh Kingdom. Carl Eugen flew into the sky, looking at the endless sea of flames below. He felt a little headache. I saw that extending from where he was, 1/5 of the Romangh Kingdom's land had been turned into ruins. You must know that the Kingdom of Romangh is not a small country. The island has a large land area, at least 3 times the size of Marine Ford. The destruction of 1/5 of such a large territory is equivalent to the destruction of half of Marine Ford. Do you know how much it will cost to rebuild? Damn Marine, I'm so fed up. Carl shook his head helplessly, urging the heat radiation to control the flames, grabbing all the flames below and pushing them into the sea. When the sea of fire was extinguished, only a piece of scorched earth was left. Ding! It's detected that the host repelled Marine Admiral Akynu and Marine Buster Call. The task of protecting the country is completed, and the rewards are: Intermediate Conquerors Hacky, Earth Devils Hacky, General IKA of the Phantom Corps. The electronic sound sounded in Carl's mind, and a huge force appeared in Carl's body out of thin air, and traveled all over his body. With the blessing of this power, Carl's Conqueror's Hacky rapidly strengthened, and instantly evolved from primary to intermediate. Although it is intermediate, it is only slightly away from advanced, infinitely close to advanced. Carl's spiritual power has been greatly improved, and he can freely control Conqueror's Hacky according to his own will. From the timing of use to the power, as well as the scope of influence, everything is under control. When fighting against a large number of opponents, it can exert great power. Today's Carl can make tens of thousands of people with insufficient strength lose consciousness and fall into a coma with a single thought. In addition to the intermediate Conqueror's Hacky, Carl also got the Demon Conqueror's Hacky and IKA, the General of the Ghost Army. With a thought, the ground under Carl's feet trembled suddenly, and at the same time, part of Carl's shadow split off. The earth bulges, a hollow is opened, and a huge demon emerges from the ground. It has a tauren-like body and a lion-like face, with 2 green horns on its head. It has a huge and strong body. The split shadow of Karl turned into a demon general wearing armor and blue skin. The former is the devil of the earth, who has the ability to throw stones to escape, manipulate earth and rocks, and cause earthquakes. I don't know how powerful the devil Dikoi can display in this world. But Karl believes that Dikoi's strength will not let him down. As for the latter, it is General Ika of the Ghost Shadow Corps, who can summon the ghost soldiers of the Samurai Corps. See Master. Earth Devil Dikoi and General Ika knelt down on one knee to salute Karl at the same time. Through system transformation, they have become Karl's loyal loyalists and will never betray. Get up. Thank you, Master. Dikoi, you usually hide underground in the kingdom of Romangh. If there are foreign enemies invading, you will take action again. Obey, Master. Dikoi accepted the order and began to dig the soil, and he got into the ground in a blink of an eye. As for the ghost General Ika, Karl took him into his shadow. Can be summoned at any time if needed. Chapter 25. Whether it is the Earth Demon Dikoi or the Ghost General Ika, they are all very powerful. Most importantly, they are all immortal. Demons cannot be killed, only sealed. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul can be reborn. I just don't know if Big Mom's soul fruit can restrain their souls. This is the only thing Karl needs to pay attention to. After solving everything, Karl Eugen flew to the capital. With badgers leading the Red Dragon Legion guarding the capital, and King Flender personally coming out to calm people's hearts, the residents of the capital were calm and there were no riots. Seeing Karl's triumphant return, many residents cheered earth-shatteringly. Win, Your Highness, Karl has won. It's unbelievable, even Marine Admiral is no match for His Highness the Prince. Even Admiral can be defeated, who else can threaten His Royal Highness? From now on, no one in our kingdom of Romangh will dare to provoke you. These residents who stayed in the capital were not unable to leave, but they were unwilling to leave. They all trust Karl, and they also trust this country. They believe that Karl can protect them from the threat of Marine, and they voluntarily stay and die with the kingdom of Romangh. Karl did not disappoint them either, successfully eliminating the threat of Marine Tomo to the kingdom of Romangh. Karl's record of repelling Marine Admiral reassured the residents of the capital, and they all thanked themselves for their wise choice. They did not abandon the kingdom of Romangh at the most critical moment, and they will be able to receive the protection of the kingdom of Romangh from now on. With Karl guarding the kingdom of Romangh, no pirates or criminals can threaten the safety of their lives and properties. The kingdom of Romangh will become the safest country in the new world. Father, I'm back. Karl Eugen flew back to the palace hall and came to Flender. Okay, just come back, just come back. With tears in his eyes, Flender excitedly stepped forward and patted Karl on the shoulder. When he saw the scars and blood on Karl's body, he hurriedly asked about Karl's injuries, and at the same time asked the soldiers to go to the doctor. Doctor, where is the doctor? Call the doctor. It's okay, Father, my injury doesn't matter, I can't die. Karl shook his head slightly, signaling his father, King Flender, to be at ease. His constitution is also monster level, as long as he doesn't die immediately, there will be no danger in the follow-up. Just eat a big meal to replenish your energy and get a good night's sleep. When I woke up, I was basically fine. Okay, it's fine. After confirming that Karl is not in danger, Flender is finally relieved. That's when I started asking about the battle between Karl and Akynu. When he learned that Karl had repelled Marine Admiral Akynu and Buster Call's fleet, Flender's expression was as shocked as it was. Although he knew that his son Karl was very strong, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Okay, with you in the kingdom of Romangh, it is destined to go to glory. In this way, I can safely hand over the throne to you. Father. Ahem, cough, needless to say. Flender coughed a few times and said, "You know my body, I can no longer take care of state affairs. You are my most excellent and only son, and the throne will naturally be inherited by you. Before, I was afraid that you were too young and too impulsive, so I wanted to remind you a little bit more. But now that you have such great strength, some flaws are irrelevant. The world of One Piece is absolute power supremacy. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter how many shortcomings and bad habits there are, it doesn't matter. Because absolute strength can suppress everything. Carl now has such strength, so Flanders can entrust the throne with peace of mind." King Flender continued, "The succession ceremony is scheduled for 7 days later, and I will order people to announce the news to the whole country. After that, let me retire with peace of mind. The kingdom of Romangh, after all, depends on you young people." Carl nodded slightly, "Yes, father." Flender looked at Carl in front of him with relief, and he began to believe in the future glory of the Romangh kingdom. Without the constraints of gold in the sky, coupled with the strength of Carl and the strength of the army of the Romangh kingdom, the Romangh kingdom is destined to achieve glory in the future. At the same time, overseas, Akynu's lower body sprayed lava and flew towards a marine warship. "Look, it's Sakazuki Admiral. Sakazuki Admiral is back. It must have won, it can't be wrong. The sinner Karl Schuster must be wiped out by Sakazuki Admiral. Evil cannot defeat justice after all." When thousands of marine soldiers saw Akynu's return, they all beamed with joy and praised him one after another. However, in the next second, Akynu's actions almost caught their eyeballs by surprise. Akynu, who flew away in the air, suddenly staggered and fell straight to the deck of the warship. The hot magma scattered all over the ground, scalding several marine soldiers who got close to rolling all over the ground. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman and thousands of marine soldiers were instantly stunned. When they saw the bruises all over his body and the blood on Akynu's face, they all gasped. "Hiss! What a horrible injury! With Sakazuki Admiral's strength, he was injured like this. It's amazing! How is this possible? Does Karl Schuster have such terrifying strength?" Vice Admiral Dogman was the first to react, and quickly stepped forward to help Akynu, while shouting loudly, "Ship doctor, where is the ship doctor? Come here! Sakazuki Admiral, how are you doing? Are you okay? Come on!" Chapter 26. The marine soldiers were all terrified and rushed to help the bloody Akynu back to the cabin. During the support, a soldier accidentally pulled Akynu's wound, causing Akynu to spit out another mouthful of blood. Several ship doctors rushed to give Akynu emergency treatment. When they tore off Akynu's suit and saw the wound on his chest, all the soldiers on board were terrified. The wound on Akynu's body was too terrifying. A huge gash stretched from the left shoulder to the lower right abdomen, with thick white bones and damaged internal organs faintly visible. There was also a blood hole on the left side of the lower abdomen running through the front and back of the body. In addition, Akynu suffered a fractured and twisted right arm and suffered multiple burns all over his body. Except for the back, there is hardly a piece of intact skin. It's hard to imagine that Akynu, who is capable of lava fruit, would suffer such severe burns. "Quick, hurry back to Naval Headquarters." While the ship doctor was giving first aid to Akynu, 8 warships rushed to Naval Headquarters at top speed. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. There are countless heavy artillery around the crescent-shaped island, and dozens of warships of the highest specification are moored on the surrounding sea. The firepower here can blow any intruder to pieces in an instant. Teams of marine soldiers line up and patrol Naval Headquarters in uniform, and there are countless marine soldiers on the training ground who are strengthening their training. The loud slogans spread to every corner, which contains the power to strengthen the hearts of the people. But suddenly, a roar erupted from the marshal's office, frightening a group of patrolling soldiers to shiver. What happened? One by one marine soldiers looked up to the Naval Headquarters building, where Marshal Sengoku's office is located. I saw a desk smashed through the window and flew down from the tall building. Each Marine soldier's scalp was numb, and he shivered, retracting his neck and not daring to look any more. They all knew that something must have happened to make Marshal Sengoku so angry and fly into a rage. In the office, Sengoku's face was flushed, he was panting heavily, his right fist was clenched tightly, and his eyes were extremely scary. Sakazuki lost. Sengoku looked at a communication soldier in front of him and asked in disbelief. Yes, Sakazuki Admiral returned from a serious injury, was treated by the ship's doctor, and is now out of danger. The communicator held a phone bug in his hand, and the voice of Vice Admiral Doberman came from the phone bug. In addition, the Buster Call fleet also suffered heavy losses. The Ghost Spider was killed in battle, and more than 3,000 Marine soldiers were killed in battle. 3,000 people. Even the Ghost Spider is dead. Sengoku's expression changed drastically, and he was furious. Why did you fight like this? Don't tell me it's all because of Carl Schuster. I'm sorry, Marshal, it's because of him. Vice Admiral Doberman said with a heavy tone, Carl Schuster is amazing, even Sakazuki Admiral can't do anything to him. Especially Carl Schuster's fruit ability is amazing. With just one attack, he instantly destroyed the 2 warships led by the Ghost Spider and killed more than 2,000 soldiers. I saw it with my own eyes, that kind of attack Vice Admiral can't resist, only Admiral can resist. The super electromagnetic gun is fast and powerful. There is no way to hide, and it can only resist head-on. After seeing it only once, it left an indelible fear in Doberman's heart. Thinking back again, Doberman still felt his scalp tingling, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Carl Schuster, the strength is so strong. Sengoku was secretly frightened and felt extremely tricky. But think about it, how dare he kill celestial dragons if he has no support? In this national annihilation operation, Marine undoubtedly returned in a big defeat. The only catch is that it is confirmed that Carl Schuster is the real murderer of the celestial dragons. But this kind of harvest is rubbish and has no meaning at all. Sengoku frowned, and said depressedly, you guys come back first, and also, sort out a copy of Carl Schuster's relevant information and send it back to the headquarters. Obey, Your Excellency the Marshal. There is no doubt that Carl Schuster has become a great enemy of the Marine and the world government. Even Admiral leading Buster Call can't do anything to Carl, and it is already very difficult to completely eliminate him. At the same time, 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, also learned of Akynu's defeat. Waste, it's all a bunch of waste. What Marine Admiral? What highest combat power? I think it's a bunch of idiots. You can't even deal with a brat, and you're still defeated. What does Marine do? Can such waste also protect the world government? If all Marines have this kind of virtue, then what's the use of the world government keeping them? Among the powers in Pangu City, the 5 elders were furious, and everyone was furious. Roars like thunder came and went among the powers, frightening the guards standing guard outside the gate to tremble. What's the use of saying this now? The most urgent thing is to get rid of Carl Schuster, a criminal kid. Among the 5 elders, only 5 elders with the sword remained calm. He is a swordsman, and he usually has a special mind training, so his mentality is better than the other 4. He carefully maintains his beloved knife, and when he speaks, his eyes emit a cold and murderous look. With a light swing of the knife, an invisible slash shot out through the air, split the wall and shot outside. Hearing the voice of 5 elders holding the sword, the other 4 also suppressed their anger and began to discuss countermeasures. As the highest authority in the world's government, their energy-raising skills are still very good. A situation like today only happens once in many years. Chapter 27. Do you have any good ideas? That brat can defeat even Sakazuki, he is no longer an enemy that can be easily eliminated. The blonde 5 elders looked at 5 elders with the sword and said. The rest of the people also nodded slightly in agreement. Although they say that Akynu and Marine are a bunch of trash, they actually know Akynu's combat power very well. Akynu is definitely not weak, his combat power is definitely at the peak level in the world. Karl's ability to beat Akynu strongly shows that Karl has also reached the world's top level. It is absolutely not easy to eliminate such an enemy. We want to solve him completely, and there is really no way in a short time. Unless we wake up Lord Im and have another big cleansing. The bearded 5 elders said calmly. No, absolutely not. The bearded 5 elders had just finished speaking when he was rejected by the curly-haired 5 elders. Master Im is sleeping, and you must not disturb him just because he is just a Karl Huster. Besides, it's not time for the big purge yet. The so-called Great Cleansing is a way for the world government to consolidate its rule. Every once in a while, when enough dark forces appear on the sea, it may shake the rule of the world government. Im will wake up from a deep sleep, summon all the hidden forces of the world government, and wipe out all these dark forces. Eliminates all threats at once. This is the Great Purge. The reason why the world's official government has been standing for 800 years is because Im will carry out a big cleaning every once in a while to extinguish all the lights. If the 5 elders mobilize part of the hidden power of the world government, it is indeed possible to eliminate Karl. But the time has not yet come. If they could use that power, they would have dealt with the 4 emperors' pirates long ago, and they wouldn't wait until today. Compared with 4 emperors, Karl's current threat is obviously not enough. Not even the 4 emperors are qualified to let the 5 elders use their hidden powers, let alone Karl. We'd have a hard time killing Karl without that power. The bald 5 elders said with a gloomy face. No matter what, you can't disturb Lord Im, and the deep sleep of that adult must not be broken. That's just asking Marine to do it. Holding the sword, 5 elders put the sword back into its sheath, and said coldly. If Marine sends out all his forces, he can still destroy Karl and the kingdom of Romangh. The blonde 5 elders looked out of the window and said, according to the information sent back by Marine this time, although Karl Huster's combat power is stronger than Akynu's, he is not much stronger. If Marine dispatches 2 Marine Admirals at the same time, it will definitely wipe them out. Only in this way, those sea scum in New World may not let it go. There are only 3 Marine Admirals in Marine, one guards New World all year round, one guards naval headquarters while protecting the Holy Land Marie-Joys, and the other is responsible for daily operations. The 3 admirals perform their duties and jointly safeguard the justice of the world. This time Akynu led Buster Call into the New World, which has already changed the 4 Emperors' pirates. If 2 Marine Admirals rush into New World at the same time, Naval Headquarters' combat power will be empty, and it will also be recognized by the 4 Emperors' pirates as a signal for war, and they will definitely not remain indifferent. One mistake could trigger an all-out war between the Naval Headquarters and the 4 Emperors' pirates. Once the balance is broken, it is difficult to return to the past. By then, the threat to Naval Headquarters and world governments will be even greater than it is now. Even the 5 elders can't help but feel tricky when they think of the 4 emperors. Although they don't want to admit it, the 4 emperors' pirate group is indeed stronger than the current Naval Headquarters if they unite. This doesn't work and that doesn't work. Is it possible to let Karl Huster live in peace? The curly-haired 5 elders jerked at the cane in his hand. Armament Haki exploded, directly poking a big hole in the floor tile. That BD killed a celestial dragons. An evil brat like this who provoked the world must not be allowed to live in the world, otherwise, what would the world government save? Also, don't forget, that brat is only 20 years old this year. You can compete with Akynu at only 20 years old, if you let him grow up, can you imagine? Do you still want to see a new emperor appear in the world? No matter what, Karl Schuster must die. Let Marine issue a reward order first, and then find a way to lead the 4 Emperors' pirates to conflict with Karl Huster, and kill people with a knife. At the same time, let Marine formulate a corresponding strategy and try to solve it all at once. The curly-haired 5 elders said with a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. This is a good idea. The 4 emperors of the New World stand together. Karl's rise will inevitably infringe on their interests. The 4 emperors will not remain indifferent. Presumably they will take action soon. Seconded. Seconded. That's the decision. On direct orders from the 5 elders, Sengoku quickly had Vice Admiral issue a bounty on Karl. The amount is staggering. It is the first time in Sengoku's life that such a staggering number of rewards has been offered. It wasn't long before word spread throughout the world that Karl Hurst had defeated Marine Admiral Akynu, destroying Marine Buster Call. Numerous powerful forces in the New World, the King of the Dark World, and the 4 emperors all paid attention to Karl, a rising rookie. Chapter 28. New World, Romangh Kingdom, in the Royal Palace. Karl was sitting on the balcony with a symphony playing on the classical gramophone next to him. The sun shines on Karl, making Karl even more extravagant. At this moment, a blonde maid with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance ran into Karl's room in a panic holding a newspaper. Your Highness Karl. Reward order, your reward order is out. The maid ran to Karl and handed the newspaper to Karl respectfully. Seeing Karl's handsome face, the blonde maid blushed and her eyes were full of love. Understood, Alice, don't make such a fuss. Karl smiled lightly, and took the newspaper from Alice's hand. Newspaper headlines feature close-up photos of him fighting Akynu. After opening, it is Karl's reward order. Shinigami Karl Schuster, with a bounty of 3 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. 3 billion, Naval Headquarters is really an exaggeration. Karl smiled slightly, having expected this number. He beat Marine Admiral Akynu this time, plus he crushed Marine Buster Call. Add in his crime of killing the Celestial Dragons, and 3 billion Baileys is not much. If the forces under Karl's command were stronger and the territory was larger, there would be no difference between Karl and the 4 Emperors' pirates. This is the first time I've seen such a high reward amount. There shouldn't be a criminal with a higher reward than His Highness, right? The maid Alice looked at Karl with admiration in her eyes. Karl touched Alice's head and smiled slightly. 3 billion is not too high, the reward offered by 4 emperors is much higher than 3 billion. You'll find out later. Alice is just a maid who has never left the Romangh Palace since she was a child. She has limited knowledge and has no idea how terrifying the 4 emperors' big pirate is. No, in Alice's heart, Her Highness Karl is the strongest. Hee. Regarding Alice's blind worship, Karl didn't say much, just laughed it off. He is very powerful now, but he is still a long way from being the strongest. In the deepest part of New World, there is an unknown sea. A huge killer whale pirate ship is drifting in the wind, sailing aimlessly in Wangyang Sea. On the mast, a pirate flag was blown by the sea wind, and on the flag was a skull mark with a long crescent beard. All the pirates who see this flag will flee immediately, even the warships patrolling the sea area will turn around and leave. In New World, this banner is a well-deserved overlord and an inviolable existence. In this world, no one dares to provoke the forces represented by this flag. Because it is the flag of the strongest man in the world, 4 Emperors Whitebeard. On the Moby Dick, a group of pirates are having a banquet. Marco flapped his wings and flew down from the mast, yelling, "Papa, Papa, something is wrong." "Goo la 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 la, don't make a fuss, Marco." Whitebeard laughed generously. "That's right, Captain Marco, no matter what happens, it won't affect us. Come and have a banquet, the sea kings caught today are delicious. Alcohol is delicious too." Thousands of pirates drank, chatted, and had a banquet, not paying attention to the big things Marco said. Who are they? Are they the Whitebeard pirates? What big event can affect them? Marco shook his head, flew up to Whitebeard and said, "Really, something really happened this time. Admiral Akynu has been defeated. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates who were having a banquet stopped their movements, the noise stopped abruptly, and there was no sound. More than 1,000 pairs of eyes looked at Marco at the same time, all of them were deeply shocked. Even Whitebeard, who was drinking, froze for a moment in his bowl. Did you read it wrong? Captain Marco. Yeah, that BD Akynu is Marine Admiral. Who can beat him? Could it be that Kaido made a move? Or Big Mom? Or Red Hair? None of the pirates under him believed that Admiral Akynu would be defeated unless the other 4 emperors took action himself. No, it's not them, it's a newcomer. No, it's not a newcomer either. Karl Schuster, you should all have heard of it, right? Marco looked at the crowd and said. While speaking, Marco distributed the newspapers in his hands to each captain, and at the same time handed a copy to Whitebeard. Everyone took the newspaper and quickly opened it to read it. After only one glance, thousands of pairs of eyes suddenly widened. Many pirates almost dislocated their jaws because they were so shocked. Carl Hurst? It's him. Is this guy actually that strong? I didn't see it before. Shinigami Carl, Godslayer, slay celestial dragons, single-handedly defeat Admiral Akynu, destroy Marine Buster Call. Even the celestial dragons were killed. How brave is this guy? Thousands of pirates sighed in amazement, and the shock in their eyes could not fade away. They have also heard of Karl's name, and he is the prince of the Romangh kingdom. As a prince, he has a noble status and has been well clothed and well fed since childhood. Not only was he not corroded by the extravagant life, but he developed super strength. His strongest record was 2 years ago when he killed a pirate with a bounty of more than 800 million, which made him famous in New World. If you become a pirate with such strength, you can be the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. You can also become an advanced officer in other 4 emperors' pirate groups. But back then, the 4 emperors didn't pay much attention to Karl. First, Karl is not a pirate and has no intersection with them. Second, although Karl's strength is good, in the eyes of 4 emperors, he is nothing more than that. But this time is different. Chapter 29. Karl killed the celestial dragons, defeated Admiral Akynu, and destroyed the Marine Buster Call. No matter which one of these 3 major events occurs, it can shake the entire world. Especially defeating Admiral Akynu, let the world see Karl's strength. Even in the New World, where there are so many powerful people, only the 4 emperors can rival Karl. The bounty is 3 billion Baileys. This is the first time I've seen someone reach this amount for the first time. Marco held Karl's reward order and shook his head slightly, the shock in his heart couldn't be further increased. This brat deserves such an amount. Whitebeard looked at Karl's bounty and said. 20 years old, only 20 years old, the strength has reached this level. Sure enough, the sea is full of talents. But this guy killed the celestial dragons, the world government will not let it go. Diamond Jaws said from the side. Hey, the world is government, what can they do? Whitebeard sneered and said, even Admiral failed to lead the Buster Call, what other means do they have? Karl Schuster, he is already someone they can't eradicate. After all, this is New World. That's right, New World is the territory of our pirates. Marine wants to invade on a large scale, and we won't just sit idly by. Ha 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 ha, Marine is nothing more than that. The pirates laughed loudly, full of disdain for Marine. However, the rise of Karl Schuster will also affect the structure of New World, right? Foil Vista said suddenly. That's right, with his strength, if he wants to expand his territory, the surrounding waters won't be able to fight back at all. It won't be long before he can occupy a large sea area. Maybe, he will come to challenge Dad's position. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates are vigilant. New World is big, but small at the same time. The situation of the 4 emperors has been maintained for many years. The rise of Karl is bound to break this balance. The cake is only so big in total, Karl has to eat part, and the part that 4 emperors can eat is less. Although Karl is the enemy of Marine and the world government, he is also their enemy. Gu la 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 la, don't worry, sons of idiots. Laozi is Whitebeard, this brat wants to challenge me, 100 years too early. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and an astonishing and terrifying aura erupted from him, forming a wave of air that hit all directions. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be washed away. Ha ha ha, that's right, Dad is the strongest. Karl Hurst is very strong, but Daddy is far from him. Drink, drink, and continue the banquet. It's a pity that Ace is not here. If he were here, the banquet would definitely be more lively. Humph, don't worry, Ace will be back when the traitor Teach is dealt with. More than 1,000 pirates mingled with each other, laughed loudly, and immersed themselves in the lively banquet. On the Moby DK, only Whitebeard and Marco had serious expressions. At the same time, an unnamed island in the deepest part of New World. The Red Hair pirates are throwing a party on the island. In the center camp of the island, there are tents and barbecue grills. One of the grills is very large, with the Sea Kings over 50 meters long propped on it. The flames below were burning fiercely, making the skin of Sea Kings sizzle. The oil drips onto the flame, causing the flame to burst. Clouds of rich aroma filled the air, making the pirates salivate when they smelled the aroma. Hey, Lucky, is the meat ready? It's time to eat. I am hungry. The red-haired Shanks downed a glass of rum, smelled the aroma, and couldn't help shouting at Locky Lu. Locky Lu turned the grill to heat Sea Kings evenly, and shouted without looking back, "Wait a minute, you idiot, the meat must be cooked to taste. The last time you ate half-cooked meat and caused diarrhea for 2 days, did you forget?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding pirates roared with laughter, laughing at the red hair one after another. The atmosphere inside Red Hair Pirates is very harmonious. The captain, the red hair, has almost no airs of the captain, so the crew members under him can laugh at the red hair unscrupulously. But that's no disrespect to the captain. In contrast, members of the Red Hair Pirates respect redheads. It's just that the relationship between them is relatively good, as close as brothers. The red-haired man laughed too, not feeling ashamed at all. At this moment, the Vice-Captain Beckman came over and sat down beside the redhead. "Shanks, something went wrong." "What's wrong?" The redhead noticed Beckman's solemn expression, so he put away the smile on his face. "See for yourself." Beckman handed the redhead the newspaper in his hands. The redhead took a look, his pupils constricted instantly, and his expression was extremely solemn. "Hey, Captain, what's going on?" "Yes, tell me quickly. What happened to make the two of you so serious?" The surrounding pirates also noticed the expressions of the red hair and Beckman, and asked questions one after another. Beckman took down the cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Admiral Akynu is defeated." As soon as these words came out, the air instantly became quiet, and there was no sound. Immediately afterwards it was broken by uproar. Admiral Akynu was defeated. Who did it? Akynu's strength is very strong, who can defeat him? Whitebeard? Or Kaido? Which 4 emperors did Marine go to war with? We haven't heard of it, have we? Many pirates spoke to each other, and the island was instantly covered by noise. Chapter 30. After reading the contents of the newspaper and Karl's reward order, the red-haired Shanks let out a long breath, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. Even though he was well informed, after hearing the news, his heart was still filled with turmoil. "It's amazing, it's really shocking," the redhead said with emotion. "Yeah, once you become famous and the world knows it, the world will be shaken now." Beckman also echoed his words. With the newspaper content and Karl's reward order exposed, the members of the Red Hair Pirates finally know what happened. None of them expected that such an earth-shattering battle broke out in the kingdom of Romangh when they were on vacation safely. Marine Admiral Akynu was defeated, Buster Call was defeated, and Shinigami Carl rose strongly. In just one night, Carl went from a prince without a bounty to the world's most wanted man. The bounty is as high as 3 billion Baileys, second only to the 4 emperors' big pirate. The flames sizzled, and the sea kings had been scorched, but no one was paying attention to the barbecue at the moment. Even the most gluttonous lackey Lu is no exception. All the members of Red Hair Pirates were shocked by this news and fell into deep shock and couldn't extricate themselves. At only 20 years old, he has the power to defeat Admiral Akynu, Carl Schuster. His future is unpredictable. Now, the balance of the world will be broken. The redhead stared at Carl's reward order, looked at Carl's young face, and felt as if he saw a mystery. This man is very dangerous. I feel that he is different from ordinary pirates. There was a wise light in Beckman's eyes, and he said calmly. Ah, indeed. The redhead nodded in agreement. A person who will take the initiative to attack celestial dragons, his ambition cannot be judged by common sense. I must meet Whitebeard ASAP. The redhead stood up and said with a solemn face. Is that okay? Shanks. Beckman looked at the redhead and said, if we take action, do you think the government will sit idly by? Now is the critical moment. The celestial dragons were killed, and the world government will definitely not let it go. Although Akynu was defeated, Marine's actions will not stop, and there must be a follow-up to this matter. How can I manage so much now? The redhead said resolutely, that BD Teach has already started to act. His ambition that has been hidden for many years has finally exploded, and it will definitely cause drastic changes in the world. Coupled with the sudden rise of Carl Schuster this time, I have a hunch that the tide of the times is coming. If we are not mentally prepared, even we may be crushed under this wave. The red hair looked at the sea in the distance. The sky was sunny and the sea was calm and calm. But in the eyes of red hair, the front is full of turbulent waves, lightning, and thunder. The great waves of the times are sweeping towards them. This huge wave affects the whole world, and no one can stay out of it. Anyway, I have to do this. No matter what actions the government will take, I don't care. If you dare to hinder me, I will defeat them. Just as the red hair finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, messing up his red mid-length hair. In that case, let's do it. Beckman exhaled smoke rings and said calmly. Oh! Brothers, prepare to fight. The members of Red Hair Pirates cheered and roared, full of fighting spirit. No one took the threat of the world's government to heart. The red hair looked around the crowd and said, go and prepare the good wine first, set sail, and head to the Whitebeard Pirates. New World, Wano Kuni. The sky above Ghost Island was overcast with clouds, thunder, and lightning. Kaido of the Beasts drinks from a wine gourd in Onishima Palace, then smashes it to pieces. This kid did a good job. He was able to defeat that red dog. The current kid is worthy of praise. The craziest thing is that he actually killed the celestial dragons, which I kind of admire. Beside Kaido, Yan Calamity Ember said in a low voice. The fire embers are from the Lunaria race, which was wiped out by the celestial dragons. As a survivor, Yin has an extreme hatred for celestial dragons. So Carl kills the celestial dragons and gets Yin a lot of favor. Humph, isn't it the celestial dragons? It's not like Lao Zi hasn't been killed before. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Lao Zi crushed as many celestial dragons as he wanted. Kaido snorted disdainfully. Afterwards, he picked up Carl's reward order, his pupils widened and his eyes were full of fierceness. This kid's strength is not bad. I was just bored, so I went to play with him and see if he can kill me. If he can't kill me, then I'll kill him. Roar! Kaido raised his head to the sky and screamed. The roar turned into an invisible wave of sound waves, sweeping away Fang Yuan. Subsequently, Kaido began to transform. His palms turned into dragon claws, his arms became thicker and larger and at the same time grew dragon scales, his dark skin turned blue, and the hard dragon scales covered the surface of his body. The head becomes a dragon's head, with fangs growing out of its mouth. Kaido originally had 2 bull horns on his head, but now he has 2 dragon horns. The upper body lengthened, stretched out infinitely together with the neck, and instantly became the body of an azure dragon tens of meters long. As Kaido kicked his legs, the lower half of his body became a dragon's tail. The azure dragon soared into the sky, flew out of the Ghost Island Palace, and jumped into the dark clouds in the sky. The lightning struck Kaido, unable to shake the dragon scales at all, as if it was massaging and tickling him. In the blink of an eye, Kaido had disappeared into the sky. Yan Huangjin stared at the big hole above his head speechlessly, and sighed helplessly. Kaido is too self-willed, he will go out to find someone to fight if he disagrees with him, or he will go out and commit suicide. Before he could stop it, Kaido flew away. He's the number 2 Beasts Pirates man and he's tired. Chapter 31 New World, Cake Island. Well, did that kid named Carl really beat Akynu? In the Cake Island Palace, 4 Emperor's Big Mom is dancing to the music. Around her were Fire Cloud Prometheus and Thunder Cloud Zeus, and there were many small cakes surrounding her to accompany her dance. While dancing, Big Mom grabbed the cake next to her and swallowed it. As she chewed, the cake let out a cry of pain. But Big Mom didn't care at all. Instead, he ate with gusto, with a happy smile on his face. Her dancing posture, her smile, coupled with her bloated and fat body, and her hideous and ugly face like a witch, no matter how you look at it, your eyes are hot. However, no one next to her dared to show disgust, because she was the master of the Big Mom pirates. A horrible woman who could eat her own child alive when she was angry. In the sea of 10,000 nations, no one dared to challenge her majesty. Hearing Big Mom's question, Katakuri stepped forward and said respectfully, "Yes, Mom, the news has spread. Prince Karl Schuster of the Kingdom of Romangh was attacked by Buster Call led by Admiral Akynu for killing the celestial dragons. Karl and Akynu fought head-on, and in the end Karl won, Akynu fled in embarrassment, and Buster Call was destroyed. Well, this kid did a really good job. How old is he this year?" Big Mom asked while eating a small cake. 20 years old. Katakuri responded. 20 years old, so young. Not bad, I am very satisfied. Invite him to Cake Island. Which one of your younger sisters is better to marry to him? Katakuri. Such a young combat power, and a prince, you have to hold it in your hands. There was a ferocious and terrifying smile on Big Mom's face, and there was endless greed in the depths of his pupils. Big Mom behaves like a child, and will not hide his greed when he meets something he likes. Even if you don't have to guess, you can tell at a glance. Duan Yat, Big Mom's recruiter, is very special because he relies on marriage. She lacked everything except children. If you recruit male subordinates, you will marry your daughter, and if you recruit female subordinates, you will marry your son. In this way, Big Mom gathered a large group of New World monsters. The Charlotte family has also become the strongest pirate family in the world. For Big Mom's order, Katakuri will not hesitate to carry it out. But this time is different, the target is Karl, a strong man who can defeat Admiral Akynu. Facing Karl, he is not an opponent, so he is not very sure of completing the task. Mom, Karl Huster may not agree to a marriage, I don't think he is willing to be inferior. Well, if he refuses, kill him, and bake the Kingdom of Romangh as a cake. Big Mom said with a terrifying expression, even if he defeated Admiral Akynu, in my mother's eyes, it's nothing more than that. Well. Yes, mother. Katakuri couldn't refuse Big Mom's order, nor did he have the right to refuse. Once he dares to refuse, even if he is Big Mom's favorite son, his end will be extremely miserable. New World, de Rice Rosa. This is 7 Warlords of the Sea, the country of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The 7 Warlords of the Sea all have the power to destroy the country, and among them, Da Flamingo is very special. He is not a common human, he is a celestial dragon's origin. Although they are fallen celestial dragons, Da Flamingo has always regarded himself as the real celestial dragons in his heart. His contempt and disdain for common humans is etched in his bones. While Da Flamingo is proud of his celestial dragon's bloodline, he also hates the celestial dragons who abandoned him in the holy land of Marie Joyce. His psychology is very contradictory and distorted, and he has always longed for revenge against those celestial dragons one day. Finally someone dares to challenge God. Godslayer Carl Huster, what a title! In the palace, Da Flamingo stared at Carl's reward order and kept laughing ferociously. His laughter was very strange, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Finally someone dares to challenge the gods. Fools, your good days are coming to an end soon. The tide of the times has already begun. It won't be long before you will be pulled down from the altar, trampled under your feet, and lose all your dignity and glory. Just wait, I will definitely return to the Holy Land. When the time comes, all of you will crawl at my feet. Oh. Da Flamingo laughed wildly, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and the blood kept surging. A powerful momentum erupted from him, forming a gust of wind and waves that shattered all the window glass in the room. This is Conqueror's haki, and it's not low level. As a celestial dragons, Da Flamingo awakened the Conquerors when he was a child, and possessed the qualifications of a king. There are no celestial dragons like him in 1,000. New World, Kingdom of Romangh. On this day, the Kingdom of Romangh celebrates nationwide. Because today is the day Carl becomes king. The old King Carl Friend officially abdicated, and the young Prince Carl took the throne and became the new king of the Romangh Kingdom. For this young king, all the residents of the whole country have great trust and respect. All residents believe that under Carl's leadership, they can live a happy life. From today onwards, I am the 6th king of the Kingdom of Romangh. There are 4 huge virtual projections facing all directions over the Kingdom of Romangh. Carl's succession ceremony was projected to every corner of the Kingdom of Romangh through projection phone bugs. Chapter 32. Residents of the Kingdom of Romangh can see all the details of Carl's enthronement as long as they look up. When seeing Carl sit on the throne, hundreds of thousands of residents in the country let out deafening cheers. Everyone is chanting Carl's name. Prince Carl is so handsome, I wish I could marry him. Still called His Royal Highness? Now it should be called His Majesty Carl, but you are right, His Majesty Carl is indeed very handsome. Your Majesty will marry a queen when he ascends the throne. I wonder if I can be His Majesty's queen. Just you? Stop dreaming, and don't look at your own virtue. I'm the one who's going to be His Majesty Carl's queen. It doesn't matter if I'm not the queen, as long as I can serve Prince Carl, I'm willing to be a maid. Countless young and beautiful women in the country looked at Carl's projection, their eyes glowing and their cheeks blushing. Because of being too excited, screaming excessively, and even fainting. It took a whole day for the enthronement ceremony to be considered complete. But the noisy atmosphere in the country has not stopped, and it will continue for a long time. In the palace hall, Carl was sitting on the throne, with only the captain of the guard, Badgers, and his personal maid and secretary Alice. The entire palace hall was empty. Because before succeeding to the throne, Carl killed all the ministers of the Kingdom of Romangh. In addition, the only surviving loyal minister also retired with the old King Flender. So basically no one is available around Carl. Although there are still the Earth Demon Dikui and the Ghost General Ika in the dark, Carl is still short of manpower. We'll have to find a few more helpers. As a king, there are not many courtiers under him, which is a bit outrageous. Alice, how did you do what I asked you to do? Karl looked at Alice and asked. Returning to your majesty, the towns and property losses damaged in the war have been counted. To complete the reconstruction, a large sum of money is needed. Currently, the treasury of the Romangh kingdom and the property of the 6 major families are sufficient to pay for this fund. However, after the reconstruction is completed, the kingdom's finances will fall into a state of shortage. Alice said clearly. I'm still short of money. Karl frowned, feeling more resentment towards the world government. If it weren't for the government of the world to ask the Romangh kingdom to hand over the heavenly gold every year, the Romangh kingdom's finances would not be so stretched. The behavior of the world's government to collect gold from the sky is like lying on the countries to suck blood, and constantly squeeze their nutrients to feed themselves. Under such circumstances, the economies of various countries cannot develop, and their national strength cannot naturally be improved. In this way, these countries will never be able to resist the rule of the world government. Ding! The host triggers the rich country mission. If you want to rebel, you must have money in your hands. It is detected that the host country is short of funds, its national strength cannot continue to improve, and its military cannot expand its recruitment. Ask host to obtain enough wealth to continue to improve the national power of the Romangh kingdom and lay a financial foundation for the rebellion. Task reward, armament hacky internal destruction, emission hacky. Fukuo mission, this is asking me to steal money. Rebellion, nothing more than depends on factors such as the army, money, talents, materials, and territory. The territory Karl now has, a Romangh kingdom. The site is not too big, nor is it small. This is the starting point of Karl's rebellion and the foundation of his life. If you want to succeed in the rebellion, you must expand the existing territory, and then continue to expand the army, save money, recruit talents, and store supplies. Wait until these factors are all in place, and reach a sufficiently strong level, even surpassing the world government. Karl will naturally be able to rebel successfully. If you want to obtain enough wealth for a rich country in a short period of time, the common method will not work, you can only use robbing. Several suitable targets suddenly appeared in Karl's mind. As long as you grab it once, you can get rich in a wave. Looks like I'm going to take a trip to Sky Island. As far as where there is money, the golden city of Sky Island is undoubtedly the best target, and it is also the easiest target to attack. Karl has long wanted to take a trip to Sky Island, not only for the golden city, but also for Enel. A Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, if he can subdue it, he will be a very powerful helper. But before that, Karl was in New World, and Sky Island was in the first half of Grand Line. Going to Sky Island is too troublesome and takes too long. So Karl never had a chance. But it's different now, Karl has gained the ability to radiate fruit and can fly with a sword. With his flying speed, he can reach Sky Island and return in the shortest time. Coupled with the fact that the kingdom is secretly guarded by Decoy, Karl can go out without worry. After identifying the target, Karl began to give orders. Badgers exist. You lead the Red Dragon army to guard the kingdom, and at the same time, you are responsible for rebuilding the kingdom. If you encounter an emergency, please contact me as soon as possible. Obey. Alice, you are in charge of mobilizing funds to assist Badgers in rebuilding the kingdom. Don't be afraid to spend money, use the best for everything, and directly transform the kingdom's port into a war fortress. Yes, Your Majesty Karl. After the order was given, Karl walked out of the palace. Many small sharp blades flew out of his body automatically, and the blades automatically combined to become a flying sword. Karl jumped up and stepped on the flying sword, then soared into the sky, and soon penetrated into the clouds of the sky. It's obviously a two-dimensional world, why do you feel like I'm cultivating immortals? Karl Eugen flew in the sky, and the surrounding clouds were constantly broken by him. The endless sea of Wangyang prostrated at his feet. The current Karl is very similar to the sword fairy flying with a sword in the world of fairy tales, and he is somewhat out of tune with this two-dimensional world. With Carl's thought, the flying sword under his feet suddenly increased in speed. With a whoosh, Carl disappeared instantly. Chapter 33. Sky Island, one of the mysteries of the Grand Line. Some people say that Sky Island is just legendary, but some people have actually seen it with their own eyes, and very few people have actually reached Sky Island. The most fascinating place of Sky Island is the legendary of the Golden City. This legendary has been circulating for 400 years and has always been considered a lie. But Carl knows that the Golden City is real. The first half of the Grand Line is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There is a large group of deep clouds gathered here all the year round. These clouds are magical, solid, and capable of carrying heavy loads. Several islands sit above the clouds, forming an archipelago in the sky, where Sky Island is located. I don't know if Enel has already been defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, but I hope there is still time. Carl Eugen came to Sky Island, looked at the island below, and thought in his heart. It is now C Circle Calendar 1520, and the extremely evil generation of pirates has become famous in the sea one after another. Some time ago, Cloak Dar, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated, and the bounty of Straw Hat Luffy soared to 100 million, officially becoming a supernova. Blackbeard Teach has also defected from the Whitebeard pirates, but there is no news of Ace's arrest yet. If Carl remembers correctly, this time period happened to be the time when the Straw Hat Pirates rushed to Sky Island. It was also the time when Ace was about to be defeated by Blackbeard. If Carl comes early enough, he can still find Enel. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Carl to find Enel after he flies to the moon. Rumble. The sky thundered. Carl saw that the sky ahead was covered with dark clouds, and a thick thunderbolt shot down and hit the island below. Seeing this scene, the corner of Carl's mouth curled up. It seems that I came at the right time. Carl's observation haki captures a lot of human breath on the island. The lightning just now is not a natural phenomenon, but man-made. Apart from Carl, the only one who can unleash such powerful lightning is Enel. Whoosh! With a flash of black shadow, Carl turned into a stream of light and flew towards Akynu below. Yehahaha! Fall under the lightning. On the island of Akynu, Enel holds a golden stick and stands on the ruins of a relic, his body glowing with lightning. Below him, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates were seriously injured and out of breath. Zoro and Sanji were scorched black all over and apparently received electric shocks. With their current strength, as long as they are hit by Enel's attack once, they will be seriously injured and almost lose their combat power. No, he is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user, we are not his opponents. Robin looked at Enel, who was laughing wildly, and said solemnly. Even if you can't fight, you still have to fight. Suffering always comes unexpectedly. I'll never improve without beating him. If I die here, it will prove that I am nothing but such a man. Zoro held a knife in both hands, biting the word Hideo in his mouth, and walked forward slowly, without showing any fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was still very high. Grind in suffering and grow in suffering. Every time he pushes his limits, he gets stronger. Chlorophyll is right, Miss Robin. But don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Sanji was smoking a cigarette. His quiet and handsome appearance didn't last for 3 seconds, and he immediately turned into a piggy, his eyes turned into big hearts. You all stand down, this big-eared boy is handed over to me to deal with. Luffy threw a punch, blocking everyone behind him. Enel is powerful, and only the 3 major strengths of the Straw Hats can make a move. Others went up just to add chaos to death. Seeing this, Enel plucked his ears and smiled disdainfully. It seems that you haven't realized the gap between us yet. It is impossible for a lowly mortal to rival a god. God! Is it great? As soon as Enel finished speaking, a playful voice suddenly sounded, and Carl appeared silently on the wreckage of a ruin. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was taken aback, but no one noticed how Carl appeared. Even Enel, with his special observation haki, didn't notice Carl's arrival. "Who are you guys?" Enel's face darkened instantly. His observation haki told him that Carl was strong, very strong. It is not at the same level as the ants he killed before. "Who is this?" Luffy watched Carl tilt his head, his face full of doubts. "Without wings, not from Sky Island. It seems that they are from Qinghai just like us," Zoro said lightly, his face full of alertness. "It shouldn't be wrong, it's also for gold," Sanji said while exhaling smoke rings. "No. Anyway, it seems that he is not an enemy, as long as he is not with Enel." Usopp hid behind a large rock, his legs shaking and shivering. Nami hid behind him, clutching at Usopp's clothes. The weak trio of the Straw Hats, Usopp and Nami hid, and Chopper was seriously injured and unconscious. Only Robin, the moment he saw Carl, sat down on the ground in fright. Her pupils constricted, her shoulders began to tremble involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out, covering her cheeks in an instant. "Hey, Robin, what's wrong with you? Why are you so scared?" Seeing Robin's frightened look, the three members of the Straw Hats were immediately wary of Carl. Luffy's fists are ready, ready to fire. Zoro's three-knife flow is also aimed at Carl, ready to cut people at any time. "You know him?" Luffy asked seriously. "Ah, I know." Robin stared at Carl, tremblingly said, "His name is Carl, Shinigami Carl. Not long ago, he defeated Marine Admiral Akynu, and now the bounty is as high as 3 billion Baileys." Chapter 34. 3 billion. The strength of the three Straw Hats suddenly changed, and Usopp and Nami, who were hiding behind the stone, screamed in fright, and their minds went blank. 3 billion Baileys, isn't that 30 times that of Luffy? How strong is he? Usopp put his head in his hands and closed his eyes, not daring to look any further. Muttering to himself, imagining that he is dreaming, as long as he wakes up, these things will be gone. Sanji stared at Carl with burning eyes, and asked in disbelief, "You said he defeated Marine Admiral, how capable is he?" The same goes for Luffy and Zoro. After all, Carl looks very young, almost their age. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a newcomer who has just debuted. And such Carl defeated Marine Admiral, and the bounty was as high as 3 billion Baileys. Such an amount was beyond their imagination. Robin panted and said, "There are only 3 admiral ranks in Marine, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akynu. Above them is Marine Admiral Sengoku. The 3 admirals are all the highest in the world's government, and Shinigami Carl's ability to defeat Akynu proves that he is stronger than Admiral. Why did such a terrifying guy appear here? Are you also here for the Golden City? Damn it, I just met such a monster here." The hearts of the 3 major forces of the Straw Hats were extremely heavy. At this moment, they couldn't even care about Enel next to them. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Carl glanced at the Straw Hats, then at Enel. "Enel, are you interested in being my subordinate?" "Subordinates?" When Enel heard this word, his anger surged and he flew into a rage. "UBD, who do you think you're talking to? Laozi is a god. Go to hell, 60 million volts Brontosaurus." Without further ado, Enel started directly. Carl's contempt for him and his superior attitude were too much for him to bear. Enel hit the thunder drum on his back with a golden stick and shot a Brontosaurus at Carl. The thunder dragon roared ferociously, carrying the power of thunder and lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Looking at the thunder dragon rushing towards his face, Carl didn't dodge or avoid it, but shook his head slightly, "It's too impulsive." Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone in the Straw Hats, Carl slowly raised his right hand. Boom! I saw that Carl grasped the flying brontosaur with his palm. Then squeeze it hard, and with a bang, the thunder dragon exploded directly, turning into blue light spots all over the sky and dissipating with the wind. What? How can it be? This guy? Unexpectedly. Everyone in the Straw Hats was stunned, their jaws almost dislocated and fell to the ground. It actually crushed the thunder and lightning? How is this possible? The three major forces of the Straw Hat Regiment all looked dull, with disbelief on their faces. They have seen Enel's strength with their own eyes, and the terrifying lightning is simply devastating. It was just such an attack that beat them half to death. Now in Karl's hands, it exploded casually, as easy as eating and drinking. The gap in strength is clear at a glance. Of course. Only Robin looked as usual, as he had expected. This is Shinigami Karl's strength. On the ruins, Karl looked at Enel in front of him and smiled indifferently. In the next second, Karl disappeared directly in place. A panic surged in Enel's heart, and the observation haki was fully opened, trying to find the trace of Karl. Then, one of Black's fists slammed into his face with unstoppable speed. Enel didn't react from the beginning to the end. With a loud bang, Enel turned into a cannonball and shot out. It is unknown how many trees were broken and how many rocks were smashed. It kept flying for more than 1,000 meters, and finally smashed the wreckage of a ruin before finally stopping. Everyone in the Straw Hats looked at the huge ravine that was more than 1,000 meters long in front of them, and they were all dumbfounded. The shock in my heart cannot be expressed in words. The battle, is it over? Ah, it should be. Is Enel dead? I don't know, maybe. It took only one punch, and it took only one punch to defeat Enel. Why can he touch Enel's lightning body? Isn't he a Logia ability user? Our attacks are useless against him. So strong, too strong. Enel is as weak as a child. At this moment, the three major forces of the Straw Hat Regiment finally knew what is the world's peak combat power. They are still far away from such strength. Karl raised his hand and shot out several small blades, flying towards Enel. Soon, blade flew back with Enel. I saw that Enel's cheek had been beaten and deformed. There was a deep fist mark on his face, several teeth were missing, and his face was covered with blood. At the same time, his eyes rolled white and he had completely lost consciousness. Sure enough, the current Thunder God is still too immature. Karl shook his head inwardly. Grabbing the unconscious Enel, Karl soared into the sky with his sword and flew towards the giant vine. If he remembered correctly, the golden bell was in the middle of the giant vinamin. Hey, where is he going? Big Ear Boy is my opponent. Returning to his senses, Luffy yelled at Karl, and he felt a little dissatisfied when Karl snatched away his opponent. Seeing this, Usopp and Nami next to him hurried forward to gag Luffy's mouth. Nami was even more simple and rude, punching Luffy directly in the face, sending him flying. Chapter 35. Shut up, idiot, let him go if he wants to go, why bother him? Usopp also yelled, that's right, bring him back and we will be in danger. Zoro took back the three knives and sat on the ground, panting and said, although we are unwilling, we were saved by him. No, it's not considered saved. From beginning to end, he didn't take us to heart. That Enel was his target, we were just incidental. Sanji looked up to the sky and spit out a puff of smoke, and asked heavily, Miss Robin, are there all monsters like this in front of the Grand Line? As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Robin. Robin shook his head and said, there are not many people in the world who are as strong as Shinigami Karl. He is not a pirate, and has no conflict with us. I think this is the reason why he let us go. But maybe, just because we are too weak, he has no interest in killing us. Hee, this monster, I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. Usopp sat on the ground, shaking his head, muttering to himself, with a look of lovelessness on his face. Nami hid in the corner in fright, tears trickling down, I regret it now, I don't want to be a pirate anymore, I want to go back. Both of them envied Chopper, who had lost consciousness and fell into a coma, and didn't need to go through this kind of frightening feeling. Luffy put on her cherished straw hat, looked at Carl's back as he flew away, and said with firm eyes, "Don't worry, one day, I will surpass him. One Piece, I'm determined." Zoro also smiled ferociously, "That's right, without this kind of monster, the Grand Line would be too boring. Only by surpassing this monster can I become the world's #1 swordsman." Zoro's heart was full of fighting spirit, without any fear. He felt an extremely powerful pressure from Carl. He had felt this pressure once before, and it was brought to him by Hawkeye. With Zoro's current strength, he can't judge whether Hawkeye and Carl are stronger or weaker. But both were monsters he couldn't match, he was sure of that. To become the world's #1 swordsman, he still needs to defeat countless powerful monsters. Knowing his weakness, Zoro yearns for strength even more. While the Straw Hats were lamenting the rest of their lives, Carl had already flown to the center of the giant vines with Enel. With a wave of his hand, the deep clouds ahead were torn apart, revealing a golden light. It was a huge golden bell tower, extremely spectacular and shocking, like a miracle in the world. "Rise!" Carl raised his hand and shot out countless tiny blades. The blade combination was stuck at the bottom step of the golden clock tower, and it flew up slowly holding the golden clock. Although the volume of the golden clock is comparable to a tall building, Carl does not feel any effort in supporting it. With Carl's current ability, it is easy to support a small island, let alone a golden bell. Carrying the golden clock, Carl flew to the palace of Akynu. Carl remembered that Enel smelted the collected gold into a huge gold ship. This ship can use lightning as kinetic energy to take him to the infinite land. Carl came to the palace and soon found the golden ship. The gold boat is spectacular and huge. The gold on Sky Island should be more than that. Carl looked at the golden boat in front of him, frowning slightly. "Come on." With an order, Carl's shadow suddenly split, and General Ika appeared behind Carl. "Sea Master." General Ika knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. "Let people go to find gold, and take as much as they have." "Obey." General Ika nodded slightly, and then shouted, "Assemble the ghost army." The moment the voice fell, countless ghost soldiers appeared in the surrounding shadows. These soldiers are all wearing armor with samurai swords around their waists. They are clearly a samurai regiment, also known as Helmet Shadows. Without Ika's order, all the soldiers dispersed in all directions when they appeared. They are fast and flexible, and they can move freely between the trees in the forest. Some even directly turned into black shadows, flowing forward from the ground. The Ghost Shadow Corps is the most powerful reconnaissance and assassination force. They can exist only where there are shadows. They can sneak in anywhere, and all defense methods will not work against them. The Samurai Legion soon scattered to every corner of Akynu, searched for all the gold that could be found, and sent it to the palace. At the same time, Carl also began to pilot the golden ship built by Enel. Enel's design uses lightning as kinetic energy, and it happens that Carl can also use it. Carl put his hands on the control lever of the golden ship, and the lightning burst out in his palm, inputting the lightning power into the energy storage device of the golden ship continuously. Soon, the golden ship was launched. The windmills on the two wings rotate continuously, slowly lifting the golden ship into the sky. "Hey, what do you see?" The first person to notice the golden ship was Sanji. He was looking up at the sky and puffing out the smoke, when suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes, and then he discovered the existence of the golden ship. "Boat, that's a boat. The ship can actually fly in the sky. So amazing." Luffy's eyes lit up, extremely moved. Nami's eyes glowed as well. "Gold, a lot of gold. This ship is actually made of gold." Seeing the golden ship, Nami's eyeballs have turned into money symbols. She dreamed of owning such a golden ship. However, Robin's words broke Nami's illusion. This must be Carl's handwriting. Chapter 36. Upon hearing that it was Carl, Nami felt desperate and burst into tears. Since it was Carl's handwriting, of course they couldn't get gold. Ah, there's nothing wrong with that. Zoro also said, no one can do this kind of thing except him. Also, it's better for us to leave here as soon as possible. Zoro glanced at the surrounding forest, his expression extremely alert. This island is still in danger. Although Zoro has not awakened observation haki, his sentience is still very strong. He has already sensed the existence of the ghost shadow core that is searching for gold everywhere on the island. Although the ghost shadow core didn't attack them, the feeling of being on his back still made him very uncomfortable. After some searching, the phantom core found a lot of gold in succession and concentrated it on the deck of the gold ship. Although it is not as good as the golden ship, the total amount is still very large. According to Carl's estimation, the subsequent gold raids can be sold for at least 6 billion berries, which is already comparable to 2 of himself. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained enough gold, the rich country mission is completed, and the reward is obtained, armed internal destruction, emission haki. The electronic sound of the system sounded in Carl's mind, and the huge armament haki poured into Carl's body. In an instant, Carl's armament haki has another breakthrough. At the same time, Carl naturally mastered the usage of emission haki. Armament haki internal destruction, also known as emission haki, is a way of using armament haki externally. The user can release the armed color and pass through the surface of the object to directly destroy the inside of the object. Hardening, entangling, and outward release can all be used at the same time. You know, one can defend the surface of the flesh with armament haki, but not the internal organs. Even the Big Mom known as the Steel Balloon and the Undead Kaido of the beasts are the same. Even Big Mom and Kaido will be injured if armament haki is directly punched into the opponent's body. In this way, the power of armament haki can be brought into full play, which greatly increases Carl's combat power. Time to go. Carl took one last look at Sky Island, and flew the golden ship into the distance. He came to Sky Island just to get gold and recover Enel, and now that his goal has been achieved, he naturally has to leave. Sky Island is a good place, with beautiful scenery, like heaven. The food here is also very good. Normally, Carl would really like to stay here for a few more days to taste the unique delicacy of Sky Island's empty shark. But not now. The kingdom of Romangh is still on the cusp, and Carl can't leave the kingdom for too long. If Marine takes advantage of this time to attack the kingdom of Romangh, the kingdom will suffer heavy losses. Although the kingdom is guarded by the devil Dikui, it is not safe after all. On the endless sea of Wangyang, a luxuriously decorated cruise ship tens of meters long is slowly moving forward. This cruise ship is very luxurious. How luxurious is it? 2 words to describe: local tyrant. The cruise ship has a total of 9 floors, and the outside of each floor is covered with gold and inlaid with countless gemstones of various colors. Under the sunshine, the luxury cruise ship is shining golden and shining. In the Grand Line where there are countless pirates, such a luxury cruise ship is like a big piece of fat, but countless pirates covet it. However, none of the pirates dared to attack the cruise ship. When all the pirates saw the cruise ship, they suppressed their greed and ran away one after another. Just because this cruise ship is flying a flying dragon's hoof flag. There is only one kind of person in the world who can use the hooves of flying dragons, and that is celestial dragons. Flying this flag represents the presence of celestial dragons on the cruise ship. In the first half of the Grand Line, no pirate dared to attack celestial dragons, not even Supernova or Shishibukai. The deck is full of marine soldiers, all of whom hold guns in both hands, ready to fight, watching all directions, listening to all directions, and paying attention to every move around them. They didn't let go of any trouble. I really dare not be distracted. Celestial dragons travel, if there is an accident, they will be buried with them. A group of marine soldiers didn't dare to look back at the arrogant celestial dragons. This is a race above the law, and once they are annoyed, they are likely to die on the spot. The lightest will also be deprived of the marine status and become a slave, and life will be worse than death from then on. In the middle of the deck is a luxurious sofa inlaid with gems of various colors. A man wearing a round transparent bubble helmet, banana hair, sausage lips, big buck teeth, runny nose, Madara TS all over his face, a pumpkin face is sitting on the sofa. He is the celestial dragons on this ship, as ugly as he looks, as ugly as he wants. This kind of ugly guy would not want to be given to others as slaves outside. However, just because he is celestial dragons, he can get everything in the world without any effort, and he is the most honorable race in the world. In the hands of celestial dragons, there are also 2 chains. The chain collar is not an animal like a cat or dog, but 2 people, a man and a woman. The looks of both men and women are thousands of times that of celestial dragons, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are handsome and beautiful. But they are slaves of the celestial dragons. Suffering from inhuman torture every day, the 2 of them no longer had any expression on their faces, only numbness remained. The 2 of them were like lifeless puppets, completely desperate. Even if the celestial dragons were to kill them now, they wouldn't frown because they no longer knew what it was to be afraid. Death, on the contrary, is a relief. Snapped. Celestial dragons took a whip and whipped the woman on the back. Chapter 37. Snapped. Celestial dragons took a whip and whipped the woman on the back. A bloodstain appeared on the woman's back in an instant, her skin was torn apart, and blood spattered. It can be seen that there are many new and old injuries on the woman's back. New wounds cover old wounds cover new wounds. There is not an inch of intact skin on a woman's body. After being beaten by celestial dragons, the woman couldn't help but let out a scream. This in turn inspired the tyranny and glee of the celestial dragons. He swung faster and harder, laughing. Call again louder. You lowly slave, shout. Ha 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 ha. As the celestial dragons lashed down, the woman quickly collapsed on the deck, unconscious. However, celestial dragons didn't stop, they were still beating relentlessly. As soon as the whip fell, blood soon stained the deck red. After beating the woman, celestial dragons still felt unsatisfied, and then started beating the man. Soon, the man, like the woman, fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, the surrounding marine soldiers were all shocked and trembling with anger. Obviously, they couldn't stand the cruelty of the celestial dragons. However, no one dared to stand up and say a word. Because those are celestial dragons, unchallengeable beings. If they wanted to say one more word, the CP agents behind celestial dragons would kill them on the spot without hesitation. Maybe celestial dragons didn't have any fun because no one was screaming, so he stopped. While putting down the whip, a CP agent next to him immediately offered a special cold drink. Celestial dragons walked to the deck with a cold drink, drinking cold drinks and looking at the sea, very comfortable. This feeling of controlling the world and depriving others of their lives at will is so wonderful that he is deeply fascinated and unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, celestial dragons frowned. Because a shadow suddenly appeared above his head, blocking the sunlight. This is something celestial dragons cannot stand. Even blocking him from the sun is an unforgivable capital crime. What? Celestial dragons looked up at the sky and found a huge ship suspended above their heads. The ship was faster than the cruise ship and flew in front of them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Celestial dragons was furious, blocking him from the sun was already a death penalty, and now they dared to run in front of him. Plus the ship was hovering above his head. Zong should be punished for the 3 crimes. Celestial dragons picked up the binoculars to check the ships in the sky, and found that the ships were also studded with gold, more than his cruise ship. This ship is actually more luxurious than his cruise liner. Moreover, this ship can actually fly, which is much better than his cruise ship. Now it's all right, the other party has 2 more charges. With just one glance, he commits 5 capital crimes. If you don't die, who will die? Not allowed, this world absolutely does not allow people who are more arrogant than me to exist. Come on, knock that ship down for me. Celestial dragons, furious, issued orders. CP agents are very loyal, they will do what the celestial dragons say. Immediately stepped forward, drew his gun and shot. It's just that the distance is too far, and ordinary guns cannot hit the target. Idiot, use a cannon. Celestial dragons slapped a CP agent in the face, cursing. Marine soldiers stepped forward, reloaded, aimed, and fired, all in one go. Boom! 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 3 shells soared into the sky, flying towards the golden ship in the sky. At the moment when the shell was about to hit the golden ship, a flash of lightning intercepted all the shells. Several groups of flames erupted, but the golden ship was unscathed. Is this trying to intercept me? Carl on the ship opened his eyes, and the observation haki spread out, instantly locking onto the luxury cruise ship below. According to his perception, there are hundreds of breaths of life on the cruise ship, but they are all weak. Not even a naval headquarters vice admiral level combat strength. Carl walked to the side of the ship and looked down at the luxury cruise ship below. At first glance, Carl saw the dragon's hooves on the sails of the cruise ship. Celestial dragons. I didn't expect there to be a windfall. Now it's interesting. Carl smiled playfully. While Carl was observing the cruise ship, Marine on the cruise ship also saw Carl on the golden ship. Responsible for protecting the celestial dragons is a Marine branch, Vice Admiral. The moment he saw Carl's appearance, Vice Admiral was drenched in cold sweat, and his teeth chattered in fear. Shinigami Carl. How could he not recognize this face? Now the name of Shinigami Carl has spread all over the world, and countless soldiers of naval headquarters are gnashing their teeth on it. I can't wait to eat its flesh and sleep on its skin. Although a sailor wants to kill Carl, not everyone has the strength and courage. The moment he saw Carl, the Vice Admiral of the Marine branch was scared out of his wits and lost all will to fight. Stop it! Stop it! Everyone listen to my order, turn around and evacuate. Marine Vice Admiral yelled at the left and right soldiers, the panic expression on his face was clearly visible. Against Carl, they had no chance of winning. This Vice Admiral also didn't think that Carl would be afraid of the Celestial Dragon's reputation, because he had already killed a Celestial Dragons with his own hands. Seeing the suddenly mad Marine Vice Admiral, all the Marine soldiers were taken aback, and the CP agent also noticed something was wrong. Those who can do the Vice Admiral of the Marine branch will not be some idiots, and naturally know the consequences of disobeying the orders of the Celestial Dragons. But the other party did it anyway, and they noticed the fear on their faces. Agent CP is sure that the other party must have discovered something. However, Celestial Dragons can't think of so much. He only saw one Marine disobeying his orders, so he shot without hesitation. Chapter 38. Boom! With a gunshot, Marine Vice Admiral had a bloody hole in his shoulder. What are you, dare to disobey my order? Didn't you hear me telling you to fire? Idiot, stupid pig, if you dare to talk nonsense, Lao Zi will shoot you in the head. Not to mention a Marine branch Vice Admiral, even if it is a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, he still kills as he says. I don't pay attention to it at all. He is Celestial Dragons. What about Vice Admiral? Even Marine Admiral is nothing more than a watchdog for their Celestial Dragons. Fire, keep firing. Blow up that pariah. Celestial Dragons point their guns at the artillery, bossing them around. Marine Vice Admiral clutched the wound on his shoulder, turning green with anger. At this moment, he had the heart to kill. How could there be such a fool in this world? You don't have to be so anxious if you want to die, right? Vice Admiral was about to speak, but suddenly his face turned pale, and he sat down on the deck in fright. He pointed to the back of the Celestial Dragons, his pale face was covered with cold sweat, his voice trembling, Ka, ka. At this moment, the Vice Admiral was extremely desperate. He knew that he was finished, Celestial Dragons was also finished, and everyone on this ship was dead today. Not only Vice Admiral noticed Carl's arrival, Marine soldiers and CP agents also discovered Carl's existence. 2 CP agents stepped forward immediately, pulling Celestial Dragons behind them. "Be careful, Rui Guy, he's Shinigami Carl." Apparently, CP agents also recognized Carl's identity. Shinigami Carl? What's that? Rui Guy froze for a moment, his mind went blank. But in the next second, he remembered the relevant information about Shinigami Carl. Carl, Shinigami Carl, he's the same pariah who killed cousin Char Ross. Rui Guy stared at Carl, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his face was extremely distorted. "Damn untouchable, are you the guy who dared to hurt the descendants of the gods? Damn it! Kill him, kill this pariah quickly, I want him to know the price of offending the gods." Rui Guy stepped forward with his nose picked, looked at Carl contemptuously, and shouted arrogantly, "What are you bastards doing? Didn't you hear me when I said kill him? What a bunch of despicable guys, dare to disobey the orders of the Celestial Dragons, do you know the consequences? 5 elders are right, Marine is a bunch of trash, useless. I'll do it myself." After speaking, before waiting for his men to act, Rui Guy shot himself, firing 3 shots in a row. Although he knew that Carl had killed Celestial Dragons, Rui Guy was not afraid at all. The race of Celestial Dragons, from the day they were born, didn't know what it was to be afraid. Even in the face of desperate death, they will not have such emotions. In Celestial Dragons' opinion, everyone in the world should stand up and let them kill. They want to kill, and no one can resist. To die at the hands of Celestial Dragons is the lifelong honor of those pariahs. Seeing the Celestial Dragons shoot at Carl, the Marine Vice Admiral, soldiers, and CP agents next to him were all stunned, and their minds went blank. It's over. At this moment, only these 2 words are left in their hearts. Call out! Call out! Call out! The bullets shot at Carl. Carl didn't move, just looked at him, and all the bullets stopped in front of him. The bullet then returned, piercing Celestial Dragon's hands and right knee. Celestial Dragon's Rui Guy let out a scream, and immediately fell to his knees and screamed in pain. As Celestial Dragons, he was born noble, and he grew up rich and well-clothed, and no one dared to violate and hurt him. Not to mention being injured, he has never even been sick. How can he bear the pain of bullets hitting his body? Damn, damn, dare to hurt the great Celestial Dragons. You're dead, you're dead. Hey, what are you bastards still doing here? Why don't you kill him? Call Admiral, I'm going to cut off this guy's limbs and torture him. Damn it, you dare to hurt me, even my father never hit me. It hurts, call the doctor. Celestial Dragons cursed heart-piercingly, and began to cry after cursing, with tears and snot running down his face, as disgusting as he wanted. Carl's movement was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, the Celestial Dragons were injured. Marine and CP agents are unable to rescue them even if they want to. Rui Guy Saint. Several CP agents wanted to come forward to save people, and Marine soldiers also shot at Carl one after another. However, all the bullets shot back, piercing their hearts. The 3 CP agents moved extremely fast, and in a flash, they turned into an afterimage and appeared beside Celestial Dragons. The 2 attack Carl, and one flees in the air while grabbing the Celestial Dragons. They knew they couldn't be Carl's opponent, so they didn't want to fight at all, they just wanted to save the Celestial Dragons. Die! Tempest Kick! Finger Pistol! 2 CP agents attacked Carl, one left and one right, one raised his foot and kicked out a vacuum slash, and the other poked Carl's heart with his finger. Overreach! Carl was expressionless, but with a thought, a sharp piece of iron shot out. With a flash of cold light, the heads of the two CP agents flew up. The castration continued, shooting at the fleeing CP agent, piercing through his back in an instant. The CP agent let out a scream, vomited blood, and fell from the sky, hitting the deck heavily. Celestial Dragons was injured again, involving the wound, and the screams became even more heart-piercing. Waste, it's all a bunch of waste. Facing the savior, Celestial Dragons didn't know how to be grateful, and could only curse. The stupidity, baseness, and filth of human nature are fully reflected in him. Chapter 39. Such an ugly guy is sure to kill 100 times. Looking at the Celestial Dragons lying on the ground crying, a sneer appeared on the corner of Carl's mouth. Scanning the deck of the cruise ship and seeing the two figures lying in a pool of blood, Carl understood everything in an instant. Just killing you like this is too cheap for you, you should also try the feeling of being tortured like a dog. Paying attention to the murderous look in Carl's eyes, Marine Vice Admiral immediately stepped forward to stop Celestial Dragons, and the surrounding Marine soldiers and CP agents pointed their guns at Carl. Vice Admiral yelled, "Carl, stop, these are Celestial Dragons. Kill him, and you won't end well either." "Oh? What will happen to me?" Carl smiled playfully. "You." Vice Admiral was choked and speechless. He wanted to say that if they hurt Celestial Dragons, Marine would send Admiral to attack them, and the end would be disastrous. But would Carl care? He doesn't care. Because he already killed a Celestial Dragons. Marine Admiral Akynu led the Buster Call crusade against him also failed. Shinigami Carl stepped on the corpses of Celestial Dragons and the face of Marine Admiral to shock the world. He can tell anyone he can't hurt the Celestial Dragons, but not Carl. Carl glanced at the Marines around him, and sneered, "A scum like this, you Marines still want to protect him. Marines' justice really amazes me." Marine Vice Admiral was speechless. Indeed, as Carl said, protecting the Celestial Dragons made his justice sullied. However, this is an order from Naval Headquarters, and he cannot disobey it. Anyway, to harm the Celestial Dragons, you must first step over my dead body. Marine Vice Admiral aimed his knives at Carl with both hands, fighting spirit erupted. He knows he is no match for Carl, but as the Marine Branch Vice Admiral's duty, he must protect the safety of the Celestial Dragons. However, just as Vice Admiral was about to attack Carl, a gunshot sounded from behind. Vice Admiral spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked down at the blood hole in his chest with a dull expression. Why? He looked back at Celestial Dragon's Rui Guy, wanting to ask why. But before he finished speaking, Vice Admiral fell powerlessly on the deck, blood streaming all over the floor. His heart had been punctured, and he died before he collapsed. Wow! The sudden scene shocked all Marine soldiers, and no one could figure out why Celestial Dragons shot and killed Marine Vice Admiral at this time. You know, this is the most powerful force on their ship. Seeing such a brutal Celestial Dragons, all Marine soldiers trembled with fright. Only the remaining few expressionless CP agents remained calm. They are all tools trained by the government of the world since they were young. They have no feelings of their own, just like puppets. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter or what happens, you will never be afraid. Damn pariah, BD, go to hell, go to hell. Celestial Dragon's Rui Guy shot at Carl like crazy, emptying all the bullets in the pistol in the blink of an eye. He has been dazzled by anger, and he must kill the untouchable who hurt him in front of him in order to vent his anger. As for the Marine Vice Admiral standing in front of him, he was just an unlucky ghost who was killed by mistake. Sure enough, you're an overreaching idiot. Carl couldn't think of any words to describe the stupidity of the Celestial Dragons. With a thought, the magnetic field opened, controlling all the incoming bullets. Bang bang bang! Groups of blood spattered, each and every CP agent fell into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, all the CP agents on the cruise ship were killed by Carl. You. Celestial dragons stared blankly at Carl, and kept pulling the trigger to kill Carl. But the bullets had been shot out, and the gun in his hand turned into a mass of scrap metal. He didn't understand why if he shot Carl, the CP agent beside him would die. Carl looked at the celestial dragons and smiled ferociously. Next, it's your turn. What do you want to do? Don't come here, don't come here. Come on, come and protect me. Kill this pariah. Celestial dragons hissed and roared, but no one answered him. The CP agents who were extremely loyal to him were all dead, and the strongest Marine Vice Admiral was also killed by him. The other Marine soldiers all knelt on the deck under Carl's imposing manner, and couldn't even move their fingers. Carl clawed it with a big hand, and the whip on the luxurious sofa automatically flew over and fell into Carl's hand. Don't you like beating people very much? You should also try that feeling today. Snapped. Carl lashed Celestial Dragon's face with a whip, immediately leaving a bloodstain. The flesh was torn apart, and blood spattered. Ah! You BD, damn untouchable, how dare you do this to me? Your mouth stinks. Before the Celestial Dragons could finish cursing, Carl had already shot again. A lash hit Celestial Dragon's mouth, leaving his mouth bloody and teeth flying. Carl's shot was measured, not too big and not too small, to ensure that Celestial Dragons would not be whipped to death, and at the same time make him feel extremely painful. As Carl's whip fell, the Celestial Dragons wailed heart-piercingly, screaming again and again. At first, the Celestial Dragons were very vocal, swearing at Carl. But soon, he began to beg for mercy. Carl's approach is hilarious, awakening the fear hidden deep in the DNA of Celestial Dragons. Don't fight anymore, please, please don't fight anymore. I won't kill you anymore, I can forgive you. Yes, I can still give you money. As much as you want. Power, women, I can give you all of these. Chapter 40. Forgive me, please forgive me, don't fight anymore. Ah! I begged for mercy, why do you still hit me? Celestial Dragons was beaten to pieces by Carl, and there was not a single inch of intact skin on their bodies. It was exactly the same as the man and woman who died in his hands before. Don't you like to torture people? How does it feel? Is it comfortable? Is it good? Is it irritating? Carl said in his mouth, his hands kept on. A whip lashed Celestial Dragons hard, causing Celestial Dragons to howl like a pig. Not only were tears and snot flowing, but the crotch was also soaked. The Marine soldiers kneeling beside saw Carl tormenting the Celestial Dragons so much, they were all trembling with fear. But there were also some Marine soldiers who felt a sense of relief from hatred. They've all seen Celestial Dragons tormenting humans before. Now that Celestial Dragons are being tortured by the same means, it is natural to feel happy. Carl's observation haki is very keen, sensing the thoughts in the hearts of several Marine soldiers. He suddenly smiled strangely. Hey, you guys, do you want to live or die? These Marine soldiers are the lowest level, and it makes no difference to Carl whether they kill or not. Better use them to put on a good show. Carl glanced at everyone, and said coldly, as long as you give him a whip, you can leave immediately. As he spoke, Carl raised his finger, dumped the Celestial Dragons on the mast, and then threw the whip in front of many Marines. Come on, let's do it. I will do what I say, as long as I whip this pig, I can leave alive immediately. Looking at the Celestial Dragons who were hanging upside down and screaming, and the whips under their feet, all the Marine soldiers shuddered. They all understood Carl's purpose, which was to execute him publicly. However, the objects of execution are Celestial Dragons, and they are afraid to do it. Injury Celestial Dragon's fate is so miserable that no one dares to try their best. Untouchables, damned untouchables, dare to blaspheme the great gods, you all deserve to die. Celestial Dragons were hung upside down, wailing and swearing at the same time. You bastards, why don't you hurry up and save me? Idiot, idiot, trash. If you dare to hurt me even a hair, you can wait for Buster Call. Not only you are going to die, but your family members are going to die too, none of them will survive. Look, they don't dare to hurt me, I'm their god. Facing Carl, the celestial dragons might still beg for mercy. But facing Marine, he was still domineering and domineering. In the eyes of celestial dragons, Marine is a pack of dogs. What they say, what Marine has to do. Listening to celestial dragons' obscenities, all Marine soldiers flushed with anger and trembled all over. Everyone has dignity and a bottom line. Once the dignity and the bottom line are broken, the fear will be left behind. Everyone was angry, blood spattered 5 steps. Those who are not even afraid of death, nothing can restrain them. Finally, a sailor broke out. I come. I saw a Marine soldier roaring. Seeing this, Carl dissipated the imposing pressure on him. The coercion dissipated, and the sailors were able to move freely again. He picked up the whip on the ground and stared at the celestial dragons with madness in his eyes. Untouchable, what do you want? What kind of eyes do you have? Who allowed you to look at me like that? Quickly kneel down. Without saying a word, the sea soldier let out a roar, and lashed out at celestial dragons with his whip. With a snap, celestial dragons' flesh and blood were ripped apart, and they let out a scream. You dare to hurt the great god, you are dead. Celestial dragons roared with heart-piercing anger, and still couldn't believe that they were whipped by a lowly lackey, it was simply a shame. Threatened by the celestial dragons, the Marine soldier was not afraid at all, but continued to swing his whip and beat the celestial dragons again. This time it was more powerful, and the screams of celestial dragons were even more horrific. It turns out that you also bleed, and you also suffer from pain. You are not a god, gods don't bleed, gods don't hurt. Gods don't die. You will bleed, you will ache, you will die, then you are not a god. The Marine soldiers seemed to have gone crazy, frantically beating the celestial dragons, with extreme hatred bursting out of their eyes. Carl allowed them to get away alive with 1 lash, but the Marine had at least 20 lashes. Apparently, he has a deep hatred for celestial dragons in his heart. There are too many people in the world who hate celestial dragons, but they just dare not speak out. Given the opportunity for them to take revenge on the celestial dragons, many would die for it. Okay, you can leave now. Carl looked at the panting Marine soldier and said. The sailor threw away his whip, walked to the side of the cruise ship without a word, and jumped into Wang Yang Sea with a thud. Immediately afterwards, Carl looked at the other Marines, who is the second? If there is one, there are 2. Once someone takes the lead, there will be a steady stream of follow-up people. Sure enough, as soon as Carl finished speaking, a sailor spoke up. Then, the Marine soldier picked up the whip and stepped forward, whipping celestial dragons violently. Then came the third, and then the fourth. Being beaten continuously, celestial dragons was bruised all over her body, her throat was hoarse and torn, and she could no longer speak. He could only stare at one lowly ant after another to torture him, trying to kill them with his eyes. This group of untouchables who usually didn't bother to look at him, dared to beat him now. The celestial dragons were filled with anger and hatred in their hearts, and they would definitely torture them to death in the future. Chapter 41. But this just exposed the weakness of celestial dragons. Many Marine soldiers finally know that the celestial dragons are not so terrible, they are also fragile, can bleed and die. More than 20 sailors beat celestial dragons and left the cruise ship, and some even stabbed celestial dragons a few times, but more sailors still knelt on the deck and dared not move. What? There's no next one. Carl scanned the remaining 100 people, and asked in a cold voice. Swept by Carl's eyes, all the sailors lowered their heads, not daring to look at Carl. They are different from the previous 20 or more people. They all have family members and friends. Don't take a shot at the celestial dragons, or not only will they die, but family and friends will also be buried with them. It seems that the good show is coming to an end here. Carl shook his head and said. However, I am very satisfied with today's scene. Carl put away the video phone bug in his hand. He had already recorded all the scenes of the public execution of celestial dragons just now. If this scene gets out, it will definitely deal a major blow to the face and status of celestial dragons. The world's awe of the celestial dragons would also be greatly diminished. This is very useful for Carl's rebellion. Since the good show is over, it's time for you to hit the road. Facing celestial dragon's fearful eyes, Carl pointed out, and a sharp piece of iron instantly slashed across celestial dragon's neck. The heads of the celestial dragons soared into the sky, and there was infinite fear in their pupils. Before dying, this celestial dragons finally knew what fear is. Go down and accompany him, too. To kill the celestial dragons, Carl had a thought, and all the swords scattered on the deck of the cruise ship flew into the air. Just when Carl was about to make a move, a roar came from afar. Stop! In Carl's observation hacky perception, a powerful aura is attacking him at an extremely fast speed. Even thousands of meters away, Carl could still feel the tyrannical, murderous and hostile aura of the visitor. Carl was expressionless, ignoring the warning from the visitor. With a thought, all the swords fell at the same time, beheading all the marine soldiers on the cruise ship. In the next second, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed heavily on the deck. The flimsy deck was overwhelmed, and a big hole was stepped on. The man has short purple hair, tight muscles, a prosthetic right arm, and a huge iron arm grinder installed. This person is the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who has been serving as the general instructor of the Marine School since his retirement, and he is very capable. Seeing the corpses strewn about on the deck and the headless corpses of celestial dragons hanging upside down from the mast, Zephyr was furious and gritted his teeth. Carl! Just one step away from saving these marine soldiers who were killed. After receiving the signal for help, the nearest Zephyr arrived as quickly as possible, but it was still one step too late. Looking at these marine soldiers who died here at a young age, Zephyr felt very painful. Shinigami Carl, do you know the consequences of what you do? Zephyr hissed and growled, staring at Carl. What consequences? Carl asked with a smile as if nothing had happened. You will kill a lot of people, thousands of people will die because of your stupidity. No, not just thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, millions. Really? I don't think so. Carl said indifferently, scumbags like celestial dragons, no matter how many times I kill them, I won't get tired of them. Do you want to try that feeling? I promise you will like it. Stubborn. Zephyr had already seen it, and Carl didn't think he was wrong at all. For a person like this, it's useless to talk nonsense, he can only be subdued with fists. Give it up, Carl, the old man will never allow a sinner like you to continue to roam the seas. Zephyr raised the pulverizer to Carl and fired a shell with a bang. Carl tilted his head, dodged the shell, and teleported in front of Zephyr, smashing his black fist into his chest. Zephyr swung the pulverizer to block, and with a loud bang, Zephyr was sent flying more than 10 meters by Carl. Zephyr, you are a bit weak, you are really old. For an old guy like you, why don't you retire early? It's better to go home and drink tea than to die. Humph, stop being arrogant, brat. If you don't wipe out sinners like you, this old man won't retire. Zephyr's feet slashed across the deck, leaving 2 ravines, and finally stopped. With a kick on his toes, he charged at Carl again. Carl covered armament hacky hardened with his fist while covering thunderbolt. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Carl and Zephyr had exchanged 40 or 50 punches. The powerful fist caused the shock wave to roar out, making the luxury cruise ship under his feet creak. The aftermath of the battle between the two was too strong, and the luxury cruise liner was already overwhelmed. Do you have this strength? You don't have enough lunch, do you? With a long howl, Carl smashed the giant pulverizer apart with one punch, and smashed Zephyr in the face with the other. Although Zephyr covered Armament Hackey's defense, he was still punched by Carl. Zephyr spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, smashing heavily into the cabin of the cruise ship. Soon, Zephyr burst from the wreckage of the cabin. But the corner of his mouth was bleeding, and he looked very embarrassed. Seeing this, Carl sneered, "Zephyr, you are old, and this is not your time anymore." Zephyr was hit by the killing of his family members and the severed arm, and his strength declined very seriously. The current him doesn't even have half of his peak strength. Chapter 42. Zephyr was out of breath, and snorted coldly, "Little rascal, you are still 100 years away from teaching me a lesson. No matter what, the old man will capture you today and put you in impel down. If you want to catch me, you have to have that ability." Radiation of light 8-foot Kyanguyu. Carl leapt forward, firing countless flash missiles from his fingertips towards Zephyr. Zephyr swung the pulverizer to block the flash missiles one by one. The huge and heavy pulverizer was swung by Zephyr, like a feather, weak and light. The flashbang exploded in a chain, creating a sea of flames that engulfed Zephyr. But in the next second, Zephyr tore through the sea of flames and rushed out, flying in front of Carl, and the huge pulverizer grabbed Carl's head. This shredder is made of sea stone, and it can be called the nemesis of those with abilities. Zephyr has used it to capture countless ability users, and it has never failed. Carl's body was covered with lightning, and with a flash of lightning, he instantly opened the distance, and at the same time released a magnetic field to attract the sword metal on the ship. Hand of the Titans. The gigantic arm took shape in an instant, while covering Armament Hackey hardened. Carl swung his arm and punched Zephyr. There was a loud bang, fists collided, and the shock wave burst to tear the luxury cruise ship from the middle. "Get out!" Carl let out a roar, and his punch exploded, directly knocking Zephyr out. Zephyr turned into a cannonball and shot towards the sea, hitting dozens of water floats on the sea surface, and flew 1,000 meters away. Electric radiation thunder dragon roars. Carl took advantage of the victory and pursued, using electric radiation to condense a roaring brontosaurus, and shot it at Zephyr in the distance. Roar! Thunder Dragon leaped 1,000 meters away, roared and swallowed Zephyr in one gulp, sinking into the sea. About 3 seconds later, a violent explosion occurred underwater, and a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 30 meters broke out of the water, setting off huge waves. Large swathes of seawater were evaporated, setting off mist all over the sky. Carl Eugen was suspended in mid-air, staring at the water below, and the observation Hackey was fully opened, looking for Zephyr. He knew that Zephyr would not die so easily. Although his strength has declined seriously, he is at least the former Marine Admiral. Sure enough, a jet of water suddenly shot out from the sea, shooting at Carl like a sharp arrow. The water column is so powerful that it can easily cut off a warship by its waist. Small tricks, but you dare to make an axe. Carl waved his hand and slapped the water column like a fly. Zephyr, don't use such little tricks, it will only show that you have no skills. Boom! The moment the voice fell, an explosion occurred on the sea surface, Zephyr broke through the water, and shot at Carl at lightning speed. Carl saw that Zephyr had multiple burns and his coat was in tatters. He was also very short of breath, a sign of an asthma attack. Over the years, Zephyr has not only suffered a serious decline in strength, but is also seriously ill, unable to fight for a long time. Facing Zephyr's thunder attack, Carl did not retreat but advanced, clenched his right hand and punched out. The powerful punch formed a shock wave, and the high-density armament Hackey burst out of the air. Boom! With one punch, Zephyr's right arm pulverizer was directly exploded, turning into a mass of fragments scattered in all directions. After punching the pulverizer, the power remained undiminished and hit Zephyr's chest. Zephyr opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell into the sea weakly. Cough cough cough. On the surface of the sea, Zephyr kept coughing and vomited blood. He quickly took out a bottle of spray medicine from his arms, and took several mouthfuls, before his shortness of breath subsided slowly. Carl hovered over Zephyr's head, shaking his head slightly. Zephyr, you are a sick old man now, I don't even have any interest in killing you. An old man who was seriously ill and his strength was severely weakened. Even if Carl killed him, he would not get the slightest sense of accomplishment. Zephyr lay on his back on the sea, looked at Carl with a deep smile. Little brat, don't be so arrogant, it's not your turn to sympathize with this old man. The battle is not over yet, the old man is not defeated yet. Boom! There was an explosion on the surface of the water, and the Zephyr made a comeback. After the pulverizer exploded, all that remained of Zephyr's right arm was the prosthetic. With Zephyr's roar, Urushi Black's armament haki covered his arms at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the sunlight, Zephyr's wrist exudes a metallic luster. This is the real Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr was able to become Marine Admiral and deter countless pirates because of a pair of iron fists and the powerful armament haki. Without the shackles of the Shredder, Zephyr's speed is several times faster. Call out! In a flash, Zephyr has teleported to Carl's right. By the time Carl caught Zephyr's figure, the wind of his fist was already blowing in his face. Boom! Carl raised his hand, blocked Zephyr's iron fist with his palm, and hit Zephyr's chest with a backhand elbow. Zephyr let out a muffled grunt, forcibly held back the severe pain in his internal organs, let go of the impact, and raised his leg to kick Carl's face. The vacuum slash came through the air, and its power was many times stronger than that of the CP agent. The old guy doesn't talk about martial arts, he just picks my face and beats me. Carl's face darkened, and he turned into a ball of lightning and flew away, avoiding the vacuum attack. Lightning made a turn in midair, teleported to Zephyr's back, and Carl kicked Zephyr's back. The dazzling electric light burst out, and the powerful impact directly penetrated Zephyr's body, breaking out. Puff! Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, forcibly twisting his body to launch a counterattack. It's useless, your fist is too weak. Carl fist to flesh. After dozens of punches collided, only a click was heard, and Zephyr's prosthetic right fist exploded, turning into a pile of scrap metal and flying in all directions. Chapter 43. What is false, it will never be true. Also, your haki is too weak. Carl let out a long howl, clenched his right fist, his muscles tensed, his veins bulged, and armament haki and Leiden covered it at the same time. Thunder Dragon Kill! Boom! The fist pierced through the air, and there was a faint sound of dragon chant scattered. Carl punched Zephyr in the chest. With a click, Zephyr's chest was dented immediately, and a fist mark appeared. Carl's punch shattered Zephyr's ribs. His internal organs were almost exploded, and he was already seriously injured. Zephyr spat blood, rolled his eyes and nearly lost consciousness. But he bit his tongue hard, forcefully regained consciousness, and then launched a counterattack. Zephyr hit Carl's chest with his remaining left hand, and with a loud bang, his fist hit Carl's chest. In this fight, this is the first and only time Zephyr hits Carl. However, such tricks did not work. Carl's chest was pitch black, with a faint red light shining. The hard armament haki completely blocked Zephyr's punch, and Carl barely felt any pain. That's it, Zephyr, you're too old. Fighting with you won't make me happy at all. Carl was expressionless, slightly dissatisfied. He turned his fist into a palm, and a hand knife hit Zephyr's left chest, directly through his body. Puff! Zephyr snorted, blood gushing out of his mouth desperately. With this blow, Carl has already blown Zephyr's heart. Zephyr grabbed Carl by the collar, stared at Carl fiercely, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Afterwards, Zephyr's eyes dimmed, and his left hand and head drooped feebly. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr, die in battle. Carl grabbed Zephyr's body and placed it on a piece of wood from the wreckage of the cruise ship, preventing him from sinking into the sea. Farewell. Taking one last look at Zephyr, Carl Edgeworth flew back to the golden ship and sailed away. Honestly, Carl doesn't hate Zephyr. Zephyr is a Marine with a true heart of justice. He fights crimes, protects civilians, and devotes his life to upholding justice. It's a pity that Carl and him belong to two camps and are destined to be enemies. Carl was never merciful to his enemies, so he gave Zephyr a ride. Instead of letting him betray Marine and die at the hands of his disciples, it is better for Carl to send him on his way. In this way, it can be regarded as a successful end to Zephyr's Marine career. About half an hour after the golden ship left, a warship came from afar. There are hundreds of sailors on board the warship, all students of the Naval Headquarters School. This is the pirate guerrilla formed by Zephyr. At this moment, hundreds of Marine trainees on board were all sad and tearful. At the bow of the warship, Anne and Bin stood side by side, their faces were also stained with tears. Through Zephyr's life card, they already know that Zephyr died in battle. Hundreds of students searched for Zephyr among the wreckage on the sea surface, hoping to see Zephyr wave to them, smile, and tell them that the life card was wrong. But unfortunately, the facts are cruel. All they found was Zephyr's body. When Zephyr's body was brought up, all the students finally couldn't bear it anymore and started crying loudly. "Teacher, Teacher Zephyr!" Ayn cried the most, shaking Zephyr's body constantly. Unfortunately, Zephyr can no longer wake up. "Damn Carl, I won't let him go. Kill him, definitely kill him. Master Zephyr must be avenged." Hundreds of Marine students gritted their teeth, and many of them even bit their lips. The hatred for Carl in their hearts reached an unbearable level. Although they all knew that Carl was powerful, none of them was timid and flinched. They all buried the will to kill Carl to avenge Zephyr. If 1 day is not enough, it will be 10 days, and if 1 year is not enough, it will be 10 years. 20 years, 30 years. They are weak now, but they believe that they will become strong enough in the future. One day, they can kill Carl and avenge Zephyr. "Anne, don't cry, now is not the time to cry, we have to send Teacher Zephyr home." Bin suppressed his grief, patted Anne's shoulder and said, "Yes, to send Teacher Zephyr home. Send back the news that Carl killed Mr. Zephyr. We can't kill Carl, Admiral, and they will definitely kill him. Damn BD, he will definitely pay for what he did today." The guerrilla warship slowly set sail for the distant naval headquarters. Since Zephyr's family was killed by pirates, Naval Headquarters has become Zephyr's only home. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. All Marines in this department, including Marshal Sengoku, Hiro Garp, Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru and Akynu, all stand at the port, looking at the direction of the Gate of Justice. The headquarters has received news that the former Admiral Zephyr died in battle. Zephyr single-handedly cultivated the entire Marine, and almost all Marines are his disciples. Knowing the news of Zephyr's death in battle, Naval Headquarters was shocked. No Marine could accept such a cruel fact. At the port of the headquarters, Marshal Sengoku looked gloomy, Hiro Garp said nothing, 3 admirals remained expressionless, and many Naval Headquarters vice-admirals also remained silent. The entire Naval Headquarters was dead silent. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire headquarters, and the enormous pressure made tens of thousands of Marine soldiers breathless. Chapter 44. Back. The guerrillas are back. The shouts of the observer soldiers spread throughout the port of the headquarters. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of Marines, the guerrilla warship slowly entered the port and finally docked on the shore. Anne, Bins, and several other Marine students walked off the boat carrying Zephyr's body. Sengoku and Garp stepped forward first, took Zephyr's body and placed it in a coffin that had been prepared earlier. Looking at Zephyr's body, Sengoku's tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Garp clenched his teeth tightly, tears as big as soybeans kept falling on the coffin. Admiral Aokiji didn't cry, just clenched his fists tightly, exuding an icy chill all over his body. Admiral Kizaru no longer had the usual idleness, he looked at Zephyr's body quietly, not knowing what was going on in his heart. But the sadness on Kizaru's face is also clearly visible. Although he and Zephyr have always been at odds, Kizaru is Zephyr's disciple after all, and the two have a mentor-student relationship. Zephyr was killed, and Kizaru couldn't calm down. Lava dripped from Admiral Akynu's face, and a shocking cold light burst out from his eyes. His murderous aura is more explosive than magma, and the murderous aura alone seems to be enough to cause substantial damage to the human body. He and Karl already had an old grudge, and now they had a new grudge. Counting new and old grudges together, Karl has become the first on Akynu's must-kill list, surpassing the four emperors' big pirate. One by one, the Marine Vice Admiral looked at Zephyr's body, no one made a sound, but tears were streaming from their eyes. They are all iron-blooded soldiers, advocating blood but not tears. But today, they shed tears just because they lost a cherished teacher. Everyone knows who the murderer of Zephyr is, and all Marines' killing intent on Karl has reached an unprecedented level. As long as Sengoku gives the order, all the Marines will immediately attack the Romangh kingdom, completely destroy that kingdom, and wipe it from the world. Send Zephyr home. With tears in his eyes, Sengoku looked up to the sky and screamed. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru teamed up to carry Zephyr's coffin back to the headquarters. Watching Zephyr's coffin pass by, the Marine soldiers standing in line on both sides finally couldn't bear it and began to cry bitterly. One after another, the cries echoed in naval headquarters and lingered for a long time. This day is an extremely dark day for naval headquarters. The man who single-handedly cultivated Marine fell on this day. At the same time, the 5 elders of the world government also learned that another celestial dragons had been killed. BD, it's that nasty BD again. To actually challenge the bottom line of the world government over and over again, do you really think we can't do anything about him? Kill him, definitely kill him. Otherwise, what is the face of the world government? Where is the majesty of the celestial dragons? Between the powers of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders are all furious. Terrifying murderous aura erupted from the 5 of them, forming a violent wind and waves, which swirled among the powers. The glass of more than a dozen windows was shattered inch by inch, and even the walls were shaken out of densely packed tiny cracks. Let Marine dispatch, 3 admirals go together. This group of trash has let us down time and time again, this is their last chance. In any case, Karl Schuster must be eradicated, and the kingdom of Romangh must also be eradicated. The evil blood of the Karl family must be wiped out. Curly-haired 5 elders poked his cane hard, poking holes in the floor tiles under his feet. If the 5 elders are most afraid of the D family in Legendary, then what they hate the most now is the Karl family. Now, they are no longer concerned about whether the naval headquarters elite rushing into the New World will conflict with the 4 emperors. No matter what the cost, the Karl family must be wiped out to relieve their anger. Notify Sengoku that they send troops now. I don't want that evil brat to live another second in this world. The eyes of the bald 5 elders flickered with a cold light, and the cold murderous aura was enough to freeze human blood. Just when the 5 elders wanted to contact Sengoku, their phone bug rang first, and it was Marshal Sengoku who called. We were looking for you, Sengoku. What are you Marines doing? Let the celestial dragons be killed under Marines' nose. Time and time again, your Marines' incompetence has caused us to lose our trust. Before Sengoku could speak, the 5 elders were already yelling. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Sengoku didn't say a word, just listened quietly, and then said, Zephyr died in battle. As soon as these words came out, 5 elders were stunned for a moment, and the murderous aura among the powers suddenly dissipated. Holding a sword, 5 elders said lightly, in order to protect the celestial dragons, Zephyr died heroically. The world government will remember his efforts. Exactly, whether it is to save the face of the world government or to avenge Zephyr, Karl Huster must die. Sengoku, in the name of the world government, I order the naval headquarters to send troops to destroy the kingdom of Romangh. Marine and Admiral go together, and bring back Karl Schuster's head. Sengoku was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, "It's scary that we can't send troops this time." "What did you say?" Five Elders was furious immediately. The blonde Five Elders snatched the phone bug from Five Elders holding the sword, and roared loudly, "Sengoku, do you know what you're talking about? Could it be that you want to disobey the order of the world government?" "No, that's not what I meant." Sengoku said slowly, "Just now, we caught an unexpected character. Because of him, naval headquarters may not be able to send troops for a short time." Chapter 45. Sengoku said slowly, "Just now, we caught an unexpected character. Because of him, naval headquarters may not be able to send troops for a short time." Five Elders' face sank. "Who? Fire Fist Ace? What?" The pupils of Five Elders constrict instantly. "You caught the Fire Fist Ace?" As if in disbelief, the blonde Five Elders asked again. "That's right, it's him." Sengoku responded, "You all know the identity of Fire Fist. Now that he is caught by us, Whitebeard will not let it go. Damn it, it's at this time." Five Elders gritted his teeth. The depression in his heart could not be described in words. Of course they know the identity of Fire Fist. He is not only the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, but more importantly, he is also a descendant of Roger, the Pirate King. Such a character is something that the government of the world wants to eliminate even in their dreams. Ace had been protected by Whitebeard before, so they had no chance. Now that Fire Fist has finally been caught, the world government finally has a chance to wipe out the blood of One Piece. In the old days, the Five Elders would have been very happy. But it happened to be during this time period. Since the celestial dragons were killed, the Five Elders have made up their minds to destroy Karl Schuster. But if Marine sends troops to deal with Karl, then the headquarters and the Holy Land will be empty. If the Whitebeard pirates take this opportunity to invade the headquarters and the Holy Land, the world government will have no extra troops to resist. The blood of One Piece, who was finally caught, may regain freedom. This is something the Five Elders don't want to see. In other words, they had to choose between eliminating Fire Fist Ace and eliminating Karl Huster. It is undoubtedly a very difficult choice to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Let's deal with the Fire Fist first. Holding a sword, Five Elders said indifferently, "No matter what, the prey that has already been captured cannot be released again. The blood of Roger, the One Piece King, is our number one target to eliminate." "Well said." The blonde Five Elders nodded in agreement. Roger's blood can no longer disturb the world. Vice Admiral was finally captured from Whitebeard's hands, and he must take this opportunity to completely cut off Roger's bloodline. "I can only let that evil brat be arrogant for a while longer." The bearded Five Elders said with a cold expression, "It won't be too late to kill that brat after the Fire Fist is solved." Seconded. Seconded. That's the decision. Five Elders are in favor of eliminating Fire Fist Ace first. Compared with the blood of One Piece, Karl's threat is undoubtedly a little smaller. They have experienced the old era more than 20 years ago, and they don't want to see a new One Piece appearing on the sea. Sengoku, prepare for public execution. Holding a sword, Five Elders gave an order to the phone bug. By publicly executing the blood of One Piece, we will surely deter pirates all over the world, even if a full-scale war with Whitebeard breaks out. This battle can only be won but not lost, understand? I see. Okay, that's it. The call ended, and both parties hung up the phone bug at the same time. Five Elders also wanted to understand that by publicly executing the blood of One Piece, they could show the world the power of the world government. In this way, not only can Roger's bloodline be wiped out, deter the whole world, but also restore the face lost by the world government due to the killing of celestial dragons, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just wait, evil brat, we will send you to hell immediately after the fire fist is extinguished. Although the attention was diverted by Ace of the Fire Fist, the 5 elders' killing intent towards Karl increased instead of diminishing. The longer a poison is stored in a cellar, the more poisonous it becomes. The same goes for hatred and killing intent. They don't weaken and die over time, they just get heavier and heavier. On the other side, Karl is on his way back to the kingdom of Romangh in a golden ship. With his flying speed, he quickly crossed the first half of the Grand Line and entered the sea area of New World. Hey? Where is this? Suddenly, a voice rang in Karl's ear. Karl turned his head and saw the comatose Enel finally woke up. Yo, finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I'll think you're dead. Karl greeted Enel with a smile. UBD. When Enel saw Karl, he froze for a moment, then became furious and turned into a bolt of lightning and shot at Karl. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! There was a burst of wind, and Enel, who had turned into lightning, stopped in place instantly. Enel looked at the 4 sharp daggers floating in front of his eyes, swallowed, and a few drops of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. These 4 short swords are unremarkable, like scrap iron that can be seen everywhere on the street. But Enel felt a deadly threat from them. His instinct told him that if he dared to act rashly again, he would really die. You should calm down first, or you will lose your life. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Karl said lightly. Who are you? What is your purpose? Enel asked with an ugly face. At this moment, Enel finally remembered everything that happened before. He was defeated by the man in front of him. The power of God that he was so proud of was vulnerable to this man. That's right, don't be so impulsive. Karl smiled slightly and said, let me introduce myself first, my name is Karl Huster, the King of Qinghai New World Romangh Kingdom, and the person you will pledge allegiance to in the future. Enel's expression changed, and he roared angrily, a loyal person? I'm a god. God doesn't have anyone who wants to be loyal. I advise you to think it through before you speak. Karl restrained his smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 46. Enel was taken aback and felt his scalp go numb. Being stared at by Karl, Enel stood on his head with hair all over his body, a cool air rushed from his heels to the back of his head. Life is out of control, as if dying at any moment. After regaining consciousness, Enel realized that at some point, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Karl sneered and said, I'm not discussing with you now, Enel, but giving orders. You can only be loyal to me, unless you want to die. Death and surrender, you can only choose one. As the lord of a country, Karl has a domineering temperament and says what he says. From the beginning to the end, Enel did not have the power to choose. The black, sharp dagger advanced an inch, tearing the skin on Enel's throat with ease. A drop of blood fell slowly, and Enel felt the call of the Shinigami. He never thought that as a god, he would be so fragile, and would be so afraid of a man. I promise you. Enel said with a trembling voice. In the face of death, Enel finally succumbed. Maybe Enel itself is not afraid of death, but when Karl threatened Enel, he used Conqueror's Haki. Karl first used his powerful strength to frighten Enel's heart and shatter his self-esteem, and then used Conqueror's Haki to break Enel's will. In this case, he can only choose to surrender. You've chosen wisely, Enel. Follow me, and you can truly know and understand the world. You will find that you used to be just a frog watching the sky in a well, and you didn't know how big the world really is. The divine power you think is invincible, in the eyes of many people, it is nothing at all. One day in the future, you will be grateful for the choice you made today. With a thought in Karl's mind, the 4 short swords immediately disintegrated and turned into hundreds of tiny blades, flying back to Karl's body. Seeing this, Enel breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on the deck, gasping for breath. The feeling of being reborn after a catastrophe cannot be described in words. He looked at Karl's back, although he was still a little bit unwilling, but he didn't dare to have any small thoughts anymore. All previous events have proved that Karl has the power to absolutely crush him. In front of Karl, he had no choice but to submit and obey. Let's go, take you back to New World. There are strong people like clouds there, and soon you will know how small you really are. Karl waved a bolt of lightning that hit the golden ship's joystick. With the blessing of lightning energy, the speed of the golden ship suddenly soared. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the clouds instantly. New World, Kingdom of Romangh. After the news that Karl defeated Marine Admiral Akynu and defeated Marine Buster Call came out, the Kingdom of Romangh became the top kingdom in the New World. No pirates who don't have eyesight dare to make trouble in the Kingdom of Romangh, and the neighboring countries do not dare to spy on the Kingdom of Romangh anymore. Karl is the pinnacle of the Romangh Kingdom. As long as Karl is alive, no one will dare to take action against the Kingdom of Romangh. Badgers led the Romangh Kingdom's army to rebuild the ruins after the war, but in just a few days, a war fortress had been built in the ruins of the coastal port. Although it is not perfect, it can already see a bit of majesty. Rumble. Suddenly, there was thunder in the sky, and the wind blew up, and the wind became stronger and stronger. What's the matter? The climate suddenly changed. Is it going to rain heavily? The weather in the New World is really more fickle than women, and it can change as soon as it changes. Ha 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 ha, Thanos, you don't have a woman, how do you know that women are fickle? Who said I don't have a woman? I have too many women, and I don't wear the same one every day. A group of Red Dragon Legion soldiers were chatting, bragging, and laughing. No one took this sudden change of weather to heart. They are all natives of New World, and they are no strangers to the unpredictable weather of New World. No, why are the clouds getting thicker and thicker? A soldier looked at the sky and said doubtfully. Yeah, the wind is getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, several soldiers looked at the dark sky, their expressions became more and more solemn. The roaring thunder, the gust of wind like a sword, and the bottomless deep black clouds seemed to be the end of the world, completely different from the climate of the past. Not only that, but the black clouds exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. One can't help but feel fear at a glance. Hey, what do you see? Suddenly, a soldier pointed to the sky and shouted. All soldiers looked up to the sky. There seems to be something in the clouds. What is that? Is it a claw? No, it's scales. Monster. That's a monster. Many soldiers looked at the huge black shadow hovering and rolling in the clouds, and their faces changed drastically. A few timid soldiers sat on the ground in fright, their faces pale and covered in cold sweat. Captain Badger stared at the clouds in the sky with a solemn expression, feeling uneasy. Roar! Just at this moment, a roar of dragon roar resounded through the sky. Everyone saw that the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge dragon claw protruded from the clouds. Dark clouds hovered around the dragon's claw, and endless lightning strikes on the dragon's claw, but it couldn't hurt it at all. With the thunder and lightning, the light of thunder and lightning also illuminated the whole sky. The huge thing in the clouds finally gradually revealed its real body. Huge dragon claws, a huge winding body, a terrifying dragon head, and flames burning on its body. The monster in the clouds is indeed a mythical giant dragon. Chapter 47. Dragon, it's a dragon, this is an azure dragon. No. Impossible, how could dragons be real, isn't this a creature in legendary? What does it want to do? Why does the dragon appear here? The moment they saw the azure dragon, all the soldiers on the shore lost their will to fight. All of them are powerful warriors who have experienced many battles, and they dare to fight fearlessly in the face of even the strongest pirates. But in the face of this giant dragon, they only had fear in their hearts. The powerful aura erupting from Azure Dragon, the terrifying aura and coercion, weighed on their hearts like a mountain, making them unable to move. In front of this giant dragon, they are a group of ants. Damn, this is Kaido. Only badgers recognized the identity of the dragon. Carl had introduced information about the 4 Emperor's pirates to badgers before, so he knew that Kaido of the Beasts is a Zoan phantom beast capable of transforming into an Azure Dragon. Why did Kaido come here? Damn it, His Majesty is not here. Badgers clenched his fists tightly, feeling unwilling. Facing Kaido, they have no chance of winning at all and can only let him be slaughtered. In this case, let alone protect the kingdom of Romangh, they can't even protect themselves. The Azure Dragon in the sky descended slowly, staring at the red dragon army below with its huge eyes, uttering words. This is the kingdom of Romangh, right? Where's that brat Carl? Tell him to come out and meet me. All the soldiers were too frightened to speak, only badgers stepped forward slowly and said, His Majesty Carl is not in the country now, what can you do with His Majesty? Not here. Kaido seemed to be angry. Erupting with anger, Conqueror's haki burst out involuntarily. The soldiers below were all stunned by his conquerors, and a large number of soldiers rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the ground was full of corpses. Is that kid Carl not here? Damn, Lao Zi still wants to fight him. Since he's not here, it's up to you to play with me, just waiting for him to come back here. I hope you can come in handy. Don't die too fast. A humane sneer appeared on Azure Dragon's face, and then its huge head slowly lifted up, carrying its huge body to swim in the sky, and the strong wind blew up again. The hot flame condensed in Kaido's mouth, emitting a dazzling light. Badgers stared at the fireball in Kaido's mouth, his face was very ugly. His observation haki told him that the move was so powerful that he couldn't take it. Once it falls, not only the newly built port fortress will be destroyed, but also the town rebuilt behind will be reduced to fly ash. Hateful. You guys go. With a roar, badgers flew forward, and armament haki surged out, covering his arms. Although he knew he couldn't stop it, badgers didn't run away. Carl ordered him to protect the Romangh kingdom before he left, and he will do it. Even if it is death, I will not hesitate. Come on, Kaido! Badgers yelled wildly. Kaido stared at the man under his feet, a trace of surprise and joking flashed in his huge pupils. He didn't expect that among this group of people there was someone who dared to take the initiative to attack him. Although the strength is weak, but the courage is commendable. For such people, Kaido is not annoying. Hot interest. Boom. A huge pillar of hot flames spewed out from Kaido's mouth, instantly evaporating all the moisture in the air. Kaido's dragon breath is very powerful, with an attack distance of several kilometers, which can easily evaporate a mountain or penetrate an island. Facing Kaido's dragon's breath, badgers looked extremely small. At the very moment, a mountain suddenly flew from a distance and slammed into Kaido's face. With a bang, Kaido's head was deflected, so that heat was also deflected. Badgers was scraped a little by the heat, and fell from the sky, hitting the ground, panting and sweating. He was terrified and frightened. Almost, just a little bit, he was just about to die. Looking up, Badger's eyes widened instantly, his face dull. I saw an extra lava gully on the coastline of the island, several kilometers long, extending to the sea in the distance. The scorching high temperature melted all the rocks into magma, and everything was burned into nothingness. Fortunately, the hot breath deviated. Fortunately for badgers, the heat hit the coastline and the sea, but did not penetrate the interior of the country. Otherwise, I don't know how much damage will be caused. Who made the move just now? After being shocked, badgers hurriedly looked for the person who shot. If it wasn't for him just now, he would have died. Kaido, who was suspended in the sky, was also a little confused. He was slapped in the face with a mountain just now. While not painful, it was extremely insulting. Besides Carl, there are other monsters here. Kaido felt a little interest in his heart. Compared with killing the weak like badgers, fighting the strong is his favorite. Grandma Kaido's observation haki locked onto a clearing on the coastline, and saw the ground suddenly tremble, and then the ground heaved and cracked. First, a pair of sharp horns broke through the ground, and then a monster with brown skin and a huge body appeared. What is this? Isn't it human? Rao Kaido is well informed, and this is the first time he has seen a creature like Dikui. He immediately concluded that Dikui was not a human being. Badgers next to him was also confused. He had followed Carl for 3 years, and it was the first time he knew that there was such a strong man in the kingdom of Romangh. Anyone who invades the kingdom of Romangh will be destroyed, go to hell. Dikui roared and swung his big hand, causing the ground under his feet to shatter. Huge boulders flew up in suspension, forming a mountain and smashing towards Kaido. Chapter 48. Kaido prides himself on being strong in defense. He does not dodge, or counterattack, letting the mountains fall on him. With a loud bang, Kaido's huge dragon body was directly smashed by the mountain and fell from the sky. However, just as Kaido was about to land in the sea, his dragon body stood upright again. Although Dikui's attack is powerful, it is still a bit short of hurting Kaido. But through this move, the fighting spirit in Kaido's heart was also stimulated. Yes, you are very good, you really are a monster. Unexpectedly, besides Carl, there is a second monster here. Good, very good. Azure Dragon Kaido let out a roar, and the huge dragon body hovered in the sky. Thunder and lightning flashed in the clouds, and endless thunder and lightning fell on Azure Dragon, and then hit the ground. Rumble. The land on the coastline was split into a big hole, and the dust was flying. As the dust dissipated, a dragon man with dragon scales all over his body, fangs in his mouth, and a mace appeared in front of everyone. People with Zoan abilities can transform into 3 forms: human form, beast form, and human beast form. The human beast form has both the flexibility of the human form and the strength and ability of the beast form, and is undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 forms. Kaido was carrying a mace, showing his fangs and grinning ferociously, and disappeared in place with a whoosh. In the next second, Kaido's mace hit Dikui's body. A powerful shock wave erupted like a tsunami, plowing the ground into a gully with a length of 100 meters. Dikui received the attack head-on, and without taking a step back, he punched Kaido in the face with a backhand. The demon's physical defense is extremely terrifying, and Kaido's attack can't hurt him. Immediately, Dikui and Kaido started a fierce battle. Fist against mace, each collision will trigger a powerful shock wave. The battle between the two was extremely violent. Ha 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 ha, that's it, you're good. Kaido was very excited and hit harder and harder. No one has ever dared to engage in such hand-to-hand combat with him, which makes Kaido extremely happy. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido covered the high-density armament haki on the mace, and smashed it to the head of the ground quilt. Dikui did not retreat but advanced, manipulating the surrounding earth and rocks to condense on his right arm, and punched out. Rumble. The extreme moves collided, and the powerful shock wave was visible to the naked eye and roared out. The ground under their feet was cracked inch by inch, and a tsunami was set off overseas and impacted everywhere. Dikui took a step back and hit the ground with his fist. The sharp earth thorns bulged layer by layer, and one earth thorn hit Kaido's chest, pushing him into the sky. Dikui clawed his big hand, and all the surrounding earth and rocks flew into the sky, hitting Kaido like shells. But in the blink of an eye, Kaido was attacked by hundreds of earth and rocks. Under the control of Dikui, the diameter of each piece of earth and rock is more than 20 meters, and the impact force is terrifying. Each blow can easily destroy a warship, and instantly kill over 100 million bounty pirates. Soon, a huge meteorite appeared in the sky. Kaido has been sealed inside the meteorite. What a strong monster, it can stand against Kaido. In the distance, Badgers, who was watching the battle, was secretly startled. However, Kaido is not so easy to defeat. The 4 Emperor's pirates are all heaven-defying monsters. Especially Kaido, known as the world's #1 single-handed, undead monster. If you want to defeat him, such tricks alone are far from enough. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after the meteorite sealed Kaido, there was a roar from inside the meteorite. With a loud noise, the meteorite exploded, and Kaido got out of trouble. The 3rd generation, Yin Naraku. Kaido descends from the sky, twirling his mace rapidly. The mace was pitch black, but the surface was as scarlet as blood. Kaido not only covered armament haki, but also wrapped Conqueror's haki. Before the attack fell, the powerful pressure had already distorted the space. Rumble. The mace hit the demon Dikui, and the powerful attack wave shattered the ground under Dikui's feet, and the shock wave extended thousands of meters away. Dikui's feet sank into the ground, but his expression remained unchanged. He crossed his hands, blocking Kaido's ultimate move. Go to hell! Dikui roared, his fist was covered with scarlet light, and he punched Kaido's chest. With a bang, the shock wave pierced through Kaido's body, the dragon scales flew, and Kaido spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. This is the power of Old Man Whitebeard. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. The Dikui's attack just now contained the same shaking force as Whitebeard's. A punch hit him, and Kaido's internal organs were nearly displaced. That feeling Kaido has felt many times before, when he fought Whitebeard. Dikui is the devil of the earth. He can not only throw stones to hide from the earth, manipulate earth and rocks, but also cause earthquakes. In a sense, Dikui's abilities are indeed similar to Whitebeard's. Boom! A powerful vibration erupted, the space distorted and shattered, and Kaido was punched flying by Dikui. Kaido plowed the ground with both feet and slid for hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Wherever it passed, 2 deep ravines were left. Puff! Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, grinned, and his fighting spirit became even higher. It's so interesting that there are other vibrating abilities besides Whitebeard. Hot interest! Kaido opened his mouth and roared, sprayed out a pillar of hot flames, and shot at Dikui. Dikui hit the ground in front of him with a fist, and the earthquake raised a hill, blocking the pillar of flame and deflecting it. At the same time, Dikui launched a counterattack. He manipulated the ground to cause an earthquake, and the ground cracked a bottomless gully. The moment Kaido fell into the ravine, the K immediately closed the ground. Kaido was buried alive, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 49. Kaido was buried alive, leaving only his head exposed. Immediately, Dikui ran forward and kicked Kaido on the head. With a bang, Kaido was kicked away by Dikui together with the rock formations that restrained him. Dikui's kick seemed to have kicked a mountain away. Roar! The mountain flew halfway and exploded in the sky. Kaido turned into the form of Azure Dragon, causing the dark clouds to generate thunder and lightning. Endless thunder and lightning poured down. Kaido seemed really angry. Bad wind! Accompanied by a roar, the endless gust of wind formed wind blades and flew towards Dikui. These wind blades are like the slash of a sickle weasel, not only fast but also extremely sharp, and can easily split a mountain. Dikui quickly made a huge boulder like a hill as a shield to reach Kaido's ultimate move, but the boulder was instantly shattered by the wind blade. More than a dozen wind blades hit Dikui's chest and sent him flying. Dikui let out an angry roar uncontrollably, but there was no wound on his body. As the devil of the earth, the chief of the earth has an extremely powerful defense, and is also ranked at the top among the 8 great demons. But although Kaido is not weak, he can't hurt Dikui after all. Badgers, who was watching the battle from a distance, changed his face when he saw this, and hurried away from the battlefield, took out his phone bug and started to notify Carl. He was so engrossed in watching the fight that he forgot to inform Carl of the situation here. After all, such a fierce peak battle is rare in 10 years, and everyone will be fascinated by it. Above the clouds in the sky, Karl is driving the golden ship back to the kingdom of Romangh. Boo blue blue. Brew blue blue. The phone bug blared a rapid siren. Hello, it's me. Karl took out the phone bug to connect, and Badgers shouted anxiously, Your Majesty Karl, something is wrong, Kaido is here. Hearing this, Karl's pupils constricted instantly. Although his face was still expressionless, his fists were already tightly clenched, obviously his heart was not at peace. How is the situation now? Return to your majesty, a monster appeared to block Kaido, it was. That's Dikui, he is also my subordinate. Yes, Dikui blocked Kaido, and he is now in a fierce battle with Kaido, so he won't lose the wind for the time being. But I don't know if Dikui can completely block Kaido, he is one of the 4 emperors after all. I see, I will come back soon, you lead the army to guard the capital first, to ensure the safety of the civilians, and leave the rest to the local chief. Yes, Your Majesty Karl. When the call ended, Karl held the phone bug and remained silent. Enel next to him saw Karl's gloomy face and dared not speak. He doesn't know what happened to make a monster like Karl make such a face. But the only thing that can make monsters care about is monsters. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Karl's mind. Ding! Host triggers the task of protecting the country. It has been detected that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, is invading the kingdom of Romangh, which is the territory of the host, the stronghold of the rebellion, and cannot be missed. Ask the host to repel or kill Kaido to protect the rebellion base camp. Repel Kaido quest reward, Kaido Constitution, Pseudo-Immortal Body. Kill Kaido quest rewards, Kaido Constitution, Pseudo-Immortal Body, Higher Conqueror's Haki. Kaido's Constitution, High-Level Conqueror's Haki, this reward is really generous. Karl smiled coldly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fleeting killing intent made Enel's head shrink, and his scalp went numb. Enel, speed up and go back to the kingdom at full speed. This time you are blessed, you will be able to see the world's top monsters when you first arrive in Qinghai. Yes. Enel didn't dare to be negligent, and he output lightning with all his strength, and the flying speed of the golden ship suddenly doubled. With a whoosh, the golden ship suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, Kaido's troubles in the kingdom of Romangh also began to spread across the sea. Because of the killing of the celestial dragons, the kingdom of Romangh has become the eye of the storm during this period, and countless forces are watching the kingdom. So as soon as the war broke out, all parties received the news. Many spies stood in the distance, using video phone bugs to film the battle between Kaido and Dikui. Although the leaders of the various forces are far away, they can watch the battle screen in real time, just like watching a live broadcast. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal Sengoku and many high-level officials are also watching the live broadcast. I really didn't expect that besides Shinigami Karl, there are such monsters in the kingdom of Romangh. Have you found out the identity of this person? Sengoku stared at the scene in front of him with a solemn face. The appearance of Dikui exceeded his expectations. Dikui doesn't look human, but in Sengoku's view, this is the result of Devil Fruit's ability to manifest. For Karl, Marine at Naval Headquarters is all about killing. If it weren't for Blackbeard's sudden fire fist ace to Marine, they would have sent troops by now. Originally, they had absolute confidence in eliminating Karl, but the appearance of Dikui made Sengoku feel a little uneasy. He didn't expect that besides Karl, the kingdom of Romangh actually had another chieftain. From the live battle screen, Sengoku has already judged that the strength of this monster is very strong. Even if it is as strong as Kaido, it won't be able to take him down for a while. Such monsters can only be dealt with by Marine Admiral. Dikui and Karl are 2 monsters. To eliminate them, you need at least 2 admirals. So is this the full strength of the kingdom of Romangh? Is there something hidden in the dark? Chapter 50. If Carl can hide a chieftain, he will be able to hide other combat powers. If Marine acted rashly without ascertaining the information, he would probably suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief, and secretly felt a little bit of fear. Fortunately, Blackbeard sent the Fire Fist to Marine in time, allowing Marine to delay the crusade against Carl. Otherwise, Marine will be caught off guard by Carl. It's too late to regret. Wow! There was a sudden exclamation in the Marine conference room. Everyone saw that Kaido's full attack could not break through Dikoi's defense. What a monster! This guy's defense is comparable to Kaido's. Admiral Aokiji spoke. It's really scary. Why are the monsters appearing one after another in the sea now? Are there so many monsters? Admiral Kizaru also sighed. This time, when he said it was scary, Kizaru no longer meant it insincerely, but sincerely. He really thinks Dikoi is very scary. Among the three admirals, only Akynu snorted coldly without saying a word. He stared intently at Kaido and Dikoi in the live broadcast, with endless killing intent in his eyes. Both Dikoi and Kaido are the objects that Akynu wants to eliminate. At this moment, Akynu hopes that both Kaido and Dikoi will suffer, and it is best to die together. At this time, Marine's intelligence personnel rushed over. Report to Marshal, I'm sorry, we can't find any information about this person. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air, without leaving any deeds in the world. Can't find it. Sengoku's face instantly sank, so gloomy that he could drip water. Naval Headquarters is ignorant of such a powerful force as Dikoi, which is undoubtedly very dangerous. The so-called know yourself and know the enemy, and you will win every battle. The unknown is the scariest thing. Sengoku doesn't think it's the incompetence of the intelligence department, but that Carl is hiding too deeply. At this moment, Sengoku even suspects that Carl has an ulterior purpose in hiding. Even killing the celestial dragons was part of his plan. He alone deceived the whole world. What the hell is Carl trying to do? The more Sengoku thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his heart sank gradually. He felt as if he had vaguely guessed Carl's ultimate purpose. It's just that this doubt is so terrible that even he dare not say it casually. Continue to investigate, we must find out the information on this person. Also, order the intelligence department to monitor the kingdom of Romangh at all times, and not let go of any clues. Anyone related to Carl, everyone must pay close attention, even what they eat every day, when they sleep, and when they go to the bathroom, I have to find out. Obey. The intelligence officers saluted and responded loudly. Although this mission is destined to result in the killing of countless intelligence personnel, Sengoku has already ignored it. In order to prove the conjecture in his heart, Sengoku will not hesitate no matter how many people will be lost. Carl Schuster, you really are a big trouble. New World, Cake Island. Well, is Kaido really stopped by a newcomer? In the palace, Big Mom was sitting on the sofa, eating cakes and desserts, mouth full. Yes, Mom, the battle between the two has been going on for more than an hour. So far, the two are still on par, and the final victory or defeat is still unpredictable. Speaking of this, Katakuri also admired him very much, and at the same time his heart was heavy. Being able to fight against Kaido for an hour without a draw, this kind of strength is definitely above him. In the New World, only the four emperors can rival it. Not only is Carl's own strength terrifying, but he also has such powerful subordinates by his side. Big Mom wants to marry Carl, and the action to recover Carl is destined to have little hope. Humph, that idiot Kaido is really depraved, it's too shameful to be blocked by an unknown person. Big Mom snorted coldly, looking a little dissatisfied. The same as the four emperors' great pirate, Kaido is equal to her. If Kaido loses face, Big Mom, who is also the four emperors, will also lose face. Mom, are we still going to marry Carl? There's no way someone like him is going to join us. Although it might arouse Big Mom's anger, Katakuri still bite the bullet and opened his mouth to persuade. The forces represented by Karl are already comparable to the 4 Emperor's pirates. It is very unwise to provoke such enemies for no reason. Big Mom stopped eating the cake, a hint of ferocity appeared on his face, and then he grinned loudly. The marriage must be carried out, but the method must be changed. Send him an invitation to the tea party first, and ask him to come to Cake Island. Well. The stronger Karl's power becomes, the more Big Mom desires this power. This incident not only did not make Big Mom back down, but even more aroused Big Mom's greed. All the major forces in the world are attracted by the battle between Kaido and Dikui. The fierce battle between the two lasted for a day and a night, and there was still no winner. Not only that, Kaido, known as the invincible one-on-one, is even at a disadvantage. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, Kaido was wounded by Dikui, but Dikui remained unscathed. No matter how powerful Kaido's attack is, it can't hurt a single hair of Dikui. On the port coastline of the Romangh Kingdom, the rebuilt war fort has been completely destroyed. Even the area where the 3 small towns behind the fortress were located was completely destroyed. If it weren't for the Dikui's constant control of the battlefield area, the king's capital in the rear would also suffer. With Kaido's ability, one breath of the dragon can cause heavy losses to the capital. In fact, Dikui didn't use his full strength. If he really tried his best, the entire Romangh kingdom would be just a weapon in his hands. But that would destroy the entire Romangh kingdom, which was contrary to the orders received by Dikui. First Admiral Akynu and Buster Call, then 4 Emperors Kaido. The kingdom of Romangh has been plagued by disasters during this period of time. Boom! 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 In the center of the battlefield, Kaido and Dikui fight with all their might. The moves of the two opened and closed, punching to the flesh. Every time it collides, a powerful shock wave sweeps through Fang Yuan, destroying everything around it. Chapter 51. Ha 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 ha, happy, I haven't played so happily for a long time. Kaido hit Dikui with an earthquake punch, and laughed ferociously while spitting blood. What Kaido likes most is fighting, and he hopes that someone can kill him, but this idea has never been realized. Not to mention killing him, there are not many opponents who can fight him happily. Now the appearance of Dikui really makes Kaido very satisfied. Dikui didn't say a word, and made another killer move. With one punch, he slammed into the ground, raising countless sharp peaks to stab Kaido. He obeyed Karl's order to destroy all those who invaded the kingdom of Romangh. As long as Kaido is not dead, his attacks will not stop. Call out! Just when the two were fighting together again, a golden light flew from outside the sky. With lightning speed, the golden light pierced Kaido's shoulders, and at the same time caused a big explosion behind him. The attack came so suddenly that Kaido was hit without even reacting. The golden light pierced his body, Kaido spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes became fierce, staring at one direction of the sky. I saw a stream of light flying from outside the sky, and in the blink of an eye it had already reached the sky above Kaido's head. The spies hiding in the distance to watch the battle, and the powerful people who watched the live broadcast of the battle from all over the place also noticed the changes on the battlefield at the same time. Whew! The attack just now was so fast. It actually directly broke Kaido's defense. Look, Kaido is bleeding. Countless people turned pale with shock at this moment. Kaido stared fixedly at the figure above his head, his voice was low and indifferent, full of murderous intent. Shinigami Karl, you finally appeared. Karl also had a frosty face, full of cold killing intent. Kaido, you have crossed the line. Anyone who went out for a trip and came back to see his country being smashed into ruins would be furious. Karl is in this state at the moment. Hehe, crossing the line? Lao Zi doesn't know what crossing the line is. Kaido laughed ferociously, and the blood hole on his shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, such an injury is insignificant to Kaido and cannot hurt his fundamentals. There is no place in this world that I cannot go to. I can come and leave whenever I want. What can you do with me? Carl said coldly, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Then you come and try. Kaido waved the mace, twisted his neck and made a crackling sound. It just so happens that Laozi hasn't had a good fight yet. Even if you two fight together, I don't care. No, I'm enough to deal with you alone. Dikui, step back. Obey, master. Dikui listened to the order, used the technique of escaping the earth to drill into the ground, and soon disappeared. Seeing this, Kaido showed his fangs and smiled ferociously. Little devil, I have to say that you are very arrogant and arrogant. Unfortunately, an arrogant brat like you often dies miserably. Stop talking nonsense and die. With a flash of lightning, Carl instantly disappeared in place and teleported to Kaido. Carl's right arm has been covered with high-density armament haki, and there is a layer of pink light on the surface, which is emission haki. Boom! A punch hit Kaido's chest, and the shock wave immediately pierced through the body and went away. Kaido's chest was sunken, his expression twisted uncontrollably, his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Little devil, you! Get out! Before Kaido could finish speaking, the strength of Carl's fist increased again. The huge armament haki was driven into Kaido's body by Carl, causing a burst in his body. Boom! Kaido was punched flying, and the whole body turned into a cannonball and shot out backwards, smashing more than a dozen spiked mountain peaks in a row before stopping. These spiky peaks were all made by Dikui, and now they do secondary damage to Kaido. Hiss! At this moment, bigwigs from all over the world gasped. Especially Sengoku and Admiral of Naval Headquarters, their faces changed one after another. Kicking Kaido away with one punch, Carl showed more power than they imagined. Especially Admiral Akynu, he can see that Carl's current combat strength is much stronger than when he fought with him before. Sure enough, I can't let this brat continue to live, otherwise he will be Marine's enemy in the future. Akynu knew that Carl was only 20 years old and was in a period of rapid growth. During this period, Carl will grow very fast, and it can be said that he is getting stronger every moment. Maybe not in a few months, Carl's strength will have changed drastically. Thinking of this, Akynu really didn't want to wait for a moment, and just wanted to eliminate Carl as quickly as possible. As expected of someone who can defeat Admiral Akynu, it really isn't easy. Interesting, it's even more interesting now. A monster comparable to the Four Emperors suddenly appeared on the sea, and Naval Headquarters will have a headache. This era is about to go berserk. All the strong men in the dark had complicated moods, some were gloating, and some were already planning their next move. In the era of rampage, the tide will overturn the whole world. If you don't make preparations in advance, you will only be swallowed by the tide of the times, leaving no bones left. Only the truly strong can cross the tide and stand on top of the world. There is no shortage of ambitious people in this world, and the era of rampage is both danger and opportunity. In the center of the battlefield, Carl succeeded in one blow and hurriedly took advantage of the victory to pursue. Countless flash bombs shot out from Carl's palm, hitting Kaido in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Carl bombed Kaido hundreds of times. The chain explosion created a huge fireball that engulfed Kaido. Chapter 52. Roar. A roar came from the sea of flames. A mace tore through the sea of flames, and Kaido walked out of the sea of flames. The dragon scales all over his body shone with a metallic luster, and it was pitch black. There are only a few small burns on Kaido's body, which are not insignificant at all. The surrounding flames were ignored by Kaido, and they couldn't hurt a single hair of him. With a flash of black shadow, Kaido teleported directly in front of Carl, swung a mace and smashed Carl's head. Although Kaido is huge, his speed is not slow at all, but faster than lightning. Go to hell, brat, thunder 8 trigrams. The mace covered with high-density armor smashed on Karl's head, and the rapid wind directly tore Karl's coat. With a whoosh, Karl turned over to avoid Kaido's ultimate move, and kicked Kaido back at the same time. Kaido blocked Karl's attack with a mace, and knocked Karl into the air with a strong flick. Don't try to escape. Kaido teleported to catch up again, and the mace went straight to Karl's Tianling cap. Karl does not retreat but advances, armament haki surges out, directly forming armament haki armor, and at the same time covering emission haki with a punch and mace head-on. Rumble. The moment the tricks collided, an unrivaled shock wave burst out, pouring out in all directions. The pupils of Karl and Kaido were blood red, and their bodies erupted into an extremely terrifying momentum and collided with each other. Countless black and red lightnings were stimulated, running around like a lion majesty, destroying all the substances that came into contact with it. A terrifying imposing pressure soared into the sky, breaking away the high-altitude clouds. For a moment, the deep clouds split in two, as if the sky had been split. Conquerors. It's a match for Conqueror's haki. Those who have insight in the dark recognize this as the collision of Conqueror's haki at a glance. Sure enough, Shinigami Karl is also Conqueror's awakened. It's a matter of course. A character like him must have awakened Conquerors. There is one more king in the world. No, this is the Emperor. Judging from the current battle, Shinigami Karl's strength is no weaker than that of the 4 emperors. It's hard to imagine he's only 20 years old. Is this the strong man from Qinghai? It really is terrifying enough. On the high-altitude golden ship, Thor Enel watched the fierce battle between Karl and Kaido below, and was shocked. The moment the aftermath of the battle broke out, he immediately hid in a boat. At this moment, he realized how small he was before. Karl was right. He used to be a frog watching the sky from a well. He didn't know how far away the world was. Karl and Kaido's Conqueror's haki completely exploded, forming a substantial shock wave that raged in all directions. The ground under the two people's feet began to crack, and spider web-like cracks appeared, and the hard rock was completely shattered. Conquerors, even you! Kaido growled, as if a little angry. At the same time, the strength in his hand continued to increase. What's wrong? Can't I awaken Conquerors? Karl didn't show any signs of fear, and he was in a stalemate with Kaido. Kaido let out a roar, there is no need for so many kings in this world. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, the mace swept across, and Karl was knocked into the air for hundreds of meters. After landing, he slid for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Sure enough, my Conqueror's haki is no match for Kaido. Karl's face darkened, and he sighed secretly. Karl's Conqueror's haki is only intermediate. Although it is infinitely close to advanced, there is still a gap between it and advanced. At the same time, Karl did not learn Conqueror's haki winding, but Kaido can use Conqueror's haki winding. Conquerors against Kaido, Karl has no chance of winning. Brat, your Conquerors isn't strong enough. Kaido said with a hideous smile. So what? Karl snorted coldly, the outcome is not decided by Conquerors. Although Conqueror's haki is not as good as Kaido, Karl's armed color and observation haki are not weaker than Kaido. Coupled with the fruit ability, the outcome is still unknown. Die, Thunder Dragon Roar! Karl roared angrily, and endless thunder and lightning erupted on his body, forming 9 ferocious thunder dragons, soaring into the sky. Under Karl's control, the Brontosaurus roared loudly and bit Kaido. Small tricks! Don't show them off! King Kong Dysprosium! Kaido waved the mace with both hands, and a giant stick burst out of the air, flying towards the roaring Brontosaurus. Combining armor color and Conqueror's haki on the stick at the same time, the power can instantly level a mountain. Rumble! Thunder Dragon and Bang Chi collided in the sky, making a loud noise. The 9 thunder dragons wailed, and the thunder dragon's body was destroyed by the stick energy. And Kaido's attack was eliminated by Thunder Dragon. In this blow, the two were evenly matched. Magnetic radiation, gravitational waves, Steel Titan. Carl's killer move came back, and the electromagnetic field was instantly launched, and the gravitational wave covered the entire coastline of the port. The scattered metals were all attracted by Carl, and finally condensed on Carl's right arm. An oversized arm comparable to the ancient Titan Ounce clan took shape instantly. After the arm was formed, the remaining metal covered the rest of Carl. A Titan with a body size of more than 100 meters and made of steel was rapidly formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha! Kaido laughed loudly. Little ghost, you don't think this kind of trick will work for me, do you? In this world, being big doesn't mean it's useful. Kaido, don't be too happy, it's not over yet. Carl's combat power was fully activated, and the armament haki in his body surged out like a tsunami, covering the entire Steel Titan in an instant. Roar! The Steel Titan roared up to the sky, and the roar turned into sound waves that spread around, shattering the earth inch by inch. The waves rolled violently, and even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. Chapter 53. Roar! The Steel Titan roared up to the sky, and the roar turned into sound waves that spread around, shattering the earth inch by inch. What kind of ability is this? What a terrifying imposing coercion! Shinigami Carl, armament haki is so powerful. In the conference room of Naval Headquarters, all Marine executives saw that Carl's fighting power was at full strength, and they all exclaimed with solemn expressions. Even through the screen, they can judge the horror of Carl's move. That huge body, plus the high-density armament haki. Smashing a mountain with one punch is as easy as smashing a piece of tofu. None of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral could catch Carl's punch. When Admiral Akynu saw Carl in this form, the scar on his body began to ache. Not long ago, he was defeated by Carl's trick. Die, Kaido! In the center of the battlefield, Carl let out a roar. The surface of the Steel Titan burst into electric light, and the electric light flashed, disappeared in place, and teleported to Kaido. Before Kaido could react, Carl had already punched him in the chest. The Steel Titan covered with lightning, not only does not move slowly, but it is faster than lightning. With its huge size and lightning speed, the Steel Titan at this moment can be called the most terrifying killing machine. Rumble! Kaido was punched flying by Carl, rolled a dozen times in mid-air, and landed on his back. After spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, Kaido teleported to the Steel Titan, and hit the Titan's chest with a stick. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a bang, a big hole appeared in the Steel Titan's chest. The armament haki armor covering the surface of the Titan was directly blasted by Kaido. Kaido's attack is stronger than Akynu's. Back then, although Akynu also broke the armament haki armor, it was not as easy as Kaido. Carl was as calm as usual, and with a thought, the hole healed automatically, and the armament haki armor quickly recovered. At the same time, a lightsaber appeared out of nowhere in Titan's hand. The Sword of Judgment. The Titan slashed down with a sword, and Kaido quickly swung his mace to block. Carl's strength has been recognized by Kaido, and he dare not use his body to resist Carl's attack casually. Kaido is just reckless, but he's not an idiot. Clang! With a flash of sword light, the gold lightsaber traversed the sky, and the sword energy stretched across thousands of meters. Kaido was slashed by a sword. Although he blocked the sword move in time, his chest was still hit by the sword light. With a pop, a large amount of blood spurted out, and a huge wound appeared on Kaido's chest. The sword energy flew into the distance, hit the sea, and directly tore the sea apart, leaving a bottomless abyss. Carl is not a swordsman. Although he has practiced swordsmanship, he is not very strong, and he has barely reached the level of a swordsman. Zhang Taijianhao may still be number 1 in the first half of the Grand Line. But in the New World, there are so many, countless, nothing at all. But Karl's sword just now is as powerful as a peak swordsman. It's not that he has a high level of swordsmanship, but that his fruit ability is too strong. The laser sword made of light radiation is integrated with high-density armament haki, and combined with the terrifying power of armed steel titan, it becomes very simple to break mountains and seas with one sword. This is the so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change, breaking through all methods with one force. When a person possesses great power and based on this, even a common swordsman can strike like a peak swordsman. Kaido held the huge wound on his chest, and a lot of blood spewed out of his mouth. Little devil, you did a good job. Kaido is rarely injured, and when he does, it leaves no scars. To date, only Kojiki Oden has left him with permanent scars. But now, the number of people will change from 1 to 2. Karl's sword is bound to leave a permanent scar on Kaido. Roar! Kaido raised his head to the sky and roared, instantly changing from a human beast form to a beast form. The gigantic azure dragon soared into the sky and began to make a circular motion in mid-air, rolling up endless gusts of wind and dazzling lightning. As the azure dragon Kaido hovered, all the powerful hurricanes enveloped him, forming several rapidly rotating tornadoes. The tornado has a strong tearing force, attracting everything around it, tearing everything into pieces. Even steel was torn into powder. Tornado! Kaido roared, and a powerful tornado suddenly hit Karl. Facing the tornado that covered the sky like a natural disaster, Karl's 100-meter-tall armed titan also seemed a little small. With a thought in Karl's mind, the machinery on the body of the armed titan suddenly deformed. The shoulders on both sides deformed and extended, and 2 huge gun ports appeared, aiming at the tornado in front. Laser laser! The laser energy was accumulated in an instant, a golden light flashed, and 2 laser rays penetrated the oncoming tornado. As the armed titan moves laterally, the 2 laser rays are like 2 sharp long swords, cutting off all the tornadoes. Kaido, such little tricks are useless to me. Karl roared, aiming the cannon barrel at Kaido's huge azure dragon body, and the laser beam shot out instantly. Boom! 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 A huge fireball soared into the sky, and the sound of the explosion was deafening, making the world lose its voice. The shock wave swept away several kilometers away from Fang, the sky collapsed and the ground collapsed, and the coastline directly collapsed and fell. It's not over yet. After the laser beam was shot, the armed titan deformed again, and the 2 arms were combined to form a huge cannon barrel with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The mechanical lines of the gun barrel are all lit up, the barrel rotates rapidly, and the muzzle glows with a dazzling blue light. It is the ultimate killer move, the super electromagnetic gun. Chapter 54. Boom! Jean Blue's energy beam shot out and hit Kaido's dragon body instantly. The firing speed of the super railgun is comparable to the speed of light. Even if observation haki catches it in advance, it is difficult to avoid it. What's more, Kaido's size is too large after he becomes the azure dragon form, and in Karl's view, he is a living target. The energy beam hit Kaido, broke through the dragon scales and flesh instantly, penetrated the belly of azure dragon, and finally hit the sea tens of thousands of meters away. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, followed by a super strong explosion shock wave. The sea was torn apart, setting off huge waves hundreds of meters high, as if the end was coming. Azure Dragon Kaido looked up to the sky and howled in pain, and the sound spread in all directions. Large swaths of blood were splattered, and flesh and blood flew everywhere, but they were evaporated into gas by the high temperature of the electromagnetic gun rays as soon as they appeared. Finally, Kaido's dragon's body collapsed and crashed to the shoreline with a bang. At this moment, many strong men watching the live broadcast of the battle all over the world fell silent. There was infinite fear and fear of Karl in my heart. What kind of ability is this? Laser cannons are no match. You can beat Kaido like this. Kaido's defense is the best in the world, and it can't stop Shinigami Karl's moves. Karl's railgun is too powerful. It's terrifyingly strong. All the powerhouses watching the battle can see that this railgun simply ignores Kaido's invincible defense. The double defense of Dragon Scale and Armament Haki is also vulnerable. Even Kaido, who is the first in defense, can't block this move, let alone others. Akynu, Karl used this trick to beat you back then, right? In the Marine conference room, Marshal Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Kizaru, Aokiji, and many Marine executives turned their attention to Akynu, waiting for his answer. Akynu said with an ugly face, "That's right, that's the trick. The power of this move is very strong. It is not so much a fruit ability as it is a technology. This trick is like the product of the combination of lightning, laser, and magnetism, far better than common's lightning or laser rays. It not only has strong penetrating power, but also has terrifying destructive power, and its temperature is also extremely high. Even without the fusion of armament Haki, the high temperature of the rays alone is enough to damage my body. In front of this move, all Logia elementalization is useless. The ghost spider died under this trick, without the power to resist." Hearing Akynu's answer, all Marine executives felt heavy, and all Vice Admirals felt fear. In front of this move, even Admiral Akynu and 4 Emperors Kaido were seriously injured. No wonder the ghost spider was killed before he could resist. No, it shouldn't be said that he was killed, it should be said that he was vaporized. It evaporates into gas in an instant, and all traces are erased. The only good news is that there will be no pain if you die under this trick. Because death comes sooner than you think. Before you even know it, the person is gone. Science and technology. Sengoku muttered to himself, repeating the 2 words, feeling tricky. As the Marine Marshal, he certainly knows how terrifying the power of technology is. The ability of Devil Fruit is indeed powerful, but after all it depends on humans to use it. As long as you are human, you will have limits. But technology has no limits. With a powerful technological weapon, it is easy to destroy a small island, much stronger than any fruit. One of the taboos of the world government, ancient weapon Pluton, is a super warship that integrates various high-tech weapons, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Karl looks a lot like a humanoid Pluton these days. It's not quite as good as a real Pluton ship, but it's pretty scary. If such a trick is fired at Naval Headquarters, most of Naval Headquarters will be destroyed. Sengoku was in a state of confusion, and after this encounter, the original plan about eliminating Karl was once again abolished by him. Karl is too dangerous, and his ability is too terrifying. If Marine wants to act, he must make an absolutely perfect plan to eliminate Karl in one go. Denying that Karl escaped from life, Marine will surely draw Karl's crazy revenge. With his ability, he can destroy any Marine base except Naval Headquarters at any time. If Karl fights a protracted war with them, Marine's loss will be beyond his imagination. The number of dead Marines will be in units of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even Naval Headquarters in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, guarded by Admiral, may not be safe. Admiral is too late to resist once a super electromagnetic gun is fired, and there will still be heavy casualties. At this moment, the degree of danger of Karl was infinitely high in Sengoku's heart, even surpassing the 4 Emperors' big pirate. The coastline of the Kingdom of Romangh has been completely destroyed, and the sea water continues to pour in, eroding the inner wall of the country. A giant azure dragon lies on the shoreline, surrounded by a raging fire. Karl controls the armed titan to stand in the sea of flames, like a titan who is grilling a dragon and waiting for the dragon meat to be cooked. The body has not changed back to human, so it is not dead. As expected of Kaido, his vitality is really tenacious, and the railgun couldn't kill him. People in the world of One Piece have very strong constitutions and tenacious vitality. Especially the 4 Emperors' big pirates, all of them are heaven-defying monsters. In the original book, during the Summit War, Whitebeard's chest was pierced and his internal organs were scorched, which could still beat Akynu into a dead dog. Kaido's physical strength should still be higher than that of Whitebeard, and he can't kill him by burning a few bones and knocking out a few pieces of his guts. Did you miss the mark? Carl looked at Kaido's huge dragon body, feeling a little helpless. Kaido's body is too big after becoming Azure Dragon, who knows where his vitals are. Chapter 55. You thought it was his heart, maybe it wasn't there at all. No matter, take advantage of his illness to kill him. A cold light shot out of Carl's eyes, and his murderous aura burst out. The railgun was set up again, aiming at Kaido's head. Blow your head off, if you don't believe me, you won't die. Roar. Just when Carl was about to fire, Kaido suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of dragon breath, instantly hitting the armed titan. Although the power of the scorching high-temperature dragon's breath is not as powerful as that of the super electromagnetic gun, its lethality is also extremely terrifying. The armed titan was sent flying tens of meters, the barrel was scattered, and the armament haki armor on the body almost shattered. Roar! Kaido's huge azure dragon body stood straight up from the sea of flames, with its head facing upwards, soaring straight into the sky, and then flew towards Carl suddenly. As the azure dragon flew, large swathes of blood spilled from the sky. Kaido was clearly seriously injured, but he completely ignored his injuries. Not only did the attack not weaken, but it became even more terrifying. I saw that azure dragon was covered with flames, and Kaido looked like a fire dragon at this time. The fire dragon attacked Carl with extremely hot temperatures, melting rocks into magma wherever it went. Fire Dragon Torch Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido let out an angry roar, using his head as a weapon, covering the armored color and Conqueror's haki, crashing into the armored titan's chest like a meteorite. There was a loud bang, shaking all directions. At the moment of the collision, the armament haki armor covering the titan's body suddenly burst. The armed titan composed of machinery was also shattered inch by inch. Rumble. A huge fireball exploded, completely engulfing the armed titan and Azure Dragon Kaido. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shot out from the sea of flames, and it was Carl. Carl Eugen flew, and quickly distanced himself from Kaido to avoid the subsequent explosion shock wave. The power of Kaido in the form of Azure Dragon is too terrifying, coupled with the armed color and Conqueror's haki, one move actually directly disintegrated Carl's armed titan. Fortunately, Carl withdrew in time, so he was not affected by the follow-up impact. Otherwise, Carl would have been seriously injured in the blow just now. Little devil, are you going to escape? Kaido raised his dragon's head from the sea of flames, two huge eyes fixed on Carl, and observation haki kept locking him. What tricks do you have? Use them all. If not, today is your day of death. Go to hell. Kaido pursued closely, the huge body of Azure Dragon flew into the sky, and the scorching breath of the dragon swept across the sky like a 1,000-meter-long sword, and slashed at Carl. Wherever the dragon's breath went, the sea was divided, cutting out a bottomless ravine. Carl Eugen flew high into the sky, avoiding the dragon's breath. With a thought, the world suddenly changed color. Rolling dark clouds gathered above Carl's head, forming a huge dark cloud Uzumaki. There were lightning flashes and thunder in Uzumaki, and the naked eye could see streaks of lightning moving through the dark clouds, like living electric snakes. Carl clawed his hand, and the thunder and lightning deep in the clouds were immediately attracted by him, and they all gathered on Carl. In the blink of an eye, Carl turned into a Thunderbolt Titan with a size over 100 meters. The Thunderbolt Titan still held two lightning spears in his hands, making crackling noises. Thor form. Compared with the armed Titan, Thor's form is obviously more flexible. Kaido, I will send you to hell right now. Carl held the lightning spear in his hand and swung it vigorously. The spear turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards Kaido. With a bang, the lightning spear directly hit Kaido's dragon body and penetrated into his flesh and blood. Kaido let out a wail, and then the lightning spear exploded, blasting Azure Dragon Kaido into the sky. Although the lethality of this move is not as good as that of the electromagnetic gun, its advantage lies in its fast attack speed and its ability to be used continuously. Carl can launch an attack instantly as long as he moves his mind. Countless lightning spears fell from the sky, hitting Kaido like a torrential rain. Kaido let out a roar, spun the dragon's body crazily, and created a tornado to compete with the lightning spear. At the same time, countless wind blades shot up into the sky, flying towards Carl. This is the tornado bad wind, a combination of tornado and bad wind, and its destructive power is several times that of the two moves. It's useless, such an attack doesn't work on me. Facing the tornado Heffen blade, Thor Carl did not retreat and counterattacked. With a big hand, the thunder and lightning condensed into shape, and a thunder and lightning trident suddenly appeared in his hand. Carl rushed into the tornado, swung his trident and slashed hard, directly splitting the tornado. In a flash of lightning, it has teleported to Kaido's back. Such a big body is a living target in my eyes. Take a beating, Kaido. As soon as the words fell, the thunder trident had been inserted into Kaido's back. Kaido let out a roar in pain, and twisted the dragon's body frantically, trying to throw Carl away. But the thunder and lightning trident has barbs, and it has already hooked Kaido's flesh and blood. With a puff, the thunder and lightning trident brought out a large piece of flesh and blood. Although Kaido forcibly threw Carl away, he was directly dug out by Carl. Damn brat! Lao Zi can't spare you. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido was furious, and directly changed back to human beast form in mid-air. Holding the mace in both hands, he teleported in front of Carl, and smashed the head of Thor Carl with a stick. This attack contains high-density armed color and Conqueror's Haki, and its power is terrifying. Carl's transformed Thor Titan was directly shot down into the sky. Severe pain hit, Carl couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his head was buzzing. It's not enough to become an idiot, but a mild concussion is certainly inevitable. Chapter 56. Carl returned to his senses, glanced away, and found that Kaido had appeared in front of him again, and the mace was only 3 inches away from his head. Carl reacted instantly, swung the thunder trident, blocking Kaido's killing move. Then, the two started a fierce battle in the sky. Carl flies with his sword, and Kaido flies in the air with a cloud of flames. The speed of both of them was as fast as ultimate, their figures could no longer be seen clearly, only flashes of lightning and afterimages could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Carl and Kaido had fought dozens of times. Black and red lightning danced wildly in the sky, deep clouds rolled violently, and the sky collapsed. Puff! Thor's trident sliced through Kaido's chest, bringing up a cloud of blood. Boom! The mace hit Thor Carl, and large pieces of lightning were scattered. However, Kaido's attack did not hit Carl's entity. The current Carl is somewhat similar to the Logia ability user, which can be said to be pseudo-elemental. Carl condensed quite a huge amount of thunder and lightning to form the body of Thor with a size of more than 100 meters. And Carl's body is hidden in Thor's head. Except for the head, which is the key, the other parts are all made of lightning. When Kaido's attack hits, Carl will take the initiative to disperse the lightning and let Kaido attack. It is equivalent to every time Kaido hits Carl, he hits the air. Except for the head, which is the key point, even Kaido's thousands of attacks on other parts can't hurt a single hair of Carl. Damn brat, you hide pretty fast. Kaido apparently figured this out too, but he couldn't do anything about it. The speed of thunder and lightning is too fast. Although he is also very fast, it is still extremely difficult to successfully hit Thor's head. Carl, on the other hand, can attack all parts of his body at will. And as time passed, Kaido's breath became weaker and weaker. The huge wound on his chest was bleeding all the time, the abdomen pierced by the electromagnetic gun was even more bloody, and the internal organs were blown away. Coupled with a piece of meat that was dug out from the back, it can be said that the whole body is covered with cuts and bruises. In a protracted battle, Kaido's chances of winning are slim. Aware of this, Kaido's offensive became more and more fierce. Jun De Lai Long Shen Jun. Countless afterimages of maces appeared in the sky, covering Thor Karl like a torrential rain. Each blow can easily smash a mountain into powder. Karl observation haki is fully open, firmly locks on Kaido's attack trajectory, and avoids all Kaido's attacks. Looking at the sky battlefield from a distance, I saw a thunderbolt titan dancing under countless stick shadows. No matter how fierce Kaido's attack is, it can't hurt a single hair of Karl. Suddenly, Karl's two pupils turned blood red, and a battle scene appeared in his mind. In the screen, Kaido wields a mace with both hands, and hits Karl's head with an uncapturable trajectory. Karl's position and posture at that time could not avoid it, but could only resist it. Karl subconsciously followed the picture to dodge, and at the very moment, his real body just avoided Kaido's killing move. So many previous attacks were false moves, only this time it was a real move. Avoid. Kaido rolled his eyes in surprise. So did Karl himself. My observation haki has evolved, what I saw just now is a fragment of the future. Karl instantly understood that in this battle, his observation haki had evolved and reached the realm of predicting the future. Karl's aptitude was already very good, and he was a rare genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate armed color and observation haki to such a level at the age of 20. And through today's battle, Karl finally achieved sublimation. Observation haki has successfully evolved and entered a new realm. There are very few people in the world who can cultivate observation haki to the level of predicting the future. Karl looked at Kaido and smiled ferociously. Kaido, I really want to thank you for giving me a new power. Kaido obviously also knew how Karl had changed, so he snorted coldly. Little devil, don't be too happy. So what if you can predict the future? Being able to see it doesn't mean you can avoid it. Kaido roared, and his moves became more fierce. The afterimage of mace all over the sky enveloped Karl, making Karl know where to escape. With a thought in Karl's mind, 9 thunder dragons roared out of his body and flew forward, blocking Kaido's attacks one by one. With observation haki, who can see the future, the battle between Karl and Kaido becomes more arbitrary and free. Damn kid, don't run. Kaido stepped on the flame cloud and flew towards Karl. The terrifying Conqueror's haki exploded at this moment, forming a substantial Conqueror's shock wave towards Karl. With a flash of black shadow, Kaido has teleported to the top of Karl's head, and at the same time, the mace hit Karl's spirit cap. The high-density armed color and the terrifying Conqueror's haki are integrated into one, and the moment the momentum explodes, it has already shattered the sky. Go to hell, David Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido's scariest ultimate move was finally revealed, and it was a breeze to break through mountains and seas. Karl has seen Kaido's trajectory in advance, but he has no time to dodge, so he can only resist. The terrifying thunder and lightning turned into a substance to form a thunder and lightning trident, covering the high-density armament haki and confronting the mace head-on. Rumble. The moment the two collided, a huge black hole appeared around the body, with a diameter of more than 300 meters, completely swallowing their bodies. A terrifying shock wave erupted, and all sound was lost between heaven and earth. Thick and dazzling thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the waves rolled violently, as if the end was coming. Chapter 57. Rumble. A sun appeared in the center of the black hole, and the dazzling light caused all those watching the battle in the dark to scream. Their retinas have been burned and they have become completely blind. All video phone bugs were also burned, and the live broadcast was completely interrupted. Naval Headquarters, 4 Emperors, Shishibukai, Revolutionary Army, and major underground dark forces all lost follow-up information about the Great War at this moment. I didn't expect that Karl could fight Kaido to this extent. Naval Headquarters Conference Room, Marshal Sengoku's face is gloomy, and his heart is extremely heavy. The intelligence department will investigate immediately. We must know the result of the battle between Kaido and Carl. Obey, Your Excellency the Marshal. The intelligence personnel next to him saluted respectfully and immediately went down to investigate. There was a dead silence in the meeting room. All Admiral and Vice Admiral were emotionally ups and downs, unable to calm down for a long time. Through today's battle, they knew that it was almost impossible for Naval Headquarters to eliminate Carl. If Carl doesn't throw himself into the trap, they have no chance at all. Sengoku glanced at everyone, and said calmly, "You all go out, put the matter of Carl aside first. The main work at present is to prepare for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Naval Headquarters is about to fight the Whitebeard pirates, and this battle must be won. If Marine is defeated, there is no need to think about fighting Carl." Yes. All admirals and vice admirals left the conference room, leaving only Sengoku with a heavy sigh. New World, Cake Island. Go check it out, check it right away. I want to know the result of the battle between Kaido and Carl. The idiot Kaido is really depraved, and the brat Carl, my mother really underestimated him. Big Mom's voice echoed in Cake Island Palace, and Conqueror's Haki was faintly raging. All homies in the palace were trembling with fright. An unnamed sea area in New World, Red Force. The redhead looked at the interrupted live broadcast with a solemn expression. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Young people nowadays are really terrifyingly strong, even Kaido can't suppress him. Beckman next to him exhaled smoke rings and said, "A new generation replaces the old, and the wave of the times is coming. Even if it is us, we may be overturned by the tide. It's true, in front of this huge wave, human beings are really too small." The red-haired Shanks faced the sea breeze and looked at the sea in front of him. "I saw a black dot appearing in the sea in front of me." The black dot became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally revealed its real body. It was the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. "Signal to Whitebeard, I want to see him." "Obey, Captain." Just as the eyes of the world were drawn to the battle between Carl and Kaido, the Four Emperors Redhead had already had direct contact with Four Emperors Whitebeard. A series of major events that shocked the world happened one after another, implying that the world is about to undergo drastic changes. Rumble. In the sea area of the Romangh Kingdom, a huge black hole exploded, and two figures came out, Kaido and Carl. At this moment, both of them vomited blood, and the blood splashed across the sky. Both sides were hurt. Kaido was already seriously injured, and at this moment, the injury was added, and his breath suddenly weakened a lot. The cyan dragon scales on his body have been covered with blood, completely dyed red. Carl's injuries were not minor, with multiple burns all over his body, broken ribs, distorted left arm, and dull pain in his internal organs. Carl's constitution is not as good as Kaido's, and injuries have affected him a lot. In the case of serious injuries, it is impossible to fight for a long time like Kaido. We must make a quick decision. Carl grabbed his left arm and squeezed hard, with a click, restoring the misplaced bone. Carl didn't say a word, staring coldly at Kaido in the distance, and disappeared instantly. With a flash of black light, Carl had appeared in front of Kaido, and his black fist hit Kaido's chest. Seeing this, Kaido gave a ferocious smile, regrouped, and swung his mace at Carl. In terms of desperate efforts, he is not afraid of anyone. Carl's eyes were blood red. He predicted Kaido's moves in advance, dodged the attack, teleported to Kaido, and punched Kaido's chest. With a loud bang, Carl's emission haki broke through the dragon scale defenses and penetrated deep inside Kaido. At the same time, a strange black light bloomed on Carl's fist, which also took the opportunity to penetrate into Kaido's flesh and blood. This blow was far worse than Carl's previous attack, and Kaido easily blocked it. He swung his mace to push Carl back, grinning grimly. "Little ghost, what's wrong with you? Why is your fist weak? I can't even scratch an itch with such an attack." Carl sneered, and said lightly, "You can take advantage of the moment to be proud, and soon you will know what fear is." "Hey, pretending to be a ghost, do you think Lao Zi was frightened? Since you can't do it, I'll send you to hell now." "Go to hell, Thunder 8 trigrams." Kaido flew forward and started a fierce battle with Carl. Carl didn't retreat but advanced, punching to the flesh. With every attack, black light is shot into Kaido's body. During the fierce battle, Kaido frowned and spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The blood was actually black's, and it stinks. The excruciating pain from his chest almost made Kaido lose his mind. There is a flaw. Carl's eyes froze, and he seized the opportunity to punch the bloody hole in Kaido's abdomen. With a puff, Carl's fist directly hit Kaido's body, blood and flesh flying everywhere. "Go to hell, black nuclear fission!" Boom! Carl roared angrily, and the entire right arm suddenly burst into large swaths of black light, all of which penetrated into Kaido's body. Chapter 58. The moment the flesh and blood came into contact with the black light, it suddenly changed. Or wither, or burst, or grow rapidly and upgrade, and continue to spread around the wound. Ah! The veins on Kaido's neck bulged, he screamed uncontrollably, and blood spurted out of his mouth desperately. "What kind of ability is this? What did UBD do?" Kaido roared angrily. An armament haki wanted to resist the erosion of the black light, but he could only resist the erosion outside his body. There is nothing he can do about the nuclear radiation in his body. This is the power of nuclear radiation. Deadly attack launched from the cellular level. Each of Carl's previous attacks contained nuclear radiation, which Carl used emission haki to drive into Kaido's body. The moment the radiation touched flesh and blood, the cells in Kaido's body had already begun to upgrade. It's just that Kaido's body is strong, and the vitality of his cells is also extremely strong, so he can temporarily resist the damage of nuclear radiation. But this time, Carl directly injected a large amount of nuclear radiation into Kaido's body. This exceeded the critical value of Kaido's cells, and he finally couldn't take it anymore. At the same time, this trick also triggered a chain reaction, which directly led to the total collapse of the cells in Kaido's body. As an ordinary person, he would have died hundreds of times, and his body would have been blown to pieces. But Kaido is still alive. His vitality is too strong, countless cells in his body are constantly dividing, regenerating, and repairing themselves, resisting the damage caused by nuclear radiation. However, it would be extremely painful. Now Kaido is like a patient with terminal cancer. The strong vitality allows him to live, but he has to bear the extreme pain caused by the collapse of cells all the time. "You can't live, you can't die. Go away." With ferocious eyes, Kaido let out a loud roar, swung his mace and hit Carl, sending him flying. It can be seen that Kaido's eyes widened, his face was pale, and there was still a trace of panic deep in his eyes. "Little devil, what did you do to me?" Kaido covered the blood hole in his abdomen, and spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was thick and black, exuding a disgusting stench. Carl wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and smiled coldly, "I have no reason to tell you about my ability. Exposing your abilities in battle is tantamount to courting death. You don't think I'm that kind of idiot, do you? You." Kaido gritted his teeth, but another mutation occurred in his body at this time. The power of nuclear radiation is persistent and will not disappear in a short time. Unless Kaido can wipe out all the nuclear radiation that Carl injected into his body, the collapse and mutation of cells will continue forever. Not only the blood hole in the abdomen, but also the place where Carl attacked before, all felt extremely severe pain. Kaido felt that his flesh and blood were tearing at each other, all internal organs were displaced, and every cell in his body was whining. Since his debut, Kaido has never felt such severe pain that he even wanted to dig out his own flesh and blood. "Damn brat, you still have this hand. No, it can't go on like this. My injuries are too serious, and I can't kill this brat in my current state. The series of serious injuries, coupled with this weird attack, made Kaido feel like retreating. Little ghost, you are lucky this time, we will fight again in the future. When the voice fell, Kaido transformed into a dragon and flew into the sky, wanting to evacuate from the battlefield. Although Kaido has been committing suicide and wants to ask for death. But it doesn't mean he really wants to die. Facing the deadly threat posed by Carl, Kaido chooses to stay out of the way. You want to go, did you ask me? Kaido wants to escape, but Carl doesn't want him to do so. With a flash of lightning, it immediately chased the Azure Dragon and flew away. The battlefield of the two has shifted from the mainland of the kingdom to overseas. Don't go, Kaido, stay. Black nuclear fission. Carl punched out a large black light and shot towards Kaido. Kaido has seen the weirdness of this move before, so he didn't dare to meet it head-on, and rolled up a powerful hurricane to resist the black light. At the same time, it triggers the lightning to attack Carl, trying to stop Carl's pursuit. Damn, Kaido's too fast. Although Carl's flying speed is fast, Kaido is not slow either. While avoiding Kaido's attack, Carl was unable to catch up with the fleeing Azure Dragon. Even if you leave, you must leave something for me. Carl's face turned ruthless, his eyes flickered with a murderous look. An extremely dark and strange black light erupted from Carl's body, changing from invisible to tangible, forming a black ball. The black ball is made up of the purest nuclear radiation. If an ordinary person gets a little closer, it will cause the cells of the whole body to mutate, and the genes will collapse and die. Super black nuclear fission. Carl roared, and the black ball shot out immediately, leaving a black line across the sky in an instant. Puff! A bloody dragon claw broke away from Azure Dragon's body, slowly spinning in mid-air, and then the dragon claw turned into powder and dissipated. All the cells on the dragon claw collapsed in an instant. Kaido's eyes widened, he let out a miserable wail, and began to run wildly. With a flick of the dragon's tail, it teleported 1,000 meters away. Avoid! Carl's face darkened. At the critical moment, Kaido evaded the ultimate move with his powerful observation haki. Carl aimed at Kaido's head, but now only breaks his arm. A terrifying nuclear explosion followed, and a huge mushroom cloud exploded. The powerful shock wave directly lifted Kaido's huge dragon body, and the endless flames completely engulfed it. The flames soared into the sky as high as thousands of meters, piercing a big hole in the sky. The shock wave raged in all directions, and a huge sea eye appeared in the sea under the impact. The rolled-up tsunami was hundreds of meters high, enough to destroy everything. Chapter 59. Carl Eugen flew high in the sky, blocking the oncoming shock waves and heat waves. At the same time, the tsunami that rushed towards the kingdom of Romangh was also blocked overseas. He stared at the mushroom cloud in front of him with scorching eyes. The observation haki was fully opened, searching for the breath of life in the mushroom cloud. This is Carl's strongest move at the moment, enough to wipe a large island from the world in one hit. But he wasn't sure if he could kill Kaido. After all, the killing move didn't directly hit Kaido's vitals. No one can be 100% sure that Kaido can be killed without seeing Kaido's body. The doomsday-like terrifying shock wave raged for dozens of minutes before dissipating slowly. Waves of huge tsunamis invaded in all directions, and several neighboring countries around the kingdom of Romangh were destined to suffer. The damage to the kingdom of Romangh was not small. The last time Carl and Akynu fought, 1/5 of the Romangh kingdom was destroyed. Ruins can be reconstructed, at least the crustal land is still there. But in today's battle, this 1/5 of the land was completely destroyed, and the earth's crust had sunk into the bottom of the sea, completely disappeared, and reconstruction was impossible. In other words, Carl lost 1/5 of his territory in the battle with Kaido. Carl stared blankly at the sky where the aftermath dissipated. Kaido had disappeared. Did you die? Or escaped? At this moment, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Carl's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host repelled the 4 Emperors Kaido, completed the task of protecting the country, and received the reward, Kaido Constitution, pseudo-immortal body, ... Aren't they dead? Carl's face was a little ugly. It was really hard for him to imagine how the seriously injured Kaido escaped from the previous nuclear explosion. But the system will not go wrong. The system prompt has clearly told Carl that Kaido is not dead, he survived successfully. At the same time, a huge energy appeared out of nowhere in Carl's body and began to repair Carl's injuries. Carl's injuries healed quickly under the transformation of this energy. Broken bones healed automatically, and damaged internal organs were all repaired. In the blink of an eye, Carl healed from his injury and was back to peak form. Not only that, after the energy repaired the body, it began to transform Carl's body. Carl felt that his vitality had been greatly improved, which was completely different from before. Countless cells in the body are all cheering. Cells continue to divide and regenerate, and the weak cells are eliminated. But in just a few seconds, all the cells in Carl's body have completed a renewal and rebirth. Originally, it would take 7 years for ordinary people to renew the cells in the whole body, but Carl did it in just 7 seconds. Is this Kaido's constitution? No wonder it survived the previous attack. After getting Kaido's constitution, Carl knew how strong this constitution was and why Kaido survived. Kaido's vitality is extremely vigorous, and the cells are extremely active. The ability to split, repair, and self-heal are all extraordinary. Even if attacked by nuclear radiation, Kaido's cells will not be upgraded. Only when the nuclear radiation reaches a certain intensity, Kaido's cells will be upgraded or even collapse. But in this case, the cells in Kaido's body can still regenerate and recombine quickly. You must know that when ordinary people are exposed to nuclear radiation, the activity of cells will be suppressed, and they will not be able to divide and regenerate. Even if it can, the speed and ability will be weakened. But Kaido's cells can always maintain vitality, dividing and regenerating rapidly. No wonder even the government of the world wants to use Kaido as an experiment to study the secrets of his body. Carl suddenly remembered that Kaido was once captured by the government of the world and used for biological experiments. Apparently even the world government is very eager to know the secret of Kaido's body. The first man-made devil fruit made by Vegapunk was obtained by studying Kaido's genes. So it was a dragon-shaped fruit. Anyway, nuclear radiation plus a broken arm is enough for Kaido to drink a pot. Although Kaido was not killed, Carl is confident in his attack, and Kaido's end will be extremely miserable. Nuclear radiation is continuous. Kaido suffered a nuclear explosion head-on, and his body has been subjected to extremely large nuclear radiation. Even if his constitution is strong and his cells can be regenerated and repaired, he still has to pay a huge price. Before the nuclear radiation disappears, Kaido must endure the great pain of cell death and gene collapse day and night. At the same time, his body will still get sick, get cancer, bone marrow, internal organs, and every corner of his body will undergo mutations. If he couldn't carry it through, he would eventually die under the aftermath of nuclear radiation. Even if it can survive, it will be a period of time that is enough to scare Kaido. Not only that, Kaido was also beheaded by Carl. Even if he can get a prosthesis, he is destined to be a disabled person in this life. Immortal is also disabled, worthy of the name. Carl Eugen flew back to the kingdom of Romangh. At the same time, the golden ship that stayed in the distance also slowly fell. Enel came to Carl's side, eyes full of awe. Having seen the battle between Carl and Kaido with his own eyes, and seeing Carl's overwhelming strength, Enel has been convinced. He also knew that when Carl punched him back then, he didn't even use 1% of his strength. Facing such a monster, he had no choice but to surrender. Carl Eugen flew over the capital, and all the residents cheered deafeningly. They knew that Carl had won again. And this time, it was Kaido of the beasts who claimed to be the strongest heads up. Chapter 60. Your Majesty is really too strong. Yet, even the 4 Emperors Kaido have been defeated, who else is His Majesty's opponent? Your Majesty's strength is already number 1 in the world. Who will dare to provoke our Romangh kingdom in the future? In order to celebrate His Majesty's victory, shouldn't we hold a banquet to celebrate? Of course, not only a banquet, but also a congratulatory gift for His Majesty. What gift? Of course it's the concubine. Your Majesty has already ascended the throne, but the palace still lacks concubines. I propose to hold a beauty pageant nationwide to select 100 beautiful concubines for Your Majesty. Which 100 is enough? At least 200. Me, I'm the first to sign up. Stay away, don't you know what you look like? His Majesty Karl is handsome and powerful. Of course, only the most beautiful woman is worthy of being his concubine. That's right, the beauty pageant must be held. The residents of the capital cheered happily, and countless beautiful women went crazy for Karl, unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, the world's major forces also got the news that Kaido was defeated by Karl. Defeated, even Kaido was defeated. Damn, hateful brat, BD. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Field Marshal Sengoku went into a rage and slapped the desk to pieces. Although it had been expected, when Sengoku got the conclusive news, it was still difficult to accept. That monster Kaido is strong enough, and Karl is stronger than him. How does this allow Marine to eliminate him? Crane Vice Admiral on the side said calmly, Karl has completely become an enemy, even if it is us. You must also treat it with caution, and don't act rashly. This is really scary, Shinigami Karl. It's hard to imagine that he's only 20 years old. Admiral Kizaru looked at Karl's reward order and shook his head slightly, the shock in his heart couldn't be more shocking. He couldn't help thinking about what he was doing when he was 20 years old. At that time, he had not joined the Marine, and he was still a young handsome brother who only wanted to pursue the girl next door every day. Unfortunately, the girl next door didn't like monkeys and rejected him mercilessly. This made Kizaru doubt girls' aesthetics, so he has been single until now. Admiral Aokiji looked at Karl's reward order in his hand, without saying a word. But the ice crystals that condensed in his hands showed his inner unrest. Aokiji is not a radical, but he also thinks that Karl is a very dangerous evil and must be eradicated as soon as possible. Of the 3 admirals, Akynu's reaction was the most violent. But he learned that when Karl defeated Kaido, he directly blew up the wall of his office, and went overseas to vent his anger alone, without even attending the meeting. On this day, a deserted island in the distance of Marine Ford was ravaged by magma. The climate of the island was completely changed and it became a volcanic island. Issue a new reward order. Sengoku sighed helplessly and said, with the current situation, we have nothing to do with Karl. Everything will be discussed after the public execution is over. New. Crane Vice Admiral nodded calmly. New World, Cake Island. Defeated, is Kaido actually defeated? In the palace of Cake Island, Big Mom's eyes widened, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. Coupled with her old hag-like face, she looked very scary. Yes Mom, we've confirmed, Kaido was defeated by Shinigami Karl. Big Mom's son, Charlotte Owen swallowed her saliva and said tremblingly. It is said that Kaido was seriously injured by Shinigami Karl, and his life and death are unknown now. There are even rumors that Kaido is dead. Charlotte Parrot next to him also spoke. Impossible, Kaido cannot die, he is not such a weak man. Big Mom was furious, and the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from her, sweeping the entire palace. Among the many members of the Charlotte family, all tremblingly bowed their heads, only Katakuri remained the same. He stepped forward and said, Mom, I don't think Karl should be approached at this moment, or don't invite him for a tea party. Big Mom stared, wanting to refuse, but couldn't find a reason. Carl has already proved with his record that his strength is not weaker than Big Mom. It is impossible for Big Mom to recruit him. In this case, inviting Carl to the tea party is very dangerous. Once a conflict breaks out at the banquet, the Big Mom pirates will find it difficult to parry. Let Pokmas and the others come back. Big Mom said unwillingly. Yes, Mother. A flash of joy flashed in Katakuri's heart, and at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. According to his thinking, Big Mom and Carl have no contact, so there is no need to confront each other. Fortunately, Pokmas and the others have just set out to sea, and they haven't reached the kingdom of Romangh yet. It's too late to stop now. In the deepest part of New World, there is an unnamed sea area. The sky changed color, and the deep clouds split a huge crack, dividing the sky into two halves. This is caused by the fight between four emperors Whitebeard and Redhead. The two had conflicts during the contact process, and they had a brief exchange of ideas. Although none of them were serious, the aftermath of the battle was still terrifying. Redhead learns of Kaido's defeat immediately after leaving Whitebeard's ship. His pupil shrank, but there was no emotion on his face. He just said a few words to set sail, and then led the Red Hair pirates to leave the sea area. At the same time, Whitebeard also learned that Carl defeated Kaido. I didn't expect that kid to be able to do this. It's really pushing the waves forward. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard poured down a large bowl of wine and said with emotion. Chapter 61. I didn't expect that kid to be able to do this. It's really pushing the waves forward. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard poured down a large bowl of wine and said with emotion. Yet, who would have thought that Kaido would be defeated by Shinigami Carl? Don't say we couldn't think of it, no one in the world would think of it. If the news hadn't been confirmed, it would only be ridiculed if it was revealed. Phoenix Marco is also inexplicable. My brain is still buzzing, I feel like I'm dreaming. Are young people nowadays so brave? On the Mobutic, all the captains admired Carl's strength. They had no conflict with Carl, knowing that a strong man was born, they would naturally admire him. It's just that apart from admiration, they are also very wary of Carl. Kaido is defeated, Shinigami Carl is the fifth emperor, right? What if he wants to grab the territory? After all, the kingdom of Romangh is very close to the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. Each pirate was worried. Yet, Dad's body can't hold it anymore. Marco the Phoenix looked at Whitebeard worriedly, with a heavy heart. As the ship's doctor and number 2 of the Whitebeard pirates, he knows Whitebeard's body best. Know that Whitebeard's strength has seriously declined due to old age and the onset of hidden injuries. Although it is still a monster level, it is absolutely incomparable with the young and powerful Carl. If there is a war, their Whitebeard pirates will lose more than win. As if noticing the concern in Marco's eyes, Whitebeard laughed. Don't worry, sons of idiots, Lao Zi is not dead yet. As long as I live, the Whitebeard pirates will always be the strongest. That's right, Dad is the strongest in the world. Even Kaido can't compare. Although Shinigami Carl is strong, he is no match for Daddy. The strength of Whitebeard is like a needle that stabilizes the sea, instantly stabilizing everyone's hearts. All members of the Whitebeard pirates believe in Whitebeard. As long as this man is alive, they have nothing to fear. However, a piece of news that followed immediately made Whitebeard fall into a state of rage. Fire Fist Ace has been arrested and will be executed publicly. Whitebeard would never allow anyone to hurt his companion, let alone Ace. Marine's public execution of Ace is equivalent to declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. And Whitebeard will naturally not avoid the battle. Fearless, he has the courage to face any approaching threat head-on. Following Whitebeard's order, the entire Whitebeard pirate group and its 43 affiliated pirate groups have all entered a state of preparation. 2 days later, Carl's latest reward order came out and spread to the whole world with the newspapers. Only the common people and pirates in the world know that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, was defeated by Shinigami Carl. Big news, this is really big news. Kaido was actually defeated. Shinigami Carl, it's just horrible, what a monster. Just defeated Admiral Akynu not long ago, and now even Kaido has been defeated. How strong is Shinigami Carl? Another emperor appeared in the world. The balance is broken. The world will usher in drastic changes. Little ones, go to New World. How can such an era be without our participation? Inspired by Carl's record, countless pirates rushed to New World. Everyone dreams of being the second Shinigami Carl, fantasizing about defeating one of the 4 emperors and shaking the world. While every corner of the world is talking about Carl, Carl himself is enjoying a banquet at the Romangh Palace. The banquet started from the end of the battle, and it has lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The entire capital was very lively, and the noise had never been heard. All residents are celebrating this unprecedented victory. In the palace, Carl is sitting on the throne, and Alice, the personal secretary, is lying in Carl's arms, pouring wine for Carl and passing fruit. Enel sat on the left, and Badgers sat on the right. Food and wine were placed in front of both of them. The demon Dikwei also attended the banquet. Although he is a demon, he is undoubtedly wise and ordinary. He can even change into a human if he wants. It's just that he doesn't like turning into a human, so he has always maintained a demon body. Devils can turn into humans. In the original book, the demon Zhao Feng once changed. In front of Dikwei was a pile of big meat as high as a hill, and more than a dozen chefs delivered meals for Dikwei together. People in the world of One Piece have terrible appetites, but they are far worse than demons. Dikwei ate for 2 days and 2 nights in a row without getting full. At this time, a guard ran in from outside the hall, his face full of excitement. Your Majesty Carl, your reward order has come out. Oh? Take it here. Carl gave an order, and a ghost soldier of the samurai regiment suddenly appeared in the shadows. The soldier respectfully delivered the reward order to Carl. The guards startled when they saw the ghostly soldier, but Badgers and Enel were already used to it. In the past 2 days, they have seen the soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps. Carl accepted the reward order. There are 2 in total. One is his own. Shinigami Carl Schuster, with a bounty of 5,032,600,000 Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Kaido's bounty is 4.6111 billion berry. Carl defeated Kaido, and the bounty is naturally above him. There are not many bounties in the world that exceed 5 billion Baileys. In Carl's impression, only the Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard and the original Taboo Pirate Rocks have bounties exceeding 5 billion. Chapter 62. The other reward order was naturally from the Devil Dikwei. The Rock Demon, with a bounty of 2,522,700,000 Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Marine didn't know Dikwei's name, so he just nicknamed him instead. The first time he was offered a bounty, the bounty exceeded 2.5 billion, which shows that Marine attaches great importance to the devil. Now you 2 are the only ones who haven't been offered a reward yet. Carl put down the reward order, looked at Enel and Badgers and laughed. Humph, I will become famous soon, and my bounty will not be low by then. Enel said with a cold snort. After staying in Romangh Kingdom for 2 days, Enel held a banquet while supplementing basic knowledge, and already had a new understanding of the Grand Line. He knew that for many powerhouses, the reward order was their business card. The higher the bounty offered, the stronger that person's strength and the higher his status in the world. As the god of Sky Island, Enel is very proud. Although his self-esteem was shattered by Carl, he was still very proud in his bones. As a god, he naturally had to get a high enough bounty. Only in this way can he reflect his status and identity as a god. On the side, Badgers also laughed loudly. Don't worry, Your Majesty Carl, I will also be famous soon. In the past, Badgers was the leader of the Red Dragon army of the Romangh kingdom. If he didn't fight against Marine, he naturally had no chance of being rewarded. But now it's different, as long as he wants to, he can quickly make Marine hate him to the bone. For his own strength, Badgers is very confident. Well, I'll just wait and see. Carl smiled and continued with the banquet. For several days, the banquet continued. After defeating Kaido, the bounty has skyrocketed, and there are still beauty pageants in Daxia to choose concubines for him to enrich his harem, which makes Carl feel very good. The only thing that bothered Carl a little, that is the loss of land. In the battle with Kaido, the kingdom of Romangh lost 1/5 of its territory. This made Carl a little unacceptable. It seems that it is time to expand the territory. Carl stood at the window of the palace, looking at the sea in the distance. His eyes were extremely deep. Now that he has decided to rebel, Carl will naturally not be satisfied with only one Romangh kingdom in the territory. Anyway, sooner or later, the territory will be expanded one day, and it is just to take this opportunity to make up for the loss of the Romangh kingdom. The system seemed to have heard Carl's voice, and released a new task in time. Ding! Host triggers the task of expanding the territory. It is detected that the strength of the host is sufficient, but the territory is too small. Please expand the territory of the host. Mission Stage 1, attack 3 neighboring countries around Romangh. Task rewards, a top-level devil fruit, a horse charm. Mission Phase 2, attack 5 neighboring countries around Romangh. Mission rewards, 1 top-level devil fruit, General Ninja of the Ghost Army, the original ninja army, Ghost. Mission Stage 3, attack 8 neighboring countries around Romangh. Task reward, Thunder Demon Zongsu. Mission Stage 4, attack 10 neighboring countries around Romangh. Task rewards, Ghost Shadow Corps General Summer, Troll Group, Giant Shadow, Moon Demon Curse Blue. The task of opening up the territory is divided into 4 stages, and rewards can be obtained for each stage completed. Rewards include top-tier devil fruit, charms, ghost generals, and demons. Either way is a very powerful force. It's better to come early than coincidentally. It's time to let the world know the power of Romangh Kingdom. The corner of Carl's mouth curled up, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Come on! As soon as Carl gave the order, the guard outside the door immediately walked in and knelt down to salute. Your Majesty, please order. Call Badgers and Enel to meet me. Obey. The guard bowed to answer, and walked out of the palace to deliver the order. Soon, Badgers and Enel came to Carl's room together. See Your Majesty. Badgers and Enel both bowed in salute. Ghost General Ika also broke away from Carl's shadow, standing aside and waiting for orders. Carl didn't look back, and said calmly, I have decided to launch a national war against neighboring countries, and you each lead a team to go. Badges, you go to the kingdom of Kernyo. Obey. Enel, you go to the kingdom of Saxony. Give it to me. The last kingdom of Pharaon will be handed over to you, Ika. As you wish, my master. Okay, don't let me down. Vhahaha, don't worry, Your Majesty, a mere Kernyo kingdom cannot be the opponent of our Red Dragon Legion. Badgers said confidently. Enel also smiled ferociously, and said fiercely, I don't need an army, 1 person is enough. They will soon realize how great the power of the gods is. Ika, the last general, said nothing. He first bowed to Carl and then turned into a shadow and sank into the ground and disappeared. Seeing Ika take a step ahead, Badgers and Enel's expressions changed, and they quickly saluted and left the room. This is Carl's first national war, and the 3 of them, as leaders, naturally don't want to lag behind others. Whoever breaks through the target kingdom first will be the first. The kingdom of Pharaon is one of the neighboring countries around Romangh, and it is also a member country of the world government. The relationship between the 2 countries cannot be said to be so bad, but it is not very good either. In short, there is no big war, and small frictions continue. At the beginning, when King Firion III learned that celestial dragons had died in the kingdom of Romangh, he was so happy that he didn't fall asleep all night. He called 7 concubines to put together 2 tables of mahjong in one night, and played all night. Chapter 63. But when he knew that Karl had defeated Marine Admiral and Buster Call, all the excitement of Firion III disappeared, leaving only fear in his heart. Now that Karl has once again defeated Kaido strongly, Firion III is even more terrified. He has not fallen asleep for several days, and every night when he closes his eyes, he will see the picture of Karl leading troops to attack the Firion kingdom. With such a powerful enemy by his side, he was really on pins and needles and couldn't feel at ease. In the past few days, the guard force of Firion Palace has tripled. Only in this way can Firion III bring a sense of security. In the middle of the night that day, a full moon hung high above the sky, covering the entire Firion Palace. In the palace, groups of soldiers wearing armor and holding long guns and flintlocks can be seen patrolling around the palace to protect the palace city. Suddenly, a dark cloud flew from a distance, covering the moonlight and presenting a shadow. When the dark clouds passed by and the moonlight shone again, I saw dense figures of people suddenly appearing on the roof that was originally empty. These people were wearing armor, with samurai swords hanging from their waists, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. They were the samurai regiment of the Ghost Shadow Corps. In addition to the roof of the palace, countless ghost warriors appeared one after another in the shadows of other places in the palace. The Ghost Shadow Corps can roam freely in the darkness, and no one or anything can resist their invasion. But in the blink of an eye, the entire Firion Palace was surrounded by ghost warriors. The ghost warriors came and went without a trace, without making a sound, so none of the soldiers guarding the palace noticed their arrival. General Ika appeared from the darkness, glanced at the palace, and ordered indifferently, "Kill, leave no one behind, and conquer this country for the master." The ghost warrior didn't speak, but started to act directly. Puff! A flower of blood bloomed in the air, and a soldier in armor died with his throat cut. Until he died, he didn't know who killed him. He was not the first person to be killed, and at the same time more than 20 soldiers in his group had their throats cut by ghost warriors. After the kill, the samurai all went into the shadows and disappeared to hunt the next wave of prey. These soldiers are all well-trained elites, but they are as weak as ants in front of ghost warriors. It was slaughtered at will by ghost warriors as if it were a chicken. The palace was dead silent, as calm as water as usual. But hidden under the calm is a cold-blooded and merciless massacre. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified scream broke the dead silence, echoing in the endless darkness. The sound finally alerted the remaining soldiers, and they began to search for the enemy one after another. What's the matter? What happened? Where is the enemy? A tall man more than 3 meters tall, covered in armor, only showing a long beard, led the troops to run from a distance and asked angrily. He is the captain of the Firion Palace Guards and the #1 expert in the Firion Kingdom. But he came too late. When the captain arrived with his troops, he saw only corpses all over the ground. The soldier who had screamed before had already died of exasperation. There was still endless fear in those white eyes. Damn, it's late. The captain looked ugly and roared, "Send a signal to everyone that an intruder has broken into the palace. I will take people to protect His Majesty the King, and others will catch the intruders for me. Remember, it doesn't matter whether you live or die." "Yes, Captain." All the soldiers answered in unison, with a wave of anger. However, before they started to act, a group of ghost warriors had appeared silently behind them. The samurai sword shone coldly in the dark night, an infinite murderous intent erupted in an instant. Puff! 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 Blood flowers bloomed one after another, and hundreds of soldiers were killed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of corpses on the ground, leaving only the captain alive. And he has been surrounded by ghost shadow soldiers. Who the hell are you guys? With a roar, the captain pulled out the saber from his waist and pointed it at the ghost warrior in front of him. His hands holding the knife trembled a little, obviously fearful in his heart. It is obviously not easy for this group of invaders to kill so many people in an instant. The ghost warrior didn't answer, didn't say a word, just stared at the captain quietly. The captain's scalp was numb from being stared at, and with a roar, he forced his courage and rushed towards a ghost warrior. With a flash of the knife, a ghost warrior was cut in half. So weak. The captain thought these warriors were very strong, but he didn't expect to kill one of them so easily. If these warriors are of such strength, he is confident that he can handle them. But before he was happy, he saw the ghost warrior's body turned into a shadow, sinking into the ground and disappearing. The ghost soldiers are all made of darkness, which can be said to have a body or not. As long as the General Ika is alive, the ghost warriors will never die. No matter how many people die, Ika can summon them all back to life in an instant. Monsters, you monsters! The captain was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart, and the next second, all the ghost warriors rushed up. With a scream, the captain fell into a pool of blood. The ghost warriors then began massacring other patrolling soldiers. Under the assassination of ghost warriors, the patrol troops guarding the palace suffered heavy losses. At the same time, General Ika has personally arrived at Farian III's bedroom. You, who the hell are you? Who sent you here? Is it Carl? It must be Carl, right? Don't kill me, I can surrender and lead the country to submit to his rule. Chapter 64. Don't kill me, I can surrender and lead the country to submit to his rule. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Farian III wrapped his body with a quilt and looked at Ika in horror, trembling with fright. He kept begging for mercy, with tears and snot running down his face. Seeing the unbearable Farian III, Ika smiled ferociously, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then a knife light lit up in the bedroom and disappeared in a flash. Ika put the knife back into its sheath, took off the head of Farian III and put it in a box, and then the whole person sank into the shadows and disappeared. That night, the entire Farian palace was washed with blood, and no one survived. In the early morning of the next day, the residents of the capital found out. The Farian banner hanging in the palace has disappeared, replaced by the red dragon banner that symbolizes the kingdom of Romangh. Only then did they realize that in just one night, the kingdom of Farian had changed hands. When Ika led people to bloodbath Farian's palace, Enel had already reached the sky above the palace of King Saxon. The dark night was illuminated as brightly as day by the dazzling thunder and lightning, and the peaceful night was also broken by furious thunder. Countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky and landed in the palace, splitting all the soldiers in the palace into coke. What's the matter? What happened? Why did thunder and lightning fall in the palace? Come on, come and protect me. King Saxony too was terrified, screaming like crazy. But no matter how many soldiers gather, it won't help. For Raiden, there is no point in having more people than there are fewer people. Look, there is someone in the thunder and lightning. A soldier pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone resisted the sting and looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky, and they found a figure in the thunder and lightning. It's the enemy, it's the enemy's invasion, not a natural disaster. Damn it, it must be Carl, it must be him. He's here, UBD. Saxony too was trembling with anger, but at the same time he was terrified. What can he do against monsters that can defeat Admiral and Kaido? Go to Marine base for help, go. My king handed over so much gold every year, Marine is obliged to protect me. No, take me to Marine base, this king is leaving this country. Saxony too no longer expects to protect the country, and now all he wants to do is to save his life. As long as he is alive, no matter how many people die in the kingdom, it doesn't matter to him. A group of soldiers, although angry, still surrounded Saxony too and escaped from the palace to the marine base. As a member country of the world government, there is a marine base in the Kingdom of Saxony. Unlike the Kingdom of Romangh. After Karl supervised the country, the national army was much stronger than Marine. None of the pirates who invaded the Kingdom of Romangh escaped alive. There was no use for Marine to stay in the kingdom, so he withdrew long ago. Enel flew in the sky, controlled the thunder and lightning to bomb the palace into pieces, and laughed wildly. Yahahaha, happy, so happy. This is the power of God. Well, a few bugs escaped. Enel's observation haki enveloped the entire Saxon palace, and King Saxon II immediately found his trace when he fled. Are you trying to escape to Marine base? Enel saw Saxon II's escape route and instantly understood his thoughts. But that's exactly what Enel meant. There's no quicker way to claim a hefty bounty than to challenge Marine head-on. With a flash of lightning, Enel rushed straight to where the Marine base was. King Saxony II fled to Marine base, just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could save his life. Unexpectedly, Enel will come in the next second. Terrible thunder and lightning fell inside the base, triggering a series of big explosions. Countless Marine soldiers were chopped into coke before they could even react. Seeing this scene, Saxon II was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his crotch was already wet a lot. Damn BD, go to hell! Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of Enel, and with a flash of a knife, he directly took the head on Enel's neck. With a bang, the long knife was blocked by the golden stick. Enel stared playfully at the Marine general in front of him, and smiled ferociously. It turned out to be a Marine Rear Admiral, no wonder he has the guts to attack me. However, Marine Rear Admiral is not enough. With a thought in Enel's mind, the lightning followed the golden stick to the saber, and then wrapped the Marine Rear Admiral in an instant. Hundreds of millions of volts of lightning caused Marine Rear Admiral to scream. When the lightning dissipated, Marine Rear Admiral's hair stood on end and his body was scorched black. Although he had not lost consciousness, he was seriously injured and dying. It's really too weak, it's not enough to watch. Enel snorted coldly, swung the golden stick to beat the drum behind him, and shot a ferocious beast and hit the Marine Rear Admiral. 100 million volt thunder beast. Roar! The Ultralisk roared and swallowed the Marine Rear Admiral in one gulp. Marine Rear Admiral wailed miserably again, his whole body twitching. By the time the lightning dissipated, Marine Rear Admiral had become a charred corpse, completely exhausted. Seeing that Rear Admiral was killed, the remaining Marine soldiers were all frightened and collapsed on the ground, and no one dared to act rashly. Enel glanced around at the Marines, satisfied with the fear they displayed. Then, Enel struck a bolt of lightning and killed Saxony II. And released the thunderbolt, killing all the Marines in the base, leaving only one alive. Remember, my name is Enel, don't make any mistakes when Marine announces the bounty order. Yahahaha! Enel grinned ferociously at the only survivor, and casually turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the distance. If it wasn't for keeping that Marine to report back, no one in the Marine base could leave alive. Soon, the Saxon palace, like the Phrygian kingdom, hung the red dragon flag of the Romangh kingdom. The second country officially changed hands. Chapter 65. Compared with ICA and Enel, Badgers is undoubtedly slower. IKA can travel through dark shadows, Enel can fly, and Badgers can only travel by boat. Moreover, if he wanted to capture the palace, he could only lead his army to enter step by step, and he could not behead the king like IKA and Enel did. However, although Badgers moved a little slower, he won in the end. After a bloody battle, Badgers successfully wiped out the army of the Kingdom of Kurno, and beheaded King Keno III at the same time. When the red dragon flag was hoisted in the Kurnyo Palace, the country officially announced the change of ownership. When the three of them completed the operation of destroying the country, Karl, who was far away in the Romangh Palace, also received a system notification. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully captured 3 kingdoms, completed the first stage of the task of expanding the territory, and received rewards, a top-level devil fruit, and a horse charm. A golden light fell, and a devil fruit and a charm appeared in Karl's hand out of thin air. The horse charm is one of the abilities of the Lord of the Fire Demon, which can make the holder remove all abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body. Simply put, the horse charm can cure all diseases. Karl has the power of the horse charm, as long as he is not killed instantly, no matter how serious the injury is, he can heal instantly. The horse charm cannot increase Karl's combat power, but it gives Karl the confidence to fight for a long time. Blessed by the horse charm, no one in the world can last longer than Karl. With the horse charm, who else in the world can kill me? At this moment, my self-confidence burst. Even if he is asked to single out all the 4 emperors, Karl is not afraid at all. Putting away the horse charm, Karl turned his attention to the devil fruit. System, what kind of fruit is this? Return to host, this one is Zoan ancient species dragon fruit Tyrannosaurus rex form, suitable for those with strong physical skills. Conqueror's fruit, although it is a good thing. Karl grinned, obviously satisfied. Moreover, Karl already knows who should eat this fruit. Among the cotters around Karl, Badgers is undoubtedly the most suitable. He is a strong physique type, and he hasn't eaten devil fruit yet. This Tyrannosaurus rex fruit belongs to him. With the blessing of Tyrannosaurus rex's ability, Badger's combat power can also skyrocket a lot. When Karl knew the news of the destruction of the country, Marie Joyce, a holy place far away in the first half of the Grand Line, also received the news immediately. Overnight, the 3 world government following countries were captured, which has never happened before. Damn kid, is it really him again? In a huge room, Sengoku was sprawled on a desk, fists clenched. The teacup next to it had been knocked over, and the tea flowed all over the floor. During this time, Marine was preparing to fight the Whitebeard pirates, and Sengoku, as the marshal, had been in command of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Just one Whitebeard pirate group is enough to give Sengoku a headache, but Karl came to make trouble for Sengoku again. For a while, Sengoku had the heart to kill. It seems that Karl has already started to act, but this is also within our expectations, isn't it? Crane Vice Admiral said calmly at the side, a person like him will never hide in a mere Romangh kingdom. Yes, it will definitely expand its influence and territory. The 3 kingdoms destroyed this time are just the beginning, and more kingdoms will be occupied by Karl in the future. With the strength of Shinigami, none of the countries in the New World have the power to resist. Let's issue a reward order. We don't have extra troops to stop Karl during this period of time. We will wait until the end of the war. Sengoku frowned and said. Got it, I've got someone to do it. Crane Vice Admiral nodded slightly. At this time, Admiral Kizaru, who was sitting next to him, said, not only is Karl himself powerful, but his subordinates are not simple either. They all look like monsters. It's really scary. There are several photos in front of Kizaru, of aka the Ghost General, Enel, and Badgers. Crane Vice Admiral held a photo of Badgers and said, this man named Badgers, there are records inside the Marine. He was conquered by Karl 3 years ago and has been the leader of the Red Dragon Army in the Kingdom of Romangh. But the other 2, Marine really didn't know anything about them, they just came out of nowhere. Especially this long-eared man, his name is Enel, he captured the Kingdom of Saxony and destroyed the Marine base there. Base Chief Lawrence Rear Admiral was killed by him with 2 moves, very powerful. According to the preliminary judgment of the Intelligence Department, he is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user. Oh, is it Logia? It's really scary. Kizaru let out another exclamation. Even Sengoku couldn't help but look sideways. Logia Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly a natural disaster level ability, not weaker than Marine 3 Admiral. If an Enel's aptitude is comparable to that of 3 admirals, he will definitely become an admiral-level combat force in the future. Karl's original strength is already very strong, and it would be unimaginable to add a thunder fruit-capable person. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a Marine Rear Admiral pushed in, reporting in a panic. "Your Excellency Marshal, something is wrong, the celestial dragons have been attacked." "What did you say? Say it again." Sengoku's eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. Marine Rear Admiral said anxiously, "The celestial dragons were attacked in the Sabayati archipelago, and the murderer was determined to be the Straw Hat pirates." "Straw Hat Kid, is that kid again? Troubles keep coming, what's the matter with the blood of that family?" Sengoku clutched his forehead, feeling like his head was about to explode. "Zero, ask for flowers. First the Whitebeard pirates, then Shinigami Karl, and now even the newcomer Luffy the Straw Hat is coming to make trouble. Trouble one after another, this is the rhythm that I don't want him to live." Crane Vice Admiral sitting beside him couldn't help shaking his head, feeling tired for Sengoku. All the troubles come together. Marine Rear Admiral continued, "According to intelligence, besides the Straw Hat Luffy, the murderer also included the pirate Eustace Kid and several companions, and the pirate Trafalgar Law and several companions. There are 13 bounty criminals in total, and 5 of them are newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million. Of course the main culprit is Monkey D. Luffy who hurt celestial dragons. St. Roswald and Carulia Palace have lost contact with Marine. Their lives and deaths are unknown. They are suspected of being captured by pirates and taken hostage. Did they make any demands?" Sengoku asked with a headache. "No, not yet." Marine Rear Admiral shook her head. "Old man, let's go for a walk." Next to him, Admiral Kizaru sipped hot tea and said, "No matter what, they are attacking the nobles of the world, so we can't do it, Sengoku-san. Don't worry, I'll be right back." After speaking, Kizaru left straight away. Kizaru's self-confidence is taken for granted, after all, his goal is only a group of rookies. Unlike Akynu, the target to deal with is Shinigami Karl. Not only did the task fail, but he was beaten to death. Anyway, after Shinigami Karl killed the celestial dragons, another attack on the celestial dragons happened. This time it happened right under the nose of Naval Headquarters. When the word spreads, people all over the world will admire Straw Hat Luffy's courage and guts. And the world government will lose face once again. New World, in the palace of Romangh. Karl was lying on the balcony enjoying the sunbath, surrounded by gramophone playing soft music. The atmosphere was very soft. It was a very pleasant afternoon. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Karl's mind. Ding! Host triggers a new mission, the Emperor's Road. It is detected that the Summit War is about to start, and the host is asked to do his best to eliminate the Marines' vital forces in the war and remove obstacles for the rebellion. Mission Phase 1, Kill a Marine Admiral. Task Reward, Hire Conqueror's Haki, Rat Charm. Mission Phase 2, Kill 2 Marine Admirals. Task Rewards, Conqueror's Haki Entangling, Mountain Demon Bogong, Monkey Curse. Mission Phase 3, Kill 3 Marine Admirals. Task Rewards, Radiation Fruit Awakening, Water Demon Basha, Dragon Charm. Mission Phase 4, Kill Marine Admiral Sengoku. Quest Reward, Conqueror's Haki Field. Mission Phase 5, Kill Marine Hero Garp. Quest Reward, Armament Haki Domain Dry. Chapter 66. The electronic sound ended, and Karl suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glint of coldness in the eyes, and it disappeared in a flash. This new mission is very murderous, and Karl only saw the word kill from the beginning to the end. Of course, the rewards are also very rich, rich beyond Karl's imagination. High-level Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement, 8 demons, spells, Fruit Awakening, everything is a good thing. Karl's current shortboard is only Conqueror's Haki. With Conqueror's Haki only quasi-advanced and not Conqueror's entangled, Karl can defeat 4 Emperors Kaido. If Conqueror's is upgraded again and learns to wrap Conqueror's Haki, how strong will Karl's combat power be? It is simply unimaginable. And demons. Karl has seen the power of demons. Just being an earth demon Dikui is enough to rival the 4 Emperors Kaido. And whether it is Bogong, the mountain demon, or Basha, the water demon, they are not weaker than Dikui. The mountain demon Bogong is the incarnation of the mountain, with a huge body, an indestructible body, and enough power to destroy everything. 700. And Basha, the water demon, is even stronger in this world full of seas. She can trigger a tsunami anytime and anywhere, easily flooding an island with a tsunami. In Karl's view, the water demon Basha is an alternative Poseidon. Although she can't control the Sea Kings, the ability to control the water alone is enough to deter the world. By the way, what is the Haki field? Karl looked at missions 4 and 5 and asked about the system. Karl only knows that Haki is divided into low, middle, and high grades, but he has never heard of the Haki field. Back to host, the Haki realm is the realm above advanced Haki. When a person's Haki breaks through the limit, the Haki field can be opened. Observation Haki field, after opening, it can shield the enemy's observation Haki perception, and even prevent the enemy from using the observation color. Armament Haki field, after opening, the field is completely filled with your armament Haki. Armament Haki is like a substance, and Logia-capable users cannot be elementalized in the field. If the armament Haki field is strong enough, enemies will be attacked all the time and cannot be avoided. With one thought, attacks are everywhere. Conqueror's Haki field, after opening, it can forcibly attack the enemy's mind and will, weakening the enemy's strength and fighting spirit. Within the Conqueror's Haki realm, the enemy's strength will be greatly reduced. If the Conqueror's Haki field is strong enough, it can also keep enemies under attack just like the armament Haki field. After listening to the system's explanation, the shock in my heart could not subside for a long time. This is too strong. It is so strong that it is heaven-defying. Open the field of observation Haki, which can be said to be omniscient in the field. You will see all the enemy's attacks in advance, but the enemy's observation Haki will be blocked by you, so you cannot predict your attack. This increase and decrease, the gap can be imagined. In the battle between the strong, a slight flaw may be fatal, and a slight gap may determine the outcome. The observation Haki field can directly deprive the enemy of a skill. How much difference is this? This alone is enough to cause crushing. The other armed colors and the Conqueror's Haki field are also quite scary, which made Karl's heart flutter. Your Majesty, please see Alice. Suddenly, Alice's voice sounded behind Karl. Come in. After the words fell, Alice walked slowly behind Karl. Badgers and Enel were also there. Your Majesty, the handover of the 3 kingdoms has been completed, and the partial rebellion has also been suppressed. Got it, well done. In this world where strength is paramount, occupying a country is really much easier than imagined. As long as the royal family is dealt with, coupled with force deterrence, everything will be logical. But in just 2 days, Karl's army has completely occupied and ruled a neighboring kingdom. By the way, have all the nobles from the 3 kingdoms been dealt with? Karl pressed. Return to your Majesty, everything has been dealt with. Badgers said with a ferocious expression. That's good. The nobles of the 3 kingdoms are the same as the original nobles of the Romangh kingdom, they are all moths lying on the kingdom and sucking blood. For such moths, Karl naturally wouldn't keep them. Your Majesty, shall we continue to expand the territory? Badgers stood behind Karl and continued to ask. With our strength, it will be easy to conquer more kingdoms. That's right, these countries are so weak that it's ridiculous. I really don't know how they survive in the new world. When Enel talked about the destroyed kingdom, his tone was full of disdain. Carl looked at the scenery outside the balcony and smiled calmly. If you have a goal, go for it yourself. How much you can hit depends on your ability. At this time, Marine is about to go to war and has no time to take care of our actions. This is a good opportunity. No matter how big your troubles are, there will be no Marine to stop them. War? Is it the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters? Badgers and Enel had apparently also heard about the public execution. That's right. Carl nodded slightly. Is Whitebeard really going to hit naval headquarters? Badgers asked in disbelief. Knowing that Whitebeard is strong, naval headquarters isn't weak either. There is a dragon's pool and a tiger's lair, the most dangerous place in the world. Pirates going there is tantamount to seeking their own death. Even Whitebeard couldn't get away with it. Badgers didn't believe Whitebeard would throw himself into the trap. In his opinion, only a fool would do that. Carl said with a little deep meaning, Whitebeard will go, he is that kind of person. He will not allow anyone to hurt his son, not even naval headquarters. So this battle is inevitable. Can Whitebeard win? He can't win. Carl shook his head slightly. No matter how strong Whitebeard is, he is 72 years old after all, and he is already a dying old man. The current him can't hold back the siege of the Marine commander. But that's why we have a chance. Opportunity? Will His Majesty also intervene in this war? A look of surprise flashed in Badger's eyes. Of course, how can such a century war be missed? Taking advantage of the decisive battle between the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters, I just took the opportunity to eliminate Marine's vigorous emperor. At the same time, after Whitebeard's death, the throne of the New World will also usher in a vacancy. A cold light flashed from Carl's eyes, it was cold murderous intent. Whether it is for rebellion or for task rewards, Carl must intervene in this war. At this time, the maid and Secretary Alice also spoke. Your Majesty, Marine's new reward order has come out. Oh? How much is the bounty, tell me. Both Badgers and Enel were excited, looking at Alice at the same time. They all knew that they must be among the people who were offered a reward this time. Enel, the god of thunder, has a bounty of 270 million Baileys. He has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Shadow Assassin, offering a bounty of 256 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Giza's Badgers, with a bounty of 230 million Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. It's only 270 million, what are you kidding? Is Marine blind? Seeing the amount of the reward, Enel said he could not accept it. He wiped out 3.5 houses in a country, destroyed a Marine base, and there was only a bounty of 270 million Baileys. It wasn't even half of what he expected. You must know that in New World, a bounty of more than 500 million can be regarded as a strong party. The main cotters of the Four Emperors pirate group all have a bounty of more than 500 million. Carl is comparable to the Four Emperors, and Enel, as Carl's advanced cotter, is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable person. A reward of 500 million is considered small. No, Lao Zi can't take it anymore. Enel was about to go out and do something. When he kills a few Marine bases, he won't believe that Marine won't raise the reward for him. With a flash of lightning, Enel flew out of the window and disappeared immediately. Don't worry about him. Your Majesty. Badgers looked to Carl, waiting for his order. Although he is not too satisfied with the amount of his bounty, he will not be as impulsive as Enel. It's okay, don't worry about him, let him go out to practice and practice. Chapter 67. Carl was not worried that Enel would be caught. As a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user, there were not many people in Marine who could defeat him. Coupled with the fact that the war is about to break out, and all the powerful inside Marine have been recalled to the headquarters, it is even more impossible for anyone to catch Enel. Letting Enel go out for actual combat is also good for his cultivation. Carl has already taught Enel the cultivation method of armament haki. He has very good aptitude and has successfully awakened armament haki. As long as you go through some actual combat experience, you can imagine that your strength will be greatly improved. By the way, Badgers, this is for you. Carl suddenly threw a devil fruit to Badgers. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit. Enel has found a way to become stronger, and Badgers naturally cannot be left behind. Thank you, Your Majesty, but what kind of fruit is this? Badgers was very happy to get the devil fruit, scratching his head and asking. Zoan ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit is very suitable for your energy distance. Eat it, you won't be disappointed. Obey. Without hesitation, Badgers opened his mouth and ate the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit. About 3 minutes later, Badgers suddenly stared. I saw that Badger's body began to change, and his body shape began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. 04 The original bronze-colored skin has turned into brown and black, the 2 arms have become sharp claws, and the 2 soles of the feet have also become sharp claws. The neck was stretched forward, and the head became the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with sharp fangs in the mouth. I believe that it is easy to bite the steel with one bite. There is also a long tail growing behind it, and when it is flicked lightly, it rubs against the air and makes a sonic boom. Obviously it is also a very powerful weapon. How do you feel? Very good, I feel full of strength. Tyrannosaurus Rex said excitedly. You change back to your original form first, go to the training ground to familiarize yourself with the new abilities. Carl looked at the floor tiles trampled by Badgers, and said speechlessly. Fortunately, the best materials were used to build the palace, and the floor was very strong. If it were an ordinary house, the moment Badgers turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the floor would have collapsed. No. The Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled ferociously, its size shrunk rapidly, and it returned to its original shape. Then Badgers couldn't wait to run to the palace training ground. Soon, the roar and roar of Tyrannosaurus Rex came from the training ground in the distance. Anyone who gets devil fruit will be excited, and Badgers won't stop until he has a blast. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was time for the public execution. Carl came to Naval Headquarters Marine Fort ahead of time, and he flew with his sword at high altitude, and no one noticed his existence. The crescent-shaped Marine Fort is surrounded by a full 50 warships of the highest specification. The harbor has been transformed into a terrifying war fortress, filled with countless heavy artillery. In the inner square of the harbor, 100,000 Marine elites are gathering together. Soldiers walked back and forth one by one, carrying guns and ammunition, ready for battle. The leaders are Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Commodore from various branches, all of whom are experienced and powerful. The soldiers who participated in the battle were not common goods, but excellent soldiers from various branches and all over the world. The number of people exceeds 10,000 and is boundless. What's more, there are hundreds of thousands of people gathered here. Carl looked down from a high altitude and saw only dense figures, like an ant nest. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered together, and the noise went straight into the sky as you spoke to each other. Titan Vice Admirals stood up one by one to boost morale, roaring one after another. Suddenly, an arrogant and wild laughter exploded in the ears of many soldiers. Hey 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 hey, it's really lively here. So many Marines gathered together, I was a little scared. I saw Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets and walked to the forefront of the battle with a step that his relatives did not recognize. Following him is Bartholomew Kuma holding a book. Unlike the arrogant Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma is very quiet, without saying a word, without any expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, Empress Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria arrived one after another. The 5-7 warlords of the sea stood at the forefront of the battle formation, responsible for resisting the fire charge of the Whitebeard pirate group. Humph, are these garbage from the sea going to join the battle? In the crowd, seeing Shishibukai appear, many Marines showed disgust on their faces. There are also many Marines with fierce eyes, with murderous intent and hatred hidden deep in their eyes. Every Shishibukai is the garbage of the sea, with the blood of an unknown number of Marine soldiers on their hands. There are as many Marine soldiers who hate them as there are. The 5 Shishibukai are all strong in Grandmaster Observation Haki, so they can naturally sense the killing intent and malice emanating from the surrounding Marines. But none of them took it to heart. Incomparably powerful strength is their confidence. Subsequently, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral also played one after another to stabilize people's hearts. Suddenly, the noise in the square stopped abruptly, and the whole Marine fort fell into a dead silence. You can clearly hear a needle drop to the ground. All the soldiers looked at the execution platform at the same time, only to see Marine 3 Admiral slowly walking to the seat under the execution platform and taking the seat dedicated to Admiral. Sitting in the middle is Akynu Sakazuki. On the left of Akynu, is Aokiji Kyuzan. On the right, is Kizaru Salino. 3 Admiral is the sea magic needle in the minds of countless Marines. Once the 3 Admirals arrived, they were relieved. At the same time, a sense of oppression that is terrifying enough to suffocate also enveloped the entire Marine fort. Countless Marine soldiers frantically swallowed their saliva to relieve their tension. What a strong sense of oppression! But it also shows how powerful Admiral is. With Admiral leading, we will surely win. Justice shall prevail. Oh! Countless soldiers on the square raised their weapons and roared. The roar was deafening, and the momentum was extremely majestic. At this moment, the prison door behind the execution platform opened. On the high-walled street behind the execution platform, 2 guards in charge of execution escorted a man with a bare upper body and a red rosary hanging around his neck. It was the protagonist of this public execution, Fire Fist Ace. Ace was covered in wounds and was in a very embarrassing situation. He kept his head down, and a sense of sadness and despair shrouded his body. The guards escorted Ace to the scaffold, and finally fell to his knees. Sure enough, it's incomparable to One Piece. Carl at high altitude shook his head when he saw the embarrassed Ace. I think that when the One Piece Roger was executed, he held his head high from beginning to end. Not only is there no embarrassment, but it is extremely honorable. The unleashed courage impressed countless people who watched the execution, and they will never forget it for a long time. 737. Compared with Roger, Ace is obviously too far behind. The high wall behind the execution platform, when Ace was escorted over, Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp also came over. Garp, I'm going to tell you everything, okay? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Ah, whatever you want, I'm going down there. Garp's face was gloomy, and he turned his head, not daring to take a second look at Ace on the execution platform. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. Following the stairs, Garp walked under the execution platform and stood with Crane. Sengoku stepped onto the execution platform, and the 2 execution guards immediately moved their bayonets to get out of the way. Sengoku walked up to Ace, took out a loudspeaker phone bug, and faced the 100,000 Marines below, as well as the whole world. There is something I want to convey to you here in advance, Porghast Ace, about the significance of this man's death here today. Below the execution platform, the 100,000 Marines were silent and dead silent, all waiting for Sengoku's follow-up speech. People all over the world are also waiting for Sengoku's next post through the live broadcast. They all wanted to know why a mere Porghast Ace allowed Marine to carry out public executions. Ace, state your father's name. Ace turned his head to look at Sengoku, closed his eyes and said lightly, my father is Whitebeard. No. Sengoku yelled. Nothing is wrong. Ace also roared, my father has only Whitebeard and no one else. Sengoku said coldly, at that time, we kept our eyes open and searched desperately, suspecting that the man's child might be left on a certain island. Chapter 68. Based on the little information and little possibility that CP found, we conducted a thorough investigation on the newborn babies, the babies who are about to be born, and their mothers, but we never found anything, and finally found nothing. This is also a matter of course. After all, your birth was bought with your mother's life, and it can also be said that it is a conspiracy carefully planned by her. It deceives our eyes, no, it deceives the eyes of the whole world. In the South Blue there is an island called Batrilla, and your mother's name is Porgas de Rouge. This woman's behavior is far beyond our common sense. Out of a strong love for her child, she actually let the child stay in her womb for 20 months. Then while giving birth to you, exhausted, go to the general exhibition area. In this way, 1 year and 3 months after the death of the father, the baby who inherited the world's most evil blood was born, and that is you. It is impossible for you not to know. Ace clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing his anger and not saying a word. Although he hated that man, he did inherit that man's lineage, which he could not deny. Facing 100,000 Marines and the world, Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Your father is the One Piece King Gore Roger." As soon as these words came out, everything was quiet, and time and space seemed to be frozen. The whole world came to a standstill at this moment. A Marine's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, his pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, "Fire Fist, he is the son of One Piece King Gore de Roger. Is the blood of One Piece still alive?" One Piece's legendary continues. All the 100,000 Marines present were in astonishment and fear, and their scalps felt numb. Even the 7 warlords of the sea can no longer keep calm. Doflamingo grinned strangely, "Hey hey 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 hey, interesting, now it's interesting." Moria laughed sharply, he, did his own son survive? Anyone related to Roger should have been sentenced to death. Sengoku looked at Ace and continued, 2 years ago, you used your mother's name to form the Spade Pirates to go to sea. With excellent strength and speed, you will soon be galloping on the sea and becoming famous all over the world. At that time, we finally found out that Roger's bloodline has not been cut off. We wanted to make a move, but at the same time Whitebeard, who noticed this, took you on board and protected him under his banner. The purpose is to train you into the next One Piece. Wrong. Ace retorted loudly, I got on the ship to make Dad the One Piece, only Whitebeard is qualified to be the One Piece. You're the only one who thinks that. Sengoku said coldly, in fact, the reason why we have been unable to make a move is because you are protected by Whitebeard. If you just ignore it like this, you will definitely display the aptitude of the One Piece bloodline and stand at the pinnacle of the next era. Therefore, it is absolutely significant to have your head removed here today. Even if it causes a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates. Oh! As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, all the 100,000 Marines let out a heart-piercing roar, which was enough to pierce the sky. Sengoku is indeed the resourceful general, and his words raised Marines' morale to the peak. Next, in order to eliminate the blood of One Piece, 100,000 Marines will fight bravely and fearlessly. Even if the enemy is the strongest Whitebeard in the world, 100,000 Marines will not flinch in the slightest. Meanwhile, Sabayati Archipelago, the reporters gathered there have already started writing news like crazy. Although the war has not yet started, the news that has been revealed so far is big news enough to shake the world. Shocked. Roger's bloodline is still alive. An all-out war triggered by a man, the identity of Fire Fist Ace is revealed. The secret that Whitebeard and One Piece Roger had to tell, actually did this to his son. Marshal Sengoku summoned 100,000 Marines in a fit of anger, and this is the reason. Sensational headlines were written by them, but this is not a headline party, the content of the news is absolutely true and reliable. Marineford echoed the roar of 100,000 Marines. Amidst the roar, a Marine soldier came up behind Sengoku and reported in a panic, Marshal Sengoku, it's bad. The door of justice opened automatically without receiving any instructions, and the power the house has also lost contact. What did you say? Sengoku's face changed, and he suddenly found that the noisy marine fort had quieted down at some point. There was a dead silence all around, and even a needle falling on the ground could be clearly heard. "It's so quiet." Empress Shishibukai couldn't help but said. Doflamingo put his hands on his hips, licked his tongue and said, "It's so unnaturally quiet." As soon as the words fell, an emergency siren sounded from the watchtower. "Here we come, we found traces of the enemy. Everyone get ready for battle." 100,000 Marine looked up, only to see a dense fog suddenly covering the sea in front of him. In the dense fog, pirate ships appeared one after another. The large fleet of pirate ships is connected into one piece, and there is no end in sight. There are 43 affiliated pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and each pirate group is a well-known existence in New World. The pirate fleet has more than 100 ships. Ranger Doma, Leiching Makugai, Brother Dick Carlban, and Big Eddie Spider Squado. Every pirate captain is a top expert, and all of them are famous pirate captains in the New World. However, following the search of the monitors, they did not find the Whitebeard pirate group in the large pirate fleet. Suddenly, the water surface inside the crescent-shaped harbor burst, and a huge shadow appeared in everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Marshal Sengoku's expression darkened immediately. So that's the case. No wonder no traces were found. The coating actually invaded from the bottom of the sea. Amid Sengoku's ugly face, a huge killer whale pirate ship broke through the water. Immediately afterwards, 3 more killer whale pirate ships appeared one after another, facing 4 directions respectively. On the main ship, 14 captains including Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jotzi, and Foil Vista all appeared, and a terrifying momentum spread instantly. Even if he confronts 100,000 Marines head-on, he won't lose the slightest bit. Immediately afterwards, the sound of footsteps rang in Shiwan Marine's ears. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tall man with a naginata and a height of more than 5 meters stepped onto the bow. The iconic crescent whitebeard, heroic momentum, and terrifying sense of oppression, all tell the identity of a man. Whitebeard, a legendary class pirate, the strongest man in the world. Gu la 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 la, Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for decades. Whitebeard grinned at Sengoku on the execution platform, ignoring the thousands of Marine soldiers in the field. Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku stared at the man with a serious face. Only he knows what terrifying power this man possesses. He hadn't expected to be invaded by Whitebeard at such a close distance. "Is my dear son all right?" Whitebeard looked at the execution platform in the distance, and said with a smile, "Wait for me, Ace, I will rescue you right away." After speaking, Whitebeard inserted Kong Yunki into the bow deck with his backhand, clenched his fists with both hands, and opened them from the abdomen. "Oh? Come here." Carl's eyes lit up when he saw Whitebeard's movement. Shock fruit, known as the strongest paramecia, is also the first time you see it up close. I saw Whitebeard swinging his fists and hitting the air on the left and right sides. The atmosphere suddenly shattered, and cobweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Terrible earthquake waves swept across Mary Joya, Zhaolihao, and waves hundreds of meters high soared into the sky. The 50 marine warships surrounding Marie Joyce are all precarious under the terrifying waves, just like an ant in the sea of kingly sun. What is this? A marine stared blankly at the tilted sea, his voice trembling. "This is the strength of the world's greatest pirate, Whitebeard." 100,000 marine broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, the tsunami caused by the earthquake came. Waves of tsunamis were higher than mountains, more than 1,000 meters high, roaring towards Maranzingduo from all directions. With just one impact, the entire marine fort can be completely submerged and destroyed. The war has only just begun, and it seems to be ending. If this wave of tsunami is not stopped, 100,000 Marines will all be wiped out by this move. Chapter 69. Marshal Sengoku yelled, "Even if you have the upper hand, Don't think you will win. That man has the power to destroy the world. The sun was blocked by the tsunami, a shadow appeared on the heads of all Marines, and death was in an instant. At the critical moment, Admiral Aokiji, who was under the execution platform, disappeared from his seat and jumped into the sky. 2 icicles shot out from his palm, piercing through the tsunami covering the sky and the sun on the left and right. Ice Age! Ice Age! An explosion of extremely cold air centered on the seawater hit by the icicles, and the seawater was quickly frozen in an instant, forming 2 huge tsunami ice sculptures on both sides of Marine Ford. Gu la 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 la, Aokiji, you little brat! Whitebeard grinned at Aokiji in the sky, and Aokiji immediately attacked. 3 sharp ice spears took shape instantly and shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't dodge or dodge, and punched Aokiji in the sky with a backhand. With a bang, the shot icicle burst instantly, and even Aokiji in the sky was shaken into a ball of broken ice by the earthquake wave. Crushed ice fell from the sky and landed on the sea. The shattered ice quickly condensed and turned back into the ice sculpture of Aokiji, and at the same time a burst of cold air broke out around Aokiji. The sea in the crescent-shaped harbor was quickly frozen, forming a continent of ice. The battlefield is shaped, and the summit war officially begins. The Marine Vice Admiral on the square saw this and immediately issued an order. Fire, destroy the Moby DK. Don't 477 let any pirate go. Kill. Justice triumphs. Countless shells were fired, but they were all intercepted by the pirates in mid-air. At the same time, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates landed on the ice and began charging towards the Marine. Naturally, Marine was not to be outdone, and stepped forward to start a hand-to-hand battle with the pirates. The summit war has just begun, and it instantly entered a white-hot state. A pirate killed a Marine, and was cut off by another Marine before he was happy. A Marine killed a pirate, and before he was happy, his head was blown off by the following pirates. Accompanied by screams, corpses fell in a pool of blood. There are pirates and Marines among them, and all of them are strong. But on this battlefield, they couldn't last even 10 seconds. Here, only pirates with a bounty of over 100 million can barely protect themselves, and the Marine Commodore and below are all cannon fodder. The entire Marine Ford seems to have turned into a huge meat grinder, mercilessly devouring the lives of Marine and pirates. At the forefront of the battlefield, where the 7 warlords of the sea stood, Hawkeye suddenly took a step forward. Admiral Kizaru and Akynu are surprised that Hawkeye, who does his own thing, suddenly joins the battle. Doflamingo looked over and said with a smile, "What? Are you going to make a move?" Hawkeye remained expressionless, staring at Whitebeard in the distance with sharp eyes, and said lightly, "I just went to try. How different is the man in front of me from us?" After finishing speaking, Hawkeye pulled out the huge black knife on his back, and slashed down angrily. Boom! A round of huge flying slash burst out of the air, flying towards Whitebeard in the distance with lightning speed. Wherever the slash went, the ice continent was completely torn apart, and all the Marines and pirates along the way avoided one after another. Those who were too late to evade were cut into pieces in an instant, leaving no bones left. Whitebeard looked at the huge slash that was coming straight to his face, and neither dodged, nor launched an attack. Just when the slash was about to hit the Moby DK, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the pirate ship, blocking the world's #1 slash with his body. The person here is Diamond Jotzi, a Paramecia diamond fruit-capable user. Attacks that don't cut off the diamonds can't hurt him. Jaws roared, grabbed Hawkeye's slash and hit the sky. "Why are you rushing at me?" Carl, who was hiding in the sky, cursed secretly, and quickly teleported to distance himself, dodging the flying slash. The battlefield was dead silent, and countless Marines stared dumbfoundedly at Jaws in the ice, as if they couldn't believe that the world's #1 slash was actually blocked. Hawkeye retracted the black knife behind his back, first glanced at Whitebeard, and then looked at the sky. "What's the matter?" You seem to be a little unhappy that the slash was blocked. Doflamingo next to him smiled strangely and provoked trouble. Hawkeye remained expressionless, and said flatly, "It's nothing." "Humph, it's really cold enough." Seeing that Hawkeye couldn't be aroused, Doflamingo stopped talking. But Hawkeye's eyes kept staring at the sky where Zhan flew past, and it took a long time to look away. Only Hawkeye, Whitebeard and Sengoku Garp stared at the sky above their heads for a few seconds. "What's the matter, father, is there anything in the sky?" Marco flew to Whitebeard's side and asked doubtfully. "No, nothing." Whitebeard looked away, returning his attention to the battlefield. The same goes for Marshal Sengoku, who, now has no extra energy to distract. After Hawkeye's slash, it was Admiral Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguyu, but the flash bomb was blocked by the Phoenix Marco. "Hey! Blue Flame, I've never seen this kind of bird before." Seeing that Marco recovered from all his injuries, Kizaru sighed again, "It's so scary, Whitebeard pirates." The marine soldiers around couldn't believe it either, because the general's attack didn't work. "It worked," Marco said furiously. "Stop lying," Kizaru said. In the next second, Marco turned into a phoenix and kicked Kizaru, but Kizaru blocked it with one hand. This trick also worked," Kizaru said in surprise. "Stop lying." With a roar, Marco kicked Kizaru into the sky. Kizaru turned into a ray of golden light piercing the wall below, and with a loud bang, the fortress was blown open. Seeing that Kizaru was kicked away, all the marine soldiers turned pale. Of course Kizaru was unscathed, it was just his way of fighting fish. The battle had just begun, and Kizaru was already paddling. Among the 3 admirals, only Admiral Akynu, who played last, played his best. Facing the huge iceberg that jaws through towards the execution platform, Akynu defeated it with one shot. The volcanic bomb that exploded at the same time also destroyed a Moby DK. Not only that, but a large number of posters died under the bombing of the volcanic bomb. Afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters fought more fiercely, and the 7 warlords of the sea joined the battlefield one after another. Even the ancient Titan Ounce failed to invade the harbor and fell under the siege of Shishibukai. The Titan family really can't do it. Although they have great strength and body, they don't know skills. They look good but they don't work. Carl looked at Ozzy, who was lying in a pool of blood, and shook his head slightly. The inherent advantages of the Titans are indeed powerful, and their huge bodies and strength make them far surpass common humans. But it also limits their future. Titans cannot learn armor color or observation haki. At least Carl hasn't seen a Titan with the power of haki so far. In front of the powerful humans with haki, the huge bodies of the Titans have become a burden instead, and they can only be beaten as living targets. It's my turn to make a move. Looking at the fierce battle below, Carl couldn't hold back his blood. Send Marine a meeting gift first. With a thought in Carl's mind, black light emerged from his palm, condensing into a pitch-black ball. This sphere is composed of the purest high-density nuclear radiation, and it contains an incomparably huge amount of energy. Its existence alone makes the space tremble slightly and appear distorted. Carl flicked his hand, and the black ball turned into a stream of light and shot towards the naval headquarters building, instantly piercing through the building's outer wall. None of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates who were fighting were aware of the sudden attack. And when Sengoku Garp and other powerhouses discovered the black light, it was too late to stop it. With a loud bang, a huge fireball exploded inside the naval headquarters building. The terrifying blast wave completely destroyed the building, and then an endless sea of flames spread, engulfing the entire building. A huge mushroom cloud appeared on the Marineford battlefield, and all the fighting Marines and pirates stopped at this moment. The naval headquarters was shaken, countless Marines looked at the completely destroyed naval headquarters building, their expressions were extremely horrified, and their minds went blank. This terrible blow destroyed the naval headquarters building and the surrounding towns. Chapter 70 Hey, what's the matter? Where did the attack come from? The building, the naval headquarters building is gone. Did the Whitebeard pirates do it? Damn pirate, how dare you do such a thing? Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers trembled with anger. The naval headquarters building is a symbol of Marine, destroying it is tantamount to a piece of Marine's glory. A hole. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily as he looked at the burning building. This is really a bit scary. Admiral Kizaru looked at the fire-breathing building, no longer a little carefree in the past. Admiral Aokiji was silent, and the Japanese Marine Vice Admiral couldn't hide their anger. Who did this? How dare you destroy the headquarters building, it is unforgivable. Where is the enemy? Garp, who was standing under the execution platform, looked at the sea of fire and said with emotion, "We are too careless." Yet, another unexpected monster has joined the battlefield. 11. Crane Vice Admiral looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. "Father, our people did not do this." Marco flew to Whitebeard and said with a serious face. "Ah, I know. A monster is coming." Whitebeard looked up to the sky, his observation Haki had sensed Carl's presence. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Hawkeye and others also discovered the breath of beasts appearing in the sky. Admiral Akynu felt the familiar aura, his pupils shrank, he will never forget that person's aura in his life. "Carl! Now that you're here, why don't you come out?" Akynu's roar spread throughout Marineford, and at the same time told everyone the identity of the person who came. Shinigami Carl, the 5th Emperor of the New World. "Yo, Akynu, long time no see. Is your injury healed?" With a flash of lightning, Carl appeared above the battlefield at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. A terrifying momentum erupted from Carl, and thousands of Marine pirates around him were all pushed back by him. The pupils of the Marine Vice Admirals constricted and their faces were full of vigilance. Just from the speed of Carl's appearance, they can slightly judge Carl's strength. Speed is power, with such a fast speed, no matter what attack is launched, the power will not be small. "Oh, how scary, is this Shinigami Carl? He even came to fight." Kizaru pursed his lips, surprised by the sunshine. This is a big problem, and with him, Marine's chances of winning are even lower. Admiral Aokiji has frost on his face. "Carl, it's Shinigami Carl. 5 Emperors of the New World, God's Layers. Why is Shinigami Carl here?" Not only the Marine soldiers stayed away from Carl, but even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also stayed away. Although Carl appears to be against Marine, he may not be friends with them. Zixixixixi, interesting, this war is really getting more and more interesting. Monsters appear one after another. I knew this man would not be willing to be lonely, he would definitely take action. Shishibukai Doflamingo covered his forehead and let out a strange smile. Sure enough, the riots in this world are completely unstoppable. The eagle's sharp eyes focused on Carl, his face was expressionless, not knowing what was going on in his mind. In fact, when Kiyoshi blocked his slash, he had already vaguely noticed the breath of the sky. It's just that he didn't expect that the breath would be Carl. And depending on the situation, Carl is here to fight Marine. With the addition of Shinigami Carl, no one can predict the outcome of this war. Gecko Moria looked at Carl with complex eyes, filled with hatred, unwillingness, and fear. These complex emotions come from Kaido. Moria fought against Kaido when she was young, and all the crew members were killed. Moria has always wanted to find revenge on Kaido, but there is no chance. Unexpectedly, Carl single-handedly defeated Kaido. The last Empress, Hancock, looked at Carl with a blushing face, and her charming appearance made the surrounding Marine pirates very excited. "Carl, it's Lord Carl. Finally, I finally saw this lord. It really is worthy of Master Carl, the strength is really too strong." The Queen's heart was beating wildly, almost suffocating. Empress Hancock has been fascinated by Carl since she learned that Carl killed the celestial dragons. Carl himself did not expect that Hancock, the pirate empress known as the most beautiful woman in the world, would become his little fangirl. If he knew, there would be another princess behind him. Damn little brat, why did you intervene at this moment? Sengoku's heart sank, and his face was so gloomy that water dripped out. Carl, what the hell are you doing? What's the purpose? Purpose? I don't have any purpose, but I'm just bored to pass the time. Carl said casually. How could I miss a battle of the century like Summit War? You say yes, Marshal Sengoku. Damn kid, do you really want to be an enemy of the whole world? Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared, do you know what the consequences of this will be? As a result of... Carl smiled indifferently, can the consequences be as serious as killing celestial dragons? Stop scaring me, Sengoku, your nonsense doesn't make any sense. Be less arrogant, since you have decided to take this path of evil, there is no turning back. From now on, you are the enemy of the world. Sengoku's roar spread throughout Marineford, and across the world via phone bugs. This is the war declaration issued by Marshal Sengoku himself, representing the Marine and the world government, and also representing the whole world. 0. Asking for flowers. Hehe, the enemy of the world sounds quite bluffing. If you can really kill me, come up and try. Carl shook his head and sneered, obviously not taking Sengoku's threat to heart. At the same time, Carl's contempt for Marine also made 100,000 Marines furious. Don't be too arrogant, BD, I won't allow you to insult Marine. A Titan Vice Admiral rushed behind Carl, swung a 30-meter machete and slashed at the back of Carl's head. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in Marineford and the whole world are on Carl. Carl didn't look back, just raised his hand lightly, and grabbed the machete that was struck by Titan. With a light pinch, the 30-meter machete shattered inch by inch. Countless fragments shot out like bullets, piercing through the body of Titan Vice Admiral in an instant. Titan Vice Admiral didn't even have time to scream, his body was already beaten into a sieve. With a loud bang, the body of Titan Vice Admiral fell onto the ice, blood soon staining the ice red. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the surrounding Marine pirates gasped. One by one, Marine Vice Admiral, 7 warlords of the sea, and 3 admirals were all silent. Unexpectedly, I defeated the Titan Vice Admiral with just one blow. This is the strength of Shinigami Carl. Zixashixi, it really is a monster. Doflamingo covered his forehead and let out a strange smile. Moria also gave a strange smile, her eyes full of greed. If I can get his shadow and Ozzy's body, I can definitely create the strongest zombie in the world. Hey, don't be kidding, Moria, just because you are not that man's match. Seeing Carl kill a Titan Vice Admiral, Sengoku clenched his fists. The whole army is ordered to eliminate all pirates at all costs, including Shinigami Carl. Oh! Sengoku's roar inspired Marines' morale, and countless Marines rushed towards Carl. It's better not to get too close to me. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. A cloud of black light erupted from Carl's body, sweeping across hundreds of Marines rushing up like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Ah! A Marine let out a scream, and he looked at his right hand holding the knife in horror, where the skin and flesh had completely festered. And the festering was still spreading, covering Xia Yan's whole body in less than a second. With a bang, Marine's body exploded and turned into a mass of minced meat. What is this thing? Another Marine screamed in horror, his feet rotted and fell to the ground, and then turned into pus. What's wrong with me? All the hair and teeth of a Marine fell out, and all the bones in the whole body were smashed in a second. Chapter 71. There was also a Marine who sprayed black blood from his mouth, couldn't breathe, didn't even have time to scream, and his body exploded into blood mist. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Marines were all dead. Or the skin and flesh festered and died, or the internal organs failed, or exploded into blood mist, or the cause of death was unknown. All of them died horribly, and experienced endless despair and pain before they died. Hiss! On the battlefield, no matter whether it is Marine or pirate, seeing such a cruel scene, they all gasped and were so frightened that their livers shivered. What's going on here? In the end, what happened? That Shinigami guy, what the hell did he do? A Marine Vice Admiral roars in rage. Damn BD, dare to slaughter Marines so recklessly, I can't spare him. A Hawk, Marine Vice Admiral, was very irritable and rushed towards Carl with a knife. But soon, he was stopped by Doberman beside him. Don't go, you are not his opponent. Doberman stared at Carl closely, with a serious expression on his face. As one of the vice admirals who launched the buster call against the 310 Romanov Kingdom, he has personally experienced Carl's strong dedication. Shinigami Carl is no match for Marine Vice Admiral. Everyone stay away from Shinigami, stay away from him. Marco, the Phoenix in charge of commanding the battle in the sky, also roared. Carl's way of killing people was so brutal that it made them shudder. It is not yet determined whether Shinigami Carl is an enemy or a friend, or it is best not to contact rashly. What? No one dares to come up. Then I won't be polite. Carl smiled indifferently, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning and flew high into the sky. In the next second, a dazzling golden light lit up in the sky. Aokiji, la, this is troublesome. Kizaru, this is kind of scary. A group of Marine Vice Admiral roared, quick retreat. It's too late, light radiation 8-foot Kyanguyu. Countless flash bombs shot out from Carl's palm, hitting the battlefield below like a torrential rain. Continuous explosions sounded immediately, and the indiscriminate bombing covered a battlefield, instantly turning that area into a sea of flames. Miserable wailing came from the sea of flames, and hundreds of Marines died in an instant. It's not over yet. Electric radiation thunder dragon roar. 9 huge brontosaurs flew out of Carl, roared in the sky, and bit the Marine below. Where the thunder dragon passed, all the Marine pirates were turned into coke by electricity, and some people's bodies were even exploded directly, leaving no whole body dead. Once Carl's thunder offensive was launched, it was earth-shattering and directly slaughtered thousands of Marine soldiers. I can't let you slaughter Marines so wantonly, otherwise our Marine Admiral will lose all face. A golden light appeared behind Carl, and Kizaru revealed himself. Speed is power, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru kicked Carl's head, as fast as ultimate. Boom! A dull sound came from the sky, and everyone looked at it, only to see Kizaru kept kicking. However, Carl was not kicked out. One of Carl's hands grabbed the right foot of the orangutan and remained motionless. Yellow monkey, your strength is too weak, it seems that your speed is not enough. Call out. With a flash of golden light, Admiral Kizaru was hit hard. Before he knew it, Carl kicked him in the stomach. With this kick, Kizaru's body was bent into a bow shape, his eyes protruded, and there was a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. In the next second, Kizaru turned into a golden light falling into the sky, and the wall of Lugong shattered Guanchen. With a loud bang, a huge gap was blown out of the harbor, and even a nearby watchtower collapsed. This blow is different from the attack released by Marco, and its power is real. After the smoke cleared, everyone saw Kizaru lying in the rubble. He kept coughing up blood and vomiting in his mouth, as if he was about to spit out his own internal organs. Kizaru Admiral! A group of Marine soldiers screamed and couldn't believe that Kizaru, who was Admiral, was injured by Carl's blow. It really is a monster. Ice Age! Admiral Aokiji jumped up and shot a cloud of extremely cold air towards Carl. Carl's observation haki saw the cold air's attack ahead of time, but he didn't dodge and let the cold air sweep past him. Call! A small iceberg appeared in the sky, and Carl was completely frozen. Success! Countless marine soldiers below cheered in surprise. It made you arrogant, you know how powerful it is. Admiral is strong. Just Shinigami, don't think you'll be able to get away with it in naval headquarters. The marine soldiers were cheering, but Admiral Aokiji looked dignified. The faces of a group of marine executives were not the slightest bit happy. They all knew that Shinigami Carl couldn't be defeated so easily. Sure enough, the next second, the iceberg in the sky exploded. Carl broke through the ice, unscathed. La la la, is it true that ice cannot freeze thunder and lightning? Carl looked down at Aokiji and said, "Are you giving me a cold shower? It's not cold enough. Then go take a bath in the magma, and I promise to burn you until there is no ashes left." Akynu also came behind Carl at this time, his right arm turned into a huge lava fist, and smashed into the back of Carl's head with anger. Carl glanced at him, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward, wrapped in thunder and lightning and punched out. The terrifying fist strength combined with high-density armed color and Akynu's magma giant fist confronted each other head-on. The shock wave erupted, immediately overturning all the surrounding marine pirates. "Akynu, you are not my opponent, you better get out of here!" Carl roared, emission haki erupted, and fused nuclear radiation into Akynu's magma fist. The magma exploded inch by inch, and even Akynu was punched flying by Carl. His body turned into a meteorite and hit the ice continent below, smashing a huge hole in the ice continent. How can it be? Sakazuki Admiral was also blown away. Even San Admiral is not Shinigami's opponent. First Kizaru, then Aokiji, then Akynu. The three admirals shot repeatedly, but they couldn't hurt a single hair of Carl, instead they were beaten flying by Carl. All the marines that rushed up stopped in their tracks. What could they do to monsters that were invincible even to Admiral? Carl's cold eyes glanced at the surrounding marine, and he sneered, "Forget it, it's no fun with trash fish like you." IKA. The subordinates are here. The Ghost General IKA emerges from Carl's shadow, kneeling on one knee in salute. "You can play with them." "Obey, my master." Ghost Shadow Corps assemble. With Ika's order, countless ghost soldiers appeared in the shadows of countless people on the battlefield at the same time. There are tens of thousands of soldiers, and they have spread all over the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Kill, leave no one behind. As soon as the words fell to the ground, countless soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps rushed forward. At the moment of hand-to-hand combat, countless marines were beheaded by the Ghost Shadow Corps. Damn it, where did these warriors come from? Damn BD, is this also Shinigami's ability? No, this is the ability of that shadow assassin, that is, he leads people to destroy a country overnight. 2.8. No, these guys have no entity, even if they kill them, it's meaningless. A few Marine Vice Admirals beheaded hundreds of ghost soldiers. These ghost soldiers were not very strong, and they could easily deal with them. A single blow can kill a lot of people. But they soon discovered that the ghost soldier who was killed would not leave a corpse, but would instead become a shadow rebirth. In other words, these ghost soldiers are all different kinds of immortal bodies. In contrast, Marine soldiers are all flesh and blood, they can be injured, bleed, and die. If this fight continues, only Marine will be lost. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. If you want to eliminate this group of dark warriors, you must kill that shadow assassin. As long as he is dead, these dark warriors will naturally be defeated. Vice Admiral Dogman let out a roar, and rushed towards IKA immediately. However, IKA quickly hid in the Kingdom of Darkness, leaving Doberman nowhere to be found, and could only be helplessly furious. At this time, Carl glanced at the weak marine around him, sneered, and suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards Whitebeard behind him. Chapter 72. Not good. Shinigami went to Daddy. Marco's expression changed drastically. Damn it, is it really an enemy? Damn BD, do you also want to challenge Dad? It's just at this time. Seeing Carl flying towards Whitebeard, all the captains who were fighting stopped their movements, wanting to return to defense for rescue. However, they were all held back by Marine's strong men and couldn't escape. Marco, the only one who can move freely, cannot fly as fast as Carl, so he can only watch as Carl approaches Whitebeard. Goo la 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 la, kid, are you also here to take my head? Whitebeard looked at Carl who was approaching rapidly, without dodging or avoiding, his expression didn't change at all. What does it mean that Mount Tai collapses in front of you without changing your face? This is it. Carl landed in front of Whitebeard, stood opposite him, and said lightly, I'm not interested in the head of a dying old man, I'm here to find your cooperation. Goo la 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 la, you are really arrogant, brat. Whitebeard turned the Naginata Kong Yunki in his hand, and slammed on the bow deck, suddenly bursting out with a terrifying aura. Carl's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by Whitebeard's momentum. Tell me, why do you want to cooperate? Whitebeard looked at Carl and asked 04. Carl said calmly, Marine sent Buster Call to destroy my kingdom, you must have heard of it. So I want to give them a big gift back. Together, we will wipe Naval Headquarters from the world. Goo la 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 la, brat, you really have guts. However, Lao Zi doesn't want to team up with a snotty brat. It's just a Naval Headquarters, Lao Zi doesn't care about it. Yet. Carl looked at Whitebeard in front of him blankly, and said mockingly, how long can your body last? Your breath, your muscles, every cell in your body is whining and shaking. Whitebeard, you're getting old. You have no chance of winning this war. Cooperate with me, and you will have a chance. Whitebeard laughed, goo la 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 la, brat, you are really arrogant and well deserved of your reputation. Carl snorted coldly, I'll take it as your consent. Of course, if you want, I can also help you save Fire Fist. But as a reward, you have to give me all the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. All sites. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light, little devil, don't you think you are too greedy? Greedy? I don't think so. Carl said as usual, what's wrong with a man pursuing his own ambition? And, this is just the beginning. Humph, Lao Zi doesn't need your help yet. Whitebeard said coldly, my own son, I can save it myself. Just don't drag Lao Zi back. Hehe, whoever delays and refunds may not be sure. Whitebeard, your legendary is coming to an end soon. After speaking, Carl turned into a bolt of lightning and left. But at this time, the Phoenix Marco hurried over. Father, are you all right? It's okay, that kid Shinigami can't do anything to me. What is his purpose in looking for us? He wants to destroy the entire naval headquarters. What? As soon as these words came out, Marco's expression changed drastically. He knew that what Carl said about destroying naval headquarters was not destroying the island, but destroying the marine on the island. The elite marines gathered here are almost the backbone of all marines. If all the marines here are wiped out, the marines will exist in name only. How is this possible? Even Marco, the Phoenix, never imagined that he could destroy all of Marine's elite. They invaded naval headquarters this time, they just wanted to save Ace and left, never thinking about winning the final victory. Marco is very self-aware, knowing that the power of naval headquarters is not something that a Whitebeard pirate group can compete with. As long as Ace can be rescued, their goal has been achieved. This kid's ambition is bigger than I imagined. If he can succeed, the world will change because of him. Whitebeard looked at the back of Carl going away, and an arrogant face involuntarily appeared in front of his eyes. That's Rox, the world's forbidden great pirate. Zhang led his troops to challenge the government of the world and almost became the new king of the world. At this moment, Whitebeard looked at Carl, as if seeing the rocks back then. The same boldness, the same arrogance, the same ambition, and the same terrifying strength. Daddy, are we really going to work with Shinigami? This guy is too dangerous. Marco was still a little worried. It doesn't matter, at least here, he is not an enemy. Our current enemies are all Marines, there is a possibility of cooperation. Understood, I will inform everyone. After speaking, Marco flapped his wings and flew to the battlefield. Whitebeard, who was left alone, had a complex expression, and the last words Carl said before leaving kept echoing in his mind. Whitebeard, your legendary is coming to an end soon. Whitebeard knew what Carl meant, and he was ready to die before he came. Whitebeard is not afraid of death as long as he can save his son. On the other side, Carl turned into a flash of lightning and flew in the air, heading straight for the execution platform. Radiation of light 8-foot Kyanguyu. Countless flash bombs shot out from Carl's hands, hitting the execution platform like a torrential rain. The attack is very powerful, and he has no scruples about Ace's life or death. Damn it, Shinigami BD. In the distance, Marco the Phoenix saw Carl's attack, and his face changed drastically. Captains such as Diamond Kiazi and Foil Bista were also furious. They just learned that the Whitebeard pirates are teaming up with Shinigami Carl, but the next second Carl is going to kill Ace. What kind of teaming is this? Although it is common for pirates to betray each other, this backstab also came too fast. Don't worry, those two old guys on the scaffold aren't common. Only Whitebeard looked calm and showed no concern. Arrogant brat, are you coming directly to the execution platform? Sengoku's face was gloomy, and his body began to deform immediately. A voice like a Sanskrit sounded, and a dazzling golden light burst out from Sengoku's body. I saw Sengoku's body growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly turned into a huge golden Buddha with a height of more than 100 meters. The golden Buddha leaped into the sky, and shot out a super shock wave with one palm, destroying all the flash bombs. Has it finally been used? The Buddha form of the fruit of everyone. Facing the golden Buddha, Carl did not retreat but advanced. Whitebeard in the distance let out a long sigh when he saw Sengoku make a move. In this form of Sengoku, he hadn't seen 063 in decades. The tens of thousands of Marines in Marineford also looked shocked. Except for some vice admirals, these young Marines saw Sengoku use his abilities for the first time. In other words, Shinigami Carl is already so strong that even His Excellency the Marshal has to fight with all his strength. Damn it, that evil brat! It must be eradicated completely. In the sky, Carl dodged Sengoku's big Buddha shock wave, and instantly expanded the magnetic field. Gravitational wave-armed steel titan. A roar spread throughout Marineford, and countless swords and guns flew towards Carl, finally forming a steel titan with a size over 100 meters. Subsequently, armament haki is covered on the surface of steel titan to form a set of armament haki armor. With a slight movement of the armed steel titan, a gust of wind visible to the naked eye was rolled up. The surrounding marine pirates were affected and all were thrown out. Ah la la la, it's still used, now it's troublesome. Seeing this, Admiral Aokiji felt a little tricky. Akynu even roared directly, everyone, be careful of the railgun. If you see the deformation of the weapon, you must interrupt his action as soon as possible. Admiral Kizaru also said, is this how Shinigami defeated Sakazuki? It really is a bit scary. Naval Headquarters has carefully studied Carl's abilities and knows that the most powerful ultimate move of the armed Iron Titan is the railgun. Only Admiral-level fighters can survive this move. Once this trick is released in Naval Headquarters, the dead Marine will be in tens of thousands. Don't look at the fact that there are 100,000 Marine soldiers here, which is a lot of people. But once the electromagnetic gun explodes, 100,000 people are not enough to kill Carl alone. Chapter 73. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant, Naval Headquarters is not a place for you to do whatever you want. The huge golden Buddha roared and slammed its palm down on the armed steel titan. The terrifying shock wave exploded, and even the space began to tremble and distort. Carl didn't retreat but advanced, dazzling lightning wrapped around the right arm of Titan, and he also punched out. Fists and palms collided, making a loud noise. At the moment of the collision, shock waves raged in all directions. The steel titan and the ice continent under the feet of the golden Buddha shattered inch by inch, and huge cracks spread and sunk layer by layer, and continued to extend toward the periphery. Countless gold and red lightning bolts erupted from the place where the two fists collided, and the air shattered inch by inch like a spider web. Red and gold lightning roars like a lion majesty, destroying everything around it. The powerful imposing impact is visible to the naked eye, sweeping the surroundings instantly. Countless marines and pirates were impacted by the momentum, their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, corpses were lying on the ice. In the end, the momentum soared into the sky, causing the high-altitude clouds to continuously boil and roll. Finally, under countless shocked gazes, the high-altitude clouds slowly parted, and a huge crack appeared to divide the sky into two halves. Clash of Conquerors. Hacky. Horrible. Back away. Everyone stay away from those two people. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates and a group of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral issued an order at the same time to keep his men away from the battlefield of Sengoku and Carl. The terrifying Conquerors' confrontation made everyone below Rear Admiral lose consciousness. Doflamingo folded his hands in front of him, and laughed strangely as he resisted the Conqueror's impact. His expression was a bit ferocious, it looked like he was excited, but at the same time he was a little scary. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Compared with Doflamingo, Moria is a bit weak. The moment he was hit by this Conquerors, he took several steps back in a row, his face and neck covered in cold sweat. Although the weakness was covered up with laughter, one could tell that he was the weakest among the 7 warlords of the sea. There are very few people who own Conquerors in Marine, and it used to be almost zero. No one expected that Marshal Sengoku was Conquerors awakened. Electric radiation thunder dragon roar. Carl let out a roar, and the armed steel titan pushed the golden Buddha back with a punch, and at the same time, extremely violent and dazzling lightning burst out from the surface of the titan. The thunder broke free and flew into the sky, forming a huge thunder dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters. Thunder Dragon roared and rushed towards the golden Buddha. Boom! The Thunder Dragon hit the golden Buddha, and the dazzling electric light completely engulfed the golden Buddha, engulfing the golden Buddha and moving forward. The icy continent at the foot of the golden Buddha was destroyed and melted, leaving a huge gully with a length of 100 meters. Your Excellency Marshal! The marine soldiers in the distance saw the Sengoku being repelled, and they all exclaimed and roared. Even a group of marine vice admirals couldn't help but look worried. After all, the enemy now is Shinigami Carl, facing such a terrible attack head-on, they are not sure that Marshal Sengoku can resist it. Don't underestimate this old man. This old man is the Marine Marshal. The dazzling thunder and lightning were torn apart, and 2 huge Buddha's palms protruded from the thunder and lightning, grabbing left and right, completely tearing the thunder and lightning apart. The surface of the golden Buddha is unscathed, and there is no trace left by lightning. What a strong defense! Carl was secretly startled, only felt that Sengoku's defense was almost the same as Kaido's. In fact, this is normal, because the Buddha fruit is a devil fruit that integrates politics and defense. The huge size of the golden Buddha not only has infinite power, but also releases shock waves. At the same time, the Buddha also has an absolutely invincible defense, combined with Sengoku's special armament Haki, the defense is not weaker than Kaido. Such tactics are useless to me, Carl. Give up, you will surely die today, and the Whitebeard pirates will also collapse completely. Sengoku shouted angrily, and the roar turned into sound waves, hitting Carl like a tsunami. The fruit of the Buddha not only integrates offense and defense, but also his voice is his weapon. The Buddha roared like an angry King Kong, enough to turn over 100 million bounty pirates into blood mist. Some weak pirates basically disappeared after being roared by the Golden Buddha. But this kind of attack is useless to Carl. Carl does not dodge or dodge, letting the sonic tsunami hit him. The armed steel titan didn't even move a bit, not to mention injured. Stop talking nonsense, Sengoku, save some energy for fighting. Too much nonsense will only expose your weakness. In this world of the jungle, the fist is the only boundary that determines life and death. As for whether the Whitebeard pirates will collapse, I don't care at all. Only me, you absolutely cannot kill. I will become the nightmare of the world, hanging over the world forever. Laser cannon. Armed with Titan's shoulder weapon, it deforms, and instantly shoots two thick gold lasers to hit the Golden Buddha. There was a loud bang, and a large piece of flame exploded from the body of the Golden Buddha. The billowing flames spread out, completely engulfing the Golden Buddha. Then I'll break your nightmare. Sengoku roared, the flames were torn apart, the huge Golden Buddha soared into the sky, jumped to the sky above the armed Titan, and the huge Buddha's palm hit Carl's skycap directly. Buddha's shock. Boom. With one hit, the armed net iron Titan immediately slid out hundreds of meters. The powerful shock wave shattered the ice continent, leaving deep ravines. It's not over yet, Great Buddha shockwave. Sengoku let out a roar, the giant Golden Buddha attacked fiercely, and made another killing move. Several consecutive palms hit the armored steel Titan's chest, beating the Titan to retreat steadily. It's so strong, Your Majesty, the Marshal is really strong. Great, Shinigami is no match for Your Excellency the Marshal. We can win. Go to hell, Shinigami Carl. Seeing that the Golden Buddha had the upper hand, countless marine soldiers cheered and roared, and their morale increased greatly. However, at this moment, a bright blue beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, instantly making marines' cheers sublime. Countless soldiers stared at the blue beam of light piercing the sky, their eyes were horrified and dumbfounded. Their voices are stuck in their throats, and they can only make a hoarse squawk like ducks. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and under the horrified eyes of countless marine soldiers, Sengoku's huge Golden Buddha body slowly fell down. Large swathes of blood splashed from the Golden Buddha, and the golden light on the Golden Buddha also dimmed. His Excellency Marshal. A marine soldier yelled angrily, his face full of disbelief. The accident happened so suddenly that tens of thousands of marine soldiers did not react at all. He clearly had the upper hand just now, why was he suddenly defeated by Shinigami? Hey, can't you? How can this be? Mr. Sengoku. Marine 3 Admiral's expression changed at this moment, especially Aokiji, even a few drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead and cheeks. That was just now, the super railgun. Akynu recognized at a glance that the blue light that pierced Sengoku's Golden Buddha body just now was Carl's ultimate move, the super electromagnetic gun. No, doesn't the super electromagnetic gun have to save energy, money, to launch it? Also, Carl's steel titan hasn't deformed either. I didn't see the gun barrel either. Many Marine Vice Admiral muttered to themselves, feeling a strong sense of unease at the same time. Carl's ultimate move obviously exceeded their cognition. Who told you that you can't launch a super electromagnetic gun without charging? You underestimate me, Marine. Underestimate the enemy, but it will be fatal. Also, who said there is no barrel? Carl's mocking voice came from inside the armed Titan, echoing around the battlefield. Countless Marines looked at the chest of the armed Titan at the same time, and found that there was a thick gun barrel on the chest of the Titan. It was this barrel that fired the super electromagnetic gun just now. Damn, careless. The opponent is Shinigami Carl, so it's natural for him to go beyond intelligence cognition. We forgot about that. Each Marine Vice Admiral's face was ashen, trembling with anger. But you're still pretty good, Sengoku. Should I say that he escaped from the vital point in an emergency? Is he really worthy of the Marine Marshal? Chapter 74. But you're still pretty good, Sengoku. Actually dodged the vital point in an emergency, I should say. I really deserve to be Marshal Marine. At this time, Carl's voice sounded again. The railgun just aimed at Sengoku's head, but he twisted his body forcefully at the nick of time. So the railgun only penetrated Sengoku's shoulder. Humph, this old man doesn't need a brat's compliment. Sengoku snorted coldly, and the huge golden Buddha stood up, shining golden light again. The golden light covered the blood hole on the shoulder, and the naked eye could no longer see it. A railgun shot punctures the shoulder, but Sengoku clearly has some strength to spare. Come on, kid, the old man is not dead yet. If you want to kill me, you are 100 years too early. Sengoku folded his palms together and swept across Fang Yuan, leaving after images of the Buddha's palms in the air. At a glance, the golden Buddha seems to have thousands of palms. Buddha shock Senju Tathagata. Countless Buddha's palms hit the armored steel titan, and each palm contained a terrifying Buddha shock wave. It also incorporates high-density armed colors and Conqueror's haki. A single palm can easily turn a mountain into ruins. Well done. In the face of Sengoku's ultimate move, Carl did not retreat but advanced, and his fighting spirit erupted. In the next second, the armed steel titan fired countless gold lasers simultaneously from top to bottom, and collided with Senju Tathagata palm head on 930 degrees. The giant cannon on the chest also fired a super electromagnetic gun again. Boom! 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 When the extreme moves collide, the world loses its color. An unprecedentedly powerful shock wave erupted immediately, sweeping away Fang Yuan. The icy continent exploded inch by inch, and the ground shook, as if Marineford would completely collapse and sink in the next second. Groups of huge fireballs exploded between the two, instantly turning into a monstrous sea of flames and engulfing the golden Buddha and the armed steel titan. The aftermath of the battle swept across tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan. I don't know how many Marines and pirates who had no time to escape were hit by the wave, and their bones were blown apart on the spot. XI, this is the battle between monsters. Doflamingo's heart was agitated and his blood was boiling. He, the two of them will not perish together. Moria grinned with fangs and let out a mocking laugh. No, they are not such weak guys. The eagle's sharp eyes stared at the monstrous flames in front of him, and the observation haki was fully opened, locking the two auras in the sea of flames. Apparently, both Carl and Sengoku are still alive. Master Carl, you are fine. Empress Hancock confirmed that Carl was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. Beside her, there are countless stone statues. All the stone statues showed nympho expressions, obviously they were all disasters petrified by the Empress. At the same time, all Marine executives, EFJ, are also full of worry. Your Majesty, are you all right? Well, it should be fine. Marshal Sengoku is very fishy. A mere Shinigami is unlikely to be the opponent of His Majesty the Marshal. We just have to do our own thing and don't let Marshal Sengoku get distracted. After regaining consciousness, each of the Marine executives quickly comforted themselves in their hearts. In their minds, Marine will never lose. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku will naturally not be defeated by Shinigami. Vice Admiral Garp did not participate in the battle, but he was already sitting beside Fire Fist Ace at some point. Did you see, Ace, because of you, this world is about to be turned upside down. Garp said with a deep sigh. If you had listened to me earlier, what happened today would not have happened. Why? Why do you have to go to sea? As he spoke, big teardrops flowed from Garp's eye sockets and fell to the ground. It was also the first time for Ace to see Garp cry. He was startled, and said slowly, "It's too late to say these things now. Old man, the blood in my body is destined to make it impossible for me to become a Marine. It's the same for Luffy, who let us all inherit the blood of the most evil person." Ace has mixed feelings. Sadness, grief, self-blame, gratitude, all these emotions were intertwined in his heart, and finally made Ace fall into silence. In the distance, Whitebeard watched the fierce battle between Carl and Sengoku calmly, and the corner of his mouth curled into an arc. "I didn't expect that kid to be so strong that he could force Sengoku to this situation." Whitebeard knew that Carl had defeated Kaido and was very strong. "But I didn't expect Carl to be so strong that even Marine Marshal Sengoku was suppressed." Whitebeard knew Sengoku's strength clearly. As an opponent who had fought countless times when he was young, he rarely saw Sengoku in such a mess. The young brats nowadays are really scary. For a while, Whitebeard felt inexplicable, and felt for the first time that he was really old and couldn't keep up with the times. But the stronger Carl is, the better it will be for the Whitebeard pirates. At least one of the strongest combat forces has been eliminated by Carl and cannot threaten the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, Martial Marine was suppressed, which greatly affected the morale of Marine, which made Whitebeard see an opportunity. "Little ones, rush into the square, destroy the Marine, and save the Ace." Following Whitebeard's order, the pirates under his command roared wildly and rushed towards the execution platform with an unstoppable momentum. The morale-boosting pirates, coupled with the inexhaustible ghost soldiers, Marine's side was completely suppressed. Dream, mere pirate, Hugh's daughter-in-law takes a step beyond the minefield. Marine's victory must be absolute, you will all die here. I bet everything on my naval headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, in the name of justice, I will stop you here. Justice shall prevail. Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Hwashaishan, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and others stopped in front of the pirate army, blocking all the pirate captains of the Whitebeard pirate group. 7 warlords of the sea also shot one after another, stopping the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. In order to avenge Ounce, Atmos the Buffalo, the captain of the 13th team, approached Doflamingo, but he defeated and controlled him with one move. Under Doflamingo's control, Atmos became a killing puppet, beheading all the members of his squadron. Hearing the screams and shouts coming from his ears, and smelling the smell of gunpowder smoke and blood in the air, Doflamingo was extremely excited, grinning maniacally. Such a scene is really unstoppable. Killing, blood, death, it's so interesting. Pirates are evil? Marines are justice? This concept has been rewritten countless times. The values of the little devils who don't know what peace is and the little devils who don't know what war is are different. Only those who stand at the top are qualified to define good and evil. Now this position is the only one that is neutral. XI, justice will prevail? Of course. Because only the victor is justice. Doflamingo's roar was quickly covered by the artillery fire on the battlefield, but the people who died every second seemed to be responding to his words of wisdom. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream in the sky. Countless people on the battlefield looked up and saw a warship falling rapidly from the sky. There are countless small black spots beside the warship. The small black dot grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was only then that everyone could see clearly that it was actually countless human beings. Oh! Another brat has joined the battlefield. In the sea of flames, Carl punched Sengoku back from the Buddha. As soon as I looked up, I saw Luffy wearing a glaring straw hat. Garp, it's your BDS family again. Sengoku was furious and cursed in anger. The golden light on the Buddha's body was a little violent. The hero Garp also covered his cheek and yelled. Obviously Luffy's appearance exceeded his expectations. Straw Hat. On a boulder, Shalia stared at Luffy and gritted her teeth angrily. Because not long ago, he was defeated by the Straw Hat pirates. The injury I suffered at that time has not healed yet. Look, it's not just the Straw Hat Kid. Jinbei, Clock Keeter, even Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, is here. Behind them are notorious pirates, all criminals of Impel Down. The Marines were extremely shocked. After all, they were all world-renowned bigwigs. Chapter 75. As for the yelling red nose, not many people paid attention to it. A mere circus clown, no one cares. When Luffy appeared on the battlefield, Akynu among the three admirals suddenly felt murderous. That brat, the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, must be eradicated. At this moment, Akynu's expression was extremely ferocious, and the terrifying killing intent made the surrounding marines tremble with fright. In this battlefield, Akynu originally only had 3 must-kill targets: Shinigami Carl, Fire Fist Ace, and Whitebeard. But now, the number has become 4. As the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon and the Supernova Bounty Hunter who dared to attack the Celestial Dragons, Straw Hat Luffy's crimes are unforgivable in Akynu's view. And the talent of the Straw Hat Luffy is too good, which makes Akynu have the idea of cutting grass and roots. He didn't want to see another Shinigami Carl in the world. The loss and shame Carl brought to Marine is still vivid in my memory, and Akynu will never allow this to happen a second time. With the addition of new troops, the weakness of the Marine side has become more obvious. Looks like Marine is going to lose, Sengoku. Carl and Sengoku fought fiercely, fist to flesh, extremely tragic. A punch fell, and the laser exploded, knocking back the sky immediately. Humph, it's just a few more people. Marine's background is beyond the imagination of you criminals. Sengoku snorted coldly, and swung his huge Buddha's palm to hit the Steel Titan's head. The terrifying shock wave is ready to go, causing the space to vibrate and distort. Call out! A laser cannon shot out from the Titan's mouth and hit the Buddha's palm, breaking up the Buddha's shock wave. At the same time, Carl has manipulated the armed Steel Titan to come to Sengoku, and punched the Buddha's chest. Boom! Breaking through the body and coming out, emission haki exploded in the Buddha's body. The Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood, and his huge body staggered back a dozen steps. Carl said coldly, Sengoku, you are old, just like Zephyr, it's time to retire. Shut up BD. Mentioning Zephyr, Sengoku was furious, don't let me hear Zephyr's name from your mouth, you don't deserve it. Oh? Angry? Hit me. If you really have the ability, you should kill me to avenge him. It's a pity that you don't have that strength. Carl sneered and said, it's just right, Zephyr is getting a little lonely waiting alone in Huangchuan, so I'll send you down to accompany him. The Sword of Judgment. A 30-meter giant lightsaber appeared in the hands of the Steel Titan, and Carl swept past with the sword. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the huge sword energy hit the Buddha's chest immediately. The indestructible and absolute defense of the Buddha was broken, the golden light was extremely dim, and then shattered. Sengoku spat out blood, his huge body was engulfed by the sword energy, flew up into the air, and fell heavily towards the rear. Rumble! The earth screamed, the ice continent cracked countless huge cracks, and the entire marine fort was shaking and trembling. A corner of the harbor collapsed completely, and a huge gap appeared. After the sword chi slashed the Buddha Sengoku into the air, half of the sword chi flew across the sky and struck the tsunami ice sculpture behind. In the eyes of countless shocked, the tsunami ice sculpture as tall as a mountain cracked a huge crack. Then the upper part of the ice sculpture broke free and soared into the sky, torn apart in the sky. This incomparably astonishing scene cannot be described in words. The iceberg is split open, it's just a sword. This is the strength of Shinigami. Carl. Countless marine pirates opened their mouths wide, inexplicably horrified, with nothing but shock in their minds. Hawkeye looked at the split iceberg with scorching eyes, and a strong fighting spirit erupted from his body. Hideo Yat, who was stuck in the back, also began to tremble and let out a knife cry. What? Do you want to fight him too? Hawkeye muttered to himself. I don't know if he is asking the knife, or asking himself. The sword moves that Carl showed undoubtedly reached the level of the world's top swordsman. Such an opponent is rare in 10 years. Hawkeye's fighting spirit was fully aroused. Wait a little longer, there will be a chance. Hawkeye glanced at the tragic battlefield ahead, and temporarily suppressed the idea of fighting Carl. Obviously, this is not a good place to compete with swords, and today is not a good time to compete with swords. Marshal Sengoku. Your Excellency the Marshal. Several Marine Vice Admirals recovered from the shock and rushed to Sengoku in front immediately. Countless Marine soldiers also fell into panic at this moment. Because Sengoku was seriously injured by the blow just now. I saw the Buddha shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned back into Sengoku's body. A huge wound appeared on Sengoku's chest. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, blood gushed out like a fountain, and it couldn't stop. Sengoku lay in the rubble, gasping for breath, spitting blood as he gasped. Go to hell, Sengoku! Carl roared, and the armored steel titan was covered with lightning. With a flash of lightning, he teleported in front of Sengoku, and the 30-meter-long sword slashed down angrily. Stop! Don't even think about it! You dare, kid! A group of Marine Vice Admiral roared at the same time, and the roar of the hero Garp was the loudest. He himself turned into an afterimage and shot towards Carl. The speed was comparable to the speed of light. However, they were too far away to stop Carl's killing move after all. At the very moment, a gust of cold air surged from a distance, instantly engulfing the armored steel titan. Ice Age! Call! The cold air whizzed past, and in the blink of an eye, the armored steel titan with a size of more than 100 meters directly turned into a giant ice sculpture. Zero, asking for flowers. The 30-meter sword was only a little bit short, and it was about to hit Sengoku's head. Great, it's Aokiji Admiral who made the shot. Many Marine Vice Admirals were overjoyed and relieved. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp finally arrived. A black shadow flashed and appeared on the head of the water body. A heavy punch hit the ice sculpture, the ice was shattered inch by inch, and the huge steel titan over 100 meters in size was directly sent flying. Great, Vice Admiral Garp is here. The strongest sailor. Vice Admiral Garp strikes, Shinigami Carl is sure to die. If you want to say who has the highest prestige in Marine, it is undoubtedly the hero Garp. Even Field Marshal Sengoku is a little inferior. Countless Marines have absolute confidence in Garp's strength. In the minds of countless Marines, Garp is an undefeated existence. Click! Click! Boom! The giant ice sculpture shattered, and the armed steel titan burst out of the ice. A laser shot out from the mouth, straight to Sengoku's head. I will kill you while you are sick. Sengoku has been seriously injured. If we don't kill him now, when will we wait? You are too arrogant to kill someone in front of this old man, brat. Garp appeared in front of Sengoku and punched the laser beam. The powerful fist power is directly converted into a shock wave, engulfing armament haki and blasting the laser beam into pieces. With a flash of black shadow, Garp disappeared again, appeared in front of the armed titan, and landed a heavy punch on the Iron Titan's chest. With a loud bang, the armament haki armor on the surface of the Titan was instantly shattered, and even the armed steel Titan was almost scattered. This old guy has too much history. Carl was secretly startled, feeling Garp's fist hitting him, as if a meteorite had hit him. While being intercepted by Garp, Vice Admiral Hwashaishin has rescued Marshal Sengoku. Humph! You know how powerful you are, kid, you are still far behind. Garp sneered, and the second punch burst out suddenly. Then came the third punch, and the fourth punch. In the blink of an eye, Garp punched the armed steel titan dozens of times in succession. Fusion armament Haki's fist power poured into every corner of the steel titan like flowing water, and then exploded with a bang. There was a loud bang, and a huge fireball appeared on the battlefield. The armored steel titan with a size of more than 100 meters was shattered by Garp's punch, turning into countless broken copper and iron, flying in all directions. Great success! Sure enough, Vice Admiral Garp is the strongest. Seeing Garp defeating Shinigami Carl, countless Marines burst into deafening cheers. Hey, can't it be, Shinigami lost just like that? In the distance, Marco the Phoenix shed a drop of cold sweat and muttered unbelievably. Chapter 76. Humph, don't worry, that brat won't be defeated so easily. Whitebeard snorted, not at all worried that Carl would be defeated. Although Garp is strong, Carl is not weak either. Sure enough, under the watchful eyes of countless people, two figures shot out from the sea of flames. One is Garp, and the marine coat is rattling. One is Carl, who turned into electric light and flew up into the sky. The black gold-encrusted cloak fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was as clean as new. Not to mention hurt, not even a little stain. How can it be? To withstand the attack of Vice Admiral Garp head-on, and to be unscathed. How did he do that? Countless Marines all stared wide-eyed at this moment. What a monster, isn't even Mr. Garp's attack useless? Admiral Kizaru looked at Carl in the sky from a distance, and couldn't help sighing. And at this moment, a roar sounded behind Kizaru. Kizaru, you showed your weakness. A mace full of barbs hit Kizaru's back, and immediately 687 pierced Kizaru's body, revealing a big hole. It's really scary, the old man almost fell for it. Kizaru regained his physical body, looked at the pirate attacking him relaxedly, raised his hand and shot a laser ray, piercing the pirate's chest. Although Kizaru is paddling, as long as he makes a move, some pirates will be killed. Garp, are you tickling me? In the sky, Carl Eugen flew, patted the non-existent wound on his chest and said. Humph, brat, you are really arrogant. Garp grinned angrily. Fistbone meteorite. Garp jumped up, turned into a black shadow and teleported to Carl, and punched Carl's face with his fist. Carl cocked his head, dodging the move and launching a counterattack. Black's fist slammed into Garp's chest with a thud, and was blocked by a palm halfway. Little ghost, if you want to fight this old man hand to hand, you are still too far away. Carl smiled strangely, you are too happy. Think my fists are that easy to catch? What? Garp was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed suddenly, and he distanced himself from Carl in an instant. He looked at the palm of his left hand, and found that the skin on the palm began to fester at some point, and there was an invisible force invading his flesh and blood. Garp quickly activated armament Haki to dispel that force, and the feeling of flesh being corroded disappeared. Little devil, what did you do? Garp's face was extremely serious. He had experienced many battles, and this was the first time he had been tricked. Carl's fist was really powerful, but Garp didn't pay attention to it, because his strength was enough to resist it. But Carl hurt him unconsciously. Although it was only a small wound, the invisible force still made him fearful. Is this your ability to kill people before? Garp asked in a low voice. Carl said lightly, don't expect me to tell you about my abilities. If you want to know the answer, just confirm it yourself. By the way, Naval Headquarters still doesn't know what devil fruit I ate, right? Garp's face darkened, knowing that Carl was telling the truth. Since Carl's strong rise, Naval Headquarters has studied Carl countless times, and the information about Carl can fill a room. However, so far, Marine is still unable to determine what devil fruit Carl ate. Carl has demonstrated powerful abilities such as flame, lightning, flash, magnetism, etc., each of which is the top ability. Now this invisible force is used again. Garp is sure that there is no record of this force in Naval Headquarters intelligence. This force can kill people invisible, and even he was tricked unconsciously, which shows its strength. There is a saying that is good, the unknown is the most terrifying. In Garp's view, the abilities that Carl displayed on the surface cannot be compared with this intangible ability. Carl saved it for last, apparently as a whole card. Little devil, come on! Garp tore off the marine coat on the back, and shouted in a deep voice, "Let me try it, how much do you weigh? Don't worry, I promise you won't be disappointed." Carl smiled ferociously, and when Garp's eyes met, the air suddenly exploded, and there was a faint flash of electricity. In the next second, the figures of the two disappeared in place at the same time. When they reappeared, the two had already appeared in mid-air, their fists colliding together. With a bang, the air exploded, and shock waves scattered in all directions. Before the shock wave completely erupted, the figures of the two had disappeared again. Boom! 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 The ice continent screamed, and the invisible air exploded continuously. Carl and Garp's speed soared to ultimate, reaching the point where the naked eye could not catch it. Even observation Haki couldn't capture the figures of the two in the first place. The people around can only see countless afterimages flickering rapidly in the space, and every time the afterimages touch, a powerful battle clutter will erupt. In the blink of an eye, Carl and Garp have fought dozens of times. It's too strong, it's terrifying. The surrounding marine pirates looked horrifying, and cold sweat kept streaming from their foreheads. This is the real strong man, any movement is a landslide and tsunami. The battle between the two stretched from the east to the west of the harbor, and the ice surface exploded along the way. Countless pirates marine were involved in the aftermath of the battle and died miserably. Rewind, everyone stay away from Vice Admiral Garp. The battlefield between those two is already a restricted area, and they must not take a step closer. The Marine Vice Admiral yelled wildly one by one, and the captain of the Whitebeard pirates ordered his men to evacuate Zero. The battle of the world's top powerhouses is death at the touch of a finger. On the battlefield, the situation is chaotic. Although Marine has 100,000 people, under the three-way siege of the Whitebeard pirates and Ghost Shadow Corps who attacked the impel-down jailbreakers, not only did they not take advantage, but they showed signs of retreating steadily. If it weren't for the support of Marine and Admiral, Marine would have completely collapsed at this moment. Countless demon fruit powers are fighting each other, and demon fruit powers that are rarely seen in the outside world can be seen everywhere on this battlefield. Yehahaha, little ones, kill Marine, save Ace. Kill Naval Headquarters. Today is the end of Marine. The Whitebeard pirates fought more and more bravely, and the captain stepped over countless Marine corpses, and finally rushed to the end of the harbor. One more step forward and you will successfully reach Marineford Square. And at the end of the square is the punishment place. At the same time, the time for Ace's final execution is getting closer and closer. Countless people all over the world are paying attention to this pinnacle battle that is enough to rewrite the history of the world. As the battle became more and more fierce, countless people all over the world held their breath involuntarily because of excessive tension. At this moment, they are all witnesses, quietly witnessing the changes in the future. Marshal Sengoku, you must treat your injuries now. That's right, your injury can't be delayed any longer, otherwise your life will really be in danger. No matter what, at least the emergency treatment must be done. Behind the execution platform, Field Marshal Sengoku sat in a corner, surrounded by several doctors who were stitching up Sengoku's wound. 2 more doctors are injecting Sengoku with dose 2.4. However, before the emergency treatment was over, Sengoku had already removed all the needles on his body. The war is still going on, as the marshal, how can I stay here cowardly? This injury doesn't matter, it won't kill me. At least, I will never die until I see that man killed. Sengoku clutched his chest, gritted his teeth and walked up to the execution platform. Although the wound on the chest and the internal organs continued to send severe pain, Sengoku forcibly suppressed it all, and did not show it on his face at all. Sengoku, why are you here? Crane Vice Admiral frowned when he saw Sengoku. It's okay, I'm fine. Sengoku looked down at the battlefield below and asked, how is the situation now? Crane Vice Admiral said, the situation is not optimistic. Carl's participation in the battle made us lose our advantage. His Dark Warriors and Impel Down jailbreakers have stretched our strength even further. If this continues, the outcome will be unpredictable. Chapter 77. That being the case, it's time to bring them to war. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Wangan's preparations are over. Crane Vice Admiral nodded slightly, it was completed 10 minutes ago. Okay, immediately cut off the signal of the video phone bug, and the next picture does not need to be known to the world. This war was launched by our Marine and the world government in the name of absolute justice, and it must be won. No matter what method is used, only victory can never be changed. Sengoku's eyes were firm, and he gave the order coldly, do it. Yes. At the same time as the order was issued, all video phone bugs that were broadcasting live were cut off. All the people watching the live broadcast all over the world lost the battle screen. At the same time, the two guards on the execution platform picked up their long knives and prepared to execute Ace in advance. It's no good, Dad, Marines bastards, Ace's execution is about to start. Marco flew to Whitebeard and said. Ah, I see it. Whitebeard kept his eyes on the execution platform, and sneered a few times, that BD Sengoku, because the enemy is a pirate, did he use any means? Sure enough, it's Marine's usual style. On the other hand, Carl, who was fighting Garp, also noticed this. Hey, Garp, your grandson is going to be killed, won't you stop it? 04 Carl knocked Garp back with a punch, and sneered playfully. Garp was stunned for a moment, his face darkened, and he growled, this is his own choice, since he decided to go out to sea as a pirate and make an enemy of the world, he deserved this end. As a Marine, the old man has his own position, there is no reason to save him. Garp flew in front of Carl, his arms turned into afterimages, and he swung dozens of punches in an instant, and the attack became more and more fierce. Carl smiled playfully, and did several backflips to distance himself from Garp. The dead duck has a hard mouth, your breath has already told me what you think. You can't hide it from me. If you really want to save him, I won't stop you. Shut up, Carl kid, hit if you want, you talk too much bullshit. Garp roared, teleported to Carl, and landed a heavy punch. A large hole was smashed into the ice under Carl's feet, and the surrounding ice was too broken. From the beginning to the end, Garp dared not look at the execution platform behind him. He was afraid that if he took another look, his position would be shaken, so he couldn't help but save Ace. He could only use fierce fighting to divert his attention, ignoring the fact that Ace was about to be executed as much as possible. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there was a series of deafening artillery fire on the battlefield. Huge fireballs exploded on the battlefield, and countless pirates were killed by the artillery fire. Carl looked up and saw tall figures walking out of the sea of flames. Each looks exactly like Shishibuki's big bear. This is a human weapon developed by Marine, pacifist. Not only has the body of Shishibuki o Akuma, but also equipped with Kizaru's laser beam, which is very powerful. At the same time, the pacifists have blocked the pirates' retreat, forming a siege with the Marines in the square. Under the firepower bombardment of the pacifists, countless pirates were killed, leaving no bones left. All of a sudden, the pirates began to show signs of defeat. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. It is possible that you are in an advantage 1 second, but you will be in a desperate situation the next second. On the battlefield of this decisive battle of the century, no matter what happens, it is not surprising. At the same time, the wall of the harbor suddenly moved away, and one wall after another rose up, trapping all the pirates in the wall. Seeing this scene, Carl smiled coldly. Is this going to catch us all? Of course. Garp's roar rang in Carl's ears, and at the same time there was a blowing wind of fists. No matter what, Marine will win in the end. Carl, kid, grab it. Boom. Carl lightly raised his hand and blocked Garp's iron fist with his palm. What? Garp was startled, and Turin felt a sense of uneasiness welling up in his heart. Marine will win. Carl snorted coldly. Garp, you are so naive, the outcome of this war was doomed from the very beginning. No matter how many cards you have, Marine will only end up losing. When the words fell to the ground, Carl suddenly grabbed Garp and threw it like a cannonball. With a loud bang, Garp slammed into one of the surrounding walls of the harbor. The surrounding wall, which was not damaged by the artillery bombardment, directly cracked dense cracks, and Garp also spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Immediately, countless flash bombs followed, and the flames formed by the explosion instantly engulfed Garp. It's time to show Marine what fear is. Carl flew into the sky, and with a flash of lightning, he came directly to the front of the pacifist army. Thunder God destroys the world. Carl raised his hand to the sky, grabbed it with his big hand, and the sky suddenly changed color. The deep clouds rolled violently, and a huge dark cloud Uzumaki appeared. A streak of lightning flashed among the dark clouds, making a deafening roar. As Carl's arm fell, a giant bolt of lightning struck Uzumaki. A zigzag of lightning illuminated the entire sky and slammed into the place where the pacifist army was. With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield. The dazzling firelight illuminated the faces of countless people, and also illuminated countless pairs of eyes. Whether it is Marine or pirate, at this moment, they all looked at the place where the mushroom cloud ascended to the sky. The monstrous flames raged towards the surroundings like a tsunami. The ice continent was directly penetrated, and the flames went deep into the seabed hundreds of meters deep. The scene like a doomsday disaster stimulated the minds of countless marine pirates, making them extremely shocked and terrified. Get out of the way, flames and shock waves are coming. A pirate stared blankly at the sea of fire in front of him, his legs trembled, and he let out a terrified roar. Countless pirates and marines rushed to their lives with all their strength. In the next second, the terrifying shock wave completely engulfed them. When everything dissipated, everyone discovered that the pacifist army had been wiped out. Damn brat! On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku was trembling with anger, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and the blood in his veins seemed to be spurted out at any time. The violent breathing ups and downs involved the wound on his chest, causing the wound to bleed again. It doesn't matter, although there are flaws, the formation is at least ready. Akynu. Kizaru. At Sengoku's order, Admiral Akynu and Admiral Kizaru dispatched simultaneously, flying to the left and right sides of the surrounding wall. 860 Akynu's arms turned into boiling magma, arms facing the sky. Kizaru's hands are crossed, shining brightly. Meteor volcano. 8-foot Kyanguyu. The two admirals released ultimate moves at the same time, and countless magma fists and flash bombs fell from the sky, covering all the pirates in the surrounding wall like a torrential rain. Although there were still many marines who were too late to evacuate, Akynu and Kizaru did not hold back their hands. In order to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, they don't care about a little manslaughter. Boom! 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 Terrible bombing covered the entire icy battlefield, and miserable wailing sounded one after another. Every time a volcanic bomb or a flash bomb falls, countless pirates are killed. The fruits of Akynu and Kizaru are both very destructive, and both are at the level of natural disasters. Now that the two are jointly bombing, the pirates surrounded by the wall are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There is no way to escape but to wait for death. Air shock. At the critical moment, Whitebeard finally made a move. One punch shattered the atmospheric space, and a terrifying earthquake shock wave soared into the sky, destroying all the falling volcanic bombs and flash bombs. However, Whitebeard only destroyed one wave. As long as the surrounding wall is not broken, the Whitebeard pirates can only be trapped in the cage, waiting for death. Railgun. Suddenly, a beam of deep blue light penetrated the entire icy battlefield and hit the center of the surrounding wall. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding wall was directly pierced by the beam of light. After breaking through the enclosing wall, Jean Blue's beam of light continued to move forward, shooting straight towards the execution platform at the speed of light. Careful, it's Shinigami's railgun. Vice Admiral Garp jumped out of the ruins, his eyes were open, and he roared in warning. Chapter 78. Careful, it's Shinigami's railgun. Vice Admiral Garp jumped out of the ruins, his eyes were open, and he roared in warning. Sengoku's eyes widened too. He found that the electromagnetic gun this time was much more powerful than the one that pierced his shoulder, and it was obviously the most powerful. But it was too late for him to give the retreat order. The speed of the super electromagnetic gun was too fast, and it had penetrated the entire square in the blink of an eye. Wherever they went, countless marine soldiers were instantly vaporized into gas, leaving no bones left. Rumble. In the end, the electromagnetic gun hit the execution platform at the end of the square, a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the shock wave knocked tens of thousands of marines into the air. The marines that were closer were turned into bloody mist by the shock waves, or burned into ashes by the flames. The scorching light burned the eyes of countless marines, making them instantly blind. Looking down from the sky, the square of Marineford and the ice continent were cut in half by a red gully running through the middle. The rocks had all melted into magma, and the sea of fire spread in all directions. At least 10,000 marines died under this trick. Cha-chakakaka, what a terrifying power this is, it really is a monster. Doflamingo flew into the sky stepping on a thin thread, looked at the tragic situation below, and smiled strangely while covering his forehead. At the same time, Doflamingo was also secretly startled, and wiped a few drops of cold sweat from his forehead without any trace. Fortunately, he hid quickly just now, and fortunately, Carl's railgun was not aimed at him, otherwise he would have turned into gas by now. What a dangerous man! Hawkeye in the distance glanced at the divided battlefield, feeling a little lingering fear. Although the attack just now was not directed at him, it also made him feel a mortal crisis. As expected of Master Carl, it's simply too deceitful. Empress Hancock's eyes were full of love, and the excitement in her heart could not be described in words. Big Bear didn't say a word, and the only poor one was Gecko Moria. He was unlucky, and his speed was too slow, so he didn't escape the electromagnetic gun just now, and was hit head-on. Now there is no trace of Moria on the battlefield. Like countless marine soldiers, he has turned into gas in the air. Shishibukai, Moria, who was accidentally injured and died, is also a shame for 7 warlords of the sea. Hey! It actually blocked it. Carl Eugen flew into the sky, and let out a light snort. He found that the execution platform at the end of the square was unscathed. The super electromagnetic gun was actually blocked the moment before it hit the execution platform. This is the first time someone blocked Carl's railgun head-on, and it was at maximum power. You know, neither Admiral Akynu nor 4 Emperors Kaido could block this move head-on. Is the 3 admirals joining forces? The flames dissipated, and the 3 admirals emerged from the flames. I saw that the 3 of them maintained the posture of propping their palms forward. Only the 3 of them and the area behind them have not been attacked, and the ground in other places has all been turned into magma. Although invisible to the naked eye, Carl's observation haki can sense it. In front of the three admirals, there is an invisible wall. It is this wall that blocks the indestructible railgun. This wall is constructed of the highest density armament haki. Simultaneously fused with three admirals' armament haki, this should be the strongest defense in the world today. Not even Kaido can compare. Hey, Shinigami, what are you doing? Are you going to kill Ace? Suddenly, a roar sounded behind Carl. Marco the Phoenix flew to Carl with a blue flame. Don't worry, he doesn't die so easily, you see, isn't he alive and well? Carl smiled and said, I know that. You know what's on your mind? What are you kidding? Marco seemed to have heard a big joke, and he was staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, but now these dead fish eyes have turned to the point where they cannot be turned anymore. Carl's railgun destroyed the world. Judging from the posture just now, it was aimed at killing Marshal Sengoku. As for Ace's life and death, he obviously didn't care about it. Damn guy! With a curse, Marco flapped his wings and flew towards Whitebeard. As for Carl, he complained that a few words were already the limit, and he was not qualified to ask Carl what to do. At least Ace survived, and the walls had been breached, giving the Whitebeard pirates a break. Whitebeard also took this opportunity to give the order to attack. Little ones, rush into the square through the gap and save Ace. Oh! The reborn pirates regrouped and charged towards Marine again. First, the pacifist army was completely wiped out by Carl, and now the siege wall was destroyed by Carl, and more than 10,000 Marines were killed incidentally. All of a sudden, Marine was at a disadvantage and morale plummeted. Marshal Sengoku bit his lip angrily as he watched Carl flying with his sword. Let the blood drip, and didn't notice it at all. Damn BD, and again and again and again. At this moment, Sengoku's killing intent towards Carl reached an unprecedented level, even surpassing Whitebeard. If it weren't for Carl to make trouble, Marine wouldn't have fought so hard in this battle. If the siege plan had been carried out, the Whitebeard pirates would have been severely damaged by now, and Marine might even have victory in sight. Great, the walls are broken. The Straw Hat Luffy, who came back to his senses, was overjoyed, and hurriedly moved towards the gap. Did that person break the wall? It's really strong. However, where have I seen this person? While running, Luffy looked at Carl flying in the sky, and sighed involuntarily. At the same time, he frowned, wondering where he had seen Carl in his mind. What's wrong? Straw Hat Boy, do you know Shinigami Carl? S.E. King Ivankov has been guarding Luffy's side, and when he heard what Luffy said, he immediately asked. Shinigami Carl is not an ordinary person, such a dangerous person is not suitable for Luffy to contact. I don't remember, but I think he looks familiar, I should have seen him somewhere. Luffy is not a person who is good at using brains, and after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't remember where he met Carl. If you can't think about it, don't think about it, Straw Hat Boy, that man is very dangerous, it's best not to have anything to do with him. S.E. King Ivankov solemnly warned Luffy. Hey? Okay. Luffy froze for a moment, although he was puzzled, he didn't delve into it. Now he just wants to save Ace, and everything else is forgotten by him. Pirate Admiral rushed into the square through the gap, compressing Marine's living space again, as if victory was in sight. Just then, a man stepped aboard the Moby DK, behind Whitebeard. Daddy! Oh, it's Skewert? How's the situation? I haven't been able to contact you since just now. How's the situation at the port? For the appearance of Skewato, Whitebeard is not suspicious, but reveals his concern for his son. Skewato said, the pirates under our command suffered heavy casualties. I came here by taking a shortcut, and almost died on the way. Whitebeard said in a deep voice, that's a matter of course, after all, the opponent is Naval Headquarters. Li Ho Hao, that BD Sengoku will definitely do whatever it takes to destroy us. Does Dad know Marine's tactics? Ah, I have been friends with him for a long time, and I know exactly what he thinks. Yet. Scuado gritted his teeth, and with a gloomy look on his face, he quietly pulled out the long knife in his hand. Father, although we are all your sons, we can do everything for you, even if we sacrifice our lives. Why? But father, do you treat all your sons equally? What ring? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, he stabbed the doctor with the long knife towards Whitebeard's chest. This knife, from Whitebeard's most beloved son, came from an unexpected person. Even Whitebeard forgets to block and dodge. Call out! At the very moment, a laser beam flew from outside the sky and hit Scuado's head in an instant. With a bang, Scuado's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon, blood spattering Whitebeard all over. Whitebeard was stunned, and countless Marines and pirates on the battlefield were also stunned, and countless people stared wide-eyed. Chapter 79. What? What happened? Just now, Skeward wanted to kill Papa, but it was Shinigami who did it. Why? That BD Skeward. Dad. Marco the Phoenix roared in fright. Countless pirates of the Whitebeard pirates rioted. Damn it, failed. What a waste, you really shouldn't put your hopes on pirates. In the distance, Admiral Akynu's face sank, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Whitebeard, are you too old to move? If it wasn't for me, the knife just now would have pierced your chest, right? Carl Eugen flew in the sky, looked down at Whitebeard and said. Shinigami. Whitebeard's eyes sharpened, and with a strong killing intent, he immediately threw his fist at Carl. The muscles in his arms were tense, and the veins popped out. With one punch, the atmosphere shattered inch by inch, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains. Whitebeard shot with anger, the destructive power is beyond words. Carl raised his hand to block it, his body remained motionless, half a step back. Whitebeard, what do you mean? I saved you just now, right? It's not like your style to repay kindness and revenge. Whitebeard yelled, you killed my son. Who told you to kill him? Hee hee. Carl sneered, a stupid pig who sneaked up on you from behind and wanted to kill you, do you actually treat him as your son? Whitebeard, I really think too highly of you. Whitebeard roared, as long as he gets on my boat, no matter how stupid he is also my son. Even if. Is it okay to betray you? Carl's face darkened, and he said coldly, Whitebeard, where do you think you are now? Can you see where this is? This is a battlefield, do you see how many of your sons have died? If that knife pierced your chest just now, do you know what the consequences will be? A stupid pig who was bewitched by Marine almost ruined the entire battle by himself. When the time comes, the Whitebeard pirates will be defeated, and all your dead sons will die in vain. Indecisiveness, the kindness of a woman, I can't believe that this kind of weakness can appear in you. Whitebeard, wake up, we're not playing pirates now. If you fail, you will die. If you only have this level, then my cooperation with you is meaningless. A crippled Whitebeard, I see no hope of victory. Carl shook his head, and Eugen flew away through the air. Whitebeard stood there sluggishly, looking at the headless corpse under his feet, with a look of sadness on his face. At this time, the Phoenix Marco also fell from the sky. Father, are you all right? Marco asked nervously. Seeing the worried look on Marco's face, Whitebeard felt more comforted. At least there is a son who cares about him. At the same time, he also wanted to understand what Carl said. They are on the battlefield now, and the benevolence of a woman who is indecisive will not accomplish great things. A small mistake, a small person, may lead to the collapse of the entire battlefield. Once he's dead, the Whitebeard pirates are finished. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's eyes flashed a stern look, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. I'm fine, Marco. Tell everyone to stay out of my line of sight. After speaking, Whitebeard walked to the front of the bow, looking directly at the execution platform. Seeing this, Sengoku on the execution platform immediately understood that the day was about to come out in person. Damn Shinigami, he ruined a good thing again. Sengoku was trembling with anger, gnashing his teeth. At the same time, the sword wound on his chest split open again, and blood gushed out continuously. It was his idea to ask Akynu to provoke Squado to rebel. The purpose is to weaken Whitebeard's combat power, and at the same time use Whitebeard's injury to damage the morale of the pirates. Once successful, it can greatly increase Marine's chances of winning. It's a pity that people are not as good as Heaven, and they were finally stopped by Carl. Get ready to fight, the strongest man in the world is about to show off. Sengoku hissed and roared, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield. In the next second, Whitebeard jumped off the Moby DK. Whitebeard holds Kong Yunki in his hand and puts on a stance. A ball of earthquake light appears on the blade. As Whitebeard slashed down furiously, the atmospheric space in front of him was suddenly shattered. The terrifying shock wave of the earthquake erupted, rushing forward to the execution platform with an unstoppable momentum. The ground along the way was crushed by earthquake waves, all Marine soldiers were thrown into the air, countless Marine tendons were broken, fractured and even shattered into pieces. When the shock wave dissipated, no one could be seen in front of Whitebeard, only a deep ravine remained. The number of Marines who died in this attack was at least over 1,000. This is the strength of the strongest man Whitebeard. A Marine saw the scene after Whitebeard was raging, sweating profusely from fright, took a few steps back uncontrollably, and his legs were constantly shaking. If there are many others like him. Facing Whitebeard, there are few people in the world who do not fear. At this moment, a group of Titans stepped over the heads of many Marines and came in front of Whitebeard. I will not let you reach the execution block, die, Whitebeard. Titan held a 30-meter machete and took Whitebeard's head directly. Whitebeard looked at the Titan coldly, raised the knife lightly, and caught the Titan's slash with one hand. You are in the way. Whitebeard said coldly, then swung his knife and pushed the Titan Vice Admiral back. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard grabbed the air in front of him and tore it violently with both hands. The atmospheric space was seized and torn by Whitebeard like a rag, and the earth was turned upside down and the earth was out of balance. The ground of the entire Marine fort began to tilt, and countless people lost their balance under their feet and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Earthquakes in common are nothing more than shaking the ground and cracking the ground. But the earthquake caused by Whitebeard caused Marine fort and the surrounding seas to tilt. The sea in the distance cracked a huge trench, and the calm sea was completely split. At this moment, the sea seemed to have turned into tofu, one piece high and the other low. All Marine warships staying at sea are completely destroyed by this move. Marine fort swayed weakly in the broken sea, as if it would sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment. At this moment, an island is incomparable. Rumble. Countless huge cracks appeared on Marine fort square, rapidly extending and expanding, densely covered like a spider web. The ground tilted, and countless Marines all fell into the bottomless abyss under the crack, and were finally smashed into flesh. Is this the end of the world? A Marine soldier struggled to stand up from the ruins. Seeing the tragic scene around him, his eyes widened and his face was dull. This is the strength of the strongest man in the world. Hey, is there anyone alive? Where are the people? Where are the people? With just one move, Whitebeard almost destroyed the entire Marine fort, turning all the buildings into ruins. Damn Whitebeard! Sengoku looked at Marine who suffered heavy casualties, and was so angry that his wounds bled again. Under the leadership of Whitebeard, Marine's side rushed into the square quickly. Marine's side had no choice but to defend with difficulty, retreating steadily. I can't go on like this, the thief must capture the king first. Akynu looked gloomy, and after burning several pirates to ashes, he turned into a ball of magma and rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard slashed down with a knife, and the blade was immediately stepped on by Akynu's foot. Powerful aura erupted from the two of them at the same time. One was a transparent seismic wave, the other was a red-hot magma heat wave. The two forces are facing each other head-on, and there is a stalemate, with clear distinctions. Akynu yelled angrily, "Whitebeard, I won't let you take one step closer to the execution platform, you will definitely die today." Whitebeard laughed loudly. Great eruption. Akynu's right arm turned into lava, and his fist grew rapidly, hitting Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard also punched out, the space shattered and collided head-on with the magma fist. A terrifying air wave roared out, overturning all the surrounding marine pirates. "Candle lighting magma imp, get the hell out of Laozi!" Whitebeard let out a roar, and the seismic wave exploded. Chapter 80. Candle lighting magma imp, get the hell out of Laozi! Whitebeard let out a roar, and the seismic wave exploded. Akynu's right arm exploded, and Whitebeard knocked his whole body away. With Whitebeard uninjured, Akynu alone is obviously hard to resist. "Goo la 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 la, all the brats who want to die come up." After Whitebeard knocked Akynu into the air, he charged forward suddenly, rushing all the way towards the execution platform. Unstoppable along the way, unrivaled. However, Akynu quickly made a comeback and stood in front of Whitebeard. Obviously, Whitebeard is stronger than Akynu, but he can't get rid of Akynu's entanglement in a short time. Carl Eugen was suspended in mid-air, an observation haki enveloped the entire marine fort, locking everyone's aura. With a flash of lightning, Carl disappeared in the air and flew to a corner of the battlefield. "Hey, who is the person you admire the most?" The pirate Buggy stood on a piece of ice, with his arms open to embrace the world, and asked loudly. "Captain Buggy, of course." A group of pirates shouted in unison. "Who is Captain Buggy?" "Of course it's you." "That's right, it's my uncle." Buggy has a red nose and a big grin. Although a tooth is missing in his mouth, he is full of confidence. "I am the crew member of the One Piece Roger in Legendary, the sworn brother of the Four Emperors red-haired Shanks, and Buggy, the super big pirate and clown king in Legendary." "Oh!" A group of prison-escaped pirates cheered together. "Buggy, little ones, would you like to follow the great Captain Buggy?" "Pirates, of course, it is our honor to follow you." "Buggy, that's right, follow the great me, the next One Piece will be me, Captain Buggy." "Pirates, oh. Buggy, I think Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard would be easy to beat with you guys. Even the head of Shinigami Carl can be taken easily." "Pirates, of course." "Buggy, yeah, as expected of my most loyal subordinate, it's really amazing." "Pirates, where? Captain Buggy really compliments." "Then, let's take the first step to conquer the world now. First of all, use the video phone Bug I snatched from Marine to announce to the world that I am Captain Buggy." As soon as the words fell, a pirate immediately appeared in front of Buggy, half kneeling and holding a phone bug. "Captain Buggy, the phone bug is ready." Several other pirates also said in unison, "The background of the live broadcast is also ready." Buggy smiled satisfied, It's really reliable." Just when Buggy was about to broadcast live, a chill suddenly came from behind him. Buggy felt a chill on his back, and the hairs all over his body stood up instantly. "Why do I feel a little cold?" Buggy said, rubbing his arms. Afterwards, he found that the little pirates in front of him were all staring behind him with expressions of seeing a ghost. "What? Is there something behind me?" Buggy turned around slowly, his eyes widened in an instant, his body was stiff, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Ao, Aoki, Aokiji." Buggy was so frightened that his teeth almost bit off his tongue. He found that Marine Admiral Aokiji was standing behind him impressively. "Ah la la la, it's really dangerous, did you get the last phone bug?" Aokiji breathed out a breath of cold air expressionlessly, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. The ice began to condense and spread from Aokiji's feet, instantly freezing the feet of a group of pirates. "Give me back the phone bug." Aokiji reached for the phone bug in the pirate's hand. But in the next second, a black shadow suddenly moved behind Aokiji. With a bang, Aokiji was kicked out. This kick sent Aokiji flying hundreds of meters, and finally smashed a huge rock ruin into pieces. "I can't give you the phone bug, pheasant." Carl showed his figure and slowly retracted his kicking posture. Many escaped pirates felt a little happy when they saw Aokiji was blown away. But when he saw that it was Shinigami Carl, he panicked. Carl looked at Buggy the Clown and smiled playfully. "I just heard that someone wanted to take my head. Who is so brave? Come out and let me see." Buggy was about to cry, but his fellow pirates were cheering for Buggy. "Come on, Captain Buggy. Let Shinigami see your strength. You are the crew member of the One Piece Roger in Legendary, the great pirate in Legendary. Remove the head of the Shinigami and we will be famous all over the world at once." "Is that you? Buggy, King of Clowns?" Carl looked at the red nose in front of him and smiled coldly. As the luckiest person in the world of One Piece, Buggy's strength is very weak, and he is like cannon fodder in Grand Line. But his luck is unmatched. In the original book, due to a series of mistakes, Buggy successfully subdued a group of vicious prison escapers from Impel Down, thereby gaining fame in the Summit War, and finally became a Shishibukai. Not only that, but Buggy sat on the throne of 4 emperors 2 years later. Even K. Lockdoll and the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye also joined Buggy's command. Although he is just a boss who pretends to be powerful, this also confirms his luck from the side. Be it Shishibukai or 4 emperors, Buggy takes very little effort. "That's right, it's your head that I want to take." In front of a group of pirate boys, Buggy can't lose his momentum. "0, seeking flowers 0. Standing in front of Carl with his hands on his hips, he was forceful. If his feet didn't tremble, his teeth didn't chatter, his eyes didn't shed tears, and his nostrils didn't bleed, he would really look like a legendary pirate. Carl could barely contain his laughter. And at this moment, Aokiji's voice came again. "Shinigami Carl, what is your purpose?" The cold air came from a distance, condensing the body of Aokiji. "What do you want to do in this war?" Carl looked at Aokiji and smiled playfully. "Didn't I say that? I'm just bored and here to pass the time." "Why? By the way, come to take revenge on you, Marine. After all, the image of you sending Buster Call to destroy the country is still vivid in my memory." Aokiji said with a cold breath, "If possible, I really don't want to face a monster like you." There was a sneer at the corner of Carl's mouth. "Then you can admit defeat, or surrender." "That's not okay. As a Marine Admiral, I also have a position. So, everything depends on fists after all." Carl exuded a powerful aura, instantly dissipating the surrounding chill. While watching Aokiji, Carl threw a phone bug into Buggy's hand. "Red Nose, show this image to the world. Who do you call Red Nose? Believe it or not, I cut you off." As soon as Buggy heard the word Red Nose, his head became bloodshot and his face turned red with anger. And the scene of him daring to get angry at Shinigami shocked the pirates under him, and strengthened their determination to follow Buggy. "Remember, Red Nose, you must play the video from beginning to end, otherwise, you know the consequences." 17. Carl's eyes widened, and a murderous look erupted. Buggy panicked, almost peed his pants in fright, and the previous momentum was swept away immediately. "Whatever you do, I will stop you." Aokiji gave a cold drink, and the cold burst out, covering Buggy and all the pirates in an instant. Boom! The fire on Carl's body was shining, and the heat radiation released super high temperature, which dispelled all the coldness of Aokiji. "Did you kill me in front of me? Don't you take me too seriously." Carl sneered, glanced at Buggy behind him, and said lightly, "Why don't you leave soon?" Stay here and wait for death. Buggy froze for a moment, then nodded again and again after regaining consciousness, and fled with a group of pirates. Aokiji's face darkened, feeling a wave of uneasiness welling up in his heart. He felt that letting Buggy and his gang escape would lead to irreparable consequences. Carl's purpose is definitely not simple, and there must be something wrong with the video he wants the clown Buggy to play. This is a live broadcast for the world. Once some taboo pictures are released, it can easily shake the whole world, and even the rule of the world government will be shaken 10 times. Chapter 81. Frozen Time Capsule. Aokiji leapt, sending a blast of cold air at the fleeing Buggy. The shock wave of cold air is extremely fast, freezing everything wherever it goes. I said, you can't kill anyone in front of me. Carl punched out a fire dragon, shattering Aokiji's air conditioning shock wave completely. At the same time, the fire dragon soared into the sky, turned in a semi-air condition, and flew straight towards Aokiji. Pheasant beak. Ice cube pheasant beak. Aokiji gathers the cold air on his right arm and releases a large piece of ice to form an ice bird. The ice bird flutters its wings and soars, not only contains air conditioning, but also has a powerful impact, freezing everything wherever it goes. The fire dragon and the ice bird collided with each other, the flames scattered everywhere, and the ice chips flew together. The flames are frozen by the cold, and the ice cubes are also turned into flames. The ice melted and evaporated, and a large amount of water vapor exploded, covering Carl and Aokiji completely. Call out! The water vapor was torn apart by a golden light. With a flash of golden light, it instantly shot through the front and went straight through Aokiji's chest. There was a big hole in Aokiji's chest, and 477 emitted a cold air. However, the hole was quickly filled with ice and returned to its original shape. It seems that such an attack is useless to you. Carl's laser beam is very powerful, but it can't be effective against Admiral like Aokiji. His observation haki can elementally dodge early when it catches an attack. With a sudden step on Carl's feet, the whole person disappeared instantly, and teleported to Aokiji's body. His black fist covered the high-density armament haki, and went straight to Aokiji's chest. Aokiji didn't dare to block Carl's attack with his body, crossed his arms and shot a sharp ice pick. While parrying Carl's attack, you can also launch a counterattack. However, the power of Carl's fist is beyond Aokiji's imagination. A punch fell, and the ice cone exploded immediately. The fists castrated constantly, and Aokiji's arms were thrown in prison. With a bang, Aokiji was directly sent flying, and shot backwards, smashing a group of marine soldiers to their knees. Black nuclear fission. Carl took advantage of the victory and pursued, raising his palm and shooting a jet of black light. The light hit the location where Aokiji was, triggering a violent nuclear explosion. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the terrifying explosion shock wave shook all the surrounding marine pirates into the air and disappeared. The scorching sea of flames roared and filled the surroundings, melting all the rocks into magma, and evaporating all the ice. 10,000 meters away from the center of the explosion, a gust of cold air condensed, freezing all the rushing flames. The cold air gradually turned into an ice sculpture. Aokiji regained his real body, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, Shinigami Carl, you really are amazing. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, felt the burn on the surface of his body and the faint pain in his body, and couldn't help but secretly startled. This move of black nuclear fission is completely different from Carl's previous moves, and its power is simply terrifying. Like the railgun, it's a one-hit kill move that only Marine Admiral can resist. But even if Marine Admiral was hit by this trick, he couldn't escape completely. Aokiji escaped this move with great difficulty just now, but was still injured. It survived. Admiral is really not that easy to kill. Carl Eugen came to the sky above Aokiji, looked down at Aokiji from a high position, and smiled playfully. But even if you survive, it must be uncomfortable, right? My tricks are not that simple. As soon as these words came out, Aokiji's expression changed immediately. Puff! A mouthful of black blood was spat out, and Aokiji's eyes became extremely shocked and unbelievable. You! What the hell did you do? Aokiji's face was extremely serious. The moment he vomited blood just now, Aokiji suddenly felt a palpitation that suffocated him. At the same time, faint pains came from all over the body, which also made Aokiji feel a little uneasy. He thought it was an internal injury caused by the blast wave, but from Carl's point of view, it was obviously not that simple. Carl smiled coldly, and said lightly, "If you want to know the truth, go to hell and ask Shinigami." Black nuclear fission. Carl's right arm turned black again, and a black light deep enough to swallow people's hearts took shape instantly. Just when Carl was about to make a move, countless flash bombs hit Carl like a torrential rain. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Kizaru appeared high in the sky, and the cold murderous intent had locked onto Carl firmly. With a wave of Carl's right arm, the black light burst across the void like a 1,000-meter sword, smashing all the flash bombs. It's really scary. Seeing the strange black light coming towards him, Kizaru's expression changed, and he quickly turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared into the sky. The black light swept across the void, passing the tsunami iceberg on the other side. With a loud bang, the iceberg was cut off in half. Even the sea in the distance was split into a huge trench. It really is a monster, Shinigami Carl. Kizaru appeared 1,000 meters away, looking at the severed iceberg and the sea, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, the strength of this old man is not weak. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared behind Carl in an instant, and the flashing and condensed Amakongan sword had already struck the back of Carl's neck. Kizaru not only has strong fruit ability, but also has a very high level of swordsmanship. 10 years ago, he was already a great swordsman. Carl's body was covered with lightning, and with a flash of lightning, he dodged Kizaru's killing move. Just about to counterattack, Admiral Aokiji's attack struck again. Suddenly, Carl was surrounded by two admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. Well done! Carl did not retreat but advanced, facing the two admirals without any fear. A punch forced Aokiji back, and Carl turned and kicked Kizaru away. The three of them fought fiercely together, their speed soaring to ultimate, and after images were everywhere on the battlefield. Call! A mass of cold air burst out, freezing the ground and leaving behind a series of thunder-sharp icicles. Call out! A flash of sword energy flew out, splitting the ground and leaving a sword mark. The sword energy finally exploded, blowing up a group of pirates to the bone. Roar! A thunder dragon roared out, opening a gap in the siege of Hong Kong's Slag Fortress. There is also a group of black light rays hitting the battlefield, beheading thousands of Marines. Shinigami Carl fought fiercely with Aokiji Kizaru, and the battle between the three was too terrifying. Any aftermath can instantly kill pirates with a reward of over 100 million. The surrounding marine pirates fled one after another, away from this terrifying battlefield. On the other side, the Buggy Gang, who escaped from Aokiji, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Watching the terrifying battle behind him, Buggy was glad that he ran fast enough. "Captain Buggy, are we still going live?" a pirate asked cautiously. "Of course it's live, idiot." Facing his fellow pirates, Buggy regained his invincible and confident attitude. However, before the live broadcast, let's first broadcast the video that Shinigami will show. Let's talk about it first. I'm not afraid of him. It's because he begged my uncle, so this uncle reluctantly helped him once. Who told me Captain Buggy is so kind? Yeah, ha ha ha. Pirates, well, Captain Buggy is really great. Saying that, a group of pirates prepared everything, and Master Buggy took out the video phone bug Carl gave him and Marine's live video phone bug. The two snails faced each other, and the video recorded by Carl was instantly spread all over the world through Marine's video phone bug. Damn pariah, BD, go to hell, go to hell. What do you want to do? Don't come here, don't come here. Come on, come and protect me 2.0. Kill this pariah. Don't you like beating people very much? You should also try that feeling today. Don't fight anymore, please, please don't fight again. I begged for mercy, why do you still hit me? The image is impressively of Carl torturing and killing celestial dragons. In the video, the celestial dragons are bossy and domineering at first. Killing a Marine Vice Admiral is like killing an ant. But under Carl's torment, celestial dragons soon cried for mercy. Looking at his humble appearance begging for mercy, he is no different from a running dog. At this moment, people watching the live broadcast of the battle all over the world were dumbfounded. The time of the whole world seems to have come to a standstill, and all the sounds in the world have disappeared. This, what is this? This is celestial dragons, this is celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are begging for mercy. How is it possible? Am I delusional? Or am I dreaming? Countless people's brains were completely blank at this moment, and their ears were buzzing, as if they had been punched. Chapter 82. The celestial dragons of the nobles of the world are being tortured. That's Carl, the king of the new world, Shinigami Carl. Sure enough, only Shinigami Carl has the guts to do such a thing. But the celestial dragons are just like us common when they're tortured. Yeah, they cry, they hurt, they bleed, they beg for mercy. The fragility and weakness of the celestial dragons is made public by Carl. At this moment, the whole world saw the ugliness and cowardice of celestial dragons. The dignity of the descendants of the gods was trampled on by Carl, and the world's awe of the celestial dragons also unknowingly dissipated. In the past, people were in awe of celestial dragons because no one dared to challenge their dignity and status. But now Carl has stepped up. He became a pioneer. Carl's behavior broke the iron law that celestial dragons cannot be harmed, and let the world see the truth that celestial dragons are nothing more than this. From this moment on, there is no God in the world. The video continues, and the world sees not only Carl torturing celestial dragons, but some Marines torturing celestial dragons themselves. Untouchables, damned untouchables, dare to blaspheme the great gods, you all deserve to die. You bastards, why don't you hurry up and save me? Stupid, stupid pig, trash. If you dare to hurt me, you can wait for Buster Call. Not only you are going to die, but your 04 family members are going to die too, none of them will survive. I'll hit him. It turns out that you bleed too, and you also ache. You are not a god, gods don't bleed, gods don't hurt. Gods don't die. You will bleed, you will ache, you will die, then you are not a god. Go to hell. Seeing the celestial dragons who were hanged upside down and continuously tortured and beaten, howling like a pig, was finally beheaded by Carl, I don't know how many people in the world felt happy and relieved their hatred. In this world, there are too many people oppressed by celestial dragons, and too many people who hate celestial dragons. At this moment, when they saw the celestial dragons being tortured and killed, all the hatred accumulated in their hearts for many years was vented. The whole world was shaken, and the world's official government lasted 800 years of rule, and at this moment it was hit the hardest. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong, Shinigami Shinigami. On the battlefield, a soldier hurriedly ran behind Marshal Sengoku, his voice trembling when he spoke. What happened to Shinigami? Sengoku growled lowly. As far as Shinigami Carl is concerned, Sengoku hasn't heard good news. Shinigami Carl released the video of killing celestial dragons to the world. What? Sengoku's eyes widened, his ears were filled with buzzing noises, and his mind went blank. Suddenly, Sengoku felt his eyes go dark, and then the world turned around. As soon as his body softened, he slumped directly on the execution platform. Shinigami Carl released the video of killing celestial dragons to the world. This sentence has been echoing in Sengoku's ears, making Sengoku feel a chill that cannot be described in words. For the first time in his decades of life, he felt so terrified. As Marine Admiral, Sengoku knew what the actions of Shinigami Carl would lead to. It can be said that even Roger, who single-handedly started the era of great pirates, has less impact than Carl. If Roger opened the era of great pirates, then Shinigami Carl opened the era of the fall of the gods. Damn BD, stop him. Where's the marine phone bug? Find it out soon. Sengoku growled in rage. However, Shinigami Carl is fighting Kizaru and Aokiji Admiral right now, and he doesn't have a phone bug in his hands. Then look elsewhere. No matter where it is, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, find that phone bug and cut off the signal. He must be on this battlefield. Sengoku's eyes were very cold, like a lion majesty in a gutter, scanning the entire battlefield below the execution platform. At this moment, his killing intent towards the person who played the video even surpassed Rybeard and Ace. Stopping the video from continuing to play is even more important than the executioner Fire Fist Ace. But Sengoku wants to stop now, it's too late. The world has received the gift that Carl gave them, and the first to receive this gift is the Revolutionary Army. The world situation is about to undergo drastic changes, and the world government is suffering a devastating blow. In a room at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the leader Long watched the live broadcast in front of him and said in a low voice, "Leader, do we have to act accordingly?" Behind him, a Revolutionary Army cadre asked excitedly. The other Revolutionary Army cadres in the room were also very excited. The image that Carl released to the world today is of great significance to the Revolutionary Army. Wait a minute, I'm going to meet Shinigami Carl first. Long's face was expressionless, and he said in a deep voice, "I must see him first, I think this man is very different. If possible, I would like to win him over." Great, if Shinigami Carl joins us, our success will almost be even greater. You're right, Shinigami Carl is a very powerful force indeed. The most important thing is that he is not a pirate, and so far I have not heard of any evil deeds from him. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army all agree that Long should contact Shinigami Carl. If Shinigami Carl can be recruited, the strength of the Revolutionary Army will be greatly improved. At the same time that the Revolutionary Army got the news, the 5 elders of the world government also learned about the video. Sanctuary Marie Joys, between the powers. Boom! A wall between powers was shattered, and the horror of the 5 elders enveloped the entire Marie Joys. Those celestial dragons who were pampered on weekdays trembled under the terrifying killing intent of the 5 elders, and an unknown number of celestial dragons were so frightened that they peed their pants and lost consciousness. All the guards and slaves of Marie Joys were overwhelmed by this terrifying murderous pressure and fell to their knees. A hole! A hole! How dare you do such a thing? It is unforgivable to trample on the dignity of the gods like this. Absolutely unforgivable. Kill him, definitely kill him. I don't want this BD alive for another second. Not only to kill him, but also to erase his kingdom and all traces of his existence. Such a sinner cannot be allowed to exist in history. I'll go there myself. The 5 elders roared and roared one after another, and the 5 elders, who was wearing a Taoist robe and held a sword, stood up abruptly. The moment he stood up, a terrifying sword intent erupted from his body, creating a violent wind and waves. The rapid gust of wind is sharper than vacuum slashing, and it smashes everything into pieces wherever it goes. In the blink of an eye, the entire space of power is covered with countless sword marks. Holding a sword, 5 elders jumped down from the damaged wall, and the black shadow flashed and disappeared instantly. While 5 elders was angry, he was also terrified. Because once Im finds out about this, their fate will be extremely miserable. 920. At the same time, on the sea far away from Marineford, the Red Force is rushing to the battlefield at the fastest speed. The red hair of the 4 emperors stood at the bow of the ship, and the red hair in the sun was blown up by the sea wind. Shanks, something big happened. The deputy captain, Beckman, came behind the red hair, with an extremely serious expression on his face. What's wrong? The redhead narrowed his eyes and turned to ask. Beckman said in a deep voice, just now, Shinigami Carl released the video of torturing and killing celestial dragons to the world. What? Nanny? How can this be? That madman! The members of the Red Hair Pirates all stared wide-eyed at this moment. The cotter lackey Lu was so shocked that he didn't even notice that the boned meat in his hand fell on the deck. Shanks, it's too late for us to go to horror now. Beckman said in a deep voice, the development of this war has exceeded our expectations, and it is no longer something we can stop. The government of the world will never remain indifferent. Not only Shinigami Carl will die, but the Whitebeard pirates must also be wiped out. Only an absolute victory can restore the last dignity of the world's government, so that the heroes of the world will not dare to act rashly. Shanks was silent for a while, then said coldly, no matter how the war will develop, I have to go this time. Today's world cannot afford larger-scale wars and must be stopped in time. After all, Shanks turned and looked at the sea ahead with an extremely firm expression. Seeing that Shanks had made up his mind, Beckman had no choice but to do so, and many cotters stopped admonishing him. This is the captain's order, as members of the Red Hair Pirates, they will all listen. Chapter 83 New World, Wano Kuni. Kaido's roar spread throughout the Ghost Island, and the sky above the Ghost Island was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The terrifying natural disaster phenomenon implies that Kaido's anger has reached the point where it cannot be suppressed. Carl! 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 Kaido repeated Carl's name over and over again, the hatred and murderous intent in his voice almost condensed into substance. Do not dispel the anger in Duo's heart without cutting Carl's body into pieces and chopping it into a pulp. In the Ghost Island Palace, Kaido frantically swallowed drinking water with a big gourd. At the feet in front of him, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in disorder. Some had their heads blown off, some were twisted, and some were torn in half. They were all members of the Beast's pirates, but they were all killed by Kaido in the most brutal way. Just because Kaido got angry and needed to kill to vent his anger. Since the battle with Carl ended, Kaido's temper has become 10 times 100 times more irritable than before. The level of tyranny is also 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than before. Now Kaido gets angry at every turn, and kills when he gets angry. Every member of the Beast's pirates lives in fear every day, for fear that one day they will be unlucky and be torn to pieces by the angry Kaido. Damn kid, Lao Zi won't let your cat go. Kaido smashed the wine gourd, stretched out the mechanical arm and crushed the video phone bug in front of him into a ball of meat. That's right, Kaido, who lost his arm, has been reattached to a robotic arm. The mechanical arm was specially built for him by Quinn, which can ensure that Kaido's strength will not be affected by the broken arm. But this is undoubtedly the shame that Carl left Kaido. As long as Carl doesn't die, this shame will never be removed. Where is it? Find that phone bug. The video must not continue to spread. Your Majesty, the Marshal has an order to capture the person who played the video at all costs. On the Marineford battlefield, a team of Marines gave up chasing and killing pirates, and searched for the person hiding in the corner playing the video on the battlefield. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find where Buggy was hiding. Inside a white wax room, where Buggy the Clown and a group of escaped pirates hide. Buggy couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, he was trembling all the time, tears and snot were flowing wildly. It's over, it's really over this time. That BD Shinigami beat me to death. Actually, let me release the video of killing celestial dragons, isn't that killing me? Buggy's body was torn apart, his head hit the wall of the wax room, and his heart was ashes. I thought I could become famous in the Summit War by live broadcasting, but I didn't expect that the road to fame has not even started, and I have already entered the must-kill list of the world's government. Buggy knew where this would lead, so he had no hope for his gloomy future. Bang! 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 At this time, hurried footsteps sounded again. Buggy and a group of escaped pirates immediately held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The wax room made by M3 is white, which is a natural protective color on the battlefield of the ice continent, so they can hide here. But wax is not the same as ice after all, and it is still possible to be discovered. Once their hiding place is revealed, what awaits them is Marine's most merciless massacre. On the other side, the fierce battle between Carl and Admiral Kizaru Aokiji intensified. May I ask, what video did you broadcast to the world? Is this the first time this old man has seen Marshal Sengoku so panic-stricken? Admiral Kizaru slashed at Carl with his sword, but Carl caught it empty-handed. With a bang, the Amazono Cloud sword was crushed into pieces by Carl. Kizaru took a few steps back to distance himself from Carl. Perceiving the tyrannical aura of Marshal Sengoku behind the execution platform, even Kizaru couldn't help but secretly startled. There was a sneer at the corner of Carl's mouth, and he said lightly, "It's nothing, I just played the video of me killing celestial dragons before." What? Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji suddenly changed expression. Before they could open their mouths, Carl continued, "There are not only images of me torturing and killing celestial dragons in the video, but also images of marine soldiers taking turns torturing and abusing celestial dragons. I have to say, those marine soldiers were very brave, which made me admire Marine. Finally, there are still a few strong bones in the Marine, not all of them are watchdogs of the celestial dragons." Hearing Carl's mocking sneer, the hearts of both Kizaru and Aokiji sank. Carl's move not only dealt a huge blow to the prestige of the world government, but also cheated Marine by the way. Marine soldiers personally tortured and abused celestial dragons. Celestial dragons will never let it go. The implications of this matter will be very large, and it will cause violent shocks within Marine. Carl, what is your purpose in doing these things? Could it be, do you really want to destroy the whole world? Admiral Aokiji stared at Carl with scorching eyes, and the icy air continued to radiate from his body. Carl smiled and said lightly, "I'm not interested in destroying the world, I just want to rebel." You? Kizaru looked at Carl blankly, and for a moment didn't know how to answer the question. Why? Didn't expect me to say it so bluntly, right? Carl said lightly, "Rebellion is rebellion, there is nothing to hide. As the lord of a country, it's not too much to want a larger territory and country, right? As an enterprising king, isn't it natural to expand the territory?" Hee. Are you expanding your territory? Want bigger territories and countries? Is that what you want? You clearly want the whole world. The corners of Kizaru and Aokiji's mouths twitched, feeling very speechless. All of a sudden, they were all defeated by Carl's thick skin. You want to rebel and take over the world, Shinigami? Your ambition is more terrifying than I imagined. As Marine Admiral, I will never allow someone as dangerous as you to continue living. Even if I do whatever it takes, I will kill you here." Aokiji burst out with icy cold air, instantly freezing Wan Mai Fang Yuan around him. And the cold air continued to spread outward. The Marines and pirates who had no time to escape were frozen into ice sculptures at the same time, and then the ice sculptures shattered into debris and dissipated. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped up and released a blast of cold air towards Carl. At the same time, Kizaru's killer moves followed one after another. 8-foot Kyanguyu. The cold air and flash bombs hit at the same time, blocking all of Carl's escape routes, making him nowhere to escape. Carl's eyes were bloodshot, and countless future pictures flowed in his mind, and he saw all the action trajectories of the flash bombs in advance. "Small tricks are useless to me!" Carl shouted angrily, and a large piece of flames erupted instantly on his body. The flames condensed and formed, turning into a huge fire soaring into the sky. Heat radiation flame dragon breath. A huge pillar of flames spurted out from Yanlong's mouth, engulfing Aokiji's cold air and Kizaru's flash bombs. The flame dragon strangles. Carl raised his hand and pointed at Aokiji. Yanlong immediately flew towards Aokiji and swallowed him. Rumble. The big, promised, land was burnt with a big hole by Yanlong, and Aokiji also disappeared in the sea of flames. It's not over yet, black nuclear fission. Carl shot a black light and hit the sea of flames, piercing the ground instantly. There was a loud bang, and the ground bulged and cracked, erupting endless flames. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, sweeping away 10,000 meters of Fang Yuan. Call out! At this moment, with a flash of golden light, Admiral Kizaru teleported behind Carl and kicked Carl in the back of the head. Carl tilted his head to avoid Kizaru's kick, and at the same time turned around and counterattacked, kicking back at the same speed of light. With a sweeping kick, Kizaru's body was split from the middle, using elementalization to avoid Carl's attack. Black nuclear fission. Carl's fist burst into black light, hitting Kizaru's chest with lightning speed. The moment Kizaru saw the black light appear, he immediately withdrew and retreated, teleporting 1,000 meters away. This move is dangerous, Shinigami Carl. You haven't taken it yet? How do you know the danger? Hehe, the old man is not blind. Kizaru glanced at the raised naval headquarters building and the mushroom cloud that had not yet dissipated, feeling secretly vigilant. Chapter 84. That eerie black light is obviously Carl's strongest killing move. Even Marine Admiral won't feel good if he gets hit by that trick head-on. Aokiji is a lesson from the past. Kizaru looked to the distance of the battlefield, a chill condensed there. Aokiji regained his body, vomiting blood. The blood was sticky and black, giving off a stench. How are you? Things are going badly. Kizaru teleported to Aokiji's side and said solemnly. The way Aokiji looks now, it is obvious that he has been seriously injured. And this kind of injury is completely different from common's body damage and internal organ injury. Aokiji's strength is terrifying. Even if he is seriously injured and all the bones in his body are smashed, he can still display his powerful combat power. It won't be as weak as it is now, and even breathing seems to use up all the strength of the whole body. Cough cough cough. Aokiji spit out a mouthful of black blood again, and said in a low voice, "You have to be careful of Shinigami's black light trick, I feel very bad now. That kind of black light attack must have secrets that we don't know." Aokiji now felt that every cell in his body was trembling, and every corner of his body was in severe pain. There was an unknown force running around in his body, corroding and destroying his flesh and blood. That force can't be dispelled, even with armament haki, it can barely resist part of it. Most importantly, Aokiji felt more tired than ever. The exhaustion seemed to emanate from the cellular level, making Aokiji want to just fall into a deep sleep like this. You know, with his physical strength, even if he fights for 10 days and 10 nights, he will be fine. But now, after fighting Carl for a while, he was actually tired. This is obviously problematic. In order to resist the black light attack, you can't make direct contact with the Shinigami, but at the same time, you must also guard against the black light's long-range attack. It's very difficult to defeat him in this situation. Kizaru's heart is heavy, and he feels more troublesome than ever. Boom! 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 The artillery roared on the battlefield. As time goes by, more and more Marines die, and the troops have begun to be stretched. In contrast, Carl's ghost soldiers can't kill them all. As long as General Ika survives, the Phantom Corps will fight until the day the world is destroyed. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was getting closer and closer to his execution. On the execution platform, Sengoku roared in a low voice, "Have you found the phone bug yet?" "Sorry, Haven't found it yet. The Marine soldier said in a panic with his face full of decay. Oh. Forget it, it's too late to find it now. Sengoku saw that the video of Carl slaughtering celestial dragons had all been played. It doesn't make sense to cut off the signal now. Damn Shinigami, damn it. Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily. Suddenly, his portable phone rang. After connecting, the indifferent voice of 5 elders came from the opposite side. If, Sengoku, we already know about the video, Marine's responsibility will be investigated later. Now that something like this has happened, there is only one way to save the government's face, and you know how to do it. Don't let us down again, or... 5 elders stopped talking and hung up the phone immediately after finishing talking. Sengoku held the phone bug with a gloomy face dripping water, and suddenly his eyes sharpened, emitting an icy cold light. Come here, execute Fire Fist Ace immediately. Sengoku knows that the only thing that can save the face of the world government is absolute victory. And the head of the Fire Fist Ace is half the battle. Execute, execute immediately. Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform roared angrily, and the 2 guards on the left and right swung their knives down immediately. Ace closed his eyes tightly, no longer resisting, and quietly waited until death came. Stop! The Phoenix Marco roared. Straw Hat Luffy roars. Countless pirates roared. Whitebeard's face also changed drastically. Damn Sengoku, do you think Laozi can't stop it? Whitebeard rushed forward suddenly, his sharp eyes exuding cold murderous intent. But he only took 1 step and was stopped by Admiral Akynu. Whitebeard, you can't save the house with me around. He must die today. Go away, Laozi. Whitebeard shot out in anger and slashed Akynu's waist. Kong Yun cut to the bone, almost severing Akynu in half. However, Akynu only spit out a mouthful of blood, and did not suffer much injury. He had elementalized ahead of time to avoid Whitebeard's slash. You just wait to collect the corpse for Fire Fist, and then I will personally send you down to the underworld. Akynu punched Whitebeard's chest, and Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and took several steps back. After Akynu's interception, Whitebeard has completely lost the chance to rescue Ace. Ace! No! Countless pirates' eyes were about to burst, and they hissed and roared, but they could only watch the execution knife fall powerlessly. Clang! At the very moment, 2 beams of light pierced through the air, instantly piercing through the chests of the 2 guards. Large swaths of blood flew into the sky, and the corpses of the 2 guards fell powerlessly. In the distance, Carl Eugen stood in the air, and slowly withdrew his palm. Carl, it's you again. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Yes, it's me again. There was a sneer at the corner of Carl's mouth. Although the life and death of this person has nothing to do with me, at least for now, I don't want to make your Marines too proud. Although fighting 2 Marine Admirals at the same time, Carl is still able to handle it with ease. Not only did he not lose, but he gained the upper hand. Admiral Aokiji has been severely injured by Carl, and his strength is less than half. The terrifying nuclear radiation has been destroying the cells in Aokiji's body, devouring his vitality. As time goes by, Aokiji will get weaker and weaker. Admiral Kizaru was unharmed. No way, his speed is too fast. He wanted to hide and fight long-range guerrilla warfare with Carl, but Carl really couldn't do anything about him. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to save Fire Fist Ace. Great, Ace is not dead. Luffy grinned and continued towards the execution platform. Marco the Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly flapped his wings and flew to the execution platform. Whitebeard also breathed a sigh of relief. That brat, Shinigami, still has a few tricks. Humph, both you and Shinigami Carl will die here today. Akynu doesn't care whether the execution is over or not, his current target is only Whitebeard. Even if you can't kill Fire Fist Ace, it's the same to kill Whitebeard. After a fierce battle, Akynu felt that Whitebeard's physical strength was greatly weakened, and his attack power was also greatly weakened. As long as it lasted, he in the prime of his life could kill Whitebeard in his old age. Akynu let out a roar, his right arm turned into magma, and instantly punched countless magma fists. Whitebeard did not dodge, but blocked Akynu's ultimate move, but he was also constantly forced back by Akynu. Just as Akynu thought, the battle lasted only a short while, and Whitebeard's breathing became short of breath, and cold sweat covered his forehead. During the two men's fight, Whitebeard never dodged a single attack from Akynu. It's not a frontal defense, it's a physical resistance. It's unbelievably slow. Sure enough, Whitebeard. Akynu sensed Whitebeard's weakness and became more aggressive. The power of lava fruit was fully exerted by him, and the move aimed at Whitebeard's vital point. Magma Kid, it's not your turn to teach Laozi a lesson. Whitebeard spun the Naginata Kong Yunchi, and the knife split the incoming magma aside. The magma roared, causing a series of explosions, blowing up a group of Marines. Even the buildings with Marine Ford were destroyed. Such a brazen destruction of Marine Ford. Hehe, if you can protect it, you can try it. Boom. Whitebeard and Akynu fought together again. With a loud noise, the space exploded. Whitebeard clenched his fist and slammed it into Akynu's chest. The space shattered, and Akynu immediately sprayed blood. This punch broke Akynu's countless bones and seriously injured his internal organs. But Akynu's attack hit Whitebeard's chest at the same time. This punch directly punched a big hole in Whitebeard's chest, blood gushed out like a spring, and was evaporated by the magma. Boom! Akynu flew upside down and rolled around 10 times on the ground like a broken sack. Chapter 85. His body was trembling constantly, and he didn't get up for a long time. He could faintly hear the sound of tendons snapping and fractures. Although Whitebeard didn't take a step back, he managed to stay on the ground with Kong Yunki. In this fierce battle, both Whitebeard and Akynu suffered losses. No, it cannot be said that it is a lose-lose situation. Whitebeard's injury was undoubtedly more serious. The hideous and terrifying blood hole on the chest made people feel chills physically and mentally just by looking at it. As an ordinary person, I don't know how many times I have died. Whitebeard is still alive, but he's just dying. Whitebeard was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. The frequency of his breathing is very rapid, like falling into the water, a survivor who is about to drown. Under the guidance of life instinct, he frantically swallowed the oxygen in the air. Dad! Seeing that Whitebeard was injured, the Phoenix Malcolm cried out in horror. The first time he flapped his wings and flew to Whitebeard. The expressions of the pirates on the battlefield also changed drastically, and they rushed towards Whitebeard one after another. Is it really not working? Carl looked at the miserable Whitebeard and shook his head indifferently. Even if he stops Squato's sneak attack and leaves Whitebeard intact before the fight begins. But it still can't change the fact that Whitebeard is old and frail, and has secret injuries. The 72-year-old Whitebeard has declined too much due to old age and hidden injuries. The most obvious of these is Conqueror's Haki. If it were Whitebeard, who was at the peak of his youth, with armament Haki armor all over his body, Akynu's attack just now wouldn't even be able to hurt even a single hair on him. But now Whitebeard can't use armament Haki all over his body, and his defense is too low. At the same time, his physical condition has also reached the point of exhaustion. Whitebeard's respiratory system was close to failure, but after a short fight, his breathing became disordered, and his physical exertion was very serious. But his fruit ability is Shock Fruit. To unleash the devastating power of Shock Fruit, you must consume a lot of physical strength. In his youth, Whitebeard can expend his stamina indiscriminately, fully displaying the abilities of Shock Fruit. But now Shock Fruit has become a burden instead. Every time Whitebeard uses the Shock Fruit ability, the hidden wounds in his body will increase by 1 point, and the damage to the body will also increase by 1 point. If the fight continues, even if there is no external damage, the hidden wound in Whitebeard's body will kill him. Dad. Marco the Phoenix flies to Whitebeard as fast as he can. His Phoenix flame has the ability to heal wounds. Although Whitebeard cannot be completely healed, at least the injury can be alleviated. It's just that when Marco flew halfway, a golden light suddenly shot from a distance and stopped in front of him. Admiral Kizaru showed his real body and smiled wretchedly. "I won't let you pass, Phoenix Marco." After speaking, Kizaru kicked Marco in the face and kicked him into the sky. This kick not only interrupted Marco's rescue path, but also put him further away from Whitebeard. "Yellow monkey, stay away when you fight me, and rush fast when you fight someone else." Carl glanced at Kizaru, then looked at the badly injured Whitebeard. His eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard is about to fail, but Carl has no intention of going to rescue Whitebeard. With the power of the horse charm, Whitebeard can be completely cured in an instant. But Carl has no reason to do that. Carl and Whitebeard are nothing more than a cooperative relationship, or a relationship of mutual use. Whitebeard needs Carl to resist Marine's high-level combat power, relieve the pressure on the Whitebeard pirates, and increase the chance of rescuing Ace. And Carl is using the Whitebeard pirates to consume Marine's vitality. Most importantly, Carl didn't want Whitebeard to leave the battlefield alive. The world's largest pirate, Whitebeard's legendary, must have a beautiful ending, and this battlefield is very good. A monster like Whitebeard shouldn't end up dying of old age or disease. To die in battle is his highest honor. Carl looked down at the execution platform, protruded his right hand and grabbed it hard. The gravitational force of the magnetic field erupted, instantly tearing the entire execution platform apart. The execution platform was originally made of steel, so of course it couldn't stop Carl's magnetic field. Sengoku was out of balance, stepping on moonwalk, barely standing in mid-air. But Ace, bound by sea stone handcuffs, fell from the sky weakly. Sengoku came out to pick up the passengers. "I didn't kill you just now, now I will send you on your way right away." Carl laughed out loud, and with a thought, the shattered steel wreckage of the execution platform turned into a sharp long sword and shot towards Sengoku at lightning speed. At the same time, a black light shot out from Carl's hand and flew towards Sengoku's forehead. Sengoku had been seriously injured by Carl before, and if he was hit by the black nuclear fission, there was almost no possibility of survival. Sengoku steps on the moonwalk and walks in the air, instantly transforming into a Buddha form. He used his physical body to forcibly resist the countless flying swords, and exhausted all his strength to shoot a big Buddha shock wave towards the black light. Clang! The sound of Buddha filled the sky, and the golden light flourished. The black light and the golden light collided together, and the two were at a stalemate. But as time passed, the black light continued to wear down the power of the great Buddha's shock wave. "Get out of here!" Sengoku growled, his teeth biting his lip. Boom! A palm fell, and the terrifying shock wave finally knocked the black light away from its direction. "Call out!" The black light swept across the sky, and in a flash hit the unselected sea. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared on the sea surface, like a real flame rising into the sky, piercing a big hole in the sky. It actually blocked it. After all, it is the Marine Marshal. There are two tricks. However, it's over. Sengoku's already seriously injured body completely lost all strength after the blow. Zero, asking for flowers. He could no longer maintain the form of a great Buddha, and quickly transformed back into a human body, falling weakly towards the ground. However, Sengoku issued a kill order to the Marine below while falling: "Fire the gun and kill Fire Fist Ace directly." At this point, it doesn't matter whether the executioner executes the sentence or not. As long as it can kill the Fire Fist, no matter what method is used. The Marines below listened to the order and raised their guns to shoot at the same time, and a group of Marines fired towards the Ace in the sky. Boom! 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 A series of artillery fire roared, and a sea of flames suddenly appeared in the midair. How? Is Fire Fist dead? A group of pirates stared at the sea of flames falling overhead, searching for the figure of Shimao Fire Fist. It must be dead, bound by the Sea Stone ability. The current Fire Fist is a common person. His flesh and blood will never stop the bombardment. That's right, Fire Fist must be dead. 0. A group of Marines looked excited, their faces full of excitement. At the same time, the pirate in the distance was full of despair. Impossible. Ace can't just die like this. Straw Hat Luffy also went mad and ran towards the execution platform, shouting continuously, Ace! Ace! Ai Tai! Luffy's shouts echoed throughout the battlefield, the voice was piercing, full of endless despair. Ace! Whitebeard stared blankly at the falling flame, unable to accept that Ace died just like that. Whitebeard, you go down with him too. Dark Hound! Akynu saw Whitebeard's flaw, and launched an attack brazenly at this moment. The hot magma extended its arms and hit Whitebeard with lightning speed. Whitebeard's distraction revealed a fatal opening, and Akynu punched him through the chest. There was already a blood hole in Whitebeard's chest before, and now another one was added. Hot lava poured into Whitebeard's body, burning his internal organs, and Whitebeard spat out another mouthful of blood. With a bang, Whitebeard half-kneeled on the ground, and his haughty head was unable to hang down. If it wasn't for Kong Yunki supporting the ground, he would have fallen down now. Daddy! The Phoenix Marco hissed and roared, endless panic appeared on his face. Countless pirates also felt desperate at this moment. First Ace, then Whitebeard. The situation seems to be getting worse and worse for the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates seem to be on the brink of extinction. How could you reveal such a flaw? You are really old, Whitebeard. Akynu growled in a low voice. The magma fist was still stuck in Whitebeard's chest and flesh. The hot magma continuously burned Whitebeard's flesh and internal organs, plundering Whitebeard's vitality. 4. Chapter 86. How could you show such a flaw? You are really old, Whitebeard. Akynu growled in a low voice. The magma fist was still stuck in the flesh and blood of Whitebeard's chest. The hot magma continuously burned Whitebeard's flesh and internal organs, plundering Whitebeard's vitality. Let me send you to hell. After finishing speaking, Akynu will immediately start to finish Whitebeard completely. However, at this moment, Ace's shout suddenly sounded behind Wei Chuan. Dad! Everyone followed the sound and found that Ace was being held by Carl and was crying heartbreakingly. Ace! Ace is alive! Great, Ace is not dead! It was the Shinigami who saved him. All the pirates in the Whitebeard pirates burst into tears and smiled with joy on their faces. But their joy lasted only for a second, because Whitebeard's life is still in Akynu's hands. Carl looked at the half-dead Whitebeard, and said coldly, Whitebeard, you really only have this ability. Being beaten like this by a mere Akynu, 150 you, the number 1 pirate in the world, have really fallen to the bottom. Hehe, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Whitebeard let out a deep sneer, raised his lowered head suddenly, and his eyes were full of cold light. 2 large holes were opened in the chest, and the internal organs were almost burned to death. But this man is still alive and strong. A terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping the entire battlefield. Countless marine pirates all lost consciousness at this moment and fell to the ground in a coma. Whitebeard stood up abruptly, taking Akynu into the air with him. At this moment, Akynu's pupils widened, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Akynu found that his body was not listening. He tried to kill Whitebeard, but couldn't. All the cells in his body trembled and wailed at this moment, and all the cells in his body were afraid of Whitebeard in front of him. Conqueror's Haki Field. Carl recognized at a glance that this is the Conqueror's Haki Field. The terrifying aura directly shocked Akynu's heart, making him lose his will to fight and unable to move. Only those who have cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the highest level and opened the domain can use such tricks. Whitebeard in his prime can use this power at will. But for him now, being able to use it once before returning to the light is already the limit. Boom! Whitebeard grabs Akynu and throws it over his head while clenching his right fist in a stance, the seismic halo enveloping the fist. The moment Akynu fell, Whitebeard punched Akynu hard in the chest. The atmospheric space was suddenly declared broken, because the dog's body also seemed to be torn apart at this moment. An expression of indescribable pain appeared on Akynu's face, and blood spurted out of his mouth desperately. Terrible earthquake waves spread towards the surroundings, and the ground was shattered inch by inch. A series of huge cracks continued to extend, covering every corner of Marine Ford. Boom! The earth shakes and the mountains shake, and the heavens and the earth are overturned. The entire Marine Ford was shaking and trembling, and the huge crack divided the Marie Joyce into several areas. In the turbulent Wangyang Sea, Marie Joyce seems to collapse and sink at any moment. Get out of the way, the earthquake wave is coming. Stay away from the crack. Whitebeard is angry. Countless pirates marine are fleeing frantically. This force does not distinguish between enemy and friend, and anyone who is caught by the aftermath will be killed instantly. Puff! Akynu fell powerlessly at Whitebeard's feet, spurting blood. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered, and his internal organs were almost exploded. Akynu stared at Whitebeard with extreme hatred, his face was full of unwillingness and anger. Damn BD! The ground tilted, and Akynu slid weakly towards the bottomless abyss below. Now he can't move, the only things he can control are his eyes and mouth. Clang! Just 1 second before Akynu was about to fall into the abyss, a long sword suddenly fell from the sky, pierced Akynu's chest and nailed him to the ground. Akynu was attacked, let out a scream, and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Carl withdrew his fingers, and said lightly, "Whitebeard, you really have a convulsion. Cut the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze will regenerate. Don't you understand such a simple truth? To deal with the enemy, we must completely beat him into a dead dog, so as to avoid future troubles forever." Endless killing intent erupted from Carl, and with a thought, Akynu, who was nailed to the ground, flew to Carl's palm. Akynu's neck was pinched by Carl, and his body was struggling and shaking. A strange black light burst out from Carl's hand, instantly enveloping Akynu's whole body. The black light penetrated from the wound on Akynu's body, and invaded every corner and every cell of Akynu's body. Akynu's cells are not as strong and active as Kaido's. The moment the nuclear radiation enters the body, his cells have already begun to upgrade, collapse, and even die. Akynu twitched all over, and the surface of his body kept rising and falling, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Bang! 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 Akynu's body exploded continuously, and the pieces of flesh and blood seemed to turn into bombs at this moment, instantly turning Akynu into a blood man. The extreme pain made Akynu, a tough man, let out a heart-piercing scream, and the scream spread throughout the battlefield. Let everyone who heard the screams feel chills physically and mentally. Stop! Marshal Sengoku roared, trying to transform to save Akynu. But he had exhausted all his strength just now, and now the wound on his chest was split open, and he was no longer able to fight anymore. Vice Admiral Garp also rushed towards Carl immediately. It's just that he was too far away to stop Carl's actions. Admiral Aokiji also wanted to save people, but he himself was seriously injured. As soon as he took a step, he was smashed into a pile of ice fragments by Diamond Jaws with the force of a locomotive. The only one who can save him is Admiral Kizaru. Only his speed can make it. Unfortunately, Kizaru did not dare to fight Carl in close combat, so he could only fire countless flash bombs at Carl in an attempt to prevent Carl from killing miscellaneous people. SHH. 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 Flash bombs fell from the sky like a torrential rain, all hit Karl and exploded on Karl. The continuous explosions triggered monstrous flames, completely engulfing Karl. Great, Kizaru Admiral made the shot. The Marines showed joy on their faces. However, in the next second, their expressions were all stiff on their faces. After the flames dissipated, Karl was unharmed. Kizaru's flashbang didn't hurt a single hair of Karl's. How is this possible? Being attacked by Kizaru Admiral head-on, it is impossible for anyone to be uninjured. Is Karl's defense so terrible? His constitution is also monster level. Monster, damn monster! Hateful! Countless Marines gritted their teeth angrily, in disbelief. Karl smiled indifferently, he had expected this. Not to mention Karl's armament Haki armor, just the physical defense power of Kaido Constitution, can catch Kizaru's laser head-on without getting hurt. Even if he is injured, the horse charm can completely heal Karl's injury in an instant. Looks like no one can save you, Akynu. Karl's eyes burst into endless murderous intent, and the black light in his hands skyrocketed again. Black nuclear fission. The black light is pervasive, invading every corner of 1.5 in Akynu's body, rampaging, destroying every inch of flesh and blood and every cell in Akynu's body. Ah! The incomparably severe pain made Akynu cry to the sky. Bang! Under the dull gazes of countless people, Akynu completely exploded. Countless flesh and blood scattered in the sky and fell to the ground like a rain of blood. Marine Admiral Akynu, die in battle. The fall and the hand of Shinigami Karl. Marine Ford fell into dead silence for an instant. Countless Marines and pirates all stared blankly at Karl in the sky at this moment, their minds went blank. A Marine Admiral died in front of them, the shock cannot be described in words. What's more, the death of this Marine Admiral is still so miserable. They didn't know the ability Karl used to kill Akynu, but they could tell from Akynu's screams before his death that Akynu must have died in great pain and despair. First, he endured endless pain and despair, and then his body was blown into pieces of flesh and blood, leaving no whole body dead. In the hundreds of years since Marine was established, I am afraid that there is no more tragic death than Akynu. Chapter 87. Marshal Sengoku stared blankly at the sky full of minced meat, his eyes full of disbelief. Vice Admiral Garp changed from an afterimage back to his real body and stopped. Akynu was dead, and it was too late for him to do anything. Admiral Aokiji jumped onto a piece of ruins, his body was covered with frost, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was very complicated. Inside Marine, he and Akynu have always been at odds. He and Akynu have barely spoken since the O'Hara incident. But as Marine Admiral, seeing Akynu being brutally killed, Aokiji still felt a sense of sadness. Admiral Kizaru remained silent, and there was no slack on his face anymore, only endless murderous intent. But Kizaru's pupils were full of fear. Karl's strength is too strong, he is no match. Ding, it's detected that the host kills Admiral Akynu, completes the mission stage 1 of the Emperor's Road, and gets rewards, High Conqueror's Haki, Rat Charm. The electronic sound of the system sounded in Karl's mind, and a huge force was infused into Karl's body instantly. Karl's mental strength has skyrocketed, and his willpower has become extremely powerful. Conqueror's Haki quickly improved and reached a high level in an instant. At the same time, another spell appeared in Karl's palm and was put away by Karl. Rat Charm, one of the 12 magic powers in the holy body, represents the power of life. The Rat Charm can endow static energy, giving life and action to non-living things. Simply put, the Rat Charm can bring dead things back to life. This ability is very useful. If used well, the combat power it will display is simply unimaginable. Nice one. Akynu, thank you very much. You die worthwhile. There was a sneer on the corner of Karl's mouth, then he looked at Whitebeard in front of him, and threw the ace in his hand to Whitebeard's feet. Look, to deal with the enemy, you have to kill the grass and roots. Carl smiled ferociously, but it caused countless pirates on the battlefield to have their livers and gallbladders split, and their bodies and minds shivered. Thank you this time, Shinigami, I owe you a favor. Whitebeard gasped. Carl said with a blank expression, there's no need for favors, as agreed in advance, I will help you save Fire Fist, and you give me all the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, with me now, I can't stop you from robbing me. However, one thing more is worse than one thing less. It can be accepted easily, and I don't want to make things more complicated. Understood, I keep my word and I won't renege on my debt. Whitebeard doesn't really care much about his territory. Although there are many territories under his banner, he usually stays at sea with his sons. In Whitebeard's eyes, no amount of territory can compare to the life of his son. If the territory is gone, you can fight again, but if your son dies, you can't save him. Whitebeard uses the Conqueror's Wrap to uncuff the sea stone from Ace's hand, freeing him. Seeing Whitebeard, who was seriously injured and dying, still smiling, Ace knelt at Whitebeard's feet, crying loudly. Father, you shouldn't have come. I should just die like this. It's not worth it for me. The seriously injured Whitebeard, the countless dead pirates, and everything made Ace feel guilty. The heavy sense of guilt almost overwhelmed him. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed boldly, spitting blood. Everyone in the sea knows that no one can hurt Lao Zi's son. My son has an accident, isn't it natural for the father to save him? Yes, we all volunteered to save you. No matter who you are, you can't hurt the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, Jaws, Bista, and others also came to Whitebeard one after another. Although everyone was injured and countless people died after suffering, no one blamed Ace. In order to save Ace alone, the Whitebeard pirates died at least thousands of people, even Whitebeard himself had to pay. This deal, no matter how you look at it, is a blood loss for the Whitebeard pirates. Carl's attitude towards these people without any resentment is really incomprehensible. It is no wonder that Squado was sowed by Akynu. In a sense, Whitebeard's attitude towards his son really cannot be treated equally. Whitebeard cultivated Ace as his successor on the spot. In his heart, Ace was more important than many of his sons. Okay, it's too early to be happy now. Carl interrupted Whitebeard's joy at being reunited with his sons. Look around, we are still surrounded by Marine. Whitebeard, Marco, and the others glanced over and found that Marine had already formed a siege around them. Each of the Marines had red eyes, and their bodies were filled with unspeakable murderous intent and grief. That was the result of the killing of Admiral Akynu. As the saying goes, mourning soldiers must win. The death of Admiral Akynu filled the hearts of all Marines with rage. For vengeance, these Marines will fight even more valiantly. Shinigami Carl, you can't get out of here alive today. Sengoku braced his seriously injured body to stand up, roaring with heart-piercing lungs, and the endless murderous aura merged with Conqueror's haki to form a tsunami and rushed towards Carl. Although Sengoku has no combat strength, and even the strength to maintain the fruit ability, he can still release Conqueror's haki. It's just that such a trick doesn't work on Carl at all. In Carl's view, Sengoku at this moment is incompetent and crazy. If you miss that dead dog, I can send you down to be with him. Carl's eyes glared at the newly upgraded advanced Conqueror's haki, which suddenly burst out. Blood Red's Conquerors spread out in all directions like a volcanic eruption, instantly crushing Sengoku's gold Conquerors. Blood Red's Conqueror's haki continued to castrate, engulfing Sengoku in an instant. Sengoku's brain was absent for a moment, and he felt like a flatboat in Wangyang Sea, which might capsize and sink at any time. When Sengoku came back to his senses, he realized that his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and a laser ray was shooting towards his forehead. Sengoku was seriously injured and dying, and he no longer had the strength to avoid this deadly move. You can only watch the laser rays coming. At the very moment, a black shadow rushed towards Sengoku with lightning speed. The black shadow appeared in front of Sengoku and blasted the laser beam in one fell swoop. It's Marine Hero Garp. Sengoku, you can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I will really die in the hands of that brat Carl. Garp stared at Carl with a serious and alert expression. That's right, not only Akynu will die today, but you too. None of the Marines on this island can leave alive. Carl Eugen slowly lifted into the air, and the terrifying Conqueror's haki roared out, knocking countless 53 Marine pirates out of their noses. You will be the first to die, Sengoku. Carl's eyes sharpened, and suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and shot at Sengoku. Don't think about it. Garp roared and intercepted Carl on the way. Garp punched out, and the high-density armament haki was almost condensed into substance, visible to the naked eye, being pushed by Carl's chest. With a click, Carl's sternum broke, and he was punched flying. But the pain just appeared and disappeared in an instant. The horse charm worked, and Carl's injury was completely healed in an instant. What the hell is going on with this kid's defenses? Is he really human? Garp looked at Carl with a solemn face, secretly startled. Garp used 100% of his strength to punch that punch just now, and armament haki also drove to the limit. Garp is confident that even Kaido, who claims to be the world's #1 in defense, will break a few bones and vomit a few mouthfuls of blood if he punches him. But Carl was unharmed. This kind of defense is completely different from what is recorded in the Marine intelligence. Come on, BD, God will be your tail. I didn't finish the fight before, let's make a break now. Garp roared and armament haki opened wide. The jet black armament haki instantly covers the whole body, not only dense enough, but also quite thick. Of the many enemies Carl has fought, Garp's armament haki is the strongest. Boom! Garp did not see any movement, but Carl was already under attack. Even observation haki, who predicts the future, is a beat behind. The invisible attack hit Carl's chest, sending Carl flying hundreds of meters away. Chapter 88. This is the armament haki domain. Carl turned over and landed, and did several backflips in succession before dissolving the strength left by Garp. The attack is invisible, unpredictable, and even observation haki, who can predict the future, has no time to catch it. Such tricks are highly consistent with the armament haki field that Carl knows. That's right, that's how it should be. After all, this old man is Garp, so opening the armament haki field is a matter of course. Carl grinned ferociously, feeling his blood boil, and the fighting spirit in his heart instantly rushed to the sky. Garp obviously didn't use his full strength before, but now Garp is at full strength. Don't try to run. Garp's ultimate move struck again, he appeared above Carl's head, and punched out more than 10 meters away. Terrifying fist force erupted, and the airspace was distorted and deformed immediately. With a loud bang, the ground under Carl's feet sank, and a huge fist print appeared. Carl was covered with high-density armament haki armor, and also covered with a layer of lightning armor, which finally blocked Garp's fist attack. Although it was a bit suffocating after being punched, it was nothing more than that. It's my turn. With a flash of lightning, Carl teleported in front of Garp's chest in the Japanese area. Garp didn't dodge or evade, and took Carl's attack directly. The punch shock wave penetrated Garp's body, but he didn't show any abnormality at all. The old man is waiting for you. Garp roared and smashed his right fist into Carl's left cheek. Carl raised his hand to block, also blocked Garp's punch, and then launched a counterattack. Carl and Garp did not dodge or evade, and fought hand to hand. Fist to the flesh, each punch is strong enough to crush a mountain, and beat a pirate with a reward of more than 100 million to a pulp. The fist hit the body, making a dull pounding sound. Carl and Garp's speed soared to ultimate, fighting dozens of times in an instant, and teleporting dozens of times. Radiation of light 8-foot Kyan Guyu. While fighting melee, Carl also used the fruit ability. He wouldn't be so stupid as to give up his advantage. Fruit ability is Carl's strongest combat power. Such little tricks don't work for me. Garp let out a roar, and with just one swing of his fist, all the hundreds of flash bombs fired at him were blown away. Bang! 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 Garp stepped on the void, stepped on the air and made a loud roar, and quickly approached Carl. Carl didn't retreat but advanced, and punched Garp head-on. With a loud bang, the shock wave swept away Fang Yuan. The two hit the ground from the sky, and wherever they went, the ground was shattered, and the terrifying momentum enveloped the entire Malindo. Garp has a deep armament Haki armor body, and an invisible and formless armament Haki field. The defense is almost airtight, without any flaws. Carl's nuclear radiation has no effect on Garp. He and Garp exchanged hundreds of punches, using nuclear radiation every time, but they just couldn't break through the defense of armament Haki armor. Carl's nuclear radiation is also a fruit ability after all. As long as it is a fruit ability, it can be defended with armament Haki. If Carl can't break Garp's absolute defense, he can never hurt him. Old guy, the fist is quite strong. Carl growled. Garp snorted coldly, little ghost, are you already dead? I can't, I think you can't. Wouldn't it consume a lot of the full body armor color plus the armament Haki domain? Garp, how much longer can you last? Carl has noticed that Garp's breathing has become short, and fine beads of sweat have appeared on his forehead. Apparently, it took a lot of Garp's time to activate the armed color field outside the body armor. If it was Garp in his youthful prime, he would never get tired so quickly. But Garp is getting old after all. Time is the fairest and everyone is treated equally. Not only is Whitebeard old, but Garp is old too. Although he pays attention to health preservation and does not drink like Whitebeard all day long, his body has no hidden injuries. But after all, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. With Garp's current state, it is impossible to open the armament Haki field for a long time. Once too much stamina is exhausted, the armament Haki field will dissipate. At that time, Carl's chance will come, and Garp will definitely lose. Carl has a horse charm to protect his body, and his injuries will heal instantly, and his physical strength can always be kept at its peak. Even fighting non-stop for 10 days and nights is a piece of cake. In this battle, Garp has no chance of winning from the very beginning. Boom! 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 Countless afterimages disappeared and reappeared, and the battle between Carl and Garp became more intense. While Carl and Garp were fighting fiercely, Whitebeard had ordered his pirates to break through. Everyone must come back to the New World alive. After Whitebeard took the initiative to cut off, he intercepted a large group of Marines. The Marines saw the seriously injured Whitebeard, as if they saw an opportunity, they rushed towards Whitebeard recklessly. No matter how many people were killed, they could not stop their charge. They've seen the beheading of Whitebeard, and that's the dawn of victory. Dad! Come back, Dad, let's go together. Come on, Dad! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates yelled loudly and burst into tears. Whitebeard chopped dozens of Marines into the air with one blow, hissing and roaring. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new world has no ships that can carry me. Get on the road, little ones. Whitebeard already has the will to die, he knows that he can't get out of here alive. The injury Akynu left him was fatal, if not for his monster-like vitality and willpower, he would have already died at this moment. The reason why he is still alive now is that he is holding on with one breath. Once the breath dissipated, his life would be over. Boom! Whitebeard punched down, and the space shattered. Seismic waves roared out, and thick cracks ran through Marine Ford. Accompanied by a wave of tremors, the entire Marine Ford was completely torn apart. A huge gully appeared behind Whitebeard, completely blocking Marine here. That's the way Whitebeard made his sons live. As long as he doesn't die and stops in front of this crack, no one will hurt his sons. This is the last thing a father can do for his son. Daddy! Ace knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. He regretted it, regretted his impulsiveness. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have caused today's result. So many brothers and sisters wouldn't die, and neither would Dad. Go, Ace, this is Daddy's last wish. Marco pulled Ace and cried, we're all going to make it back to the new world alive. Do you want Father's sacrifice to be in vain? Ace cried and kowtowed to Whitebeard on his knees. Then he gritted his teeth and stood up, evacuating towards the rear. That's right, we all have to live to reach the new world. Let's go. Bye-bye, Dad. The pirates cried and retreated overseas, and endless sadness enveloped the entire marine fort. Want to leave? Let's stay. None of you can leave here alive, all of you will be buried here. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, although it was slight, it spread throughout Marineford and exploded in the ears of countless people. Clang! A flash of sword energy flashed across the area where the pirates were fleeing. The range of the sword energy is very far, Danyos, directly penetrating the entire Marineford. As the wind blew, countless pirates were instantly beheaded, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. On the only way for the Whitebeard pirates to retreat, a huge chasm appeared. All the retreating pirates were blocked. Who? What the hell happened? It's a slash, such a terrifying slash, it almost spread the island. Did Hawkeye take the shot? Damn it, it's at this time. Damn Hawkeye, you are indeed Marine's lackeys, and you will never let us go. Countless pirates gritted their teeth angrily. Seeing such a terrifying slash, the first thing they thought of was Hawkeye. The only person who can chop at this level in the sea is Hawkeye. However, this time they really wronged Hawkeye. Hawkeye had stopped killing when the pirates retreated. Who the hell are they? Hawkeye also sensed the huge and sharp sword intent, and his sharp eyes stared at the location of the aura, trying to see who it was. Such a pinnacle great swordsman is rare in the world, and of course he wants to fight with him. Chapter 89. Another monster coming. This battle is really exciting. A sudden turn of events interrupts the battle between Carl and Garp. Carl's observation hacky locks on the distant breath, secretly vigilant. Whitebeard beheaded dozens of marines and looked behind him with murderous aura in his eyes. He desperately wanted to escort the pirates under him to retreat, but depending on the situation, it was impossible. On the only way to retreat, another monster appeared. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a great swordsman wearing a white Taoist robe and holding a samurai sword slowly walked out. Terrible murderous aura surrounds him. Once the murderous aura erupted, it turned into a real sword aura, cutting the earth into countless cracks. All the pirates around were dismembered and died, leaving no bones left. It's him. I didn't expect even him to come, so it's interesting. Carl smiled playfully. He recognized at a glance that the person who came was indeed 5 elders, one of the 5 elders holding a sword. At the same time, the system also released a new appointment. Ding! Host triggers a new mission, Yuzan of Power. It is detected that the 5 elders with swords are coming to the battlefield in person, and they come to kill the host. Please ask the host to kill the 5 elders with swords. Mission rewards: the pinnacle swordsmanship of the Great Swordsman, Bart, the General of the Ghost Shadow Corps, Night Bat Corps, Fei Ying. Although Carl can use the fruit ability to chop the slash of the peak swordsman, but his own swordsmanship is really only at the level of a common swordsman. If you can get the swordsmanship of the peak great swordsman, you can make up for a shortcoming. At the same time, the soldiers of the Night Bat Corps, General Bart of the Ghost Corps, all have the ability to fly. With it, Carl has the Air Force under his wing. 100. Rewards are great. Carl sneered in his heart, and looked at 5 elders holding a sword from a distance, with the murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Even this one is here. How can it be? Are you actually participating in the battle yourself? Marshal Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji Kizaru and some Marine Vice Admirals suddenly changed their expressions when they saw the person coming. As Marine executives, they all know the sword-wielding five elders. Doflamingo also recognized five elders holding the sword for the first time. With a look of dread on his face, he took a few steps back quietly, hiding himself in the crowd. Although he always wanted to return to the Holy Land, he wanted to take revenge on the Celestial Dragon's family. But seeing the five elders holding swords still made him instinctively terrified. Holding a sword, five elders looked at the countless pirates in front of him with a cold expression. Today, none of the pirates can leave here alive. Bury them all here. Clang! Holding the sword, five elders held the supreme sharp knife first-generation Geisha. With a light wave, the atmospheric space was instantly split. An extremely thick sword energy traversed the void and shot towards the pirate. Wherever the slash went, all the pirates were cut in half. Many people died before they even had time to react. Stop! Get out of the way! The Phoenix Marco was about to burst, and rushed to the front immediately, shooting out a large blue flame to resist the slash. However, he only resisted for 3 seconds, and his whole body was chopped off. Large swathes of blood flew into the sky, and Marco, the Phoenix, showed a face full of pain and unwillingness. The power of the slash remained undiminished, and continued to fly towards many pirates. Stop it, bloody BD! I'm coming too! Stop killing our family members again! Foil Vista, Diamond Jaws, Fire Fist Ace and other captains also stepped forward one after another, using their own methods. Everyone shot together, barely blocked the slash. But all of them were pushed and slid back and forth by the slash. Several captains who were lower in the ranks were directly slashed and broke the bones of their hands. But even if their arms were broken, they still didn't let go, they still gritted their teeth and held on. Finally, with a roar from all the people, slash was lifted into the sky by them. The wind howled, and the clouds in the sky were pierced by the slash, and a huge hole appeared. And the captains who blocked the slash, whether it was Marco, Jaws, Vista, or Ace, were all injured and out of strength. They were half kneeling on the ground one by one, gasping for breath, covered in cold sweat. This man has such terrifying strength. What a monster! Damn! Where did this monster come from? Seeing all the captains being slashed by five elders with a sword, all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates were chilled physically and mentally. What a strong sword skill! Hawk's eyes were burning, and the fighting spirit erupted in his heart. If it weren't for the wrong timing at this moment, he would have already stepped forward to invite the battle. Who is he? Is he our reinforcement? Great! With such strong reinforcements, the Whitebeard Pirates will have no way out. On the Marine side, they all cheered when they saw the Kamui exhibition. On the other hand, looking at the pirates, they looked as if they were mourning their concubine, with an earthy face. Whitebeard stared at five elders holding the sword, his face extremely gloomy. He participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, so he naturally knew the sword-wielding five elders. I know the horror of this person. With such monsters intercepting in the rear, the Whitebeard Pirates are in a dire situation. At that moment, Whitebeard wanted to step forward to save someone, but a sharp pain suddenly hit, making Whitebeard stagger on his feet, and directly knelt on one knee on the ground. A few mouthfuls of blood were spat out, and Whitebeard's breath suddenly dropped a lot. The injury left by Akynu flared up, and Whitebeard felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred, and the scene he saw in his eyes even began to shake and appear after images. Damn it, is it down? Whitebeard gritted his teeth, unwilling to do so. He is not afraid of death, but he does not want to die just like that. He hadn't seen his sons out of danger yet. Now if he dies, his sons will have no way out. Holding a sword, five elders noticed Whitebeard's strangeness, and sneered, "It seems that you, old fellow, are about to die. But before you die, I will send your sons to hell." Although the goal of this trip is Carl, that BD kid, it would be nice to kill one of Roger's sons first. The first thing 5 elders targets with a sword is Fire Fist Ace. With a bang, the 5 elders holding the sword disappeared in place. In the next second, he had already teleported to Ace's body, and the supreme sharp knife, first generation ghost, showed its sharpness, and directly took the head of Ace's neck. Stop! Get out of the way, Ace! Ace! Marco, Vista, and Luffy in the distance all screamed in terror. Ace's face changed drastically, and his whole body turned into a mass of flames that exploded, dodging the slash and jumping into the sky. However, Ace didn't completely dodge the ultimate move of 5 elders with the sword. There was a huge gap in his chest, the sword marks were deep enough to show the bone, and the damaged internal organs could be vaguely seen. The strength of 5 elders holding a sword is too terrifying. With a casual swing of the sword, the power of the sword energy is terrifying. Combined with his armament haki, the big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion will also be seriously injured or even killed by him with one move. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood, and launched a counterattack towards the special sword 5 elders. Fire punch! The flames erupted and the temperature rose sharply. Facing the attack of the flames, 5 elders with the sword snorted coldly. With a flash of saber light, the flying long pillar of flames stopped in mid-air immediately, and even Ace with the fire fist also stopped in mid-air. In the next second, the flame column was divided into 2, and the fire fist Ace in the air was also divided into 2. Ace's eyes widened, large swathes of blood spurted out from his chest, and his consciousness began to disappear rapidly. Barely dodging one move is already the limit, and Ace can't dodge the second move. Before dying, Ace turned his head with difficulty and moved his eyes to see Whitebeard in the distance. Although his vision was blurry, he could still make out the outline of Whitebeard. His lips moved slightly, and an unintelligible whisper came out of his mouth. Soon, Ace's last consciousness completely dissipated, and his eyes fell into endless darkness. Fire Fist Ace, fight to the death! Ace! Marco the Phoenix knelt on the ground, staring at Ace's corpse with a dull face, tears streaming from his eyes, hissing angrily. Vesta, Jaws and other captains, the countless pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned at this moment, and their brains went blank. Nobody wants to believe that Ace died just like that. Pirates cried bitterly one by one, and the cries one after another spread throughout Marineford. Ace! 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 Luffy stumbled and ran towards Ace with a dull expression, calling Ace's famous ministers over and over again. Then, Luffy staggered and fell to the ground. Chapter 90. Ace's death was the final straw for Luffy, shattering all his hopes. His body had reached its limit, and the injuries in his body finally couldn't be suppressed at this moment, and they all burst out. Ace! Luffy opened his mouth wide and roared to the sky, then rolled his eyes, and lost consciousness while maintaining this posture. Whitebeard stared at Ace's corpse with a blank expression on his face, exuding a cold murderous aura, as if it could freeze the whole world. Ace was dead, killed in front of him. He watched Ace get killed, but couldn't save him. That feeling made Whitebeard extremely painful, and at the same time, his killing intent towards the sword-wielding 5 elders reached ultimate. Carl glanced at Ace's body, then turned to look at Garp, smiled playfully. Garp, your grandson is dead. Do you have anything to say about this? Garp didn't say a word, he clenched his fists tightly, his muscles tensed, and he clenched his teeth. Terrifying murderous aura erupted from him, but the murderous aura was not directed at Carl, but at 5 elders holding swords in the distance. For Ace, Garp really gave his heart and truly regarded him as his grandson. Seeing Ace being killed now, for a moment, Garp almost lost his mind, rushed forward and shot 5 elders with the sword. But in the end he stopped his behavior. As an old seaman, Garp has his own stand. It's only natural for Marine to kill pirates, he can't do something that betrays Marine. Damn! 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 Garp bit his lip, his bean-sized eyes kept falling, and his shoulders kept shaking. He endured so hard and was in despair. Boom! At this point, Whitebeard made his move. The huge fist shattered the space, and the seismic wave instantly penetrated the battlefield, impacting towards the sword-wielding 5 elders. Facing Whitebeard's angry blow, 5 elders held the sword without dodging or avoiding. A trace of contempt and disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it is Whitebeard in his prime, 5 elders with a sword in the face of his attack will of course have to avoid the edge temporarily. But now that Whitebeard is seriously injured and dying, and his attack is less than half the power of his peak, he doesn't pay attention at all. Clang! The first generation ghost pierced through the sky, and there was a rapid sword cry as it rubbed against the air. A huge flying slash pierced through the air and collided head-on with the seismic wave. With a loud bang, the seismic wave was split into 2 from the middle. The slash continued, and it struck Whitebeard's chest straight. Large pieces of blood spurted out, and a huge gash appeared on Whitebeard's chest, almost dismembering him. Suffering such serious injuries, Whitebeard's dying body finally couldn't hold on, and slowly fell backwards. Dead! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates yelled in panic. At the moment when Whitebeard was about to fall to the ground, Luodeo plunged into the ground fiercely from the cloud. Using this as a support, Whitebeard stood up from the ground and slowly stood up again. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, all the marines around them felt fear and retreated back at the same time. And again and again and again. Every time they think they can kill Whitebeard completely, Whitebeard will live tenaciously. Monster, what the hell is Whitebeard? Is he immortal? Damn it, why aren't you dead yet? Go to hell, Whitebeard! Countless marine soldiers roared wildly, and some people continued to shoot at Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard is like unlocked and hung up. Obviously there was only the last drop of blood left, but he just couldn't die. Thief, ha 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 ha, what they said is right, father, you should die soon. Suddenly, an extremely piercing and arrogant laughter came from a distance. Everyone looked up and found several figures suddenly appeared behind the ruins of the Naval Headquarters building. Evil King Obaro Pizarro, Crescent Moon Hunter Katrin Daime, Impel Down Watchman Shiryu, Big Wine Basque Jote, Huge Battleship San Juan Wolf. The leader is none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who led the Summit War. Each of those brought by Blackbeard was the ultimate criminal whose existence was kept hidden from the world because of its cruelty. The appearance of the Blackbeard pirates eased the fierce battle on the battlefield. At this moment, neither the marine nor the pirates stopped fighting. Even the 5 elders holding the sword looked at Blackbeard with a gloomy expression. In his wisdom, how can he not think of what Blackbeard has done? Using the entire marine, even the world government and the 5 elders have become tools in Blackbeard's hands. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated by 5 elders with swords. Is it finally here? Carl also noticed the arrival of the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing them standing on top of the ruins of the Naval Headquarters building, the corners of their mouths curled into a weird sneer. At the same time, the system also issued a new task to Carl. Ding! The host triggers a new mission, and the hero is at an end. The new world does not need a new king. It is detected that Blackbeard has the ambition to seize the throne. Please host to kill him. Task reward, alien body, capable of holding 2 devil fruits, 1 top-level devil fruit. Compared with hunting down Admiral, the rewards for destroying the Blackbeard pirates are much simpler. But this is also a matter of course. Blackbeard has only eaten dark fruit now. Although his strength is good, that's all. Although the other members of the Blackbeard pirates are all legendary level pirates. But compared with Whitebeard, the legendary, it is a lot worse. None of them have Admiral level combat power. As a result, the rewards for destroying the Blackbeard pirates are of course not much richer. 0. Ask for flowers. With the appearance of Blackbeard, the most angry ones are undoubtedly the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. If it weren't for him, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be where they are today. Ozzy wouldn't die, Ace wouldn't die, and Whitebeard wouldn't be so miserable. The moment he saw Blackbeard, Whitebeard's eyes widened suddenly, anger welled up in his heart, and his right hand holding the knife suddenly tightened. "It's you, BD. Thief, ha 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 ha." Blackbeard grinned arrogantly, "Long time no see, Box. It's so nice to see you one last time before you die." In the past, when facing Whitebeard, Blackbeard was cautious and did not dare to show any disrespect. But today, his original arrogant posture was completely exposed. Marshal Sengoku was also trembling with anger at this moment. He also wanted to say where Blackbeard, who was a Shishibukai, went and why he didn't come to fight. Seeing so many impelled down prison escapers now, he understood it instantly. "Blackbeard, what the hell have you done? What happened to Magellan? What happened to Impel Down? How did you get here?" Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, "If you want to know, go and see for yourself. But seeing us standing here, you must already know the answer, right? Also, one more thing to inform you, Marshal Sengoku. Laozi is not Shishibukai." Blackbeard's roar spread throughout the battlefield, and his posture at this moment was also transmitted throughout Shippo through the video phone bug. "Is that what you're after? When Shishibukai is to free these guys?" Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily. "Thief, ha ha ha, that's right, Sengoku, that's what I've been doing since the beginning. Now that the goal is achieved, the so-called Shishabukai's false name, Laozi naturally doesn't need it. Also, this is not all my purpose, you will know soon. Damn BD!" Sengoku's anger surged up, causing the wound to open, and a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. "Thief, ha 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 ha, it seems that you can no longer sanction me." Seeing Sengoku spitting blood, Blackbeard felt even more smug. What a villain is, what Blackbeard is now. Don't get complacent too early, Teach. Whitebeard let out a roar, and a punch fell suddenly, and the seismic wave rushed to Blackbeard with lightning speed. All the Marines along the way were blown away, their tendons were broken and their bones were spit out blood. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates was hit head-on by the seismic wave, everyone was blown away, and then buried by the ruins. However, this still can't kill them. Blackbeard and his party quickly crawled out of the rubble. "It's so dangerous, I almost died." Blackbeard pushed away a piece of ruins, and Bloodline, who wiped the corner of his mouth, sneered. Chapter 91. It was so dangerous, I almost died. Blackbeard pushed away a piece of wreckage, wiped Bloodline from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "You really don't care about friendship, old man. But it's natural, I can understand it. At this time, you can't be merciful anymore. Thief, ha 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 ha." Whitebeard growled in a low voice, "Only you are not worthy to be my son, Chi. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, you killed your companions. To fulfill Thatch's last wish, I will take the head of your BD to pay homage to him." "Dad. Father, we are here to help you too. Damn Teach, never forgive him." All the members of the Whitebeard pirates surged up from behind, all of them full of murderous intent towards Blackbeard. Only this person, they all wanted to kill him quickly. "You all don't come here, only him, I want to execute myself." Whitebeard stopped the actions of his subordinates, stared at Blackbeard, and growled, "Come and make a break, Teach." 900. Thief, ha 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 ha, just what I want. A large expanse of strange black smoke erupted from Blackbeard's body, and the fragments of ruins scattered on the ground were instantly swallowed by the black mist. Dark Cave Road. Blackbeard slapped his palm on the ground, and the strange black smoke instantly spread and covered the ground, covering all the way to Whitebeard's feet. There are also large pieces of black smoke gathered together, forming a black smoke tornado. Thief, ha 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 ha, you see, waste. Blackbeard couldn't help laughing because he was too proud. "This is the devil fruit ability I got after killing Sarge. The strongest force in the world, dark fruit. You also come to taste its power. The dark cave was activated, swallowing everything it touched, and even Whitebeard slowly sank into the black smoke. Whitebeard counterattacked, but was blocked by Blackbeard with dark fruit. The strongest power of dark fruit is the ability to eliminate all devil fruit. However, Whitebeard is not vegetarian. Spotting Blackbeard's flaws, he chopped Blackbeard into the air with Kong Yunqi's knife. A huge wound appeared on Blackbeard from his shoulder to his chest, and blood sprayed continuously. Blackbeard also wailed miserably because of this, and after he absorbed the pain and injury with black smoke, he took a breath of relief. It hurts, you nasty BD, you. Just as Blackbeard wanted to get up, he realized that Whitebeard had already appeared on top of him. Whitebeard stepped on Blackbeard's left hand, pinned Blackbeard's right hand with Kong Yunqi, and at the same time his right hand grabbed Blackbeard's neck. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard was completely suppressed on the ground. Conceit, rashness, these are your weaknesses. Whitebeard activated the shock fruit ability with his right hand, and the transparent aperture of the seismic wave completely wrapped Blackbeard's head. Shock fruit has the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it is possible to die if it is hit from a long distance, let alone such a short distance. Blackbeard felt the mortal crisis and begged for mercy. Stop it, Dad, stop it. I'm your son, go around me once. Are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard's eyes widened, fear in them. Now his humble begging for mercy, greedy for life and fear of death, and his previous arrogant and domineering attitude, which did not see the world in his eyes, are simply two different people. But really, this is the real Blackbeard. He was originally a despicable guy who was greedy for life and afraid of death. In order to survive, he would do anything no matter how embarrassing. There is no such thing as a sea hero at all. 4 Emperor's big pirates, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Red Hair, all have the courage to face death. If they can't beat the enemy, they may retreat and avoid the edge temporarily, but they will never be able to cry and beg for mercy. Only a Blackbeard would be so disrespectful and abandon his dignity. Because of this, Blackbeard does not have Conqueror's haki. His character is destined that he will never be able to awaken Conqueror's haki. For Blackbeard, Whitebeard didn't show mercy, and the seismic wave was launched directly. With a loud bang, the ground was shattered inch by inch, and the earthquake waves spread in all directions, destroying all the surrounding areas. Good job, understand? Die, damn teach! Go to hell and confess to Thatch! The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared when they saw Whitebeard's attack succeed. Then, when a pirate saw the scene behind the smoke, his eyes widened. Hey, look, it's not dead yet. Everyone looked up, only to see Blackbeard, who was prostrate on the ground, standing up tremblingly. Although blood was all over his body, he did not die. Not only that, but also has the power to move freely. What's the matter with that guy? He's so tenacious. Being attacked by Daddy head-on, you're still alive. A direct hit to the head by a seismic wave could kill even Marine Admiral. The fact that Blackbeard was still alive left countless pirates dumbfounded. At the same time, they discovered that Whitebeard had absolutely no next move. Blackbeard was seriously wounded and fell to the ground. It was the best chance to kill him, but Whitebeard didn't move. Large patches of blood flowed from Whitebeard, forming a small blood puddle at Whitebeard's feet. Marco and the captains couldn't bear to look directly at them. They all knew that Whitebeard had reached his limit. The deteriorating body, coupled with the constant injuries, has devastated Whitebeard's body. There should be a last bit of strength left. Carl looked at Whitebeard calmly. Suddenly, Carl frowned. His observation haki sensed that there was a cold murderous intent firmly locked on him. Clang! A giant sword energy penetrated the entire marine fort, rushing towards Carl's back at lightning speed. It's the sword-wielding 5 elders who strike. Wherever the sword chi passed, all the marine pirates were dismembered and died. Die, brat! Holding the sword, 5 elders looked indifferent, exuding a cold killing intent all over his body. The reason why he came to the battlefield from Marie Joyce himself was to take Karl's head. Fire Fist Ace's head is just incidental, you are his ultimate goal. Karl's observation haki captured the trajectory of the sword energy, and he saw all the future pictures in advance. Lightning covered his whole body, and with a bang, Karl disappeared instantly and appeared 100 meters away. The sword chi whizzed past, and was perfectly dodged by Karl. Really, the climax is about to happen, can't we wait any longer? With the clanging sound of the sword, 5 elders teleported in front of Karl holding the sword, swiped the knife straight to Karl's head, and said coldly, "Whitebeard is about to fall, you evil brat will die with him, wouldn't the climax be more exciting?" Karl condensed the nuclear radiation to form a long black light sword to block the 5 elders' first-generation geesh, and said lightly, "I don't want to die so early. At least, I won't die here." "That might be." Holding the sword, 5 elders shouted angrily, and his moves became more and more fierce. In the blink of an eye, he slashed hundreds of knives at Karl. The knife went straight to Karl's vitals, and each knife made a huge flying slash. Soon, the large area behind Karl became ruins, with messy sword marks all over the ground. And when the 5 elders slashed and slashed Karl frantically with their swords, Blackbeard had already completed the lure to Whitebeard. "Quick, everyone go up together and kill him!" Blackbeard hissed and roared, and behind him 0.8 Shiryu of the Rain, Pizarro the Evil King, Katrin Daime and others all rushed in front of Whitebeard. Swords and guns blazed. Countless attacks landed on Whitebeard who couldn't dodge at the same time, and in an instant, Whitebeard's chest was beaten into a hornet's nest. Countless blood shot out, the scene was horrible. Blackbeard even emptied the bullets in the gun in an instant, and there was still endless fear in his eyes. "Hey, I've run out of bullets, change the gun for me!" Blackbeard roared loudly. Facing the monster Whitebeard, Blackbeard has been psychologically shadowed all his life. "There is no need for that." Shiryu of the Rain said lightly, "Whitebeard is unconscious." "Dead at last, the wretched old man!" Blackbeard roared again and again. However, at this moment, Whitebeard's voice sounded again. Blackbeard was taken aback by the sound of a hellish ghost. It also shocked the rest of the Blackbeard pirates. "Still alive?" Chapter 92. "That person is definitely not you." Whitebeard's voice came slowly. Trembling with terror, Blackbeard looked up to see that Whitebeard's eyes were still open. "That tall and straight body, like a mountain piercing into the sky, will never fall down." The beaten bloody body still had breath at this moment. Whitebeard opened his eyes and looked at Teach, and said slowly, "Teach, the person Roger is waiting for will definitely not be you." "What a monster, it's still alive." Teach stared blankly at Whitebeard, cold sweat streaming down his face. The members of the Blackbeard pirates also broke out in a cold sweat. Whitebeard glanced around with the last of his strength, saw his sons crying bitterly, saw countless marines chasing and killing pirates, saw Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Aokiji Kizaru, and saw Luffy being carried away by Jinbei. Finally, I saw Karl fighting fiercely and 5 elders holding swords. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes seemed to see the whole world, and even went back in time and space, and saw the picture of drinking with Roger decades ago. He smiled, not caring at all that he was about to die, and continued, "People will die, bloodlines will be severed, but the inheritance of will not be broken. The will passed down from generation to generation, the dreams of human beings, will never be cut off. Just like there are people who can inherit Roger's will, one day there will be people who can inherit Ace's will, and even 04 can inherit Rock's will. One day, they will challenge the world. Sengoku, what you Marines and the government of the world fear, will come sooner or later. A huge battle involving the whole world will soon erupt. Although I am not interested in that thing, but when that treasure is discovered, the whole world will be turned upside down." Someone will find it, and that day will come. He 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 he. Whitebeard smiled at Sengoku and roared to the sky, One Piece, it is real. Through the video phone bug, Whitebeard's last words were spread all over the world. Just like Roger's last words when he was executed 22 years ago. The whole world boiled instantly. Sengoku gritted his teeth with an ugly face, UBD. After only cursing this sentence, Sengoku has nothing to say. Because Whitebeard has closed his eyes and died completely. Call. A gust of wind blows past, and the cloak that Whitebeard has been wearing behind his back is blown up by the wind, and drifts away as his life disappears. At the same time, Whitebeard's back is also exposed. The world's greatest pirate, Edward Newgate, has died at the age of 72. Across the sea for decades, he has earned a great reputation and made people on the sea frightened. Today, in the Battle of Marineford and Marine, the battle fell. There are countless scars on its front, but there is no trace of scars on its back. Carl forced the 5 elders back with a sword, and Whitebeard, who watched death but still stood still, was a little silent. Whitebeard's death in battle means that there is one less hero in the sea. At this moment, all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world were silent for a while, and then enthusiastic cheers erupted from all over the world. After all, the world is still dominated by civilians. As the world's #1 pirate, Whitebeard's vicious reputation is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Seeing his death, the civilians were naturally happy. People who don't know the truth think that after Whitebeard's death, Yunhai will become safer. The thief ha 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 ha, finally died, what a great last words. Blackbeard was undoubtedly the happiest person to see Whitebeard die. Although his face was covered with blood, he kept laughing wildly. Whitebeard's death finally dispelled the last trace of fear in his heart. Thief ha 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 ha, it's time to start. Blackbeard laughed ferociously, and several of his men took out a black cloth to cover Whitebeard's body. Next, it's my time. With that said, Blackbeard was about to get into the black cloth. Teach that BD, what do you want to do to Dad? Do you still want to insult Dad's body? Unforgivable. Seeing Blackbeard's actions, the members of the Whitebeard pirates burst into anger and rushed towards Blackbeard one after another. But at this moment, an accident happened suddenly. A black light ran through the entire Marineford at a speed that observation Haki couldn't catch, and appeared behind Blackbeard in an instant. Puff! A black arm pierced Blackbeard's back and emerged from his chest. Holding a bloody heart in the bloody palm. Puff! Blackbeard vomited blood, his eyes were shocked and dull, unbelievable. He lowered his head slowly, looking at the palm holding the heart, he couldn't believe that his heart had been taken out like this. Your time will not come, because you will soon die here. Carl's indifferent voice rang in Blackbeard's ears, and the terrifying killing intent almost made the blood in Blackbeard's whole body freeze. Careful, it's Shinigami Carl. Damn! How did he appear? Captain Teach! Kill him quickly! The other members of the Blackbeard pirates were stunned for a while, and after recovering, they attacked Carl at the same time. However, Carl's movements are faster than theirs. While pulling out his heart, a terrifying black light erupted from Carl's body. The black light condensed into a black spear and pierced through the chests of Shiryu of the Rain, the Evil King and others in an instant, and the strong impact brought their bodies flying backwards. King Shiryu and others vomited blood and wailed miserably. Nuclear radiation rapidly destroyed the flesh and blood cells in their bodies. Strong people such as Shiryu's evil government can still survive, but those who are not strong enough like Poison Q and Fan Oka. The whole body collapsed and died, and the death was very ugly. In the blink of an eye, the Blackbeard pirates were almost wiped out. It's Shinigami! Shinigami Carl strikes! Why? What a speed! This BD, hasn't he tried his best before? Marshal Sengoku looked at the heartbroken Carl with an extremely dignified expression. The speed that Carl showed at the moment when he attacked Blackbeard was more than 3 times faster than in the previous battle. The moment Carl made his move, even the 5 elders holding their swords couldn't keep up with Carl's movements. Although his observation Haki sensed Carl's disappearing breath, he was helpless and couldn't keep up. Pfft! Cough cough cough. Why? Why would? His heart was pinched and burst, but Blackbeard didn't die immediately. He spoke intermittently, his face full of horror and unwillingness. Carl said indifferently, "This world does not need a new emperor. You'd better die here." Boom! A strange black light erupted from Carl's arm, and invaded every corner of Blackbeard's body through the wound. The nuclear radiation wantonly destroyed countless cells in Blackbeard's body, causing Blackbeard to cry out incomparably miserable. Sure enough, it is 933's alien body, with 2 hearts, no wonder it can still live after being crushed. However, you are finally here. The moment Carl pulled out his heart, he already noticed that there were 2 hearts in Blackbeard's body. This is why he can eat 2 devil fruits. However, even if he has 2 hearts, he can't change his destiny after all. From the moment Carl broke his heart, Blackbeard's death was sealed. Black nuclear fission. Carl let out a roar, and the strange black light swallowed Blackbeard completely in an instant. Blackbeard let out the last scream of his life, and then his whole body exploded. Countless flesh and bone fragments flew in all directions. Before they landed, they were turned into powder and ashes. Carl released a bit too much nuclear radiation, and all the cells of Blackbeard completely collapsed into nothingness. In this way, less than 3 minutes after Whitebeard's death, Blackbeard Teach was also beheaded, following in Whitebeard's footsteps. This ambitious Blackbeard has been hiding from the Whitebeard pirates for decades. The road of ambition just started, but it was completely ended by Carl. There were still many people on the battlefield who hadn't reacted, and when they came back to their senses, they found that Blackbeard Teach's bones were gone. Good death. A pirate stared blankly at where Carl was standing, muttering to himself with blank eyes. Good death, Teach dead. Arrogant BD, this is retribution. Go to hell and confess to your father. Teach is dead. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered and shouted, and some even cried with joy. Countless pirates showed cheerful expressions of resolving hatred, feeling that the gloom in their hearts had been vented.